swarmed through the village on each Saturday that promised sun, bringing their dogs, their plastic balls, their litters of children, and their children's litter. Women bawling hordes onto the village green, then returning to the tall man to compare traffic stories over glasses of warm beer. For their part, the zealots weren't unduly distressed by the Sunday trippers, at least they didn't spill blood, but their lack of aggression made the invasion all the more insidious. Gradually, these city-weary people began to work a gentle but permanent change on the village. Many of them set their hearts on a home in the country, they were charmed by stone cottages set among churning oaks. They were enchanted by doves and churchyard yews. Even the air, they'd say as they inhaled deeply, even the air smells fresher here. It smells of England. At first a few, then many, began to make bids for the empty barns and deserted houses that littered Zeal and its outskirts. They could be seen every fine weekend standing in the nickels and robbing, planning how to have a kitchen extension built and where to install the jacuzzi. And although many of them, once back in the comfort of Kilburn or St John's Wood, chose to stay there, every year one or two of them would strike a reasonable bargain with one of the villagers and buy themselves an acre. So, as the years passed and the natives of Zeal were picked off by old age, the civil savages took over in their stead. The occupation was subtle, but the change was plain to the knowing eye. It was there in the newspapers. The post office began to stock. What native of Zeal had ever purchased a copy of Harper's and Queen magazine, or leafed through the Times literary supplement? It was there, that change, in the bright new cars that clogged the one narrow street, laughingly called the high road, that was Zeal's backbone. It was there too in the buzz of gossip at the Tall Man, a sure sign that the affairs of the foreigners had become fit subject for debate and mockery. Indeed, as time went by, the invaders found a yet more permanent place in the heart of Zeal, as the perennial demons of their hectic lives, cancer and heart disease, took their toll, following their victims even to this newfound land. Like the Romans before them, like the Normans, like all invaders, the commuters made their profoundest mark upon this usurped turf, not by building on it, but by being...
That one. Okay, well, we can either just hop down there, or we can jump off the edge of this area and try to glide to it. I will... I glide.
Clearing the ground for sowing next year hadn't been the easy job Thomas thought it would be, but he'd sworn blind he'd have the field finished by the end of the week. It was heavy labour, clearing stones, and sorting out the detritus of house-built machinery his father, lazy bastard, had left to rust where it lay. Must have been some good years, Thomas thought, and pretty fine damn years that his father could afford to let good machinery waste away. Come to think of it, that he could have afforded to leave the best part of 3 acres unploughed, good and healthy soil too. This was the Garden of England, after all, land was money. Leaving 3-acre fallow was a luxury nobody could afford in these straitened times. But, Jesus, it was hard work. The kind of work his father had put him through in his youth, and he'd hated with a vengeance ever since. Still, it had to be done. And the day had begun well. The tractor was healthier after its overhaul, and the morning sky was rife with gulls across from the coast for a meal of freshly turned worms. They kept him raucous company as he worked, but eating in their short time was always the way. But then, when he came back to the field after a liquid lunch from the Tall Man, things began to go wrong. The engine started to cut out for one, the same problem that he'd just spent £200 having seen to, and then, when he'd only been back at work a few minutes, he found the stone. It was an unspectacular lump of stuff poking out of the soil, perhaps a foot. Its visible diameter a few inches short of a yard, its surface smooth and bare. No lichen even, just a few grooves in its face that might once have been words. A love letter perhaps. A Kilboy was here, more likely. A date and a name likeliest of all. Whatever it had once been, monument or milestone, it was in the way now. He'd have to dig it up before next year he'd lose a good 3 yards of ploughable land. There was no way a plough could skirt around a boulder that size. Thomas was surprised that the damn thing had been left in the field for so long without anyone bothering to remove it. But then it was a long spell since the 3-acre field had been planted, certainly not his thing. And maybe, now he came to think of it, not his father's thing either. For some reason, if you ever know this stretch of Garrow land has been left fallow for a good many seasons, out-seasons for generations. In fact, there was a discussion somewhere that said no crop would ever grow in a particular spot. If anything, plant life, albeit metals and minerals, grew thicker and ranker in this forsaken 3 acres than in any other plot in the district. So there was no reason on earth why hops shouldn't flourish here. Maybe even an orchard, though that took more patience and love than Thomas suspected he possessed. Whatever he chose to plant, rich ground with a rare enthusiasm. He'd have reclaimed good land to bolster his shaky finances. If he could just dig out that bloody stone. He'd half thought of hiring in one of the earth movers from the building site at the north end of the village, just to haul it and get his mechanical jaws working on the problem. Have the stone out and away in 2 seconds flat. But his pride resisted the idea of running for help at the first sign of it. The job was too small anyway. He'd dig it out himself, the way his father would have done. That's what he decided. Now, 2.5 hours later, he was regretting his haste. The ripening warmth of the afternoon soured in that time, and the air, without much of a breeze to stir it around, had become stifling. Over from the downs came a stuttering roll of thunder. Thomas could feel the static crawling at the nape of his neck, making the short hairs there stand up. The sky above the field was empty now. The gulls, who wiggled all around once the fun was over, had taken some salt-smelling journey. Even the earth, that had given up a sweet, sharp flavour as the blades turned it that morning, now smelt joyless. And as he dug the black soil out from around the stone, his mind returned helplessly to a putrefaction that made it so very rich. His thoughts circled vacuously on the countless little deaths in every spadeful of soil. This wasn't the way he was used to thinking. He stopped for a moment, leaning in his spade and regretting the 4 pints of Guinness he'd downed at lunch. That was normally a rash, but today,
Come on, catch up. Oh, come on, you fuck.
Maybe this time he could hear the air good. Thomas stepped back down to the unyielding stone, struck it with his spade. A tiny arc of white flame. He cursed loudly and inventively. The stone himself, the field, the stone just sat there in the moat he dug around it, defying. He'd almost run out of options. The earth around the thing had been dug out 2 feet down. He'd hammered stakes under it, chained it, and then got the tractor going to haul it. No joy. Obviously, he'd have to dig the moat deeper, drive the stakes further down. It wasn't going to let him beat it. Grunting his determination, he set to digging again. A fleck of rain hit the back of his head, but he scarcely noticed it. He knew by experience that labour like this took singularity of purpose. Head down, ignore all distractions. He made his mind blank. There was just the earth, the spade, the stone, and his body. Pushed down, screw. Pushed down, screw. The trance was so total, he wasn't sure how long he worked before the stone began to shake. He stood with his vertical clock, something shouting a number of tortures. What was he against? He watched it. Yes, he was too drunk to speak. He came close. He had them. The rain was starting to fall heavy.
Oh, you fucker. Ugh.
You'll see, he said. You'll see. Third stage, deep seemed to puncture having a gap where he put his gun. A yellowish flag swirled so high he stepped away from the surface and out a breath of purer air. There was none to be had. All it was a cup of whatever was through his throat and lungs. Whatever was into the stomach, and there was something animal in the stench. It was very rotten. He forced himself back down to the bottom, pushing gasps of the air into his mouth, not through his
Suck it, bear.
tight as they
I got your fucking number now, bitch.
stone skull, pushing to let out. You, he said, beating at the stake under the stone. His back felt as though it was about to break. On his right hand, a pistol bust. A clegg sat on his arm, keeping itself unswollen. Do it. Beat the last stake in with one push. And then the stone began to roll. He wasn't even touching it. The stone was being pushed out of its seating from beneath. He reached for his spade, which was still wedged into the stone. He suddenly felt possessive. It was his. Look now. The stone began to resurrect. He could feel the air yellow and his brain swelling up like a marrow in August. He pulled hard on his spade.
Haha. Figured out the mechanic for fighting bears.
Keeping at arm's length from the hole as he pulled. He was in motion with the stone, stinging up showers of sawdust, lice, and pebbles. Would he look at the spade again? It wasn't good. He wouldn't stop to analyse the situation. The work was tricky. All he wanted was to get his spade in the spade, out of the hole, and get the hell out of there. The stone bucked, but still he didn't let go of the spade. It had become fixed in his head, that he had to have it before he could leave. Only when it was back in his hand, safe and sound, and he obeyed his vowels and run. Beneath his feet, the ground began to erupt. The stone rolled away from the tomb in which feather light, a second cloud of gas, more obnoxious than the first, seemed to blow it on its way. At the same time, the spade came out of the hole, and Thomas saw what had hold of it. Suddenly, there was no sense in heaven or earth. There was a hand, a living hand clutching the spade, a hand so wide it could grasp the blade easily. Thomas knew the man well, the splitting earth of the hand, the stench. He knew it from some nightmare he'd heard at his father's knee. Now he wanted to let go of the spade, but he no longer had the will. All he could do was obey some imperative from underground. To haul until his ligaments tore and his sinews bled. Beneath the thin crust of earth, raw head smelt the sky. It was pure ether to his dulled senses, making him sick with pleasure. Kingdoms for the taking, just a few inches away. After so many years, after the endless suffocation, there was light on his eyes again, and the taste of human terror upon his tongue. His head was breaking the surface now, his black hair wreathed with worms, his scalp seething with tiny red spiders. They'd irritated him 100 years, those spiders burrowing into his marrow, and he longed to crush them out. Pull, pull, he willed the human, and Thomas Garrow pulled until his pitiful body had no strength left. and inch by inch, Rawhead was hoisted out of his grave in a shroud of prayers. The stone that had pressed on him for so long,
Ding.
and he was dragging himself up easily now, sloughing off the grave earth like a snake its skin. His torso was free, shoulders twice as big as a man's, lean, scarred arms, stronger than any human. His limbs were pumping with blood like a butterfly's wings, juicing with resurrection. His long, lethal fingers rhythmically clawed the ground as they gained strength. Thomas Garrow just stood and watched. There was nothing in him but awe. Fear was for those who still had a chance of life.
I need to make a pick.
He began to stand upright for the first time in centuries. Clods of damp soil fell from his torso as he stretched to his full height, a yard above Garrow's 6 feet. Thomas Garrow stood in Rawhead's shadow with his eyes still fixed on the gaping hole the king had risen from. In his right hand, he still clutched the spade. Rawhead picked him up, his scalp tore under the weight of his body, so Rawhead seized Garrow round the neck, his vast hand easily enclosing it. Blood ran down Garrow's face from his scalp, and the sensation stirred him. Death was imminent, and he knew it. He looked down at his legs,
Plenty of backup shit.
and he looked up
Plenty of backup tools.
into Rawhead's pitiless face. It was huge, like the harvest moon, huge and amber. But this moon had eyes that burned in its pallid, pitted face. They were for all the world like wounds, those eyes, as though somebody had gouged them in the flesh of Rawhead's face, then sat 2 candles to flicker in the holes. Garrow was entranced by the vastness of this moon. He looked from eye to eye, and then to the wet slits that were its nose, and finally, in a childish terror, down to the mouth. God, that mouth! It was so big, so cavernous, it seemed to split the head in two as it opened. That was Thomas Garrow's last thought, that the moon was splitting in two and falling out of the sky on top of him. Then the king inverted the body, as had always been his way with his dead enemies, and drove Thomas head first into the hole, winding him down into the very grave his forefathers had intended to bury Rawhead in forever. By the time the thunderstorm proper broke over Zeal, the king was a mile away from the 3-acre field, sheltering in the Nicholson barn. In the village, everyone went about their business, rain or no rain. Ignorance was bliss. There was no Cassandra among them, nor had Your Future in the Stars in that week's Gazette even hinted at the sudden deaths to come to a Gemini, 3 Leos, a Sagittarian, and a minor star system of others in the next few days. The rain had come with the thunder, fat, cool spots of it, which rapidly turned into a downpour of monsoonal ferocity. Only when the gutters became torrents did people begin to take shelter. On the building site, the earth wizard that had been roughly landscaping Ronnie Milton's back garden sat idly in the rain, receiving a second washdown in 2 days. The driver had taken the downpour as a signal to retire into the hut and to talk racehorses and women. In the doorway of the post office, the villagers watched trains backing up and tutted that this always happened when it rained, and in half an hour there'd be a pool of water in the dip at the bottom of the high street, so deep you could sail a boat on it. And down in the dip itself, in the vestry of St. Peter's, Declan Ewan, the verger, watched the rain pelting down the hill in eager rivulets and gathering into a little sea outside the vestry gate. Soon deep enough to drown in, he thought. And by why he imagined drowning, he turned away from the window and went back to the business of folding vestments. A strange excitement was in him today, and he wouldn't do with the thunderstorm, though he always loved them since he was a child. No, there was something else stirring him. He was damned if he knew what. It was like being a child again, as if it was Christmas, and at any minute Santa, the first Lord he'd ever believed in, would be at the door. The very idea made him want to laugh out loud, but the vestry was too sober a place for laughter, and he stopped himself, letting the smile curl inside him. A secret hope. While everyone else took refuge from the rain, Gwen Nicholson was getting thoroughly drenched. She was still in the yard behind the house, coaxing Amelia's pony towards the barn. Thunder had made the stupid beast jittery, and it didn't want to budge. Gwen was stoked and angry. Come on, you brute! She yelled at the noise. The rain lashed the yard and pummeled the top of her head. Her hair was flashing. Come on, come on! The pony refused to budge. Its eyes showed points of white in its fear. And the more the thunder rolled and crashed around the yard, the less it wanted to move. Angry, Gwen slapped it across the backside, harder than she strictly needed to. It took a couple of steps in response to the blow, dropping steaming turds as it went, and Gwen took the advantage. Once she had it moving, she could drag it the rest of the way. Warm barn, she promised it. Come on, it's wet out here. You don't want to stay out here. The barn door was slightly ajar. Even to a pea-brain dragged it to within spitting distance of the barn, and one more slap got it through the door. As she promised the damn thing, the interior of the barn was sweet and dry, though the air smelled metallic with the storm. Gwen tied the pony to the crossbar in its stall and roughly threw a blanket over its glistening hide. She was damned if she was going to swap the creature down. That was Amelia's job. That was the bargain she'd made with her daughter when they'd agreed to buy the pony, with all grooming and clearing out was Amelia's responsibility. And to be fair to her, she'd done what she promised, more or less. The pony was still panicking. It stamped and rolled its eyes like a bad tragedian. There were flecks of foam on its lips. A little apologetically, Gwen patted its flank. She'd lost her temper. Time of the month. Now she regretted it. She only hoped Amelia was under watching. A gust of wind caught the barn door and it swung closed. The sound of rain on the yard outside was abruptly muted. It was suddenly dark. The pony stopped stamping. Gwen stopped stroking its hide. Everything stopped. Her heart too, it seemed. Behind her, a figure that was almost twice her size rose from beyond the bales of hay. Gwen didn't see the giant. Her innards churned. Damn period, she thought, rubbing her lower belly in a slow circle. She was normally as regular as clockwork, but this month she'd come on a day early. She should go back to the house, get changed, get clean. This place was his. Just because they tamed the wilderness for a while didn't mean they owned the earth. It was his, and nobody would take it from him, not even the holiness. He was wise to that too. They'd never subdue him again. He sat cross-legged on the floor of the barn, the grey pink intestines of pony coiled around him, planning his tactics as best he could. He'd never been a great thinker, too much appetite. It overwhelmed his reason. He lived in the eternal presence of his hunger and his strength, feeling
You made a stone sign which you can't read anything on it. Hi, Anthony. How are you?
Maggie joined him, sheltering him under a red umbrella. What the kids? Hotel driving Mrs. Black crazy.
How you doing this Sunday evening, Monday morning, depending on where you're at? Working at surviving, playing on the mosque. How's the mosque treating you? Like a dog turd on a sidewalk?
Okay, you win. We'll go to the Harvest Bloody Festival. Marta. As long as I don't have to pray.
It's number 2 for the day. Can we make it to the next one over?
Through the rain-laced window, he could see into the yard. The barn door flapped open and closed in the wind.
Can't even see it because of the trees.
For Christ's sake, an ambulance! Gwen said again. Denny wasn't listening. There was someone on his property, and he had a strict ritual for trespassers. The barn door teasing. Yes, retreating into the dark. Interloper. He picked up the rifle beside the door, keeping his eyes on the yard as much as he could. Behind him, Gwen had left Amelia on the kitchen floor and was dialing for help. The girl was moaning now. She was going to be okay. It was some filthy trespasser scaring her, that's all. On his land. He opened the door and stepped into the yard. He was in his shirt sleeves and the wind was bitingly cold, but the rain had stopped. Underfoot, the ground glistened, and drips fell from every eave and portico, a fidgety percussion that accompanied him across the yard. The barn door swung listlessly ajar again, and this time stayed open. He could see nothing inside, half wondered if the trick of the light had... But no, he'd seen someone moving in here. The barn wasn't empty. Something, not the pony, was watching him even now. They'd see the rifle in his hands. And
It's like a redwood forest.
Into his place like that. Let them think he was going to blow their balls off. He covered the distance in a half dozen confident strides and stepped into the barn. The pony was wearing a shoe. One of its legs to his right, the upper shank gnawed to the bone. Pools of thickening blood reflected the holes in the roof. The mutilation made him want to heave. All right, he challenged the shadows. Come out. He raised his rifle. He meant it too. At the far end of the barn, something stirred amongst the bales. Now the son of a bitch. The trespasser got up, all 9 feet of him, and stared at Denny. Jesus! And without warning, it was coming at him, coming like a locomotive, smooth and efficient. He fired into it, and the bullet struck its upper chest, but the wind hardly slowed it. Nicholson turned and ran. The stones of the yard had slipped into his shoes, and he had no turn of speed to outrun it. It was at his back in 2 beats, and on him in another. Gwen dropped the phone when she heard the shot. She raced to the window in time to see her sweet Denny eclipsed by a gargantuan form. It howled as it took him, and threw him up into the air like a sack of feathers. She watched helplessly as his body twisted at the apex of his journey, or plummeted down to earth again.
I see it now.
Felt in her every bone, and the giant was at his body like a shot, treading his loving face to muck. She screamed, trying to silence herself with her hand. Too late. The sound was out. He was looking at her, straight at her. Oh God, it had seen her, and now it was coming for her, loping across the yard, a naked engine, and grinning a promise at her as it came. Gwen snatched Amelia off the floor and hugged her close, pressing the girl's face against her neck. Maybe she wouldn't see. She mustn't see. The sound of its feet slapping on the wet yard. Its shadow filled the kitchen. Jesus, help me! She locked the door after her while crockery smashed and wood splintered on the other side. Then she began to load all the hall furniture against it. Table, chairs, coat stand, knowing even as she did it that it would be matchwood in 2 seconds flat. Amelia was kneeling on the hall floor where Gwen had set her down. Her face was a thankful blank. That was all she could do. Now upstairs. her daughter, who was suddenly air light, and took the stairs 2 at a time.
Who's that?
Halfway up, the noise in the kitchen below stopped utterly. She suddenly had a reality. On the landing where she stood, all was peace and freedom. Dust gathered minutely on the windowsill. Flowers wilted. Infinitesimal domestic procedures went on as though nothing had happened. Dreaming it, she said. God, yes, dreaming it. She sat down in the bed Denny and she had slept in together for 8 years and tried to think straight. Some wild menstrual nightmares were so rapid control. She lay Amelia on the pink eiderdown. Denny hated pink, but suffered it for her sake, and stroked the girl's cover. Dreaming it. Then the room darkened, and she looked up, knowing what she'd seen. It was there, the nightmare, all over the upper windows, its spiky arms spanning with glass, clinging like an acrobat to the frame, its repellent teeth sheathed unseen as it gulped her tail. In one swooping movement, she snatched Amelia up from the bed and dived across the floor. Behind her, glass shattered and a gust of cold air swept into the bedroom. It was coming. She ran across the landing to the top of the stairs, but it was after her at heart's beat, ducking through the bedroom door, its mouth hung. It whooped as it reached to steal the mucus arms, huge and fantastic. She couldn't outrun it. She couldn't outfight it. Its hands fixed on Amelia, insolent ease, tugged. The child screamed. Her fingernails raking 4 furrows across her mother's face as she left her alone. Gwen stumbled back, dizzied by the unthinkable sight in front of her, and lost balance at the top of the stairs. As she fell backwards, she saw Amelia's tears-stained face, cold stiff, being fed between her rows of teeth. Her nephew hit the banister and her neck broke. She bounced down the 6 steps, a corpse. The rainwater had drained away a little by the evening, but the artificial lake at the bottom of the pit still flooded the road to a depth of several inches. Serenely, it reflected the sky. Pretty, but inconvenient. Reverend Coote quietly reminded Declan Ewan to report the blocked drains to the county council. It was the 3rd time of asking, and Declan blushed at the request. Sorry. All right, no problem, Declan. We really must get them cleared. A vacant look. A beat. A thought. Water and fall always clogs them again, of course. Coote made a roughly cynical gesture, intending a sort of observation about how it really wouldn't make that much difference when or if the council cleared the drains. Then the thought. There were more pressing issues for one. The Sunday service. Second, it couldn't make much sense of sermon writing this evening. There was an unease in the air today that made every reassuring word in the paper curdle as he wrote it. Coote went to the window, back to Declan, scratched his palms. They itched, like an attack of eczema again. If you can only find some words to shape his distress. Never in his 45 years had he felt so incapable of communication, and never in those years had it been so vital that he talked. Shall I go now? Declan asked. Coote shook his head. A moment longer, if you would. He turned to the Virgin. Declan Ewan was 29, though he had the face of a much older man. Bland, pale features, his hair receding prematurely. What will this egg face make of my revelation, thought Coote. He'll probably laugh. That's why I can't find the words, because I don't want to. I'm afraid of looking stupid. Here I am, a man of the 12th century, Christian family. The first time in 40 odd years I've had a real glimpse of Asian baby. I'm scared of being laughed at. Stupid man, Coote. Stupid, stupid man. He took off his glasses. Declan's empty features became a blur. At least he didn't even look smoking. Declan, this morning I had what I could only describe as a visitation. Declan said nothing, nor did the blur move. never had such an unequivocal manifestation of... Coot stopped. Did he mean God? God, he said, not sure that he did. Declan said nothing for a moment. Coot risked returning his glasses to their place. The egg had been cracked. Declan asked, his equilibrium absolutely unspoiled. Coot shook his head. He'd been trying to find the words all day. The phrases all seemed so difficult.
The long climb to the top.
Why didn't he understand there were no words? I must try, thought Coot. I must. And I felt something going through me, electricity almost. It made my head spin literally on end. Coot's hand was running through his short cropped hair as he remembered the sensation. The hair, standing bolt upright like a field of grey ginger corn, and that buzzing at the temples, the lungs of his groin. It had actually taken him a hard not let him tell Declan that, but he stood there at the altar with an erection so powerful it was like discovering the joy of lust all over again. I won't claim, I can't claim that it was our Lord God. Though he wanted to believe that his God was the Lord of the harbour. I can't even claim it was Christian. Something happened to him. Declan's face was still impenetrable. Coot watched for several seconds, impatient for its display. Well, well, what? Nothing to say? The egg frowned for a moment, furrowing its shell. Then it said, God help us. What? I felt it too. Not quite as you described, not quite an electric shock. Why God help us, Declan? Are you afraid of something? He made no reply. If you know something about these experiences that I don't, please tell me. I want to know. To understand. God, I have to understand. Declan pursed his lips. Well, his eyes began to cycle together, and for the first time, Coot caught a glimpse of thirst behind Declan's eyes. Was it despair, perhaps? There's a lot of history to this place, you know. History of things on this sea. There's been settlement here for centuries, stretching back well before Roman occupation. Nowadays, how long? There's probably also a temple at this site. There's nothing odd about that. Coot offered up a smile, inviting Declan to reassure him. Part of him would be taken as well with his word, even if it was a lie. Declan's face darkened. He had no reassurance to give. And there was a forest here. Huge. The wild woods. Was it still despair behind the eyes? Or was it nostalgia? Not some tame illusion. A forest. You could lose a city. From wolves, you mean? Bears? Declan shook his head. Or civilization. Most of them were powerful structure of their natural habitat, too primitive, but strong. Not like us, not human. already crawling with flies, though the sun had barely been up an hour. Inside the house,
Whoosh!
the shreds of a dress and a casually discarded foot.
Saved it from being pink, and now it is blue.
Lay at the bottom of the stairs. There was no sign of a wound or any sexual interference with the corpse.
B is the one.
Although there were conflicting reports as to the state of the bodies, there was no doubt of the
Okay.
especially the child, dismembered presumably. Her body taken away by her killer. God knows what purpose. The murder while house-to-house interviews were conducted throughout the village. Nothing clear.
I'm crazy right though. Did you
No more suspicious.
like he was like in front of me and then all of a sudden he was like back here.
Flesh in his shins, where his trousers had slid out of his boots, was pecked to the bone. When he was dug up, families of refugee lice scurried from his ears. The atmosphere in the hotel that night was subdued. In the bar, Detective Sergeant Gissing, down from London to head the investigation, had found a willing ear in Ron Milton. He was glad to be conversing with a fellow Londoner, and Milton kept them both in scotch and water for the best part of 3 hours. 20 years in the force, Gissing kept repeating, and I've never seen anything like it. Which wasn't strictly true. There'd been that whore, or selected highlights thereof, he'd found in a suitcase at Euston's left luggage department a good decade ago. And the addict who'd taken it upon himself to hypnotise a polar bear at London Zoo. He was a sight for sore eyes when he dragged him out. Release. Ron wasn't quite sure why he listened to Gissing. It was just something to while the night away. Ron, who'd been radical in his younger days,
Alright, well, we figured that out. Now we're not such a doofus.
He's a fucking lunatic. Take my word for it. He's not in control. You see, it doesn't bother to cover his tracks. Doesn't even care if he lives or dies. God knows any man who'd tear a 7-year-old girl to shreds like that makes him on the verge of dying. Bang. Seen them. Yeah? Oh yeah. I've seen them weep like children, blood all over them like they're just out of the abattoir. Tears on their faces. So you have like that. He got to his feet and blood steadily. Sure as God made little apples, we'll have him. He glanced at his watch and then at the empty glass. Ron made no further offer of refills. Well, said Gissing, I must be getting back to town. Put in my report. He swayed to the door and left Milton to the bill.
Okay, so that's that one.
Along the North Road. The headlights making very little impression on the night. The noise of the engine made Rawhead nervous, though, as it over-revved up the hill past the Nicholson farm. It roared and coughed like no beast he had encountered before, and somehow Homo sapiens had control of it. If the kingdom was to be taken back from the usurpers, sooner or later, he would have to best one of these beasts. Rawhead swallowed his fear and prepared for the confrontation. The moon grew teeth. was a familiar dream, one that he would never have admitted to, not even drunk. Not that he was ashamed, exactly, he knew for a fact that things entertained peccadillos every bit as off-base, and some a good deal less savoury than him. But he was possessive. It was his particular dream, and he wasn't about to share it. In the driving seat, the young officer who'd been chauffeuring Gissing around for the best part of 6 months was waiting for the old man to fall well and truly asleep. Then, and only then, could he risk turning the radio on to catch up with the cricket scores. Australia was over the test, the late rally seemed unlikely. There was a career beats this routine into a cocked hat. Both lost in their reveries, driver and passenger. Neither caught sight of Warhead. He was stalking the car, his giant stride easily keeping pace with it as it navigated the winding, unlit road. All at once, his anger flared, and roaring, he left the field for the tarmac. The driver swerved to avoid the immense form that skipped into the burning headlights, its mouth issuing a howl like a pack of rabid dogs. The car skidded on the wet ground, its left wing grazing the bushes that ran along the side of the road, a tangle of branches lashing the road as it careered on its way. On the back seat, he fell off the ladder he was climbing just as the car came to the end of its hedgerow tour and met a line. The front seat winded but uneven. The impact took the driver off the window in 2 short seconds. His feet now against his face. His tortured voice howled as he reached him. The shadow of his face frightened him, but it forced him. He waited a few cautious moments before passing the road to sniff the wrong. There was a dramatic smell in the air which pricked his sinuses, and the cause of it, the blood of the box, was dribbling down its broken torso and running away down the road. Certain now that it must be finished, he approached. There was someone alive in the box. None of the sweet child flesh that savoured so much, just tough meat. It was a comical face that was round, wild eyes, its silly mouth open to wishes. He kicked the box to make it open, and when that didn't work, he reached and drew the the species that had subdued him. Simple with its jelly lips. He laughed at its pleas, then turned Gissing on his head, held him upside down by one foot. He waited until the flies died down, then reached between the twitching legs and found the might spring. Not large, quite shrunken, in fact quite full. Bladder, all kinds of stuff, none of it made any sense. The only sound Warhead understood from the mouth of the man was this sound he was hearing now, this high-pitched shriek that always attended the well-being. Once finished, he dropped Gissing behind the car. A fire had begun in his smashed engine. He could smell it. He was not so much a beast that he feared fire. Respected it, yes, but not feared it. Fire was a tool. He used it to burn out what used to cremate them in the flames. Now he stepped back from the car as the flame found the petrol, and fire erupted into the air. Heat poured towards him, and he smelt the air on the front of his body crisp, but he was too entranced by the spectacle not to look. The fire followed the blood of the beast, consuming Gissing and licking along the lines of petrol like an eager dog after a trail of piss. Warhead watched and learned a new and lethal lesson. The result of his study was unsuccessfully fighting off sleep. He'd spent a good deal of the evening at the altar, some of it with death. Tonight he'd be no praying, just sleep. Now he had a copy of the old carving in front of him, and he'd spent an hour just staring at it. The exercising was fruitless. Either the carving was too ambiguous, or his imagination lacked breadth. Whichever, he could make very little sense of it. It pictured a burial, certainly, but that was about all he was able to work out. Maybe the body was a little bigger than that of the mourners, but nothing exceptional. He thought of Zeal's pub, the tall man, and smiled. It might well have pleased some medieval wit to picture the burial of a brewer under the altar cloth. In the hall, the 6th clock struck 12:15, which meant
The wolf over there.
Coote got up from his desk, stretched, and switched off the lamp. He was surprised by the brilliance of the moonlight streaming through the crack of the curtain. It was a full harvest moon, and the light, though cold, was luxuriant. He put the guard in front of the door and stepped into the dark somewhere over towards Goosehurst, he heard the sound of an ambulance. What's happened? An open door. There were no headlights on it. In the distance, Bob blew
Oh, fuck.
Accident on the north.
The wolves fucking kicked my ass.
He watched the lights.
Yeah, they didn't even fucking hesitate. They fucking... They beat the fuck out of me.
He frowned. Something caught his eye. A movement in the far corner of the churchyard. Underneath the trees. Moonlight etched the scene in monochrome. Black yews, grey stones. A white chrysanthemum strewed its petals on a grave. The shadow of the yews, but outlined clearly against the slab of a marble tomb beyond. A giant. Coot stepped out of the house in slippered feet. The giant was not alone. Somebody was kneeling in front of it, a smaller, more human shape, its face raised and clear in the light. It was Declan. Even from a distance, it was clear that he was smiling up at his master. Coot wanted to get closer, a better look at the nightmare, and as he took his third step, his foot crunched on a piece of gravel. The giant seemed to shift in the shadows. Was it turning to look at him? Coot chewed on his heart. No, let it be death, please. God, let it not see me. Make me invisible. The prayer was apparently answered. The giant made no sign of having seen his approach. Taking courage, Coot advanced across the pavement of gravestones, dodging from tomb to tomb for cover, barely daring to breathe. He was within a few feet of the tableau now, and he could see the way the creature's head was bowed towards Declan. He could hear the sound like sandpaper on stone that was making at the back of his throat, but there was more to the scene. Declan's vestments were torn and dirty, his thin chest bare. Moonlight caught his sternum, his ribs. His state and his position were unequivocal. This was adoration, pure and simple. Then Coot heard the splashing. He stepped closer and saw that the giant was directing a glycerine rope of its urine onto Declan's upturned face. It splashed into his slightly opened mouth. It ran over his torso. The gleam of joy didn't leave Declan's eyes for a moment as he received this baptism. Indeed, he turned his head from side to side in his eagerness to be totally defiled. The smell of the creature's discharge wafted across to Coot. It was acidic, vile. How could Declan bear to have a drop of it on him, much less bathe in it? Coot wanted to cry out, stop the depravity, but even in the shadow of the yew, the shape of the beast was terrifying. It was too tall and too broad to be human. Surely, this was the beast of the wild woods Declan had been trying to describe. This was the child devourer. Had Declan guessed, when he eulogized about this monster, what power it would have over his imagination? Had he known all along that if the beast were to come sniffing for him, he'd kneel in front of it, call it Lord, before Christ, before civilization, he'd said, let it discharge its bladder on him and smile? Yes.
Chapter 1 of Creatures of the Abyss by Murray Leinster. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, here, visit LibriVox.org. Creatures of the Abyss. Chapter 1. The moment arrived when Terry Holt realized that he was simply holding the bag for Jimenez Isia. Jimenez and Company in the city of Manila. He wasn't getting anywhere himself. So painfully, he prepared to wind up the company's affairs and his own and start over. It seemed appropriate to take inventory, consult the police. They've been both amiable and cooperative, and then make new plans. But first, it would be a good idea to go somewhere else for a while, until the problem presented by La Rubia and Radar and Fish and Orejas de Eos had been settled. He was at work on the inventory when the door opened, the warning bell tinkled, and the girl came into the shop. He looked up with a wary eye, glancing over the partition separating the workshop area in which the merchandise sold by Jimenez is
Gundam style.
There were certain people he felt should not come into the shop. The police agreed with him. He was prepared to throw out anybody who came either to demand that he build something or else, or to demand that he not build it or else. In such forcible ejections, he would be backed by the authorities of the city and the Philippine Republic. But this customer was a girl. She was a pretty girl. She was pleasantly tanned. Her makeup, if she wore any, looked natural, and she carried a sizable parcel under her arm. She turned to close the door behind her. She was definitely from the United States. So Terry said in English, "Good afternoon. Can I do something for you?" She looked relieved. "Ah, we can talk English," she said gratefully. "I was afraid I'd have trouble. I do have trouble with Spanish." Terry came out from behind the partition marking off the workshop. The shop was 17 feet wide, and its larger expanse of plate glass said, Jimenez Isia, in large letters. Terry's now vanished partner, Jimenez, had liked to see his name in large print. Under the name was the line, Especialidades Electrónicas y Físicas. This was Terry's angle. He assembled specialties in the line of electronics and modern physics. Jimenez had sold them, not wisely, but too well. At the bottom corner of the window there was a modest statement, Orejas de Eos, which meant nothing to anybody but certain commercial fishermen, all of whom would deny it. The girl looked dubiously about her. The front of the shop displayed 2 glaringly white electric washing machines, 4 electric refrigerators, and 2 deep-freeze cabinets. "But I'm not sure this is the right shop," she said. "I'm not looking for ice boxes." "They're window dressing," said Terry. "My former business associate tried to run an appliance shop, but the people who buy such things in Manila only want the latest models. He got stuck with these from last year. So I did do, Especialidades Electrónicas y Físicas. But I'm shutting up shop. What are you looking for?" The shop was in an appropriate place for its former products. Outside on the Calle Enero, there were places where one could buy seafood in quantity, mother of pearl, pitch, choir rope, bêche de mer, copra, fuel oil, diesel repair parts, and edible birds' nests. Especialidades fitted in. But though it was certainly respectable enough, this neighborhood wasn't exactly where one would have expected to find a girl like this
Bed
shopping
of
for what a girl like
Lords.
this would shop for. "I'm looking," she explained, "for somebody to make up a special device, probably electronic, for my father's boat." "Ah," said Terry regretfully, "that's my line exactly, as is evidenced in Spanish on the window and in Tagalog, Malay, and Chinese on cards you can read through the glass. But I'm suspending operations for a while."
Decorative
"What
top
kind of
hat.
special device? Radar? No. I doubt you'd want Orejas de Eos." "What are they?" "Submarine ears," said Terry, "for fishing boats."
Regular
The neighbors
double
know about
bed.
it all. They pick up underwater sounds. The neighbors
Present
want to hear
box.
surf a long way off, which may be useful. And some fish make noises, and the fishermen use these ears to eavesdrop on
Basic
them and catch
bitch
them.
bed.
You wouldn't be interested in anything of that sort." The girl brightened visibly. "But I am. Something very much like it, at any rate. Take a look at
I'm
this
looking
and see what my father wants
for
to have made." She put her parcel on a deep freeze unit and pulled off its paper covering. Inside was a sort of curved
pulverizer.
handle at one end. It was about 3 feet long and made of light-colored fibrous wood, and on the convex part of its curvature it was deeply carved in peculiar transverse ridges. "A fish-driving paddle," she explained, "from Alua." He looked it over. He knew vaguely that Alua was an island somewhere near Bohol. "Naturally, a fish-driving paddle is used to drive fish," she said. "To herd them, you might say. People go out in shallow water and form a line. Then they whack paddles like these on the surface of the water. Fish try to get away from the sound, and the people herd them where they want them, into fish traps usually. I've tried this while wearing a bathing suit. It makes your skin tingle. Smart, rather. It's a sort of pins and needles sensation. Fish would swim away from an underwater noise like that."
Green
Terry
pepper.
examined the carving. "Well?" "Of course, we think there's something special about the noise these paddles make. Maybe a special waveform?" "Possibly," he admitted. "But we want something else to do the same trick on a bigger scale. Directional, if possible. Not a paddle, of course. Better, bigger, stronger, continuous. We want to drive fish, and this paddle's limited in its effect." "Why drive fish?" asked Terry. "Why not?" asked the girl. She watched his face. He frowned a little, considering the problem the girl posed. "Oh, Eos might object," he said absently. "Who?" "Eos," he repeated. "It's a superstition. The word means they or them. Things under the ocean who listen to the fish."
Ooh, butcher's knife.
"You're not serious." It was a statement. "No," he admitted, still eyeing the paddle. "But the modern, business-like fishermen who buy submarine ears for sound business reasons call them Arrayas de Eos, and everybody knows what they mean, even in the modernized fishing fleet." "Which," said the girl, "Jimenez Isia has had a big hand in modernizing. That's why I came to you. Your name is Terry Holt, I think. An American Navy captain said you could make what my father wants." Terry nodded suddenly to himself. "What you want," he said abruptly, "might be done with a tape recorder, a submarine ear, and an underwater horn. You'd make a tape recording of what these whackings sound like underwater, edit the tape to make the whackings practically continuous, and then play the tape through an underwater horn to reproduce the sounds at will. That should do the trick." "Good. How soon can you do it?" she asked. "I'm afraid not at all," said Terry.
Pulverizer. Okay.
"I find I've been a little too efficient in updating the fishing fleet. I'm leaving the city for the city's good." She looked at him inquiringly. "No," he assured her. "The police haven't asked me to leave. They're glad I'm going, but they're cordial enough, and it's agreed that I'll come back when somebody else finds out how La Rubia catches her fish." "La Rubia?" "The redhead," he told her. "It's the name of a fishing boat. She's found some place where fish practically fight to get into her nets. For months now, she's come back from every trip loaded down gunwale deep.
You need to
If
do
she
our
makes her trips
progression
fast,
and
naturally,
get a
other
bunch of
fishermen
this
want to
shit
come along with her.
unlocked.
So, the Bonanza voyages," Terry explained, "started immediately after La Rubia had submarine ears installed. Immediately, all the other boats installed them. My former partner sold them faster than I could assemble them, and nobody regrets them. They do increase the catches, but they don't match La Rubia. She's making a mint of money. She's found some place, or she has some trick, that loads her down deep every time she puts out to sea." The girl made an interrogative sound. "The other fishermen think it's a place," Terry added, "so they ganged up on her. 2 months back, when she sailed, the entire fishing fleet trailed her. They stuck to her closer than brothers. So she sailed around for a solid week and never put a net overboard. Then she came back to Manila empty. They were furious. The price of fish had gone sky high in their absence. They went to sea to make some money regardless. When they got back, they found Larubia had sailed after they left, got back before they returned, and she was just loaded with fish, and the market was back to normal. There was bad feeling. There were fights. Some fishermen landed in the hospital, and some in jail. A motor truck
30 more
pulled up on the street
amethysts.
outside the shop of the now moribund Jimenez Isia. The girl automatically turned her eyes to the source of the noise. Then she looked back at Terry. And then my erstwhile associate Jimenez had a brainstorm, said Terry ruefully. He sold the skipper of Larubia on the idea of short-range radar. I built a set for him. It was good for possibly 20 miles. So Larubia sailed in the dark of the moon with 50 fishing boats swearing violent oaths that they'd follow her to hell and gone. When night fell, Larubia put out her lights, used her radar to locate the other boats who couldn't see her, and sneaked out from their midst. She came back loaded down with fish. There were more fights, and more men in the hospital and in jail.
Oh, yeah.
That they used radar to dodge their rivals. And that's
Bone
how
sword.
me.
Bone
The
pickaxe.
girl had listened interestedly. Why?
Okay, okay.
So Jimenez began to take orders for radar from other fishing boat owners. If Larubia could dodge them by radar, they could trail her by radar even in the dark. So the skipper and crew of Larubia promised blood-curdling things as Jimenez's fate if he delivered a radar set to anybody else. Then the skippers and crews of other boats made even more
Get the
blood-curdling
bone armor,
promises if he
too.
didn't deliver radar to them. So Jimenez ran away, leaving me to hold the bag. The girl nodded. And therefore, said Terry, I'm shutting up shop. I'll turn the inventory over to the police and go off somewhere until someone learns where Larubia gets her fish. When things calm down again, I'll come back and start a business once more, without Jimenez. I'll probably stick to electric eye doors, burglar alarms, closed-circuit television systems, and things like that. Then I might make this underwater broadcasting device, if your father still wants it. I'd better not now. We heard about your problem, said the girl, almost exactly the way you just explained it. Terry stared. Then he said politely, Oh, you did? Yes, I thought. Then you knew, said Terry more politely still, that I was leaving town and couldn't make the gadget you want? You knew it before you came here? Why, said the girl, your plans seem to fit in very nicely with ours. We've got a 60-foot schooner and we're sailing around. My father wants something like what you described. So, since you want to, travel around for a time, why not come on board our boat and make the thing
Bone
there?
pickaxe.
We'll land you anywhere you like when it's finished. Thanks.
Activate
Terry,
a
with the girl
dream
politely
spire.
saluted.
Okay.
I think I made a fool of myself explaining. You knew it all beforehand. I'm afraid I bored you horribly. You probably even know that Jimenez took all the funds when he ran away. She hesitated and then said, Yes, we thought that I should have trouble raising steamer fare to any place at all, he said without cordiality. And I will. You had that information too, didn't you? Please, she said with distress. Make it sound. Did you have any idea what I charged to assemble the device?
welcome back. I decided that for today we're gonna do a compilation. I'll have row. This is over 2 hours, so I hope you enjoy. And if you don't like one, welcome back. Sexual assault. So if you want to avoid neighborhood, though I'm all settled in now, me and my family were close to being finished unpacking when this occurred. I go to an online school, and I finished decently
Dream Spire.
Plenty of spare time. The neighborhood I moved into has a neighborhood watch system. Basically, we all look out for each other like a big family. It's also relatively safe here, so it was a huge surprise when I woke up in the middle of the night from a loud bang coming from outside. I live on the second story of our house, a window next to my desk facing the front of the house. I sat up and I'd opened the curtains of the window, and I took a peek outside. You see, there's an abandoned one-floor house to the left of ours, which was condemned due to a type of black mold living in the walls. No one's lived there for 5 years or so. I was fairly surprised then when I saw a large green van in the house's driveway, seemingly trying to hide behind my own car. I pulled out my phone and I zoomed into the window of the car for a better look to see if there was anyone inside. And I saw it was empty.
Okay.
I looked down below my window as I had heard a bit of rustling, and I saw a man crouching in the bushes, looking into my son's room right
You
below mine.
You're looking like a man.
Spotted by the man, who then quickly ran over to his van, hopped into the driver's door, and pulled away. I decided to call the police, but they said they couldn't do anything, as they haven't actually done anything except being around my lawn. So the next night, basically the same exact thing happened, except this time, someone else was with the man. They ran over to the van like before, except this time, the second one ran over to the abandoned house, lifted up the garage door,
raw
and
purple
ran inside.
crystals. Okay.
And the man who ran into the van pulled out. I called the cops once more, and they went over to search the house, but found nothing. So just the other day, 4 to 5 months after this occurred, I saw the same man from before, long shabby hair and a shaved beard, and he was staring out of the window watching me while I took out the garbage can to the curb by the road. Again, I called the cops one final time, and they searched the house again. This time actually finding the man, taking him out of the house, and then identifying him as the previous owner of the house. The man had actually admitted to attempting to rob us, take the things which he would have stolen, and continued living in the house next door. Yeah, pretty damn crazy. I'm a 17-year-old female, and the situation happened to me yesterday afternoon. My boyfriend was feeling a little sick, and I wanted to run to the store to get him some stuff to make him feel better. I chose to go to a store a little ways away from my house. Big mistake. I get to the store, and before I get out of my car,
Most uncomfortable sleeping
I look around while sitting in
ever.
my car, not seeing anything, and feeling like I was just
But
being
oh
paranoid.
well.
I decided to get out of the car and then make my way into the store. As soon as I walk out of my car, I see a man, maybe in his early 30s, wearing yellow rain boots, walking faster towards my direction. Not thinking anything of it, because maybe he was in a rush to get into the store, I go along with my shopping and forget about the man. While walking through one of the aisles, I see the same man that I saw in the parking lot staring at me with his deep dark eyes. At first, I thought he saw someone he knew behind me, and I just shrugged it off. Continuing to the aisles, I continue to see the same man.
Activate Dream Spire.
Just watching
Okay.
me grab everything I needed and following me to every section of the store. As soon as I decided to look his way, he would quickly shift his body to make it look like he was looking at something, but he just kept his dark, deep, scary eyes on me. I was getting nervous about how this man was acting, and I had gone him to the front, and I had told an employee about this strange man. They looked at me in a strange way, like they didn't believe me, and I just shrugged it off. I was starting to get more.
Shrug it off. Shrug it
I
off.
decided to go to a checkout lane. At At this time, I kept looking over my shoulder to see if the man was still following me or staring at me. He disappeared, and this was the biggest sense of relief I've ever experienced. I then felt that everything was finally back to normal. I get out into the parking lot heading to the car, and I immediately sensed that someone was looking at me. I look around, and there's the same man who was in the store with me just minutes before, but this time he was closer. I ran to my car as fast as I could and threw everything in the passenger seat. I immediately locked my door, and I just barely missed him. He started smacking his hands on my window and smiling. I started the car as fast as I could.
Want to make a
and I dipped the hell out of
bow?
the parking lot.
I want to make a bow.
I began to see a truck following from behind, and I was way too nervous to go home, and my intuition told me to try and lose him. I ended up rushing back home, taking the longest way possible. I thought that I lost him because he was no longer in sight, but boy was I wrong. As soon as I got inside the house, I had then heard a rev of a truck. I looked out the peephole, and sure enough, it was the same truck that I saw earlier. This guy had actually followed me home. I told my boyfriend to go do something about it, but by the time my poor sick boyfriend got outside, the truck was gone. That was probably the most scariest day of my life. I don't know what that man's intentions were, but he never did come back after that. Thank God. Stay safe out there, and don't go straight home if you feel like you're being followed like I did. It had all started when we had to move houses due to a house fire. Me and my fiance were looking for a place to live, and we'd came across a lady named Tracy. At the time, she seemed very nice. It wasn't until 2 months later that she would turn up on our doorstep asking if she can sleep over and crash out on our sofa. When we refused, she got really angry, and she then got in her car and drove off drunk. 1 week later, she came back with her husband, and she wanted us out of her flat that she was renting out to us because we were a gay couple, and due to her religion, she couldn't let that happen. When I answered the door, she pulled out a screwdriver and then stabbed me. She stabbed me in my leg, just barely missing an artery, which could have killed me. When I called the police, they then came and took her away, but her husband just got a warning. The day after that happened, her friend Christine came over asking for money from us for compensation for getting her best friend arrested. After 1 month, she came back drunk out to the flat with a needle and syringe filled with a clear liquid. She said that she wanted to give us a moving-in gift that would make us sleep. When I asked her what was in it, she said that her friend Christine gave her heroin, enough that would take us off the earth. I called the police, and they arrived and found her, but they couldn't find the needle. We eventually found out that she had thrown the needle in the drain, and she was once again arrested. Well, a few nights later, after she got released from jail, she came back once again with 2 guys. She kicked in our door with the guys who had weapons on them. Luckily, we had managed to climb out of the window, but God only knows what would have happened to us if we didn't get out of there. We ended up moving the hell away from that area shortly after, as it was a really bad area full of drug dealers.
I need wood.
The story takes place
Got wood?
in October of last year. I was in my room around 8:30 p.m. when everything began to occur. I just went back into my room after speaking with my brother, who was in the upstairs living room right next to
Oh, I
me.
need
I
wood.
had heard a revving noise coming from right outside. I had my blinds cracked so I could see out, but it would be hard to see in. There was a dark truck that was backing up to my brother's GMC Envoy, parked at the curb just outside of our house. It took my brain all of 3 seconds to put together what was about to happen. I may have smashed in my brother's window and was trying to get inside. I lifted up my blinds very fast and then screamed.
Ugh, not enough dread bones.
Get the fuck away from our car! The man saw me and he panicked, but he then pointed up at me, then yelling back, "Shut the fuck up, you little bitch!" Now, I'm a stubborn and big-mouthed girl that sometimes really doesn't know when to shut up. So before I hopped in the truck, I then yelled out, "No, fuck you, asshole!" And I then yelled at my brother, "Yo, Sean, there's some assholes breaking into your car." My pit bull and I go barreling out of my room. The guy had gotten into the truck and was taking off down the street. We then ran inside and told our parents what was going on, but immediately ran back out to the front yard. I had noticed across the street that another car had been tampered with, but left alone. My neighbors had come outside, and I had to explain everything that happened. We all went silent when we heard the loud motor of the engine pass by down the end of our street. Now, two things happened at this point. My stepdad had gotten on the phone with the local police department, letting them know of the situation. The other, well, my mom in nothing but a nightshirt had gotten into her car, and she had spun down the street where we had showed her. After speaking with the police, we had waited in the yard when we all heard the loud engine again, and it was moving fast. I ran to the corner, barefoot and in my pajamas, to see the truck hauling ass out of the neighborhood. I started to run, but by this time it had started to pour. Not too far behind me, my mom's car came flying down the street.
Okay, well, we know we can make it to this one, and then there's another one
My mom was chasing
right
them
over
at a
here.
red light and was
So,
then following them onto the freeway. My neighbor's friend had gotten into his truck to go help my mom, and I pointed out where to go. My mom had followed them onto the freeway, but had soon lost them. She said that when she went looking for them, she had spotted the truck parked, but still on, next to a white work van. When she got closer, they both sped off, and my mom chased the truck. She said she tried to read the license plate, but due to the rain and the fact that she didn't have her reading glasses, she couldn't make it out. We both told our stories to the police, and we found out that they had actually broken into a car further down the street before they took off to ours. My brother had apparently left his backpack in his car, and that's what the creeps had saw. I couldn't make out the driver, but the man who had cursed up at me was a man with a white hat, and that's all I could get. The reason I bring this up now is that in January, the truck flew by our house, causing my mom and me to stay on high alert all night. But just last month, I was home alone while my parents were in Italy, and I heard them again. It was almost midnight, but I had sat up in bed looking out my window to then see the truck creep by my house before they sped off down the street. They were in a lifted dark Ford with 4 doors, and it had a custom engine. The truck was also older, so it was a little easier to identify. Every time I think back to that night, I always think, why were those idiots breaking into cars so early in the evening? And what would have happened if one of the men had a gun when I decided to open my big mouth? Be safe out there, everyone. There really are some crazy idiots out, and it really is terrifying. Does anyone remember that big power outage back in the summer of 2003 that affected most of the southeast Canada and the northeastern United States? Maybe not, but I'll tell you about it. I was 16 at the time, and I was about to enter my junior year of high school. I was still living in my parents' house in Michigan, and I was on my way at work. I forget what my brother was doing, but he wasn't at the house either. I was home alone during the afternoon. My parents had told me that someone was coming by to take a look at our air conditioner that afternoon and to let him in. A couple of hours before the technician was scheduled to arrive, the power went out. Now, I didn't realize that it was a nationwide outage at first, and I thought it was just a small blackout. I was in my room reading a magazine when I then heard a knock at the door. I looked out my window, and I saw a red van in the driveway. I figured it was the air conditioner guy, and I walked to the front door to let him in. I opened the door, and I saw 2 men standing at the entrance of my house. Right away, it seemed odd. I thought only one guy was coming, not 2. Also, they weren't dressed in any uniforms of any kind. They were just wearing t-shirts and jeans. They also had no tools, no instruments, clipboards, or anything you would think a pair of technicians would have. They were just standing there. I greeted them with a quick hello, and one replied back, "Hi, are your parents home?" "Nah, they're not," I replied. "Oh, well, we're here from the electrical company. We're investigating the recent power outage, and our reports indicate the connection to your home may be faulty. We need to come inside and take a look at your fuse box."
Wait, no, you
You're
won't.
not here to look at the air conditioner? I asked them curiously. "Well, we can take a look at that while we're here if you'd like." And he began to enter. "Okay, but someone's coming by to look at the air conditioner today as well. He's supposed to get here soon." I tell him. Right away, they both got nervous looks on their faces. The guy walking inside stopped dead in his tracks. He turned to the guy outside, and they exchanged glances. The guy outside just shook his head, and he made the finger across his throat gesture. Then he looked at me and said hesitantly, "Okay, well, we don't want to interrupt his work. We'll come back another time. We have other houses to look at." And they turned around, and they started making their way back towards their van. As they were walking away, I had noticed what looked like a flip knife clipped to one of their belts. They got back to their van, and they drove away, tires squealing down the street. They were going a lot faster than they should have been in a residential area. I just stood there completely confused. It was such a strange encounter. Still, I was really relieved that they were gone, but seeing that knife really unsettled me. About 20 minutes later, I saw another van pull up. This time, however, I could actually see the logo of the heating and cooling company on the side of the van, and a man walked out in full uniform. He knocked on the door, and I answered. He then explained that because of the huge multi-state power outage, he couldn't diagnose the air conditioner problem properly, and since he was already on his way, he figured he would just come by and let us know since he couldn't get through on the phone. Wait, this is all over the country? I thought this was just in the area. A couple of guys from the electrical company came by just before you got here, and they wanted to look at the fuse box. I told him. A surprised expression came over his face. He explained that he had worked for an electrical company for 10 years prior to his current job, and he said that he never went to individual houses to look at fuse boxes during power outages, and there would be no reason to ever do so. I told him the details of my brief encounter with them, and my heart sank in fear as he informed me in a very concerned and dead serious voice that he was absolutely certain those men were not from the electrical company. He told me I should tell my parents about it and have them tell the police. I just stood there speechless for a moment. The gravity of what had occurred and what could have happened finally hitting me like a sledgehammer. He explained that he couldn't stay and he had to get back to the office. I couldn't thank him enough for coming and explaining that to me. I then told my dad everything that happened when he got home. He stormed out of my house in a furious rage, and he went to my neighbor's house, since they had a generator working, and they used their phone to call the police. When he got back, he told me that while he was there, he had talked to the neighbors about it, and they had told him that the people living across the street had seen that van pull up to some other houses as well. The guys knocked on the door, and when nobody answered, they moved on to our house. It wasn't until the next day that the police had arrived to take a statement, as everything was in disarray with the power outage, and they were way too busy handling other emergencies. I told the officers what had happened, but without a license plate number, there really wasn't much for them to go on. They left, and I just spent the next few weeks in total fear, dreading that those guys would come back. Thankfully, though, they never did. As far as I know, nothing ever came of the police report, and those guys were never caught. Looking back at it, though, it was very stupid of me for to just take those imposters at their word that they were really from the electrical company. I would have been alone with two armed and dangerous criminals during a massive power outage with no way to call the police. guys that I was home alone or let them inside. I have no idea what they were planning, and I don't think I want to know. What scares me the most is they didn't break into an unoccupied house. They wanted someone to answer the door and let them in. They weren't deterred by my presence, and they only left when they found out that the air conditioning guy was on his way. That tells me then they weren't likely there to just simply rob my house. They were probably going to do something to me as well. So here's my advice to everyone out there. Never ever allow people into your home without verifying who they really are first, even if you're expecting someone. You just never really know who you're dealing with otherwise. I hope everyone stays safe. I was a manager of a movie theater. I did this for 11 years while I was in high school and finishing college. This was in the late 90s before everyone had cell phones. Now, our theater
there's
was
one.
in 1985. It had two main halls with a concession stand in the middle. We didn't have the business and staff to run both sides of the stand, as well as both halls. So we put a huge standee to cover Hall 1 and directed all traffic to Hall 2. I came in after school and opened the front door, and I left it open for my employee that I saw driving up as I went inside. I didn't wait for him because I had to use the restroom. I ducked behind the standee and ran to the restroom. We had gone over and over that you need to pull the door behind you because people show up early before we open, and they try and come sit in the lobby while we're getting set up with loose cash all over. Well, Drew left the door open. I came out of the restroom and I went to the door to head upstairs to the office and start the day of setting up and shredding all the projectors while Drew got the stand ready. As I opened the door and looked up the stairs, there's a large dark-skinned man holding Drew by the arm, and he had a gun pointed at me. He yelled, "Get up here now! Open up the safe!" I just smiled and said, "Hi, how are you?" I came up the stairs and pulled Drew away from the man, and I then stood between him and the armed robber. Drew was 16 and just a kid. I opened the door, and I told Drew to sit on the other side of the desk in the corner. I propped open the door and put my things on the desk. We had 3 phones in this office. He then yelled at Drew to pull the one behind him off the wall. The robber grabbed the office drop slips from the tray on the wall and ripped the phone from the desk out, as well as the one behind him from the computers. I got down on the ground and started to open the safe. Now, this was a Monday, so we hadn't had the time to send back our extra petty cash for the weekend that the armored driver took Mondays. We had thousands in cash, more than normal business days. He throws a small bag at me, and he tells me to put the cash in. I took my time and emptied every bag. I really did my best to unnerve him as I was cool and calm, and my heart wasn't even racing. We have 2 boxes with 500 in quarters each. He wanted them in his bag, but they wouldn't fit. He points the gun at me, and he tells me to make them fit. I said they won't, and I let them fall out on his foot. He makes Drew empty his backpack. Drew put all of his things under the desk out of sight because he didn't want him to take his electronics and whatnot. I put all the money in the backpack, and I step up into space to hand him the bag. I'm 5'8", and I had on high heels, making me about 6 foot. I'm tall, slim, and blonde, but I can also lift with the guys. I was now eye to eye with this fat-ass man. I was showing no fear. He just kept telling me, "Back up! Back up! Stand over there! Stop looking at me!" And I would just smile at him. When you're young, you think you will live forever. I just wanted him to run away from us and to be intimidated by me, so that he knew I would do something if he tried to touch us. He just kept telling me to back up and turn around, and also telling Drew to come around the desk. I gave the guy an evil look, and he then said back, "I just need him to open the doors for me." As they turned to leave, I ditched my shoes, and I ran across the hall to the projection booth as soon as his back was turned. I called the police, and I then told them we've been robbed, that he took my employee, and that they're still in the building. Drew came up the stairs looking for me, and I then told him that I was on the phone with 911. He told me that the getaway car was a red Honda with a female driver. The cops made it within 5 minutes. The weirdest thing was before the police showed up, an employee who worked down the street at an iMaster showed up banging on the door, yelling, asking if we're okay, and to open the doors. And at the same time, the other manager that I worked with was calling while I was on the phone with 911. When I answered his call, he just kept yelling, asking what's happening, saying how he had this bad feeling that we were in trouble and that he needed to be here with us. I'm in the car now on the freeway headed to you. I'm 5 minutes away, he said. The employee then said how he was standing at the counter at work, and suddenly he knew that he needed to get to the theater right away. He told his other coworker to watch the place, and then ran to get us. I guess that I broadcasted a mental alarm or something. My mother called me on her lunch break asking what's happening as well. She said that she felt doom wash over her in her meeting, and then called when she got out. 3 weeks later, I was at work, managers in training in Dallas, and I then get a pager alert to call my mother and some other number. I told the district manager something's going on, and I called. It was the Arlington Police Department. They arrested a man that they think is the gunman, and that I needed to come up and do a lineup. I told all the managers that I had to go, and they told me to go. Go get him. I was able to point him out within seconds. I had to actually go to a trial and stand on the witness stand and point him out. He actually tried to claim it was a fake gun. I told everyone there that I'm a member of the National Rifle Association. I know guns. He took a plea deal after that. 25 years until he can get parole, which is coming up next year. As it turns out, he kidnapped a bank employee just a week after robbing me. I really hope he learns his lesson in jail. I learned that I can stay cool as a cucumber in stressful situations. Drew thanked me for trying to protect him. I'm just glad both of us ended up okay, and that neither one of us got shot. I'm a 37-year-old female who grew up in the 90s to early 2000s in a subdivision on the western slope of Colorado. In this suburb, there were quite a few kids around my age. My childhood friend lived across the road from me, and her and I would constantly play together and ride bikes. There were a few neighborhood kids that would tease and pick on my friend, and I occasionally as well. In our subdivision, we had a new family move in with their 2 kids. They were homeschooled, and they were very sheltered children now that I think about it. One evening, the whole subdivision of kids were out in force riding around on bikes. And of course, my friend and I became the target of taunts and name-calling while being laughed at. Around this time, the new kids came out to ride with the rest of us. The teasing took a pivot and was now targeted on the new kids. I'm ashamed to say that I also started to pick on them too, just to fit in. As I was picking on the kids, I had seen their mom sitting in the garage watching her kids and the rest of us. This scared me. In my little kid mind, I thought she was going to come out and yell at me and the others. As I was getting ready to pedal home and ride, their dad came speeding down the road and pulled into the family driveway extremely aggressively. Now I'm really scared, thanking the mom and called him to come home because we were picking on their kids. As I'm sitting there thinking of all the horrible outcomes that are about to happen to me and my fellow bullies, the father slams his car door and walks up to his wife when they're then having a really heated argument that I can't hear. My fears reached the peak, and I then pedaled home as fast as I could to go hide. Meanwhile, I hear the mother calling to her kids to come in for the night. As I headed my house, I started to calm down, and I eventually forgot all about my fear of being scolded. My ease was not to last, as within a couple of hours of going inside, several police cars had swarmed the neighbor's house. My parents and my older brother all just watched through our living room window, trying to figure out what was going on. And my little kid head, the mom and dad had called the cops on all of us kids for picking on their children. But as the situation had progressed, no law enforcement came to talk to my parents about my bad behavior. As I woke up the next day for school and stood at the bus stop with all the other kids, they were all talking about what happened. One kid said that the parents were gang members and shots were fired on the house, or that the dad had taken the lives of his family. Well, it wasn't until a few years later, when I was in my early teens, when I'd actually heard the facts of what actually happened that night. So, I guess the mother and father, having just bought this new house in our subdivision, were now having financial trouble, along with the wife not happy in the marriage, and had asked for a separation early in the day. In the evening, when she'd let the kids come out to play with the rest of us, the dad came home extremely angry with her. As time had progressed that evening, their argument had reached a peak, and the father, feeling frustrated and that all hope was lost, went out to his car, pulled out a pistol, and ended his life. Since there was a gun involved, it brought a lot of uniformed officers to our neighborhood. EMTs were also called due to the nature of the father's wound to the head, but he was dead on sight. Looking back at it now as an adult, I can't help but feel so much sorrow for that family. I mean, damn, those poor kids. As a mother, how do you even explain that? What can you even say? I always wondered how they're doing, if their childhood ended up being a happy one, even with this tragedy. I never saw them again after that night, but I sure can remember their little faces. Mental health is no joke or something to shrug off. If you're struggling, or you know a loved one who is, reach out and try and help or find support. Thank you for taking the time to listen to my story. For reference, I'm a 26-year-old female living near the Memphis, Tennessee area. I travel to East Tennessee a good bit, either to visit my boyfriend when he's out of town, or to go visit my Tennessee Hummer family. We always plan meetups and drive our Hummers through the mountains. This time, however, I was traveling to do both. My boyfriend was staying in a hotel in Nashville, Tennessee. I drove the 3 to 4 hour drive to go spend the weekend with him, and I would visit my Hummer family while I was gone to work during the day. I had a pretty decent drive, nothing too crazy. I got close to where I was about an hour away from getting off the interstate and being at the hotel. I started to debate if I wanted to stop and take a bathroom break and get a snack before I go to the hotel, and crashed, and I'm so glad I decided against it. Let me tell you why. Once I made it to the hotel, I got out of my Hummer and I took my pistol out of my car holster and I put it into my waistband holster like I always do when traveling. I unloaded my luggage and headed inside. It was about 12 to 1 a.m. I believe at that time. For reference, my boyfriend's hotel room was like a small apartment. Once you walked in, on your right was the fridge, counters, and mini island cooking area. To your left was a closet, then the bathroom right behind it. Behind the wall of the bathroom was the first bed. This was the bed we were sleeping on to be blocked from the door, just in case something happened. I get up to my boyfriend's room, and he then greets me at the door. I go inside, and I then get ready to take a quick shower before we go to bed. Once I finished, I went into the bedroom, got dressed, and was snuggled for a while. He had been out of town a lot, so it was nice to be with him again. A few minutes later, we're laying in the bed, and we hear some running and screaming from down the hallway. We were really confused, but we guessed it was probably just someone's kid playing or something, forgetting that it was midnight, and the screams weren't all that loud, or maybe they were just too far down the hallway to tell. Well, we continued to lay there, but we were quiet, and we kind of just listened. About a minute or two later, we hear a pop. It didn't really click on our minds what it was, that is, until the second pop came, and my boyfriend threw me over the bed, and then threw me on the floor behind our bed. Someone was outside our room shooting. We laid there on the floor with our guns drawn just in case we needed to protect ourselves, as we didn't know what was going on in that moment. So we waited. Once it was quiet for a while, my boyfriend phoned the front desk and they said that the police would be here soon. We both just waited and watched out the window. Now, I won't be mentioning the hotel's name. I couldn't even remember it if I tried, to be honest, because I don't want to get any legal issues after me. I did want to share this story with someone though, just in the hopes that I get across to some ladies the very importance of having something to protect yourself with. If I didn't have my pistol, and I turned that corner off the hallway to the elevators on the main hallway, I have no idea what I would have done. If you do have a pistol, please take it with you everywhere. Have it loaded at all times on your person. You never know when you may need it. The cops eventually had the road to the hotel blocked off, and across from the hotel was a big field. They searched the field while a unit searched the hotel. We waited, watching the whole scene unfold. We saw a stranger come out of the lobby with a black bag. We all knew what that meant. After we heard a commotion outside in our hallway, we got a bit worried, until we then heard, "Abandoned police. Is anyone hurt?" We went to the door, and we looked out the peephole, and we told them no, we're fine. They continued down the hallway knocking on everyone's doors. We sat there for hours, just waiting for them to finish.
Oh, are you kidding me?
When I left, it was about 6 a.m., and my boyfriend went to go to work. I kind of just sat there in the room until my sister-in-law came up to the room to sit with me until my boyfriend and his brother got back from work. We sat there watching movies until about an hour later, and they got back to the room.
Don't know if that's some kind of server restart.
We all just hung out in the room together for a bit, talking about what happened, and all the blood and bullet holes that were in the walls.
O-rings?
There was a bullet hole in the wall right outside of our room, and there was blood all over the door of the stairwell, as well as all the walls that passed our room. I'm just so thankful that I didn't stop and take a bathroom break when I thought about it, because I probably would have been right in the middle of it all. We lost a lot of sleep that weekend, and we still get jumpy anytime we stay in a hotel now. It was such an insane experience, and I'm just really glad we all lived to see another day. We heard that the shooter was the one who was carried out in the body bag. A guest apparently pulled their gun out and ended their spree before it got too bad. We aren't really sure if that happened though. No one really told us anything. My boyfriend and brother-in-law just heard from their coworkers or around the hotel. It's still surreal to me that I could have been right in the middle of it all if I had actually decided on stopping. Moving forward, I will always continue to drive unless I physically can't. I will keep my full name in the place of the event anonymous due to personal reasons, but I felt like sharing it might help in the long run with the PTSD coping process. So here's my story. It was November 27th, 2018. I was working as an assembly worker in a window manufacturing plant, inserting glass into frames, and then securing them before they were loaded into the delivery trucks to be shipped out to customers. A coworker and I were talking about the holiday season and what we had planned to do with our families. It was only 30 minutes into our shift, 6:30 a.m. to be exact, when 4 pops rang throughout the factory. Reacting to this, myself and a couple of the other workers initially thought it was just a mechanical failure on the line. That is, until 2 more bangs echoed throughout the factory. Only then did we know for certain. They were gunshots. It sounded as if they were coming from the shipping area, no more than 100 feet away from my section of the assembly line. We all then ran to the nearest fire exit, and luckily made it to the parking lot. Once outside and safely away from the building, I called my parents to let them know of the situation, and no matter what happened, I loved them. Soon enough, the shooting stopped, and we were ordered back into the building once police arrived on the scene. The factory instructed us to continue working for an extra 30 minutes, but in actuality, none of us were feeling very productive after that. We were all sent home, and from here, my memory is a little blank, as it was a trans blur throughout the following hours. The news story later came out how an employee threatened the shooter's wife and that the shooter had taken it upon himself to make an example. He held an employee at gunpoint and demanded him to escort him to the said employee, and once there, he opened fire. Luckily, nobody was killed, but the employee who was targeted was hit in the ankle and kneecap before the shooter left the premises, but he was eventually caught by authorities just a mile away. I really struggle with the shooting, in a sense that I'm constantly aware of those around me, and I never fully trust anyone, minus a few. It did, however, motivate me to pursue a higher standard of life, and being that it was my first month at the job, I left shortly afterwards. I'm now in the U.S. Navy working in the aviation field, seeing the world and learning to live life for life. So I guess that's a happy ending. Anyway, thank you for taking the time to hear my story, and to everyone out there listening, be safe. I'm a vendor at Walmart, and I've been doing my job for over 3 years now. I do various tasks like stocking the shelves, taking inventory, and also installing displays. This particular day was like any other. I always work alone, and I'm not required to do any form of customer service. I was on my way down to the grocery aisle, and before I could exit the aisle, I had to allow customers to proceed while pushing their carts. As I backed up slightly, I felt something behind me. I turned my head, and I saw a man behind me, and I then caught myself before I said excuse me. Once I realized he had no card or merchandise, and was literally pressed up behind me. He looked up at me, and he then said, "It looks like you bumped me with your ass," with his male parts on my butt. I gave him a glare, and I then immediately walked away to the other side of the store. I was in such shock and disgust that I just wanted to get away as far as possible. I found myself in the toy section catching my breath, and also processing what had just happened, when I looked up, and I see the same man. He then looked at me while I was at the end of the aisle, and he was then beginning with an evil laugh, then saying to me, "So we meet again, do we?" I then dropped the cart with all the items I needed to work, and I just ran to the back stock area. I then hid for as long as I could, before I went back out on the floor, clocked out, and went straight home. Thankfully, however, I didn't see the man again there, and I really hope I never do. This may not be that scary to many others out there, but it was definitely a scary moment for me. This happened to me when I went to Walmart. I usually come with my cousin or niece, but on this particular day, I went by myself. While grabbing a shopping cart, I saw a couple of guys by the flower area. I didn't really think anything of it. As I was checking my list on my phone, I felt that I was being watched by one of them. As I turned, I saw one of the guys staring at me with the creepiest smile, so I just turned and walked away to the stationery section. As I was looking for the things that I was looking for, I saw one of them standing like maybe a couple of feet away from me, still just staring. I started to get creeped out, and I walked away. As I walked away though, I saw the second guy standing on the other side where I was at. I saw them exchanging looks, and then signaling to each other something that I couldn't really understand, but I just knew that it was bad. As I was turning my head, I saw the guy following me, and he looked like he was on the phone, but I couldn't make out what he was saying because he was talking low. So I quickly grabbed the rest of my things and started to go to the self-checkout. As I was scanning my items, I saw the first guy purchasing some things, but I'd also seen what he was getting. There was duct tape, rope, pills, and gloves. And from that, I just knew something was up. I tried to tell one of the workers, but I was afraid the guys would hear me. So I acted like I wanted to return something back to them. That's when I then told the worker the whole situation. The worker then paid security while the two men were by the exit. It looked like they were waiting for someone. Just then, the security came out to the front of the store, and he was talking to the two men before escorting them out. I didn't really know what else had happened once they went outside. Once I was given the clear to go outside, I then saw a police car, and the two men were inside the car. So what I was later told by the security guard was that these two men were apparently charged with attempted potential kidnapping. When the second police officer was checking the men's car, they found a whole list of a lot of things they had planned to do with whomever they were going to kidnap, as well as a shovel and a layout of a certain area of the woods with a red X on it. If I hadn't turned around at that very moment, things would have turned a lot worse, or deadly even. This all started about 2 years ago when I first started high school. Just to let you know, it still continues to this day. I met this one older guy who had lied about his age to me. He had been a junior while I was a freshman. Although he was 18, I was 15. And at the time, he told me he had just turned 16.
Yeah.
I met him in my college class, as I had started early with getting college credits. A lot of people start young, so I didn't really think anything of it when he told me he had been 16. After my first class, he approached me after we had been released, and he asked for my socials. Now, I don't know how it works with everyone else, but I would rather give my phone number than my socials, just to keep it private if it doesn't end up well. And so I had given him my number.
Bing.
We can call him Ethan. I'd let my friends know all about Ethan. For context, I didn't have many close friends, and I wasn't very open about myself. They were all into the little situation, as he was quite attractive. Later on that day, I had gone to work, and I had told them about Ethan. There were also other teens who went to the same school as me.
Okay, so for that, the second fear, I just have to defeat another vine, which is the lava wood dude out in the desert.
This guy Nick, for example, he had also informed me how Ethan was once his best friend, and that he wasn't really great with girls and relationships. Looking back, it seems kind of stupid on how I ignored all these red flags, as I wasn't so great with trusting on what people had to say. So the next day, Ethan is already asking to hang out, so I said sure. He wanted to head to his house, but I would rather go to mine, again just to stay safe, and so we did. We head to my house, and by now he could drive. Now, a 16-year-old in my school is a sophomore and isn't allowed to drive until junior and senior year. Now, me as a freshman, I hadn't realized these rules, and I just thought of how cool it had been getting a ride home rather than going on the bus. My parents weren't home.
Okay, I'm gonna go use the restroom. I will be right back.
So we ended up watching 2 movies, and going into the third one, he had realized my parents weren't getting home. By now, he had moved extremely close to me. Arms were touching, and that was it so far. Ethan had then asked me if we could do anything sexual. Being 15, I said no, as I wasn't really experienced or knew much about how all that worked. He asked me about 3 more times, and then he got mad and left when I kept saying no. Now, for this not to take too long, I won't go into much detail for the next part. I'd let my friends know what happened, and they didn't really approve. But I still wanted to give Ethan another try. Well, about 4 months later, we'd gotten extremely close, but he had still asked me from time to time to do sexual activities with him, which I always declined. Now, about 6 months in, we wanted to start a real relationship. Looking back now, though, I really should have seen what his actual plan was. He asked me to go to his home. By now, we were in the make-out phase, so that's what we did for a good minute. Then he tried going for a sexual move, and I backed away. He had gotten pretty angry, and he had even started yelling at me about how girlfriends let their boyfriends have sex, and they never say no. He kept on yelling about how stubborn I am, and I need to become submissive to him. I was really afraid to even say anything, as he had multiple pocket knives on him, as well as butterfly knives in his room. But I really had enough, and I had said a few harsh things that I now regret, as it probably led to why he stalked me around. I didn't live too far from his house, so I left, and I then walked to my own home. Well, about 2 days later, I found out that he had gotten into 5 different hookups with 5 different girls, having sex with 3 of them. I only found out because my coworker told me about it. By this time, I ended up ghosting him and losing all contact with him. Ethan wasn't very fond with the disconnection, and he had gone to my house multiple times, as well as making many threats to me and my parents. My dad had finally had enough and called the cops. Now, I wasn't really sure what happened to Ethan in that situation, but all I know is that he didn't learn from it. 3 or 4 months later, I had ran into Ethan at a Walmart. At this time, I was now 16 and I was practicing driving by running errands. He had been following me around until I confronted him. He started to apologize for everything he did and how he wanted to start all over with me. I had declined, and he had gotten into one of those very angry phases that he used to have before. Although he probably realized we were in public and didn't want to cause a scene, he ended up leaving me alone, and I was able to finish up what I had been doing. Going back to my car, I put all of my groceries in, and I headed to the driver's seat, until I felt an arm wrap around my arms and chest. I also felt something cold and thin under my shirt near my abdomen. I was frozen in shock, and I couldn't properly think about what to do. We stood like this silently for about 2 minutes, until he started mumbling why I couldn't love him back, and how he really wants to only make me happy. I still didn't say anything, however, making him impatient. I felt whatever he was holding down against my skin go in deeper. He hadn't stabbed me, but he had just put the lining of a knife right up against my skin. No blood was drawn, but there was an older man who looked to be about in his mid-20s who noticed the position I was in, and then started threatening to call the cops. Ethan ended up running away to his car, all while yelling, "You bitch! You set me up!" Ever since then, he didn't come near me again. Recently though, about 1 or 2.5 months ago, he started showing up again, but from afar. I see him from time to time just lurking. I had gotten the cops involved, and I was able to get a restraining order. No, it didn't stop him from following me around. It really creeps me out whenever I see Ethan, but there's no stress, as I know he won't come near. I now have a boyfriend, and I've also told him the whole story. I make sure that whenever I go out, to always be accompanied by someone for safety. From what I know about what happened with Ethan,
What be
he dropped out
warm?
of high school
What?
senior year, and he had a set of twins. I don't know who the girl is, but I do know that he had
I
left
don't
her and continued
get
to
it.
hook up with younger girls from ages 17 to 24. Now, I never found out
I
his
don't know
true
what
age,
the fuck
but
that
I was about
means.
to
What
turn
the fuck does that
17,
mean?
him now being 21. This may not be as scary as the other encounters, but knowing you're being followed and watched frequently surely sends chills down my spine. And yes, Ethan does keep following me around, and he's sometimes confronted by my boyfriend or my friends. I'll be sure to provide an update if anything ever happens to him, or if there are any other crazy actions committed towards me and my family, or my friends. Let me start off by telling you a little bit about myself, as it's relevant to why it affected me the way it did. First off, I'm a very short female. At the time, I was 18 years old. I hadn't graduated high school, and I had just gotten my first car. Since I wanted to get to know my car a little better, and I wasn't patient enough to drive only in my free time, I'd driven to and from class every day. Honestly, I felt kind of stupid doing that, since my high school was literally 20 minutes away by foot, so I was considering walking more. but being infatuated with finally having my own wheels actually won the battle. Now, I think it's only fair to tell you about my beloved car as well, right? Well, she was a really beat-up small car from 1998. Sometimes the driver's door would get stuck and wouldn't open up unless you shake the living daylights out of it. And I'd have to get out of the passenger door if that happened. Because, like I said, I'm really too small to make a difference. To add to that, my horn had a mind of its own, and it would only work when it wanted to, and neither of my back windows would work as well. They were propped up by small wooden chops, otherwise when you'd hit a pothole, they'd crack open and get stuck. Alright, I think that's enough info about us. Let's get into the actual story. It was a sunny late spring day, and I had classes in first shift, basically until 3 p.m. As usual, I woke up late and drove to class, parking my car behind the school and leaving it there all day until I'm done. I remember this day being particularly busy, so after class, I was late and tired, and I couldn't really be bothered to drive around town to practice my skills. Instead, I hopped in my car, rolled my working windows down, and I blasted some metal to ease my fatigue. So here's the thing, I like my music really loud, and I often get weird looks driving on the streets, so I would ignore people unless they were in my way. I was in a rush to get home. Usually I'd turn from the street down a bridge, and then take the turn from my street. But this time I wanted to leave my car in my rented garage, instead of leaving it in front of the flat that I lived in. Which means that I took a less populated and really tight path
Anyway,
to
that's
some other flats.
supposed to increase your
between two big flag corporations. And
your
you have to drive your car up a
stamina.
sidewalk, cross it, and then somehow get in the tight space in front of the metal box garage, with both walls of each flat attempting to graze each door simultaneously. There's just enough space to get out of the car and open the doors. The reason I'm telling you all this is so you can imagine how the process works. I rolled my car down the tight street, laughed internally at some old lady staring at me, and prepared to climb the sidewalk to get to my garage. Suddenly I saw a really skinny tall guy with no shoes on slowly wobbling down the sidewalk, with his head half stuck inside a big shimmery bag. He wasn't really fazed by my car about to go on the sidewalk, so I stopped midway, front wheels on the sidewalk and back wheels on the road, and I waited for him to pass, but he didn't though. He took his head out of the bag and stood in front of my car, staring at me intently. I think he was mumbling something, but even though I still had my windows rolled all the way down, with my music still playing, I couldn't hear him at all. I lowered the volume, and I was just about to ask him if he needed something, or if he could move away so I could pass, but he then took the chance while I was doing that, to start walking as fast as he could to my door. I freaked out, and I then slammed my finger on the window button to bring it back up. I believe it was just 1 or 2 seconds just breathing in my door, properly hyperventilating by now. I into gear, and I flew up the sidewalk, quite literally, as it's pretty high off the ground, and the car had to climb up. Close at that point, I had to jump on the brakes so I wouldn't ram my garage door at full speed. I stopped and locked my doors, but then turned around really fast. He was then peeking behind one of the flat walls, with eyes wide and his mouth half open. I looked forward again, trying to get my phone out to call either of my parents to check if anyone was home, and neither one of them picked up because they were at work. I kept calling my mom, and just as she picked up, I looked to my side, and I then saw the guy parallel to my driver's door. He saw me look, and he then slammed his palms right on my window. Then with his mouth wide open, he stuck his face on my window too. I screeched in my phone, and I had totally freaked out to my mom, who by that point was just screaming on the phone. "What's going on? Where are you?" I began just screeching at her that a guy was stuck on my window, and he was staring at me. She freaked out even more, then saying, "What? Can't you get out of there? Just
somewhere else.
But I couldn't. It was way too tight to make a turn to leave, and if I forced my way in reverse, I'd run through his feet. So to get out of the passenger door, I'd have to hit a tree or hit the other flat's wall. So I just pushed my back into my seat, and I had tried to pretend that I didn't see him. He was literally slapping his palms on my window and moaning. I saw that his fly was open too. I don't know how to explain it, but then I guess some adrenaline kicked in as I started my car haphazardly and threw it in reverse. The guy jumped back and then slowly walked behind my car, basically cutting me off again. I then saw a car drive on the main road behind me, and I tried to honk at it, but my horn didn't make a sound. I honestly don't know if I was more scared or angry at this point, considering to just let the car rip in reverse and hope he jumps away in the last second. As I switched in reverse, and the car slowly started rolling, he just crooked his head to the side, and when I was 15 centimeters away from him, he just started walking away. I stopped on the sidewalk, trying to see where he'd go, and if I'd really want to take my car out on the main road and hide. But he just kept walking down the road with his back turned to me like nothing even happened. Then when he was almost out of sight, he stuck his face back into the shimmery bag, and then he turned into the neighboring street. I think I stayed there for 10 minutes locked in my car, half expecting him to show up again with newfound energy. But no, he didn't show up again. I reluctantly went out to my car, opened the garage, and drove the car in. I locked it all up, and then ran home like there's no tomorrow. Hopefully my story serves as a piece of advice for someone else out there. Please be careful with people, and always be prepared with a way out. Nothing bad happened to me, thankfully, but it's always better to be safe with a plan, just in case.
Yep, always have a
The
plan.
story happened in spring 2021. For the sake of the story, I'm gonna call myself Anita. I'm a 27-year-old Haitian-American woman, and me and two of my female cousins that I'll refer to as Janice and Julia decided to take a trip to Haiti in May 2021. We had first visited a small countryside town called Cap Haitian to visit our grandparents who lived there. Our first week went pretty well. We enjoyed the beach, spent time with family, and we had really enjoyed the food and sceneries. But the horror all happened when we visited the Port-au-Prince to see more of our family and friends. Me and my cousins rented out a car for our time in the capital. One day,
Yeah,
we
nothing
decided to
screams
go to
safety like
afternoon
being
and buy some souvenirs
down
for
in
our trip back
Haiti.
to Florida. We pulled over to the side of a random street to check out
Free points, free points. Always get your free points.
It was the summer of 2005. A friend of mine, Wayne, and I decided to spend the day fishing at Upper Swagger Lake in the Lost River mountain range of Idaho. Visited mostly by locals, this alpine lake is tucked up on a ridge overseeing two long, dry canyons on opposite sides. It sits just at the top of the tree line, providing an uninhibited view of the sky and surrounding mountain peaks. The fishing is usually pretty good, if you like golden trout, that is. Personally, I hate trout. They just taste like mud. But I do love fishing. and some of the best, most secluded lake fishing can be found on these high Idaho lakes. Getting to the lake is not an easy task though. It's a 100-mile journey over a lonely highway from the region's largest town, Idaho Falls. When you hit the dirt road to turn off, there are miles of four-wheel driving up the canyon to the hiking trail. Once at the trailhead, it's a 2-mile or 1,000-foot vertical gain hike up to the lake. But when you finally arrive, surrounded by the bald peaks of the Little Lost Range, it is well worth the effort. So, arriving at the lake at around noon, we spent the day fishing, relaxing and chatting. Far down in the canyon, out of sight from us, we continually heard periodic loud blasts. Growing up in the rural US, you get accustomed to people target shooting in public land, and that's what we concluded was happening below us. From the sheer thunderousness, we guessed that it was a larger caliber muzzle-loading rifle. The blasts were paced out long enough, though, that they had to be manually reloading their guns. The shots reverberated and echoed throughout the canyon, though. Whoever was down there was definitely having a bit of fun with their rifle. Unperturbed by the cacophony down in the canyon, we continued fishing, only momentarily reminded of the explosions as they continued to occur throughout the day. The fishing was actually really great that day, and the day just seemed to really flash by us. But before we knew it, the sun was cresting on the mountains, and so we headed back to camp for the night. Wayne had caught his limit towards the end of the day, while I had been releasing mine. We settled down at the campfire, and we watched the sun sink behind the mountain peaks as Wayne cooked his muddy fish up. It was twilight now, and aside from the crackling of the fire, it was a quiet evening. The sky was absolutely clear, and we watched as the stars twinkled into existence in the sky. Our relaxation, though, was interrupted by yet another one of those thunderous explosions. Only this time it was much closer to us. That was weird. Target shooting is extremely dangerous at night. Whoever was down there in the canyon was being pretty irresponsible. Wayne nudged me with his elbow and motioned for me to look in the direction of the sound that the last explosion came from. And while not directly visible to us, there was a light down the mountain. It was illuminating the whole canyon. From the angle of the tree shadows, we could see the source of the light was not at ground level too. It was actually up high in the air, and it seemed to be moving. We watched in bewildered silence as the light moved up the canyon. We still could not get a direct line of sight of it. There was another blast that seemed to shake my skull this time. The light in the canyon flashed almost 100 times brighter than before. We could absolutely not make sense of anything that was happening at this point. As we sat there, though, unsure of what to do, the light rose upwards out of the canyon. As it crested the trees and continued to rise, we could finally get a direct look at this thing. It was a brilliant ball of yellow golden light. Getting a size estimate was difficult, but I figured it was between maybe 20 to 40 feet in diameter. The light rose silently above the canyon and then above our elevation at the lake. It stopped several hundred feet above the surrounding landscape and just stayed there. The object's surface shimmered and danced as we watched it. Little feathers of sparks would periodically jump away from the object and fall down towards the trees below. Wayne looked at me, and all I could do was shrug my shoulders and go, I have no idea. After a few minutes, though, the ball's surface stopped dancing. It was completely still in the air above us. No sound, no movement. With no warning, it exploded in a deafening shower of sparks and blinding light. Wayne and I instinctively jumped into the dirt and covered our heads. The light was so bright that I felt I could see through my closed eyelids. The explosion shook everything around us as well. I could feel the shock resonating around beneath me. It was like the world was coming undone at the seams. Then, all of a sudden, everything was absolutely silent and dark. The whole event could have only been a handful of seconds long. It felt like hours. When we looked up into the sky, the ball of light was now gone. We were left alone in just the dim light of the stars. Picking myself up out of the dirt, all I could say to Wayne was, "What in the heck was that all about?" He chuckled nervously but didn't reply. He surveyed the camp and the surrounding area. Nothing seemed damaged or disturbed. There were no signs of fires that were started from the explosion. In fact, it was like nothing out of the ordinary had happened. The one thing that was off, though, was the time. It was late twilight when the light exploded above us, but my watch was showing 2 o'clock in the morning. Further baffling us was Wayne's fish. There were now charred cinders above a bed of red coals that was once our campfire. Now, I'm well aware of the phenomenon of missing time, but that was just not possible. The stupid thing exploded, we hit the dirt, and then when we picked ourselves up, I don't know, it couldn't have been more than a couple of minutes from the explosion to us getting up like that. I didn't have the mental capacity to process what had happened. I headed to my tent and I went right to sleep. It was a deep dreamless sleep that night, and when I awoke in the morning, the sun was illuminating the tent. Wayne was already up and fishing. I asked him about his thoughts on what happened last night, and he simply shrugged and said it either didn't happen or we saw something that we probably shouldn't have. It's that or Marvin the Martian tried to kill us or something. We fished for a few hours that morning, then decided against camping another night at the lake. We packed up camp and we hiked down to our vehicle. This happened almost 20 years ago now, and I've been back to that lake several times over the years. I've never seen or heard anything like what we saw that night again. I don't have an explanation for what happened, and to be honest, I really don't believe that we ever will. I live in Australia, and we don't have much woodlands here besides a few that span on for a couple of 100 acres or so. Nothing like what Americans have. And when I was younger, I'd get lost in these woods a lot, I guess. And sometimes even sleeping for a couple of days, at most surviving off fish and creek water. I never had any creepy encounters, besides this one time. So I was about 10 years old.
One
just like
time
I do at least
at
once every
band
2 or 3
camp.
years, I had gotten lost in the woods again. I was completely fine during the day, as I had eaten an hour prior to realizing that I had no idea where I was. So I had the old, oh no moment, here we go again, and decided to walk around to find some sticks to make a little fire. I knew a lot about outdoor survival as my family went camping a lot, and I watched videos on YouTube all the time since it interested me and I love the woods. I had set a fire up as it started getting dark and was about to put out my fire before I saw a small deer on the tree line, just nearly out of range of my fire's light. It was staring at me, which gave me an odd feeling, but I just went, a little deer, and waved to it. The deer scurried off into the bush behind it, and I couldn't see it anymore. But then I heard this really weird noise, like snapping, and all of a sudden a much larger deer came out of the same bush that I just saw the small one jump into. At this point, I knew something was off, so I stood up and stared at the deer as it stared back at me, and I was mentally preparing myself for the idea that this thing, it may run at me. I was a kid back then, and I mean, what am I supposed to think? The deer started walking a bit towards me, and I sort of backed up a little bit, crouched down, but as the deer kept getting closer, I kept backing up. I realized that this thing had a hoof directly in the fire, and wasn't reacting to it at all. This obviously creeped me out a lot. I mean, his fur was burning, it was starting to burn its skin, but it just wasn't reacting. I immediately set off bolting at this, but I fast enough to keep up with my little legs. I came over this small hill and jumped down into a bush to try and hide from it. And strangest thing that I've ever seen, and I remember it vividly. The deer's silhouette against the moonlight appeared, and as I stared at the deer, it let out this blood-curdling call that I've never heard from another animal before, and all of a sudden the silhouette started caving in on itself. I could sort of hear its bones snapping and flesh ripping, and this thing just kept getting smaller and smaller, and then suddenly it got much bigger, and I closed my eyes because I just couldn't watch it anymore. When I opened them, it appeared to be a man standing where the deer stood, or at least
He looked like a man.
he was looking around and then started calling out in his creepy, almost distorted voice, "Hello," and he repeated this for about 10 minutes while I just sat there in silence, refusing to answer whatever the heck stood just a couple of meters above me. The man then just walked off into the trees, and I heard that same awful snapping noise before it eventually faded away. Obviously, I didn't sleep that night. In fact, I stayed in that bush the rest of the night, terrified that this thing could still be lurking around the area, waiting for me to appear again. Once the morning came,
Hello, Berry Bear. Come and get it.
That I recognized, and then I just ran home. I never did tell my family about this, as I feared I wouldn't be taken seriously, but I was completely terrified. In fact, I haven't been into the woods since that day, and I always just stayed home when my family went camping after begging me not to go. I'm 21. That incident was like 10 to 11 years ago, and I still remember that silhouette and the noise of the bones snapping. I've done tons of research, and my only conclusion to what happened is that I narrowly escaped a skinwalker. It was a horrific night, and it's something that I don't like to retell often. But if anyone has any other explanation as to what this could have been, then please do tell me.
And,
I would love to have my mind put at ease.
Okay, we need some food of some kind. We can't take much of a hit.
South Wales, Australia, in the late 70s or early 80s. I can't remember.
Or
exactly,
we
but
go back.
It was well before I was born. So back in those days, people used to hitchhike a lot. My mum and her friend, they were heading into Sydney to party, and so they wandered along the road with their thumbs out until they got a ride. Mum sat at the back, her friend in front, and the guy who picked them up seemed friendly enough, chatty and polite, and he was happy to drive them to Sydney. It wasn't until they noticed the car was heading the wrong way that things took a turn. They were not going towards the city, but heading deeper into the forest. The driver had now gone silent too. Finally, one too many turns had been taken in the wrong direction. It was palpably obvious that they were not heading into Sydney, so one of them was like, "What the heck is going on? Where are you taking us?" He broke his silence then just to say, "You just shut up and sit there. You're going where I take you." What he didn't realize was that in spite of being a small and pretty woman, my mum, well, she was my mum, and she was sitting behind me. She took her pocket knife out of her bag, unfolded it, reached through and put the blade very firmly against his throat, and she said in his ear, "If you even try to touch my hand, I will kill you. Turn this car around right now and drive us into Sydney." He didn't say a word. He just turned the car around and drove towards the city, and my mum sat up and kept that blade pressed against his throat right up until the minute that he pulled over, and then her and her friend got out of the car, and when she got out of the car, he drove away quickly. I, a 21-year-old female, lived with my grandparents for most of my life, up until last year, that is. I've never been as in tune to the supernatural as my brother was. I've seen very few things, and after what I've seen, I think that I'd like to keep it that way, to be honest. But the first time I recall seeing this thing was when I was about 18. I was talking with my ex-boyfriend in his car after an argument, and I just so happened to look out towards my grandma's van. And that was when I saw it. It looked like my ex, but faceless, and it was wearing something completely different than what he was. I knew it wasn't a reflection. It was even facing a different way. I didn't say anything to him. I don't know why. I just tried to ignore it, and eventually it just seemed to go away when I looked away. I eventually forgot about this incident, and I just went on with life. A few years ago, though, I started smoking outside with my brother at night because I found out that the only thing that actually puts me to sleep is smoking. Sometimes I have to go out alone, and I started seeing this thing again at some point. Honestly, I thought that I was hallucinating at first, but I never saw it anywhere but outside of my house. It looked like my mum once, and when it looked like my brother, it was especially horrifying. It was the realest I've ever felt, and it just sort of stared at me. It even bent over to look at me behind the van like my brother would have, because he's so tall. It looked like me once, but it took the form of my dressed up all pretty, and it felt like it was, I don't know, like mocking me almost. And it got harder to ignore every time. I could feel it. I could feel it looking at me. It never spoke to me or anything. The face would just morph and twist sometimes. I don't think it wanted to hurt me because it never came close or moved. But I stopped going outside alone after that, and I've started staying with my current boyfriend, and I haven't seen it since. My brother has been seeing it longer than I have. He said that on multiple occasions, it had actually chased him back into the house as a fully black shadow figure. He saw it on our living room today looking like our mum again, and says that he hears our grandma call his name through the house when she is at home. So my question is,
The fuck was
do you
that?
think that we're dealing with a mimic? I've heard about these before from other stories elsewhere, but I don't know. I guess I just don't want to believe it, but everything seems to point in that direction, so yeah. This is a story that I still get chills looking back on. And for two of our dogs, honestly, they saved our lives that night, and they deserve some recognition. So this whole thing happened when I was maybe 12. I'm nearly 17 now. Me and my sister, who was 14 and 15 at the time, were staying home alone while our parents were at my little brother's hockey game. We lived in a fairly safe neighborhood. Hardly anything ever happened. Everybody knew everybody, and almost everybody got along pretty well and liked each other. So we felt safe as we didn't have a reason not to, really. Our front door was locked, our back door was locked, but our side door didn't lock at that time because it was broken. But no one ever used it anyways, so my dad hadn't gotten around to fixing it yet. Me and my sister, we were in the living room watching TV and doing homework when we heard the fence outside of our house making some noise. It sort of sounded like someone had jumped over the fence. So my sister looked through the blinds, and sure enough, someone had jumped the fence. Two people, actually, and they were dressed in mostly black, with like a hospital mask over their faces. We freaked out, and we hid in between the couches in the living room. When we heard the front door knob wiggle, of course, it was locked, so it didn't open. But we knew that whoever it was would go to the side door next, and that one would open. In that moment, I was the most terrified that I had ever been. But once the door handle started jiggling loud enough that my dogs had woken up, at that time I had a Toser and a Rottweiler. Once one started barking, so did the other one, and eventually it was just absolute pure beautiful chaos. That was also when we heard them scream, "They've got dogs." Then we heard the fence make the same noise again, as if someone jumped over it. Later that night, a local gas station near my house got robbed by two armed men, and the news report showed the same people that we had seen, same outfits and everything, except this time we got to see their faces. Our dogs truly may have saved our lives that night. Our dogs are the biggest lovers. They may be loud and bark, but they wouldn't bite or attack, well, anybody. This was the one time, though, that I was very glad that these dog breeds are associated with being quite scary and aggressive, because clearly they scared off whoever wanted to break in that night. I've been
Oh,
working as a
got
property agent
no
in the UK for 10
food.
years, selling and renting
Didn't
all
bring
sorts of property.
any food with
And
me,
over the years,
really.
I've had a few experiences that I couldn't quite explain, and I thought that I would share one of them. So this story happened around November of 2018. I remember because earlier that day, a colleague and I had started filming that year's Christmas videos to go on our company's social media. Each year we'd recreate a scene of a Christmas movie, and that year was the dance scene.
Oh, I wish you could teleport to these things.
I'd been asked by my manager to go and take a photo of a house that we'd just been given the go-ahead on the rent. The house was a 3-bedroom grade 2 listed mid-terraced from around the 16th century. For anyone not knowing, a grade 2 listed property basically means that it's old and has a lot of original features that can't be changed without special permissions. This was the first time that we'd let the property for the landlord and the tenant before we later found out that he had left the property while still in the contract, but within the first 6 months. Now, I knew something wasn't right as soon as I set foot in the property. Everyone gets times when the vibes were off, and I'm not someone who claims to be in touch with their spiritual side or anything, but the atmosphere when I went in was just downright hostile. I was already a little spooked, but I had a job to do, so I opened up a playlist on Spotify, hit shuffle, and started turning the lights on. I have a bit of a system when photographing a property too. Lights on, photograph, measure the room, lights off. The house was your standard layout too. Living room, kitchen, dining room downstairs, 3 bedrooms and bathroom upstairs, with another flight of stairs up to the loft, attic for my American friends. The downstairs I did just fine, trying to ignore the bad vibes by singing along to my probably ABBA or something that I don't remember. But what I do remember, though, is my trip upstairs. As soon as my foot hit the first step, this overwhelming urge that something was wrong surged through my body. I started singing louder, trying to distract myself, and another few steps up, I was hit with another surge of fear. I tell myself that the upstairs must have been in some sort of dead zone, because it was at this stage that my phone decided that the songs that I had probably playing 10 minutes ago suddenly needed buffering, meaning that ABBA was now playing in fits and starts. I fought against my body to get up to the top of the stairs, and when I did, my eyes were drawn to the door to the attic stairs, which lay ajar, and as soon as I did, I was done for. The room beyond the doorway was cloaked in darkness due to the lack of lights being turned on, and the fear that was pushing through my body just took over me. I stood there, paralyzed. I couldn't even blink or take my eyes off of the shadows that lay beyond the doorway. My lungs became like cement as I struggled to catch my breath, my words now breathless. I stood there for what felt like an hour before my phone started to ring. It was the office. We have office protocol to check in if we've been longer than expected. I fumbled to find the answer button, eyes still fixed to the darkness. I hit answer and managed to struggle out a help. This house was walking distance to the office, so it wasn't long before my colleague arrived to check up on me. As soon as I heard his voice call out my name, I felt the weight lift immediately, and I cried out his name in response. I ran downstairs to meet him, and the music returned far too loud, which gave us both a bit of a shock. We both got out of there, and not even checking if the door was locked properly. It was one of those Yale locks that auto-lock when you pull them, so it was fine. We headed back to the office. On the walk back, I noticed a pain shooting across my neck, though, and when we got back to the office, I checked to see 3 long scratches running diagonally across my back. This made absolutely no sense to me. I explained what had happened to the others in the office, and my manager told us that she had had a similar feeling when she met the landlord, Maybe because she was with someone, it wasn't as scary, but after that, we made sure that whenever we visited that property, that we were always accompanied. I'm not sure what actually happened to that house in the end. Surprise, surprise, we struggled to find people who could live in that bad vibe house, and the landlord gave it another agent to try and sell in the end. Not long after, I moved to another company as well, and onto other properties, which I was grateful for. Like I said, I've had other experiences too, but this was definitely the scariest, and perhaps the strangest too, with the scratches appearing just like that. Maybe one day I'll share the other stories if people are interested, but in any case, thanks for listening. During the fires that consumed Mount Charleston, Nevada, my parents drove out to the mountain when the roads were clear. They described the wildlife to be running around the car as they drove through the open road. My dad told my mum to stop the car, and he got out and started walking through the desert. He realizes that the wilderness is running, including snakes and other deadly animals. He also witnesses what looks like a moose or an elk in the distance that was looking at him, walked off in the direction of the rabbits and other wildlife. As he gets in the vehicle, though, both my parents and his father describe seeing a tall man crouched in front of the car all of a sudden, wings draped over his back. As he stands and faces them, his wingspan is wide enough to cover the entire two-lane road. He then lifted off of the ground in 4 swooshes. They described him as muscular, 6 or an 8-pack, broad shoulders, arms and legs. But the face was apparently mesmerizing. They said that it was hard to describe his face, but it wasn't human. Based on what they said, it sounded a lot like a man-bird. The Mothman was a topic of discussion for them to decide if it was the Mothman, so I guess it probably resembled something like this. If anyone has had any similar stories about this creature or from this area, then please do share it with me, because I really want to try to understand exactly what they say they saw. This happened when I was 16, maybe 17, in the woods of Leelanau County, Michigan. So I was on vacation with family in northern Michigan when we visited a family friend who had lived in the center of the county in a dense forest. I remember when we pulled up the road the house was on was a gravel road instead of a paved road. I remember looking down the gravel road and seeing it go down a hill and turn to the left in the forest. A few hours passed by and I decided to go and check out where the gravel road went. I remember feeling extremely nervous because we were in black bear country, as I grew up in the suburbs of Chicago and never really experienced bears before. When I got to the top of the hill, I remember hearing birds chirping and lots of frogs croaking. The forest felt alive, I guess is what I'm saying, and I did not feel terribly unsafe, only nervous because of the possible presence of bears. As I started walking down the hill, I started whistling the Hunger Games 4-tone whistle, and as I got midway down the hill, I noticed that the birds and the frogs stopped making noise, and the forest fell silent. At this point, my instincts kicked in, and I knew that something was wrong. I remembered learning that the forest goes silent when there's a predator around, yet I still kept going down the hill. I mean, I was determined to know what was at the bottom of it. I was still whistling the same 4-tone whistle when I heard something whistle it back, perfectly. It made the exact same sound that I made, and it sounded very oddly humanoid, like there was a person watching me, a predator. I remember being frozen in fear, just staring at the area of forest that it came out of before turning around and walking back up the hill. When the house came into view again, I sprinted until I got inside, and I didn't leave anyone's eyesight for the rest of the night. Since then, I have not had any encounters like this, and I've never been back to that area. I don't know if it was something paranormal, or if perhaps there was an actual person watching me down there. Both equally terrify me to this day. but if anyone knows of any legends from northern
Or
Michigan,
having plans, no plan,
then please do let me know.
survives first
I
contact
think
with the
this
enemy.
a lot.
Also, when you make plans, the world, then words like
So I want to
premeditated
preface this
get
by
thrown
saying
around.
I've always been more
Hmm.
of a skeptic when it comes to the paranormal.
Well, you're not wrong.
I would consider myself one that leans more towards a grounded science view, and one that wants to believe, but would need to experience it myself to actually believe. I'm also aware that sharing this is going
Bald
to
eagles.
confirmation bias, since most here I would assume are going to lean towards believing.
You can tell they're the bald eagles. They have the white tail feather.
Anyway, a bit of background. My dad's side of the family lives in a home that eventually became the place of death of my nana. She went into hospice when her health deteriorated enough and eventually passed peacefully in her home on the first floor living room in a hospice bed that was set up specifically for her. Nothing weird ever really happened after this to my knowledge as well. Anyway, fast forward to a few years back, my dad has inherited the home and has moved back from across the country with a cat and has since adopted a second cat. Over a few years, I was able to work towards mending things with him, born of a complicated past. Just this summer, though, his health took a rapid turn and he became essentially bedridden and a fall risk, so we sort of set up a bed for him downstairs in the same area that our nana was in. Unfortunately, he passed just a few days ago and I'm now grieving. He passed away not in the home, but in the hospital. It's also important to say that he was home literally the day before, and in one day he went to the ER and he passed away the following early morning. I've been going over daily to start sorting through important paperwork and taking care of his cats. It was tough coming into the house the first time, and I always give a "Hey Dad" greeting coming in, knowing that I won't get a reply, but
Oh, fucking bear.
vulnerable in my healing, and I do reply to his death. I know the story doesn't lead to hearing a reading back or anything, but the first night there, just the prior night to sharing this and the encounter, was uneventful, but I bawled my eyes out at the foot of his bed and pretty much every room in the house as well. Before I left, I laid in his bed downstairs and the cats jumped up to join me for snuggles. This evening, though, at 8 p.m., I went over and conducted some of the goals that I had. But when the goals were done, I did what I did the previous evening and laid down in his bed. His two loving kitties joined me as I was sending text to my mum, and this is when it happened.
You fucked on, bear.
Suddenly, this full body chill just hits me. I'm in a tank top and athletic shorts, but I run hot and I've always been very warm in the house. Plus, I'd been moving around a lot just prior to laying down. Really, there was no reason to have chills. Anyway, I get the chills, literally covered in goosebumps head to toe, hair standing at attention every inch of my body. And right at this moment, which happened within seconds, both of the cats reacted like...
Oh, wait.
Chills
Dun,
at
dun,
the
dun, dun,
exact same time. This is what really sold it. All three of us laid there. I wasn't exactly scared, and I don't scare easy these days, but it definitely had me shocked and rattled a bit, unable to process what the heck is happening. So it's difficult to articulate the exact emotion I was experiencing. But I started to communicate as if it was my dad telling him how much I loved and missed him. Then I realized that maybe this is my nana. Then I pretty much just said, whoever this is. The whole time, though, I felt this full-body feeling of something being there, and the cats were also still more or less focused on whatever this thing had their collective attention on. One cat eventually got up to walk to the water bowl area, and the other cat, I think, just sort of relaxed, but I still had chills everywhere. After this, I got up feeling a bit uncomfortable with the realization that my world and possibly the entire system of non-belief was perhaps shaken at this
mother.
moment. I had chills and bumps the entire time that I brought items to my truck outside, getting ready to leave and forget something inside. I was half expecting to see something when I went back in and was on the edge and moving a bit quicker at this point. So I said my goodbyes and departed, unable to explain or rationalize any of this. I shared this with my wife as soon as I got home, and my 4-month-old as well was staring wide-eyed and captivated the whole time. It was actually pretty cute. I also will be sharing this with my mum and sister tomorrow, and had simply texted them saying that something happened. I can't explain, and I need to share this. But if you have any input or thoughts, questions or comments, then they're all welcome. Thanks for hearing me out. I guess I'm not as skeptical anymore and think that it was either my nana or, wishfully, my dad coming back to his home. And as a reminder, Nana passed away in the home, but Dad passed away in the hospital. He spent a lot of time in this very bed. Let me start this by saying that interest into believing in the
We need to go make food.
My wife moved into our new home at the start of the year. We live in a nice area. The house isn't too old and we're in Michigan. When we first moved in, there was absolutely no reason for us to believe that it was haunted. About 2 months went by and we started to experience things that could be written off as natural, I guess, such as lights turning on, electronics turning on or off, or curtains moving. We blamed it all on faulty electricity wiring or breezes, and didn't think too much of it, other than making a few jokes about it being haunted. Eventually, though, things escalated, and boy, did they escalate quickly. The first big encounter that we experienced was our bedroom door slamming shut while we were watching a movie downstairs, and it was loud enough to rattle the paintings on the living room wall, so of course we ran up to check what happened. When we opened the door, the bedding was off of our bed when it was originally tidy, and the curtain pole had fell off the window. We didn't think too much of this, as we believed that it fell off due to the door being slammed, since our paintings rattled downstairs as well, but I thought it was worth a mention. Anyway, we got spooked by this, obviously, and this would now happen regularly. It was never a different room, too. Always the main bedroom. The door being slammed during the day and at night. Things being in places that we didn't leave, pillars, etc.
Jingle, jingle chime.
This next part, though, I just want to ensure that you know that my wife has never ever experienced sleep paralysis in her entire life. Until one night in April where she woke up and saw a tall figure that resembled a human but wasn't. The figure didn't move. She described it as just standing still, watching in the corner of the room. This freaked her out enough that she woke me up and we both had to sit and watch a movie until she could feel comfortable enough to fall asleep again. The things didn't stop there though. They got more aggressive, I guess. We haven't been physically harmed, well, yet, but things would be thrown. Paintings dropped off of the walls, pillows thrown across the room again, bottles of deodorant being...
Yeah, we need to go make
It's to
food.
the point where I'm
We have to
mentally
cook
drained
food.
coming home from work and knowing that there's a huge mess to clean up when I get there. So, my question for all of you is, what can we do? What is this thing? Yes, and why? I mean, our house isn't that old. I'd say the 60s or 70s. We live in a nice area, so why would it be haunted? I'm really hoping to get closure here, and I understand that most people won't believe anything that I've said, but we are so mentally drained at this point, and we can't afford to move, so I'm desperate. Please, if you can, help us. I fear that things are only going to get worse from this point too, and physical. Is this a warning? Is this just getting started? Anything. Any help, please. This happened in the early to mid-1980s. I was about 12 and had a group of friends that I hung out with regularly. I lived in Louisiana. There was this fad back then too to open these teen nightclubs. No alcohol, just disco music and the same vibe as the cocaine-induced frenzy of adult disco clubs, I guess. But anyway, one was opening up. My friends couldn't stop talking about it. I hate crowds, but I was a follower in my group, so in the end I agreed to go with everybody. One of our parents dropped us off. We paid out $2 to get in. I can see that it's super crowded, shoulder to shoulder. I just kind of hung out around the front door debating whether or not I was going to stay. After 10 or 15 minutes pass, I get this feeling like somebody is watching me. Just an eerie.
You know it feels like somebody's watching me.
There's a lot of people, so it's a bit like a blur. Then I noticed this middle-aged guy, short brown hair, striped collared shirt. He's just staring at me like maybe he knows me or something. Well, I knew that I didn't know him, and that was my cue to leave. It was about a 5-mile walk down a well-lit, semi-busy 2-lane highway, then right and another couple of miles down a 4-lane road into the subdivision. It's only about 8 p.m. and I don't have to be home till midnight, so I have time to walk it. So I take off walking. And I guess about halfway home, this car pulls up on the side of the road that I was crossing, and it's the same guy from the nightclub. My heart starts pounding out of my chest. I mean, he creeped me out when there was like around 200 people around. I was really creeped out on an isolated side street by myself now. But he yells at me and asks if I want to ride. And I mean, it's pretty far, but to heck with that. I said no, and I kept walking. Then he yells at me, "You want to make an easy $20? And I'm dumb. I stop and ask, "How?" He says, "Get in the car and I'll tell you." Nope. I just bolted. I took off, and I don't think I've ever run that fast in my entire life. I ran the last 3.5 miles full speed without stopping and without looking back. I made it home, ran inside the house, and straight to my room. I didn't even think to look back, since if he was following me, but if he came here, at least my dad was in the living room at this point. I never did tell anybody about what actually happened that night. But when I think
Wow, I got like super jump now.
A dumb move away from being on a milk carton, or maybe something worse. Almost 2 years ago, I was in a relationship with this guy, his name was Craig, who claimed that he had a spirit that had been following him around since early childhood.
Gravel. I need gravel.
It never caused any physical harm. It just sort of clung to him and would occasionally reveal itself in bizarre ways. Craig's family was apparently very aware of this and believed it, claiming to have witnessed numerous bizarre occurrences over the years, all of which happened whenever Craig was around. Honestly, I didn't believe this for a second, not at all. And because I didn't believe it, it felt like a bit of a red flag. I mean, why would he make up something so random and bizarre and share it with me so out of the blue that nothing had warranted it? But being in my early 20s at the time, I just chose to ignore it, because he was great and seemed so normal otherwise. I suppose I eventually chose to believe that he genuinely believed it, which was preferable to the idea that he would maintain such a lie for so long just to unsettle me. Still, I pulled a Dennis Scully and reasoned that all the strange events that he had experienced throughout his life must have had reasonable explanations. Now, one night, Craig was staying over at my place. This was actually the first time that we'd ever spent an entire night together. We talked, made future plans, made out, and listened to music. Before we knew it, it was 2 a.m, and this was around the time that something really strange happened. We were both sitting on the floor of my bedroom, backs against the far wall opposite my bedroom door, looking for music videos to watch on my laptop, when 3 loud, fast knocks came from the door. I was so startled because it was extremely late, and the only other person present in the house at that time was my mum, who had gone to sleep hours ago and only ever got up to use the bathroom. she certainly never knocked on my door at such a late hour, especially if I had company over. I silently listened if I had imagined the knocks, because it was late and I was feeling pretty tired. But no, because when I had looked over at Craig, he was also looking at the door. This is the part where I imagine that a lot of listeners will probably decide that this story is fake, but hey, I'm going to stay true to my experience, so here it goes. So right before I'm about to call out to my mum, I hear a very angry male voice call my name, similar to how a father might shout at their child for breaking something valuable. It took Craig and I several minutes to finally muster the courage to stand and creep over to the door. Before that, we comically stayed pressed against the wall, silently staring at the door and occasionally glancing at each other. I pressed my ear against the door, didn't hear anything, so I eventually opened it, but not before retrieving a golf club from my closet, and saw nothing. Just a normal dark hallway. Craig and I proceeded to check every spot in the house, even opening closet doors, and in the end we found nothing. While we did this, though, I remember feeling like eyes were burning into me, as if someone was angrily watching and judging my every move. It had given me goosebumps, but because we didn't find anyone, I shrugged away that feeling. When Craig finally got into bed shortly after, I expressed feeling very creeped out, naturally. Craig, though, nonchalantly replied something to the effect of, "I told you, I have a spirit that follows me around." I had been really unnerved by this reply. He had said it a little too matter-of-factly for my liking. Anyway, fast forward several weeks when Craig is sleeping over at my place again. We were hanging out in the kitchen shortly after midnight when Craig received a call from his sister. He decided to step out into the backyard for the call. It's worth noting too that the backyard connected to the kitchen via a large sliding glass door, so I could see him at all times, so long as I remained in the kitchen and he stayed by that door. It's also worth noting too that the kitchen sink had a very large window directly above it, out to the side of the house. I mention this because I decided to wash dishes while Craig took the call. While washing the dishes, I alternated between looking out the window in front of me and to my right, where I could see Craig leaning against the glass door as he conversed with his sister. When I got to a particularly dirty dish, I stopped looking out of the window and to my right, so I was focused on getting the dish clean. When I achieved this, I looked back at the window and immediately took a couple of steps back, because standing right outside of the window was Craig, who was now smiling at me, and I don't mean an ordinary smile. I'm talking a highly exaggerated grin with lots of teeth showing, eyes blown wide open. If you've seen the recent horror movie Smile, then you know exactly what I'm talking about. It was very similar to that. After I protected myself, I shook my head at Craig before gesturing at him to knock it off and come back inside. But he stayed completely motionless, eyes still burning into mine, his grin never faltering. He didn't even blink. After another 10 seconds or so went by, I began to feel very unsettled by this. Mind you, I had still been under the impression that he was just trying to make me feel uncomfortable via his version of a joke. So, I was mostly unnerved that he would commit to the gag for so long, more than anything else, I guess. I certainly didn't consider it could be anything else, even after the previous incident. And out of nowhere, I was still looking directly at Craig through the window. I heard the sliding glass door open to my right. When this happened, I looked away from the window and saw Craig coming back inside from the backyard. When I looked back at the window, the smiling Craig was now gone. Now, I want to make it crystal clear, unless Craig had secret teleportation powers I didn't know about, there was just no way that he could have moved from the window to the sliding glass door while I was staring right at him like that. It would have been impossible. When I told Craig what I had just experienced, he said, "I believe you. Something like that has happened." Craig just grabbed my hand and led me to my bedroom, I felt eyes burning into my back all the way there. Until Craig shut my bedroom door, that is. But even then, after we got into bed, I could still sense something standing on the other side of that door. We split up due to something. Believe it or not, too, strange has never happened since. Almost a full decade later, and I haven't experienced anything. I never feel like I'm being watched, nor have I seen anything strange. But if you've listened this far, then thanks, and I would love to get some thoughts. I've had other bizarre experiences, all of which occurred prior to but nothing that was ever so blatant, I guess. I'll admit that I'm still somewhat of a skeptic. Whenever I try to come up with a reasonable explanation for the experiences that I just mentioned, they always come up empty. I typically forget about these encounters, but this time of the year naturally brings the memories back, I guess, even though they happened at a completely different time of the year. In any case, if you do have some thoughts, then please share them in the comments below. When I, female and 33, was 20 years old, not too long after the 2007 housing crash, my family and I moved into a house in Martins Ferry, Ohio. It previously was a duplex that was converted into one sort of large house. It had 2 floors, 6 bedrooms, 4 on the second floor, 2 on the ground floor, 1 bathroom right next to my bedroom, and a very short basement. I couldn't stand up straight in it, and I'm 5'9". So I lived there with my 2 older brothers, A and E.
Cooking, cooking, cooking. Can cook fish next.
52 and 45 respectively. I also have an older sister, D, 27. Now, I didn't come from a great home life, and eventually my stepfather was put in jail for DUIs and driving without a license. Everything was fine when we moved in, though. We all had previously experienced paranormal activity in other homes that we lived in. This wasn't something unusual or frightening because we lived in an oldish city anyway. Other than seeing, hearing, smelling some weird things, nothing was outstandingly frightening. Dee lived with her husband at the time, along with their 2 small children. Her husband was financially abusive and was also an addict who got Dee addicted as well. And one day, Dee called me crying because her husband had spent all of her money on drugs, left her car on empty, and had left her alone at home with the children, and they had no food to eat. I spoke with my mother, and we came up with a game plan to get my sister out. I advised her to pack up everything she could fit in the car, pack up the kids, and meet me at the gas station. She lived a short 20-minute drive away across the river, and I met her at the gas station, and
Fishy fish.
I hugged her as she cried. I bought her a pack of smokes, and we both drove back to the house. What we didn't know was that Dee was just starting into the worst few years of her addiction, and due to all of the negative energy, something dark seemed to have attached to her as well. The first thing that I remember was just how dreary
Berry pie sandwich.
She eventually was fired from her job as a nurse because she had been caught stealing meds from her patients. She decided to get back with her husband, and he moved in because he couldn't afford their house payments due to spending all his money on drugs. And she also had a boyfriend that she was cheating on him with. It was a very tumultuous time because Dee is the type of person who thinks all other women are out to get her and steal her man. So she assumed that I was trying to sleep with her husband because I tried to be civil around him. I was engaged to someone else at the time, mind you. And after a day full of my sister trying to physically attack me, this is when this dark thing started to materialize. So at night, I would be in bed and feel like something was watching me. Anytime I was doing schoolwork, I felt like someone was standing behind me while I sat at my desk in my bedroom. It evolved into things in my room being moved around when nobody else was able to get into my room. Then my blankets would be pulled off in my sleep. Eventually, I started hearing someone walking around my room at night as well. and the scratches started appearing. I would wake up with random scratches on my legs, on my back where I couldn't reach them. And one night I was grabbed by my leg and ripped off my bed by something that I wasn't able to see. Mind you, I am...
I'll be right back, chat. I'm gonna go grab a drink.
Quite strong to yank me that hard and that fast off of my bed in a dead weight, dead sleep like that. Another terrifying night, I heard it walk around the hallway outside of my bedroom. I lit some sage to cleanse my room and started chanting a protection spell over and over again for nearly half an hour. My fiancé, Jay, 19 at the time, called me extremely upset, telling me that something was in his house outside of his room, growling, and he felt like he was going to be attacked if he left his room. The next day I went over to his house. He lived in a town that I grew up in where my sister and my whole family lived before we moved into this new house. And there were literal gouged scratches in his wooden door from where, whatever it was, had been waiting apparently. I asked him if I had left anything at his house within the last few days, and I looked around and saw my watch on the windowsill by his bed. I don't know if that had anything to do with it, but something was telling me that whatever this thing was, it was now fixated on me. So I am a skeptical believer of these sorts of things, a doubting Thomas type, if you will. However, as a kid, I did used to see shadow people all the time and have heard strange things, i.e. what sounded like parents' voices calling me from downstairs, even though my parent was sitting right next to me upstairs. But when I was in college a few years back, I had a strange encounter in my dorm room. My roommate was in the room as well. It was late, and I was sleeping soundly when I randomly woke up for whatever reason. I don't know why, but I sat up, and at the foot of my bed, in the pitch dark, was a man. He was completely shadowy with glowing red eyes, just sitting and staring at me. I remember locking eyes with him for a split second, and sort of giving a weak scream. I instantly hid under my blankets, because that will protect you from supernatural entities, right? And waited a few moments before peeking out from beneath the blankets. And he was still there, staring at me. I don't remember what really happened after that, to be honest. I think I just fell back asleep with my head under the blankets. My roommate said that she didn't hear me scream or anything, so I really don't know what to think of it. Maybe hiding under the blankets does help after all. I talked to some of my friends about it though, and they said that I must have been dreaming, but I really don't think so. I mean, I felt wide awake after locking eyes with whatever that thing was. My heart was racing quickly too. But what was that thing? Was it the Hat Man that I've heard stories about? Has anyone else experienced this, or should I be concerned? Anyway, a few years later, this is completely unrelated, I think. I was visiting an old cemetery in Richmond.
100 baked potatoes,
rose quartz crystals, and the like. I was intrigued and went to take a closer look. There was a jar at the foot of the grave with a picture of a lady inside and a bunch of broken mirror shards. I really don't remember if I heard the whispering before or after I noticed the jar, but I remember hearing whispering near my ear of like voices speaking rapidly. I was alone in this part of the cemetery, but my idiot self for some reason said, "Hello, anyone there?" and the whispering got closer. For some reason, and I don't really ever touch things in cemeteries, I felt really compelled to touch this jar, and stranger still, despite how terrifying this situation was, I couldn't bring myself to feel afraid. My brain was screaming for me to run, but my heart and body were just perfectly calm. In fact, in the end, I sort of had to force myself to run, and felt like I was running in a dream almost. The grave had this sort of magnetism to it, and the air felt sort of pressurized as well. As I ran, my foot started hurting like I'd sprained it. It didn't stop hurting until I made it back to my car and eventually... But my question for all of you is,
Yeah,
what should
dang.
broken mirror shards mean? I have asked my witchcraft practicing friends, and they aren't sure. They just said that the situation was bad and dangerous, and that I probably should just not go back there. But have any of you guys experienced anything like this, and what does this all mean?
Yeah. Dang.
This happened to me when I was 4 years old. It's been 30 years, but I remember it like it was yesterday. There were so many strange occurrences in this house, but this is the one that started everything. My entire family has lived in the same small SE Kansas town for like 4 generations now. My mother grew up there and moved away with her mother when she was around 15. A year later, she was involved in a very tragic car accident where she was the only one who survived. After waking up from a month-long coma, there was a lawsuit against the company who owned the other vehicle, and my mum won a large settlement. Shortly after the lawsuit, my mother was whisked back to the small Kansas town by her father. It wasn't long before my mother was back in high school, met my father, and was pregnant with me. By the time she was 17, she had married my father and graduated from high school. They bounced around from small house to apartment to small house again. In a town of 1,000 people, there isn't much to choose from. Eventually, they got sick of the roach-filled slums, and they decided to use the money my mum had to buy a house. As with the rental side of things, houses were somewhat...
Yeah, dang.
Most homes are family-owned and have been for decades, but they did find one house available for sale. The house that they settled on was a large 2-story home across the street from the high school. It was built in the 1800s, when the streets in town were either dirt or brick. And as with any big, creepy old house next to a high school, people talked about it. But none of my parents' friends had ever actually been inside. When my mum viewed it, she found it to be absolutely beautiful. She insistently spent most of her settlement on the house and purchased it in her name alone. My mum, dad, and my 3-year-old self moved in shortly after. Less than a year later, my parents divorced and my dad moved out though. My mum and I ended up living here mostly alone for the next 9 years. I know that this is getting a bit long too, but it's important to understand the layout of the home for this, and almost all stories that happened here, so bear with me. So, you open the front door to a large staircase in the middle of the home. On the left was a small living room area, and on the right was a larger living room-esque space, bisected by what was once a double doorway, but the door was missing. The bathroom was under the stairs, which led to one downstairs bedroom. Spanning the back of the home was the kitchen and laundry room, which was clearly once a back porch. Upstairs was a bit strange, but the staircase was in the center of the house, which led almost all the way to the back of the home. At the top of the stairs, to the right, was a bedroom, mine, but to the left a long hallway. In the middle of the hallway was a door to another bedroom, Mum's, and at the end was a room that we called the balcony room. So, it was a cool fall night in 1994. My mum and I had been at a friend's house, Jaybird, that's what we called him anyway, for most of the evening listening to the Smashing Pumpkins, Nirvana, or whatever edgy music was most popular back then. She was 21, into partying, dumber than a box of rocks, and had no problem dragging me along through all of her stuff. But that's another story. I remember, though, having a good time with all of her friends, and they usually treated me pretty well, so I had a good time hanging out late into the night with them. But around 2 or 3 in the morning, it was time for us to go home. We pulled into the driveway in front of the garage after a short 10-minute drive. The garage was about 100 feet from the back of the house, and we could see our bedroom lights shining through the large curtains in the upstairs windows. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary or strange at all. We walked up the small path to the back door that led to the laundry room, both sort of yawning and ready to go to sleep. Once we got inside, the light from the large living room shined through the open doorway into the kitchen, lighting our way. We walked through the kitchen and into the living room, and that was when we heard it. Footsteps, somewhere inside of the house. We peered into the living room but couldn't see anything out of the ordinary. Mum called out hello, but there was no response, just more footsteps. Mum and I made the trek to the front of the house, stopping near the foot of the stairs. The light from the living room bled over the bottom few stairs into the smaller living room on the other side. Unfortunately, the upstairs hallway light had been out since we moved in. That's why we typically left the bedroom lights on, by the way, so the light could bleed into the hallway. But looking up the staircase was looking up into complete darkness at this point. But someone had turned off the bedroom lights and was now running around upstairs. Mum called out again, "Hello, who's up there?" Of course, no response again. The footsteps were getting more intense though. Like most old houses, when something is dropped or someone is stomping on the floor, you pretty much feel it everywhere. We were starting to feel these steps, and they were now turning into stomps. One last time, my mum called out, "Who's running around up there?" and for a split second, the footsteps stopped. Then the stomping started, and I could feel the stomps walking down the hallway towards the top of the stairs. Then they started almost running down the staircase. My mum and I stood petrified, knowing whoever was running around in our home was about to reveal themselves by stepping into the light. I remember feeling them in the floor, getting closer with every stomp. The stomping stopped right at the foot of the stairs, but there was nothing there. It seemed like forever that Mum and I both stood there staring at the last step, but I'm sure it was only a second. Then, as quickly as it stopped, the stomping started again, back up the stairs, around the banister and down the hallway. Once we snapped out of it, Mum picked me up and ran back to the car. She backed out of the driveway and we went back to Jay's house, and once we got there, Mum told Jay what we had seen. "There's no way. Someone must be messing with you, Jen," he said. She begged him to come back to the house and to see it for himself, and eventually he agreed. We pulled up to the front of the house this time, not even bothering with the back door that we usually came through. I'm sure Mum expected us to open the door and everything to be completely normal. Jay would laugh at the situation and we'd take him home. I know I did anyway. But that's not what happened at all. Jay opened the door first and we all walked in. Standing at the foot of the stairs, just where Mum and I had been 20 minutes ago, we heard the same stomps as before. Instantly, Jay said, "Watch, we're going to go outside and find the ladder that they climbed up to get into your house. We'll pull it down and they'll have to reveal themselves." We went outside and found, of course, no ladder or any other way that someone could have broken in. We went back inside and it happened again. All the way to the bottom of the stairs again, right in front of Mum, Jay, and myself. Jay ushered us outside at this point and said, "How about you guys stay at my place tonight?" So we spent the night at Jay's house. The next morning we went back. The sunlight was shining in, illuminating the upstairs hallway. When we made it to the
Alright,
stairs,
now we have
nothing was misplaced.
food, we can survive.
Everything was exactly how we left it. This is one of the earliest childhood memories that I have. I was just a little guy back then, and I didn't really understand what had happened to me. I just knew that it wasn't normal. Little did I know that this was the first of many paranormal experiences in this home that I would have, and its history had much more to tell us. August this past year, my family stayed at an Airbnb in Purcellville, VA, 10 minutes outside of Harper's Ferry. Look up the John Brown raid, and about 45 minutes away from Gettysburg. The house itself is older than the town, built in 1752 and on a current working farm vineyard. But here's the setup of the house. So, you enter into the oldest part of the home. You can see these two sections, kitchen and sitting room, where the original cabin before past owners built on. Through the sitting room was a small library, another sitting area, then my parents' room on the first floor but off the ground outside. When you go up the stairs of the sitting room, there's a bathroom to the right, 2 doors in front of the stairs, and a room to the left over the kitchen. My husband and I stayed in this room over the kitchen as the bedroom directly in front of the stairs gave me the creeps. It had the original fireplace in there, but something when I walked in just felt off. My sister and brother-in-law stayed on the floor above us, as that room has its own window and AC unit. The house has no communal AC, just individual in-room units. We arrived on a Sunday. So Monday morning, my dad asked me about footsteps from the night prior. He said that he was sitting at the kitchen table on his computer and could hear footsteps walking around the house above him. My dad had also been making jokes and tends to be a little theatrical with his humor, leading up to a vacation, calling it Ghost Central, so I told him that our room is above the kitchen and I wouldn't think anything of it. It was probably just one of us getting ready for bed or whatever. He then mentioned that he thought that he saw a bright light shining outside of his window and was tempted to look, but thought better of it. Again, though, my dad has also had a history of wild dreams and sleepwalking, so I just sort of brushed it off. Randomly, too, my husband asked me to help him move the crib from the other side of our room to be next to our bed. I didn't think anything of it, as he said that it was just to be easier because our room was so big. It was half the full length of the original cabin, with only our bed at the far end of the room, opposite from the crib and a bathroom. Anyway, on Tuesday, my dad's birthday, we sat in the old dining room for dinner. The room is a stunning, picturesque old farmhouse dining room, with a big window overlooking the field, shed and barn, with the mountains around us too. It was still light outside, about 5 p.m. while we were eating, and I looked outside of the window and noticed the shed door seeming slightly ajar. I didn't think too much of it, but the next time I looked up, it looked more open.
Okay, so we're going to need a whole bunch.
But I was just overthinking it. This then happened several more times.
Of
the door was
guts.
more open, more closed, etc. I didn't want to scare my already anxious dad, so I texted my husband, "Can you go out and check the shed? The door keeps opening, I think." He checks his phone, and when we both look up, we watch the shed door slowly open itself completely, and then just as slowly closed itself shut again. My husband went outside with my dad to check it out, but in the end, nobody was there. We locked the shed and said that it shouldn't open again, but it was weird that the door would both open and close itself like that, right? Anyway, Wednesday we were gone for the day in DC, but on Thursday we went to Gettysburg for the day, and my husband left after dinner to put the baby to bed so I could do the ghost tour with my family. When we got home, my husband, who is naturally very skeptical of ghosts and hyperlogical about everything, said that he heard footsteps upstairs when he got in. Now, my dad and sister had met the groundskeeper on a walk along the property earlier in the week, and my husband said that he was worried the guy was a weirdo walking around the house and maybe snooping while we were gone. Another thing about the house too is that the sound doesn't travel at all. What I mean is that sitting in the kitchen, you didn't get an echo, or had to speak very loud and clear to someone in the next room. No acoustics, in other words. So he checked every room and closet to make sure that nobody was in the house. That's how loud the steps were, and he was a little spooked, but we decided not to say anything because my family was making comments all week about the house. We didn't want to upset him. That night, I thought that I was starting to get paranoid because I could have sworn that I was hearing a knocking above my head, and also thought that I was smelling vanilla. On the ghost tour, we learned that the townspeople dealt with the smell of corpses for months post-war by dipping face masks in vanilla, lavender, and mint. I thought that I was just spooked, and I did my best to sleep, but when I woke up the next morning, always the first because I have my routine with our daughter, I noticed that the kitchen cabinets were left open. I was confused, but just closed them. While my daughter was taking a nap later that morning, I tapped her monitor and the camera rotated all the way down. That really confused me. Had I held it down, or am I just overthinking it? My family decided to spend the day in Leesburg, upstairs our last full day before we left Saturday. At lunch, I mentioned the cabinets, and my dad said that it might have been him. He got me another glass of water before bed, apparently, but we all went to bed after him, so that didn't make any sense. Then, my sister mentioned that she woke up in a cold sweat at 3 in the morning. She said that she was having a really weird dream. Thought that she heard someone whispering in her ear, "Don't move." She said that before bed, her and her husband were watching videos about Gettysburg and saw a bright flash of light outside the window. So bright that she even checked the weather, thinking that maybe there was a lightning storm on the way or something. Then I looked at my husband and said, "Did you tell them about the footsteps?" He hadn't. He shared his story and then said that he also woke up at 3 in the morning in a cold sweat this morning. My sister also mentioned that she also hated the first bedroom. There was something about the fireplace that really creeped her out the same way it gave me the weird vibes. In the end, we all decided to keep the door shut all week without saying anything to each other about it. We were all stunned, but my sister immediately started panicking, asking if we could leave. We were all on the fence about it. I mean, we were planning to leave Saturday at 6 a.m. regardless, to get home and to return to our rentals, but we weren't entirely convinced. We finished our day out, came home and began to pack up what we needed to, and then we went to dinner with the plan to stay home all night. And this is where everything got really weird. So when we got home from dinner, the bedroom door that we kept shut was actually cracked open. And then air was coming out of it that was so cold it was like standing directly in front of the AC. It was just my husband and I on the stairs, and we looked at each other, and he quickly shut it before my sister came up because, well, we didn't want her to freak out even more. We put the baby to bed, and I headed downstairs because we all talked about having one last fire pit outside. My husband stayed with the baby until she fell asleep, but when I came downstairs, my family was all huddled together saying, "We need to go." My sister was really scared and didn't want to stay another night in their room. After some discussion, we all decided that it'd be best to leave at this point. We were only like 3 hours from home, and we could sleep in our own beds before midnight. We got the cars loaded up relatively quickly, and I had our daughter in her car seat and was talking with my sister, with the car door open as the boys all did a final walk through the house. From the outside, you can see perfectly who is where in the house too. I could see my dad walking into what was our room on the second floor with my husband, and I could see the flashlights scanning the top floor simultaneously where my sister and brother-in-law slept. My husband had his flashlight on when he went into the house, so I assumed that it was him up there. After a few minutes, my dad throws out some final trash, and I see him sort of half running or scuffling to the car, and he says, "Okay, time to go." We start heading down the driveway, and I turn to my husband and asked why he didn't just turn the lights on upstairs when he checked it. And he said that he wasn't up there, that it was my brother-in-law. My dad yelled up the stairs asking if brother-in-law was up there. My husband heard, "Yeah, I'm up here." At that point, my sister calls me. I ask her if brother-in-law was upstairs to do a final sweep, and he said no. He didn't go upstairs at all. My dad and their car confirmed it. My dad said that he yelled up the stairs if he was there, and my brother-in-law apparently yelled from the first floor, no one in the kitchen. When everyone asked why, I told them what I saw, and it was like someone was walking around the third floor with a flashlight scanning the room. My dad mentioned that when he went into my room to check it, his flashlight started to die at that point. Then when he stepped into the hallway, it came back on. My husband agreed and shared when he went into his room with my dad that he felt sort of suddenly numb as well. And while my dad was locking the house up with the keypad, he started the 4-digit code, and the house locked itself on the second number. And when he went to throw out the last of the trash, his flashlight started to die again. And that's when we all saw him shuffling to the car. Oh, and when we tried to find any information on this house, it's so old and historical that there's got to be something, right? But we found nothing, except the 2020 Zillow listing from the last owner, who literally had 6 packed paragraphs of information about the house, and under what the owner loves about the house is one sentence. The house was a Civil War field hospital, and then goes on to talk about the home's 66 acres and nearby locations. Needless to say, after all of that, we all felt better about coming home and not spending another night there. Sometimes I wonder if ghosts just get comfortable or familiar, and as more weird stuff happened leading up to the night that we left, I would not have been able to sleep that night. The owner texted my dad the next day to give check-out instructions, and my dad said that we left last night. I'm sure we're not the first to tell you this, but your place is haunted. The owners were surprised and said that we actually were the first to say so, and asked what we experienced, and that it was a Civil War field hospital per Zillow. They simply said, well, it definitely has its history, and asked us to leave a review. In the end, we didn't. When I was in high school, I had a really strange encounter riding my bike home from work one day. So when I was a senior in high school, I worked at a Target store from about 4 p.m. until about 10 p.m., 4 or 5 nights a week. After helping close the store, Z out the registers and other final
So that makes me wonder if lying down in your bed or something, does that actually...
The store was not too far from a bike path
that heal you? That should heal you, I think.
Minutes to ride my bike home from work.
Oh, look,
Sort of
I'm levitating.
bike path and into a large subdivision. At about the midway point home, there was a section of the bike trail that went through an undeveloped field and was very poorly lit. I remember I was slowing down to change the radio station on my CD or Walkman or sort of radio thing. Yes, I'm dating myself here a bit. When suddenly, I see a dark figure about maybe 100 feet or 30 meters away from me on my right start running at me from the dark field. Fight or flight instantly kicked in, and I started riding my 18-speed mountain bike so fast that I felt like I could have qualified for the Tour de France. As I was escaping, I took a quick peek back, and I saw a guy in black, fully black, with a ski mask and everything, attempting to chase after me for a few moments. Needless to say, what was normally a 15 to 20-minute bike ride turned into a 5-minute top speed and top gear bike ride home. I also obviously didn't sleep well that night, but I still occasionally think about that encounter in my darker moments. I was told this story about 16 years ago, so I may make some mistakes, but what I remember is true, and it's still extremely freaky. This happened in St. Kilda in the early 80s. My mum may have been 20 or 21, and she lived in an apartment complex where you had to ring a buzzer and talk to someone to be let into the complex. In case you didn't know, at Kilda, it isn't exactly the best area in Melbourne to live. There's a lot of junkies and criminals reside around the suburbs, and they congregate at St. Kilda Pier. In the 90s, I remember warnings of not walking through the sand in the beaches due to syringes being left in there. We had a real heroin epidemic at the time, and AIDS was a death sentence too. But anyway, at around 2 a.m, Mum is in bed asleep. Then all of a sudden, she hears this blood-curdling scream from a woman in the streets below. She wakes up, dials 000 to tell the police what she heard, and for them to come as soon as possible. 5 minutes go by, and 2 men are ringing the buzzer saying, "Police here, let us in, so we can get a statement." My mum was about to buzz them in until she all of a sudden had a really bad gut feeling and decided to ask questions such as, how did the police get here so quickly? Why aren't there any flashing lights? Where was the ambulance? So she called her friend who lived on the floor below, telling her that something just didn't seem right. At the same time, they were constantly buzzing and refused to give their badge numbers. So she rang the St. Kilda Police Department and said, "Your officers are here already?" The sheriff said that the police were tending to other matters though, and that they'll maybe be half an hour away. He also told her not to let those people in, as they were not his men. So Mum went down to her friend's place, as she didn't feel safe in her own place anymore. 40 minutes later, 2 police officers rang the buzzer, introducing themselves as Constable and Senior Constable, with badge numbers being, and apologising for being late, and asking if they could come in. My mum's friend now, and my mum too, could see a police car with sirens and an ambulance as well. So they let the police in, and the police take a statement. They let them know that detectives are investigating the vicinity, and will let them know if the police require them to come into the station for further questioning. The police then leave, and crime scene tape is wrapped around the area, which Mum discovers the next morning. Being absolutely terrified, Mum decides to stay at her friend's place and barely sleeps that night. And the detectives, they discover a body about 20 meters away from the apartment complex. The victim was a young woman in her early 20s, just coming back home. She was stabbed several times. I don't know whether they even found the criminals, but what I have learned is never to go home alone at night, to always trust your gut. Also, don't believe people at their word without evidence. It terrifies me to think about what could have happened to my mum that night had she buzzed those 2 men in. So, I have a bunch of paranormal stories, but this one was my first. In 2003, I was a part of the invasion of Iraq. The platoon that I was a part of was tasked with guarding a salt factory. We were there to stop looting, and additionally, behind the factory were 2 mass graves and about 20 destroyed Republican guard vehicles. Well, we set up a day and night shift with 4 guard positions that we would rotate through every 2 hours. The first position was at the entrance gate in a shed, 2 positions on the side of the building in vehicles, and the last one on the roof looking over the graves and the vehicles. I was up on the roof after midnight pulling my shift. I was up there with a machine gun, my rifle, body armor, and helmet with night vision goggles, NVGs. The roof is flat with 1 door in the corner with a huge water tank for the building. There's really only one way up and down from the roof, and that was through the 1 door. I'm sitting up there in my chair when, all of a sudden, someone slaps me on the back of my head. I mean, I felt and heard a skin-on-skin slap, so I stand up and say, "All right, I wasn't sleeping." But when I did, there was nobody there. And that's when I realized that it was skin-on-skin, and I was still wearing a helmet, which means that there's no way that someone could have touched me there. I looked around with my night vision goggles and
You wanna touch? Do you wanna touch? Do you wanna touch me there?
I pulled my night vision goggles off, and that was when I saw it. There was a blue.
Okay, now where is the Ooga Booga
10 feet from me?
dude I gotta fight?
And it shot towards the doorway. I slowly go back to my seat and stare off into the night, wondering what the heck that was. Eventually, though, my time is up and I swap spots with my buddy Matt. And not even 15 minutes in, Matty comes running down the stairs screaming about there being something on the roof. He says that he was looking out with his NVGs when something grabbed his wrist and jerked them out of his hand forcefully. He said all that he saw was a floating blue orb, and he ran for the door. I told him what happened to me, and he started screaming that the place is haunted, and that he would never go up there again. Matty, he's a man of his word too, and he never did go back up
There's
there.
Skeletor, dude.
He was outside in the heat of Baghdad. But we ended up leaving that place a week later, never to return, but it's something that just has always stuck with me. So I'll try to keep this brief, although it's a lot of information. But these are my experiences from a case that I've been working in my role as a chaplain and demonologist for the Order of St. John. You may remember some of my stories from before, but if you're a skeptic, this definitely won't convince you, nor is it an attempt to do so. Also, I'm not embellishing details very well, so feel free to ask me some questions in the comments below if you would like. So before my visit, I was given a referral by our regional chaplain. They're responsible for ministry and chaplaincy support with a large area of the city. Chaplains are a community-placed role, whereas pastors and ministers work in churches, and typically priests work in an abbey or monastery, in our denomination at least. I used to be a pastor myself, but
Where'd Skeletor
I'm a
go?
chaplain in the community. I'm an area chaplain, which means that I'm responsible for a handful of suburbs and any of the Order of St. John staff who work or live in these suburbs. The referral that I was given was from within my area too. I needed to go and check out a forest that someone had reported creepy things going on in, which included strange noises, feelings of being watched, and also strange signs. The community member also reported that they always had nightmares and bad sleep after visiting the forest, but didn't put this together for a little while. It's a nice forest too, small and on the edge of suburbia. It's secluded, so it's great for dogs and I always take a blessing. On my first visit, I found some strange things though, and heard I found a bird with a broken neck next to a bag of rotting meat, opposite a small candle shrine in the forest. To me, this was a clear indicator of something human going on, although my job is to try and disprove the paranormal, but I have to admit that this immediately put me in the concerned camp. I continued to walk and found two more monsters. One was a native eel that had its head cleanly cut off, and the other was a dead hedgehog that had sadly been bludgeoned to the point that it was flat. My first assumptions were psychotic teens, homeless person, or attempted dark magic. There are also some strange lines painted on the trees in the path as well, which was noteworthy, but I also noted that there's no wildlife noises present. But we are in a change of seasons here, so pressure drops are common at that moment. However, I performed a blessing, which includes singing, and the birds were singing by the time that I finished. I took the rotting meat and I threw it in the bin. On my second visit, for this visit, I came back armed with a Bible, a small wooden cross, and my uniform. Blessings are often not a one-and-done resolution. You need to bless something multiple times, and blessings are one of our most misunderstood tools. There are resolutions. But this visit is when things sunk in for me. I found large drag marks around the forest, many of which ended at a small shrine area where I had found the dead bird. This visit is also when I started to hear murmuring in the forest that was just barely audible. I also started to experience large movement around me, with one inexplicable movement in a shallow stream. The stream was about 15 centimeters deep. Something splashed in it, sent the water about a meter into the air. It was just really strange. I also felt this niggling pressure on the back of my neck and my ribs, but this could have also been anxiety-driven muscle tension, I admit. I walked through the forest with my cross drawn and prayed a small exorcism invocation whenever it felt appropriate, just to be safe. Now my third visit, this was the hardest one. When I arrived, the whole forest smelt horribly of death because of all the dead animals. I assume that there are some that I've missed, but I certainly found more. A decapitated rat, birds, mice. This time, I had brought my prayer book of St. Martin to consecrate the area. When I entered the forest, it sounded as though people were using the track, so I kept the dog on the road. But I never found anyone. The talking always seemed to be around a corner almost, and just indistinguishable. When I began the prayer, I immediately started to vomit this sickly sweet smell of death became
Well, that looks like fire.
I pushed through. I also constantly heard
Even though it's a sandstorm.
Forest at this point. I kept praying and vomiting until I finished the consecration, and then the vomiting stopped. The smell of death also disappeared, and I did the prayer again to be safe and didn't vomit this time. On my fourth visit, I returned, and the animals were either gone or had decomposed. The smell had also gone completely. There were still some strange noises and movements within the forest and the water. We don't have large wildlife here, so the noises are strange to say the least. But other than that, things seemed to be coming right. I still felt stalked and still heard murmuring, but the activity absolutely seems to have lessened. I do need to go back and pick up all the rubbish that has accumulated, bless it again, and fix the markings, so wish me luck, and I'll report back after I've done this. I live on a 13-acre property in an area of my state where the suburbs turn to rural farmland. My parents live in the main house near our road, while my fiancé and I converted one of the barns in the back half of the property into our house. Our house and another barn are set in a pretty wide clearing pasture, but beyond that, we're surrounded by woods on three sides. All of this is to say that we don't get many visitors out here.
A
By
shipwreck?
the time that we moved into the house almost a year ago,
It is a shipwreck.
where I get this inexplicable feeling of terror while outside.
Like a wrecked riverboat, maybe?
Including in places far, far more remote than this. But
Oh, that looks like an actual ship.
The woods, they're really home for me.
Weird.
And every other place that I've lived, they've felt like my woods. But not here. I've repeatedly had the feeling that I'm trespassing on someone else's land. Someone who isn't happy to have me here. Anyway, the other night I took my dog out for his last walk. It was 11 p.m., so it was pitch black outside the ring of light cast by the...
Wish when you went down to the lower level, it would not show the Elysium level anymore.
The hoot of an owl coming from the direction of the other barn.
Very misleading.
30 yards away to our right. I was so certain, though, that it was a human making the noise that I called out, "Ha ha, very funny, Dad." I assumed that it was my father closing up the barn for the night, and that he was taking the opportunity to try and spook me. But nobody called back. It was at this point that my dog lifted his head from sniffing all over and froze, staring in the direction of the barn. His hair stood up along his spine, and he started to give a low, menacing growl. Now, this dog is obsessed with all people and animals for that matter. Everyone is a friend waiting to be made. I've really never seen him act aggressively toward anything, even other dogs that have tried to fight him. My dad especially is his favorite person on the planet, so there's no way that he could have started growling at him. It was my turn for all the hair on my neck to stand up as a cold wave of fear hit me like a brick. My dog had stopped right at the edge where the light met the darkness of the woods. Normally, the light gradually dissipated into the trees, still providing enough visibility to see the outside of trees and shrubs and whatnot. But this time, it just ended with a solid wall of black. I've never seen anything like this. It was...
Oh look, it's an aglet or a crocodile.
And suddenly, I heard the same fake owl sound from a few feet away, just on the other side of that darkness. My dog jumped. He's only a little guy though, so I darted forward.
Oh, he got fucked.
Running toward the house. And behind me,
Crocodile egg.
but this time it had a sort of strange warble to it. Almost like...
I think the piggy fell down there.
Like
Yep, pig fell down.
Anyway,
Stuck down below.
I didn't go back out again that night. The next morning, though, when I went went out to check on the barn. I found the doors had been partially broken off the slide. And
What's up with the crocodilio?
Direction, like someone had tried to force them open the wrong way or something. There were no signs of footprints in the dust or dirt or anything, or any other stuff. We didn't have any crazy wind or anything that night, so I have no idea how this happened. What was out there that night? But
I don't know what that gives me. What does that give me?
Will stay well within the floodlights.
Does this give me
out.
flint or stone or sandstone? Okay. I don't know what good sandstone is, but
my mum had died in 2009.
that'll work.
A sudden illness. I'm living in the house that we used to live in together, and I'm in a fresh relationship, so everything is kind of new. Point is, one morning I noticed the first 3 letters of my name spelled out on top of a dusty shelf, as if someone had drawn it with their fingertips. It's not a smudge at all, since the dust is really thick, and the letters are very clear as well. At first, I really didn't think much of it, since I thought that it was just my girlfriend being quirky. But today we were cleaning up, and I noticed my name in dust on a lower shelf too. I checked the upper shelf, and now it was not only 3 letters, but my full first name. The first letters appeared right next to where I keep my tarot cards, and the second one appeared where I usually write insights. We asked mutual friends as well as anyone who's been upstairs in the past month. Nobody ended up to it. Now that I think about it too, it is very oddly specific to just write someone's name in dust twice like that. I've tried coming up with logical explanations, but frankly, at this point, I'm just at a bit of a loss. We do not want any spirits of any sort in the house, so I'm hoping that there's something obvious that I just haven't noticed yet. I'm not a spirits kind of guy, and to be honest, I would feel weird to live with the feeling that the ghost of my mother could be working over me while I'm watching Top Gear or something. But again, I just really don't have an explanation for how my name could have ended up in the places where it has. So this happened to me when I lived with a flatmate at once, and it is still the strangest thing that I've ever seen. So this one night, I came back home at around 2:30 in the morning, and since my flatmate worked as ground staff and her shifts rotated every week, she was supposed to be home at around 6:30. I had a private balcony, and because it was winter, I kept it closed and my room would be freezing. I lived in a house that had 200 degrees during winter, but that's it. So there was never really any heating system in the house, but we had room heaters, so we just kept the door shut. And when I got home, it was odd that it was open, since I remembered closing it before leaving for work, but chalked it up to my flatmate. I closed the open door to this balcony, turned off the light outside, and got into my usual routine of taking a bath and changing for bed. It was around 3 in the morning by then, and when I hit the pillow, I fell asleep pretty quickly. Now, this was out of the ordinary for me, since it always takes me a good hour to fall asleep once in bed. I didn't remember falling asleep either, but I woke up maybe an hour later as I was really cold, and saw that the door to the balcony was open again, and the lights were back on. I remembered closing it and turning the lights off very clearly. From my bed, I sort of had a bit of a diagonal view to the balcony, so I can see anyone who may be standing there. And just as I was about to get out of bed, I saw something move out of the shadows where I couldn't see and into the light. And it was me. And I climbed onto the steel railings. Once on top, I, or she, turned her neck to look back directly at me and smiled a little too wide for a human. She also had too many teeth, but then she just jumped off the balcony down into the fog. I was frozen. Not that I couldn't move, but more like I was just completely shocked. I got up from bed shakily after a couple of minutes, freaked out of my mind, closed the door, then turned off the lights outside again. I sat there dumbfounded, and I didn't sleep for the rest of that night. But it always inspires a chill down my back when I think back on it. I haven't seen me or her again since then, and
Piggy.
crazy. So this happened in Norway, and it took place around 2003. I appreciate any comment that can shed some light over what happened as well. Some information first. I'm from Oslo City, but when I was a teenager, we moved to a bit more remote place, about 30 minutes outside the city. It was mostly houses.
Give me your bones and your sinew.
Links around, but also lots of roadies who are really used to homeless people, and the teens who snuck out usually hung around the mall to steal fresh delivered Napoleon from the bakery's loading dock. But we lived quite central to a mall and a school and such. There was also a small forest behind our house, maybe. And one summer, two friends and I went camping for one night in small said forest. We were fortunate to a place about maybe 100 meters where we put up a tent. The ground is packed tight and has this sort of hollow sound when you walk on it. The tent was big for us. It was made for three and kind of round. So it would be hard for someone to reach the top without collapsing on the tent wall. And it was an old tent as well, so the fabric was a little...
Anna has entered the game.
It didn't rain that night.
Whoever Anna is.
We didn't bring any food or food equipment, except for some candy that we had inside the tent. We sat there gossiping and eating candy until midnight, and when we tried to go to sleep, we heard hooves walking beside the tent. Still, pretty sure that there were curious roe deer outside, but there was also this, I don't know, rattling sound of metal that seemed weird. Not like tin cans and...
Death from above, Piggy. I need your bacon.
Suddenly it started to blow up with strong wind, and we started talking to sort of ease the atmosphere a bit. The hooves and the metal sound reminded me of a knife. And my friend said, "That sounds like two knights." We brushed it off as roe deers, but we never really heard them move. We kept talking, and suddenly the wind or something ripped open a huge gash in the middle of the tent roof, right above us. And then a strong light, which I can only describe as sort of like lightning, came through the opening. We screamed, and suddenly the wind stopped, and the light disappeared as quickly as it came. We sat there in shock and didn't hear anything around us anymore. In fact, it was dead silent. No sounds of footsteps or hooves, no sound of helicopters or anything like that. In fact, all the wildlife had gone completely silent all of a sudden. We just looked at each other. We panicked, got out of our tent, and we ran to my place for the rest of the night. We went back the next morning and we took down the tent and looked around, but we found nothing that could help us figure out what the heck happened that night. Now, we don't drink or do drugs or anything. My parents were asleep when we got home,
Oh,
so
perhaps you
it could
should.
have been them messing with us. Plus, given how silent it was, I think we would have heard someone if they had run away after doing everything that happened. I've been around this little forest in my teens for a long time, and I've never experienced anything weird like this before or afterward. In the aftermath, we nervously landed on some kind of rare Latino roe deers with one foot in a metal can, but to be honest, I don't think I was really believe Bear with me, this will be a bit long, but I was dating this guy who owned about 300 acres of ranch land, had cattle in it too. One night we were out there having a little country-style date. You know, blankets and bicker. It's about midnight-ish. We hear drumming all of a sudden, and at first we...
Well, I'm guessing this is all made out of sandstone?
But then the screaming started. We were getting spooked, but naturally wanted to find out what it was.
Crystal chest, huh?
Got in the truck, and the second we started it,
Nothing in it, but...
and the screaming ceased. We did a patrol, checking out everything. Nothing was out of place. Cameras were normal. Nothing creepy on them or anything. Just a couple of cows and the donkey. The gates to all entrances were locked, and there was no disturbed earth anywhere from vehicles, so in the end we just left. But a couple of days later, we're out doing a feed and count, and we notice a cow and her new calf are missing. We load up a gator and ride out looking. Started in the west pasture and made our way east. Towards the east pasture, there are sinkholes and a couple of cave entrances that the animals generally stay away from, other than the donkey, that is. We get towards the northeast area where there's more brush, and the first thing that we notice is that it's quiet. Like, you ever been in a church or a school when nobody's there? That sort of eerie, oppressive feeling, like there's a bunch of eyes on you, but nobody's there? It was very much like that. Then we
Sorry, chap, the phone was
it smelled like a...
giving me a ring.
A ton of ozone, extremely clean, but this is out in the country. We got off the gator, grabbed the weapons, and headed into the brush. The ground was damp, only one set of footprints in. We found her tracks, but where's the baby? We go further and stumble upon 68. We found that she was missing her tongue, her udders, and reproductive organs. They were all gone. All the areas looked almost cauterized. There was no blood, no stench, no insects, no scavengers, nothing. I was very much like, what the heck? Whereas my ex just went, not again. And I was like, excuse you? What do you mean not again? According to him, 10 years prior to this, it had happened before. They found another cow that had calved, and it was dead. Never found her calf. They reported it to the authorities, but nothing ever came of it. We marked the location, then head up to the front to make a call. Mind you, we're on the back section of the pasture, and we have multiple fenced-off sections, 2 that are unused, and that's due to sinkholes and caves and all the low brush. When we get to the second fenced-off area, about 150 acres from where we found 68, all of a sudden, I hear the calf. She was in the fenced-in area. I crawl over the barbed wire, scoop her up, and we brought her home. Being hungry and a little dirty, she was perfectly fine. When we got home, I made a joke that, watch, in another 10 years, it's going to be time for another sacrifice. It's been a decade, and we've been broken up for a while, but recently, an article popped up, and it triggered the memory when I saw the location. Cattle being found dead. Same description, and the same area. I feel like I need to investigate this further, but to be honest, I'm a little bit hesitant because I'm scared of what I may encounter. This happened in June of 2014. I'm a female, was 20 at the time, and just about to move out of my parents' house 2 weeks later to my first apartment in the city. It was a Wednesday morning around 10 in the morning. I was on summer vacation and off from work that day, so I was still in bed. My parents had left for work earlier, and I was home alone. Back then, my room was in the basement, and my window was right next to the stairs leading to the front door. I was woken up by the sound of someone walking up the stairs, and thought that it was odd, so I got up, took my phone, and went upstairs to try and get a better look at who this could be. Once upstairs, I saw from the kitchen window there was a man leaving our front yard and going back to the sidewalk. I was relieved it was just somebody selling stuff, but then the man turned around, went back onto our front yard, and started walking toward the right side of the house, but there was a door leading to the kitchen. This is where I was standing. The man knocked and he asked if there was somebody home.
What the?
I should have said yes through the window, but I was just so scared and confused, I didn't say anything. He then walked back to the front yard and back onto the sidewalk and started walking away. Again, I was relieved, and I told myself that maybe it was a friend of my dad's that I didn't know and that he was looking for him. But this just didn't seem right. I was trying to find any reason for this man to be here, other than wanting to break in. And just when I thought the man had left, he came back and walked to the left side of the house towards the backyard. Now, I was really scared, and I knew that he wanted to get in. I opened the door, unlocked it, and waited for a couple of seconds. And it was then that I started to hear something cutting the screen off my parents' bedroom windows, and at that point, I was shaking. I opened the front door quietly, ran out of the house and called 911. 2 minutes later, a team of police were there, but unfortunately the guy had run away and they never caught him. Needless to say, I was pretty terrified my first 3 months alone in my first apartment. In 2021, I took a part-time job at a corporate wedding venue in the Rockies. The venue is a beautiful old house on a farm property, picturesque mountain, farm, Victorian sort of stuff. During my first shift, I'm given a tour of the underbelly of the house, where linens and laundry were stored. They had gutted the basement to make a huge laundry facility. It had lots of fabric hanging everywhere, industrial machinery, on corridors, perfect nope material. We'll come back to that area in a minute. But after the tour, we went upstairs to this gorgeous Victorian mansion and started to set up the kitchen for the bridesmaids area. As we make small talk, the banquet lead stops me and says, "Hey, before they get here, I just want to warn you about some creepy things, if you believe in that stuff." She continues when I tell her, I don't believe in that stuff. Well, there are a set of twins buried on the property, and they hold the grounds. I live in the carriage house, and I've worked here for a few years, and I've seen a lot of stuff. She has 3 giant...
Cool, stamina. We definitely need to increase our stamina. Stamina. Before we do the green one, I'm gonna go use the restroom. I'll be right back.
Playful hazing, but her serious tone was too chilling to be a joke. I asked her if I would ever have to lock up alone. She replied with, no. That's why they offer to let the banquet leads live on the property who aren't scared of ghosts. People often quit if they have to close alone. So, fast forward to post-wedding cleanup. I'm cleaning the kitchen in the old house, and my banquet lead tells me that she's going to lock up dining hall outside and be right back. I was honestly so tired that I wasn't even thinking about those ghost twins roaming around. I had let my guard down, I guess, and the house was quiet and the ambience was just lovely. At around 2:30 in the morning, I even started thinking how magical it must have been to live here, to enjoy the ambience night after night like this. When out of nowhere, the door from the staff kitchen to the main dining area suddenly just slammed closed. I dropped what I was holding and bolted to my lead, closing the dining hall. I could see her through the window the entire time, and nobody else was on the property. So it was out of literal nowhere, and there was nobody here that could have done it. I would have seen them if they had. I was terrified. She saw the look on my face and said, "Already? like she had seen this a million times. She asked me if I wanted to finish the laundry instead, and I shakily said okay, not only because it was post-COVID and I needed money so bad. I didn't want to go back down there, but we had to finish at least getting the laundry started. Terrified and poor, I rolled to the washing machines with my big roller cart full of dirty tablecloths, and shortly after my banquet manager came down to help me load them. We started to load 2 separate machines, and out of nowhere, we hear what sounds like rustling in the rolling laundry cart behind us, like someone was in it rolling around. The wheels were squeaking in the most unnerving way. My banquet lead turns slowly and quietly towards me and says, "You know, let's leave these for tonight. I'll get up early and finish them in the morning." I don't know how to describe the level of fear that I think we both felt in that moment. She had said that it had been getting worse earlier, and in that moment, this tough-as-nails manager, I think, had hit her breaking point of being scared. We had reached the apex of scary experiences this employee had seen, and it was on my first night. After trying to finish as much non-house related work as we could, we clocked out and I tried to laugh it off. The dogs had been helping us feel safe after the laundry incident, but I don't know how she lived with it, to be honest. I hated every shift so much that eventually I just quit after a month. No other occurrences happened to me after that night, only because I told them that I couldn't close anymore due to my day job. It was actually because of the ghost twins, but it was really frightening stuff, and I definitely spent some time cleansing myself after that experience.
Oh, maybe you can only do so many of them in a day, I guess.
Before, I think. We used to sneak down through a quiet area
I don't know.
over the dunes and onto the beach to smoke some
Kind of weird.
I lived in a very small
Just
coastal
saying.
town on the mid-north coast of New South Wales. Typical wildlife was possums, wallabies, and maybe a occasional kangaroo. Definitely no dingoes, crocs, or other apex predators around. But one night, as we quietly made our way down the path, we sort of noticed a shuffling and rustling sound in the undergrowth near the path. We stopped moving, and the sound seemed to stop as well. There was absolutely zero light except for some houses in the distance and the moon that night. After a brief pause, we decided to keep moving.
Definitely need more sinew so we can make a bow.
Some bushes moving too.
We need to make a bow.
Did anyone else see the trees move? I whispered back. I only saw the bushes move. We stood there, frozen, for a few beats, and in my head I was weighing up the option to either continue on the path, or perhaps just leg it back home. We took a few steps forward, though, when we heard the sound like leaves crunching underfoot. At this point, I reached out and grabbed my friend's hand, thinking that maybe we were being followed by someone. It was right then, too, that I noticed that I could smell something absolutely awful. "What the hell is that smell?" my mate whispered. His voice came out so small that it frightened me even more. I stood there for a long time, maybe about a minute or two, until we heard a very low groan or growl sound coming from a few meters away. Now, brush-tailed possums are quite common in this area and are known to make a sort of grunting or coughing sound, but they are, the ones that I've heard anyway, distinctly higher pitched and more chirpy sounding than what we heard. This, whatever it was very low, and it had a sort of strange catching tisk sound at the end. Needless to say,
These are giving me some honey.
It sounded to me, though, like a huge commotion of leaves crunching and branches shaking and crashing behind us as we began to run. But reflecting on it with my adult hindsight, it definitely could have been us making all that noise. Strange, to say the least, and the more I think about it, the more it just doesn't make sense that it was a possum. We never did go back to that spot again, and we would often bring it up from time to time, trying to speculate what could have followed us that night. Our best theories is that it was just a really big possum, or perhaps a person trying to scare us. The biggest
Oh, there's nothing in it.
however, is why would a possum follow us, let alone down?
Lame.
Although my mate says that he saw the tree branches move as well.
Well, that's lame.
If it was a person,
We found the super special secret hidden fucking hidey hole chest, and there's nothing in it. That's bullshit.
Coincidence of events, I don't know, but
That's bullshit, yo.
a nearby possum growling and maybe a nearby dead animal stink wafting over at just the right moment. Whatever the case, it still makes me shiver to think.
I feel cheated.
This story is always scared me.
I feel slighted and cheated.
My brother was about 18. I used to drive.
Oh, maybe there's more in there.
I mention this because it was a cute convertible.
Mid getting to the chest. Bullshit. I wanted some fucking freebie stuff. I wanted a fucking free super duper bow and arrow combo thing to help me fucking defeat the lava dudes.
Sketchy about it. I mean, we'd done this 100 times before.
That's bullshit.
He approached us though, from behind as I put in gas. The dude saw two long-haired people in a car that looked like it belonged to a girl. He approached me and my brother opened the passenger door. Dude was surprised when a 6-foot man got out of the car. He then said, "Hey, my girlfriend's in the hospital. It's a mile down the road. I just need a ride." We grew up in the area, and I told my brother under my breath, "Man, there is no hospital where he's saying." We told him that we couldn't take him, and he then pulled a steak knife out of his waistband.
The boar sounds a little bit suspiciously like a big cat.
Stepping in front of me and telling the guy to put the knife down. It was probably 30 seconds of conversation, but man, it felt like forever. The guy started talking to himself, waving the knife around, and then just literally walked away. When we got back in the car, got to our friend's house. It was 2 minutes from the gas station, of course, and then called our parents, who came to our friend's place, and they told us to call the cops. But here's the kicker. We called the cops and explained what happened, and they found the guy in a neighboring apartment, sleeping, and they told us that they couldn't do anything because he was currently not being violent, and they didn't have any evidence other than our word. My mother almost lost her mind talking to this cop. It's whatever in the long run. I mean, we were safe, and that's really all that matters, but still, the fact that the cops didn't go and take footage from the cameras of the place, it still blows my mind.
That's fucking bullshit. Here. You know, fucking. Oh, you can't put nothing in there.
It still rattles me when I think about it.
Itch.
For context, I'm a female, and at the time was around 25 years old. I worked in an office of around 150 people, and one day I received an email from a coworker.
Well, they were probably pretty cool treasures at one time, but
something along the lines of, "I'm sorry if I did something to offend you. Given the situation, if you prefer to never see me again, I understand and will avoid you in the kitchen." I was extremely perplexed, as I had no idea who this guy was, but I must have done something to offend this person, right? I responded back along the lines of, "I'm sorry if I offended you. Sometimes I zone out."
oh look, it's Crocodilio.
So I apologize. After this response, though, he started getting basically denying my apology and acting all passive-aggressive about it.
Crocodiliotis fucking dome.
He was confusing the heck out of me with this misunderstanding, so I sent him a message suggesting that he was not just a person. That was a big mistake. He agrees to meet in the kitchen in the office. I go there and I immediately see a tall, 30-ish-year-old guy who I've seen around but never met before. I explained to him that I apologize, but I truthfully
LNS.
I've never even really met him before and don't want any issues. What happens after, though, made me...
A house made of sandstone.
Bright red, and he looked visibly angry. He was stuttering and denying that I didn't know who he was, and then he says, "You've been staring at me for months. When you made eye contact with me, you..."
White marble looks cooler.
And I mean, what the heck, right?
Gotta be honest.
I strongly denied this and told him that it was a mistake. He kept insisting that I've been staring at him for months and he could always see me doing it. Eventually I realized that he couldn't see reason and I just decided to end the conversation. Upon reflection, I realized that it's possible that he thought that I was staring at him because when you walk in the hallway next to the kitchen, there's a room with glass at the end where a bench of desks are. His desk would be right in line of sight if I was walking down the hallway.
Crackadoolioed him right in the
He had a little
dome.
sticker on his desk I would sometimes look at. But this
Know that
seems
fire
like a
dude's
huge
down
change.
here somewhere. I need to find him and
After this incident,
fucking poke him in the eye or
my
something.
mother asks me why I was talking to him. I explained the situation and she looked scared and told me that last year he appeared in the office in a bathrobe, raving like a madman, and apparently he wasn't fired, but it was bizarre to say the least. So, was I dealing with someone in the midst of psychosis? Was he dangerous? No clue, but I reported this ASAP to my manager, who took it seriously enough to tell his manager. I don't think that he works there anymore. Thankfully, I left this company 2 weeks later, but I was extra cautious to not go anywhere near this dude. I was never going to share this, but I happened across a story the other
It
day.
always feels like somebody's watching me.
This happened a few months ago. I live in Wisconsin, just outside of Milwaukee, so still pretty urban and suburban, but we got quite a few Bigfoot believers up north. I'm currently living alone in my old childhood house. There's miles of woods behind it, and I played in them alone all the time from a truly inappropriately young age to right up into my teens. Nothing overly weird.
I could have swore when I was coming over to this one, I seen the
bedtime with an evening nap, mostly to
seen the
keep
little
safe.
fire dude running around.
I'll get up a little from 10 midnight or so and finish my day. And one night, I really overshot it. I woke up about 2:45 a.m. I'd taken
Might
the
have
dog
been
outside
this
to a
one.
family of ours that nest by the woods here. But he's just sort of staring at the darkness.
Might have been the other one though.
Now, we have raccoons.
Dude, there's only one of those down here though.
He's only done this a couple of times in his life, but my mind still jumps to the normal. As a woman living alone, though, it's worth paying attention to. But then I hear a sound, and to my ear, it sounds like me. More specifically, a tiny me calling my brother's name in this stupid way that I used to do when I was really little. Consciously, I just think, wow, I definitely misheard that. What a weird thought to bring up.
Looks like a church.
I set out trying to figure out what
That
possibly
looks like a
occurred.
church.
Could in any way be misconstrued as a little girl's voice from the dark at 3 a.m.? Leaves, some weird bird or something?
Okay, so it's
But I'm
not
standing
that
there,
one.
and the
That's the
overtone
one
of
out in the
weird
water.
starts playing underneath my
That's
growing
that one.
thoughts. What about all those skinwalker stories? That you're supposed to hear your loved one's voice calling your name, right? Not your voice from 30 years ago calling their name. Which led to a chilling thought of just how long something had to be back there watching me to come up with that sound.
This one?
But overall, my illogical logic was sound. I still haven't moved. my puppy hasn't stopped growling. Then the owl's hooting, the most basic owl sound ever, followed immediately by this deep sort of masculine human voice mocking them almost. And it was non-human enough that rather than confirming that there was a creepy dude in my forest, it confirmed the opposite.
It's this one.
I said nope out loud.
It's that one way over there.
Back into the house, pulling my dog with me. Once he was safely inside, I grabbed 2 of the biggest industrial flashlights that I had and went right back out. I'm ashamed to admit that I chickened out.
So where's the angry dude?
Chose life, and I just went back inside, locked all the doors,
Oh,
got my gun, yada yada yada. Now, I've been a night walker my whole life, and I can count on one hand the number of times that I've bumped into another person here. But eventually, I just decided that the neighbor's 18-year-old must have been out having a 3 a.m. joint in the woods or something, and just decided to scare me. Theory held up solid, until I heard this story on here the other day that multiple people have stories about something imitating an owl. Someone said that baby owls make that sound because they haven't learned to hoot properly yet. I've listened to that owl family for years though, and I have never heard that. I spent time researching baby owl sounds, hoping that that was the answer too, and all I could find was videos of them screeching. It was a very creepy sound, but nothing like what I heard. So, I guess my question is, could someone confirm for me either way, please? 9 out of 10 love living alone, but this is kind of throwing a wrench into my lifestyle here, and I guess I just want to clear this up. After I graduated last May, I decided to take up a job at my local jail. Nothing long term, just figured that I'd work there for a year and save up some cash before college. Flash forward a little bit, and I'm only a few weeks into training. I've always liked the idea that ghosts really existed, but at that point I really couldn't say that I ever actually saw one. However, that all changed while taking post one night. The time was a little after 5 a.m. and I was sitting behind my desk, absolutely bored to tears. So, being a good little deputy, I was spinning around in my chair, honestly trying not to fall asleep. This was hour 11 of a 12-hour shift, so I'm just killing some time before I have to go home. Now, to give you a little visual of where I am, I'm in a giant room with a bunch of cells. At one end of the room is the officer's desk with big windows behind it. These windows are super reflective, so officers can look into the pod from the hallway, but inmates can't look out into the hallway from inside the pod. At the other end of this pod are all the cells. This particular pod has some cells that were behind a second pane of glass. I hope you're still with me because this is important, I promise. Anyways, I'm spinning around in my chair at my desk and happen to glance up at the reflective windows behind the desk. As I do, some movement catches my eye upstairs. There is someone walking around upstairs, out of their cell but behind the glass. I stare in disbelief for a moment and instantly freak out. I'm thinking somewhere along the lines of, holy heck, who is out of their cell at this hour? I'm about to get fired. I quickly turn around and see that nobody is up there now. I scramble and check the monitor that gives me control of the cell doors and make sure all of them are locked, which they are. I even go up there myself and make sure that everything is as secure as it can be. And somewhere in the middle of me making sure that I'm not about to get fired, it dawned on me that was a ghost. I mean, there was no mistaking.
Mother.
I 1000% saw someone up there. Now, I don't mean that I saw a quick little shadow or a suspicious-looking speck of dust or something. I was distinctly looking at someone in an orange jumpsuit walking around up there.
Oh, fucker.
I could tell you this guy's haircut, his height, general build, and even what kind of beard he has. honest, I was totally banking on this happening at some point. I mean, from the first day I could tell that this place was really haunted. I'd heard the stories. So I immediately get my corporal on the horn and tell her excitedly that I just saw a ghost. But things don't end here. After that, I was bragging to anyone and everyone about my little encounter, with some mixed reactions. My sergeant says that he doesn't really believe in this, but some deputies told me that they've definitely seen some paranormal stuff on duty too. However, it's what the sergeant on day shift shared that has really stuck with me. He told me that they apparently had an inmate end their own life in that same pod a few years prior. I had already been told that by a few people who had been there a while. I gave a description of the guy that I saw, and we decided to look up the inmate just to see if they looked the same. And I'm telling you right now that it was definitely him. It was the guy that I saw walking around upstairs, right down to his skinny face and his billy goat beard. There was no mistaking it.
Billy goat beard.
I've talked to some inmates about it too, and I've had more than one tell me that sometimes they can see or hear someone walk by their cells and peeking in at late hours of the night. It can't be a correctional officer that they're talking about because they're always wearing an orange jumpsuit. Well, that's my one and only spooky experience. I didn't have any notable encounters after that as well. I hope you found this interesting, and it's definitely something that is going to stick with me. My mum was born and raised in the high country of east central Montana. She came from a ranching people, and her father and my grandfather were genuine cowboys. She often did work around the ranch with him, so really not
Already
much
did this
insight
one,
into her
right?
soul, except for what happened when she had to run into town when I was only 8 months old. The ranch that she was raised on was almost 2 hours away from the nearest town. You had to drive north on a highway for 30 minutes, then you had to drive on a dirt road for another 45 minutes across the Montana high country to get to the ranch where she was raised. I'm emphasizing this because it not only shows how far out into the pretty much nowhere she lived at the time, but it plays into why this story becomes so disturbing. So like I said, my mum had to run into town to get some groceries and baby supplies for me. She was driving on the long and isolated dirt road back to the ranch when she reaches into her purse in the passenger seat to get something. It slips out of her hand and into the passenger footwell. Fair enough. She then has to stop the car so that she can safely retrieve what she had dropped. She grabs it, and as she sits back up, she looks into the rearview mirror and sees a man about 100 feet behind the car running at her. Needless to say, she puts the car back into gear and she gets the heck out of it.
Ow!
She's looking back at me in the car seat, making sure that I'm okay. She sees the guy give up running after her and run back into the ditch to hide. Of course, when she gets home, she tells her mum and dad, my grandparents, about what had happened, and they're stunned. But here's where it gets really disturbing, at least psychologically. My mum didn't see any cars or trucks parked along that dirt road for the entire way to the ranch. She also didn't see any people walking along the highway or dirt road, which raises even more questions. Like, how did he get out there? Why was he out there? And even more disturbing, what would he have done to my mum or an 8-month-old me? My mum said that the more she thought about it, the more disturbing it became. I've only ever asked my mum about this story twice, and after the second time, she told me to never ask her about it again. And to be honest, I completely understand why. I get messed up thinking about it too. And I mean, I can only imagine how she felt having directly experienced it. During a school break, Me and my mum and one of my older brothers, we went to go and visit our uncle on his ranch in Nevada. I have trouble sleeping at the best of times, so one night I decided to walk around the perimeter of the ranch just for some fresh air. I had made it all the way to the other side of the ranch too, to the far end of the pastures. From the last fence to a woodsy hill area, it is about 50 yards, I guess. I decided to stay and look up in the grassy area to look at the stars, and what no one told this city girl was that with no trees and no lights, save for the barn on the other side of the ranch, you can see so many stars. It was breathtaking to see the universe like that, in fact. I started whistling.
Get out of here.
And then I heard a branch crack, so I stopped, a little startled by that. Then something else started to whistle right at me. I froze, and it seemed like every hair on my body stood straight up. I couldn't move, and the whistling got louder, and also got closer as well. It was the almost exact same nonsense melody that I was whistling not even 15 seconds ago. I know what you're thinking, but...
Okay, well, we can go retrieve that shit.
This was a bird. I know the difference between a bird and whatever the heck this was. And this isn't even over yet. So I, the stupid girl in the horror movie, decided to say, hello? And something said, hello, right back to me, in my own voice. And yes, I know what my voice sounds like. Slightly raspy, faint, Bronx accent, usually lower pitched unless I'm excited or mad. And then it's usually so high pitched that my friends say that I sound like Harley Quinn. Another branch snapped, and that was my cue to book it. Back down around the paddocks, back to the barn and to the main house, which was about maybe 2 acres, I would guess. But the whole thing was like a blur to me. I have knee issues from a car crash, but I didn't feel even an ache as I sprinted all the way back to the main house. To this day, I still don't know what it was. I didn't tell anyone else about it too, despite my mum being extremely superstitious. I did a little bit of frantic Googling the day after, obviously, and the closest thing that I could come up with was actually a skinwalker. My parents recently bought a farm last year in Australia and have been building a property on it for their retirement. It's right beside a national park and reasonably close to this property over. The only thing that sucked is that we have no cell service besides the paddock where they're building their house. Not too dodgy, right? Well, I'm a university student, 21, female, in my second year of nursing, and frequently come up to the farm to help them out with their livestock and whatnot. At first, everything was fine. We had a small 2-bedroom cabin in the lower paddock that I stayed in every time that I came up. My room had a large window that faced into the national park, and at night when it was pitch black, it would freak me out a bit, but nothing serious. Sure, we had the usual noises of foxes and the livestock at night time and stuff like that, but it was really nothing out of the ordinary. But things really ramped up when I had to stay up there alone to feed the livestock for a few days while my parents were back in the city. I went about the usual chores, feeding the sheep, keeping an eye on our lambs, and checking in at the building site to keep an eye on it. I went into town to get some dinner at the local pub, and by the time that I got home, it was roughly 10 p.m. I would usually take my car up to the top paddock at night to call my friends, check social media, etc. My car was lit up by my internal navigation system that's always on, which meant that I couldn't really see outside the car besides for my headlights. I must have been midway through my social media scroll when I thought that I saw something black flash across the paddocks where my headlights were facing. At that, I drove my car in a quick circle to use my car's headlights as a massive torch and didn't see anything. No reflections of cattle's eyes like I usually do, or the usual fox or rabbit. I tried not to pay too much attention to it and went back to my social media scroll and accidentally pressed my brakes, which allowed my brake lights to flood the paddock behind my car with an eerie red light. And the same corner of my eye in the rearview mirror. Now, I was getting suspicious. I turned off the music I was listening to and just sat for a second, trying to assure myself that I was just tired. And after a few seconds,
Take it all.
I was about to turn my car on to go back to my cabin. That's when I heard what I can only describe as claws on my rear windshield. Sort of like a tap-tap scratch pad. Now, I can tell you that I have never sped as fast as I did back to the cabin that night. That night too, I just couldn't shake the feeling of something watching me from the forest. You know that sort of tingling sense of something staring into the back of your head that you get sometimes? Well, after tossing and turning, I put up a newspaper in front of my window that faces the woods until it was completely covered, and the feeling immediately went away. Sleep didn't come easy, safe to say that night. The following night, I chose to go to the top paddock while it was still reasonably quiet. All was peaceful, and I had all but forgotten last night's events. I was admiring the gorgeous pink sunset when I saw a flash of green in the sky travel for a split second and then disappear. Now listen, I'm not one for UFOs, but I know that it wasn't a helicopter because it was light enough to see the sky and the stars weren't even up yet. I thought that it was cool though, so I called one of my friends who was a massive skeptic about everything paranormal, and of course she thought that I was nuts and proceeded to give me a hard time for it. It started to get a bit dark for my liking though, so I went back to the cabin to cook some dinner. All was fine too until I went to sleep. The newspaper from the night before was still clinging to my window, but I woke up at around, I would say 2 a.m. I would guess, to the sound of the sheep making a racket. I grabbed my dad's rifle
Sheep racket.
and went to take a look on foot with my spotlight. Now, usually you don't bring a very bright light and you mess with the sheep, you're already going nuts. You hear it. Key word being usually. I walked over to the paddock. I sort of started scanning with the spotlight. Didn't see anything. The sheep were crazy because when we're in
Looks like shit to me.
All just suddenly went completely silent. I mean, 1 second they were so loud that they echoed around the hills, and the next it was just completely silent. And now I was truly scared. I raised my rifle and started looking around, feeling like everything around me had its eyes on me. It was then too, as I heard a thump of something heavy being dropped on the ground. Heavy enough for me to even feel the vibration in my feet. And at that, I booked it back to the cabin and locked everything behind me. I was pacing around.
Booked it back to the cabin.
I heard it too. It sounded like humming, but distorted alongside footsteps. Whatever these footsteps were, it was as if they were limping and then sort of quickly recovering. It was around the cabin, and it stopped at my bedroom window. I curled to the ground, gripping my rifle until my fingers were frozen in place. And I laid there pretty much all night until I was so exhausted that eventually I just fell asleep. I left first thing in the morning without even looking to see if there were any footsteps. Now, if anyone has any clue as to what the heck I just experienced, what this thing is, or can tell me what I can do, then please do comment below and let me know. I haven't been able to go back to my parents' farm, which I really regret that, but hopefully I can return soon. I grew up in a sleepy suburb in South Carolina in an upper middle class neighborhood. The neighborhood was built on the side of a small antebellum period slave plantation that had fallen to decay more than a century ago. My house was situated directly across the street from the plantation's old cemetery. I put that in quotes because there are no headstones, only crudely cut rocks that signified where people were already buried. There was only one bedroom in the house that overlooked the cemetery, and it was the one that I slept in as a child. When I was very would always comment on seeing shadow people, dark humanoid shapes that would dance in and out of your peripheral vision. I'd be sitting in the living room playing with my DS or something like that, see something walk across the burning kitchen, only to look up and see nothing. This was also a relatively common occurrence in this house. The worst thing, though, was the nightmares that I'd have in my childhood bedroom. Man, the nightmares. Before I was old enough to even watch my first horror film, I would have these intense, graphic dreams that nothing a child's brain should be able to conjure up like that. I had one recurring dream. I would go to the bathroom only to find a person void of any skin, with a blood-filled bathtub. Yeah, terrible nightmares. The dreams were often hyper-realistic too, and would take place in my home with no alterations. I would often refuse to sleep in that room as well. The house was 2 stories, and I would often just fall asleep on a patch of carpet next to the stairs. When my sister moved out, I finally got out of that room. The nightmares and the insomnia stopped too, almost instantaneously. That room is used as my dad's office space now. I always make an effort to shut the door every night before I go to bed, but when I wake up to use the bathroom, it's always open without fail. I admit that it could be a draft, but the problem continued even after we replaced the door. Even in the blazing hot South Carolina summer, that room too was always freezing cold. It'd be easy to chalk it up to a childhood superstition, I know, but the strange occurrences continued well into my late teens. Now, my parents were always out of town on business, leaving 17-year-old me to my own devices for weeks at a time sometimes. I hated being in that house too alone, so I'd always have a few people spending the night while they were gone. My house began to build a bit of a reputation with my circle of friends as well. The first instance that I could think of was in my junior year of high school. I was with 4 friends and we decided to grab a pizza. One of the other friends decided to stay at the house and watch some TV and just keep an eye on my dog. And about 10 minutes after we left, I got a call from my friend, and he seemed genuinely shaken and told me to hurry up. It's about 10:30 p.m. at this point. He had put my dog in his leash, and they were both standing in the driveway of the house when we got back. He said that shortly after we left, I heard loud banging coming from the upstairs of the house. We have a long hallway on the second story. He said that it sounded like multiple people running full sprint from one side to the other, just over and over again. My dog was apparently going ballistic, and he grabbed his leash and the both of them just ran outside. Needless to say, he wasn't willing to stay that night. Another instance is just me and one of my friends. My parents had been out of town for a few days, so we were just having some brews and playing COD or something on the TV in the living room. It was getting super late, so we put on a movie and we sort of conked out after about an hour. I left him on the couch and went to sleep in my bedroom. But at around 3:30, I get shaken awake by my terrified friend. He said that he woke up and was freezing cold, so he walked upstairs to grab a blanket out of the linen closet. He said that when he closed the door, he could barely make out my dog in front of him. My friend called to him and reached out his hand to pet him, but when he did, the shadow sort of drifted across the ground towards him and went through his legs. Not through the middle of his legs, like physically through his legs. He asked me to feel them too, and they were icy to the touch. We both just sort of hung out in the living room with pretty much every light in the house on after that. But the last story that I have has to do with my dog and my childhood bedroom about 2 years ago. My parents were yet again out of town and asked me to dog sit the flu for them, so of course I obliged. It was around 9:30 on a hot summer night, and my dog just starts going absolutely ballistic for some reason and running around in circles almost like he was chasing something. He bolted it upstairs, still barking, until I hear him make it to the far side of the house, near my childhood bedroom, and the next thing that I hear is the door slam shut. It was incredibly loud, and there was obviously a lot of force behind it. Then all I could hear was him shrieking, almost like he was in severe pain. He's a fairly large lab husky chow mix, and I've never heard him make a sound like this. I, terrified, sprinted up the stairs after him and opened up the door to let him out. He came thundering out of the room and was desperately clawing at the door to the backyard. And I couldn't get him to come outside for like 2 days afterward, leaving his food and water outside for him. Now, I mark myself as the superstitious type, but only because so much weird stuff has happened to me in that house throughout the years. I just get an angry foreboding feeling when I come back home these days. Am I crazy for believing?
I don't know where the fucking
in that house?
dude is.
I felt insane until
Wish they'd let you
experience the same stuff that I did.
like click on it and
about the prospect of something malicious being in the upstairs office space. And although this is extremely long-winded, I could honestly write a novel with how many more stories I have about this house. But I'll leave it for here for now. I'm just wondering if there's anyone
like
else
wherever the dude's at, you can
like
fucking
this,
find him
like seeing
and just go there.
like that. I'd love for all of this to be easily dismissible, and on their own each story is, I guess, but with the
No, I've seen him, but
occurrences, I just can't chalk it up to coincidence anymore. Anyways, that's my story or stories. I'm just confused and struggling to make sense of any of this. Hopefully somebody can shed a little bit of light at least on what's going on, either in that house or perhaps even the cemetery across the street.
Mr. Oogie Boogie, man.
This happened late in November of 2017, and it was a weekday. I can't remember what day exactly, but I knew that it wasn't a weekend as the roads were pretty desolate. I was 33 at that stage, and we'd been working for a family on a ranch for about 4 years, and they had become like our second family, I suppose. We were on work visas from South Africa, so not native to the US, but pretty familiar with everything as we had been in the area for the full 4 years that we had worked for. We decided to make the career and life change after I got burnt out at 29 in a corporate marketing career that wasn't going anywhere and was stealing my soul and will to live. We just wanted to scale down and have a more relaxed lifestyle, I suppose. Anyway, the ranch was in Northern Utah, somewhere between Salt Lake City and London. I'm being pretty vague as the family is very well known, and I would not like to identify them as a respect for their privacy. But we were almost getting ready to return to South Africa at that stage as our visas were running out. We wanted a bit of a holiday, I guess, as it had been a very busy year. Getting married, our daughter was born, etc. So we wanted to do a bit of sightseeing before we returned. And the owner offered to pay for the accommodation and provide spending money and his truck even if we would run an errand for him on the way. He had a couple of horses and a trailer that needed to be picked up from a ranch somewhere in Wyoming, with Cheyenne being the closest big city more than an hour away. We jumped at the opportunity.
That big tree?
To get there and then a day to get back to his ranch. We visited some awesome places too. Park City, Gorge, Bear Lake, Yellowstone, Tech Village, etc. The whole trip was an amazing experience, except for the incident this story is about. That definitely put a bit of a damper on the excitement.
Ow.
We went to Park City the first day and spent the night with some friends.
Well, I tried to get my shit out of there, but
on the way between Flaming Gorge Reservoir and Bear Lake via Green River. So we were driving and enjoying the scenery and had just crossed over the Utah-Wyoming border when we spotted the only vehicle for the past maybe 30 odd miles. An old red-brown pickup truck that was parked on the opposite side of the road. There were 2 guys inside, and when we were about maybe 150 feet from them, they pulled onto the road to make a U-turn. I was pretty annoyed by that, as I was doing about 80 at the time and had to make a hard brake and swerve onto the oncoming traffic to avoid having an accident with them. I punched on the horn and flipped the middle finger out the window and passed them too. They sped up, flashing the lights behind me, but I just punched it and left them behind. I was driving my employer's new Ram 2500 diesel truck, so it had no shortage of power to get away. A few miles down the road, I couldn't see them behind me anymore, so I assumed they must have turned off. Probably about 40 to 50 miles up the road, we pulled into a little America to get diesel and some food. And when we got out of the shop, we saw the truck parked across the lot, but no one was in it. We decided to load up and head out, as I wasn't in the mood for an argument with some redneck cowboys. So we headed out and thought that was the last that we would see of them. But boy, were we wrong. We were looking for interesting places to stop and things to see on the route, and about 45 minutes or so after we left Little America, we spotted a sign that pointed to Fossil U.S. National Monument. We pulled in and literally had the place to ourselves. But we were the only car in the parking lot, so we walked around and couldn't see much as it was closed, so we decided to head out. But right as we got to the truck, we spotted the red pickup speeding into the parking lot. I panicked. My wife jumped into the back with our 5-month-old daughter, and I ran around and jumped into the driver's seat. Right as I wanted to pull out, the pickup pulled in behind us, blocking us from exiting. I was terrified at this point, screaming at my wife to call 911. The two guys jumped out of the truck and started running towards us along the side of the truck. Only then did I notice that both had their faces covered by what looked like handkerchiefs, like what cowboys usually wear around their necks. Right at this time as well, she didn't have cell service. I was making split-second decisions and noticed that, except for the curve and a signpost off to the left, there was nothing really solid in front of them. So I threw the truck into drive, swung the steering to the right and floored it. The truck bounced over the curve.
I don't need a stick.
And made a wide turn through the field.
I'm taking all your shit.
And we raced for the exit. Now, the layout of the parking lot was as follows. There's a one-way entrance. The road splits, and the parking runs into a one-way loop that exits at the same entrance. If it doesn't make sense, then you can pull it up on Google Maps with satellite view. That will explain it a little bit better. We were parked at the far end of the parking lot, though, and we were now going through the parking the wrong way to get out. The other guys were back in their truck, racing to cut us off. They beat us to the entrance, too, as they had a much shorter distance to cover than we did. They proceeded to park their truck sideways across the road by the gate, so there was no way that we could get around without causing some serious damage to my boss's brand new truck. We stopped about 150 feet from them. One guy had an aluminum bat, the other had some sort of a bar or tire iron that he was swinging around. My wife was crying in panic, our daughter was screaming, I was shaking from adrenaline and fear. Even though the situation was still dodgy, I felt like we were out of immediate danger at this point. The two guys didn't move towards us, just standing next to their truck staring us down. It felt like hours, but was probably less than a few minutes. And I told my wife to buckle our daughter in and look behind the seat for the rifle my boss kept there. She found it and passed it to me. I wasn't worried about the bat and the bar, but in case one of them had a firearm. Obviously, I didn't want to make the situation worse, so I was still contemplating whether I should use it if they approached or threatened us again, when I noticed a camper turning off the highway towards us. The two guys must have also noticed, as they looked at each other, got in their truck, and with that, they just sped off. And they turned the way that we came from onto the highway, and we could no longer see them, and so we started driving. We passed the camper, and the old couple gave us a friendly wave. We wonder if they knew that, to us, they were angels sent from heaven that day, or probably not, right? And the story ends there, pretty anticlimactic. We had a pretty amazing but uneventful, at least if you count dodgy encounters, rest of the trip. We told my boss what happened when we returned, and his explanation was that they were probably looking for trouble, and that is why they cut us off with a U-turn, and then when people react, they start a confrontation. It sounded plausible at that stage, until about a week later when we were already back in South Africa. I was lying in bed one night thinking over the encounter when it just sort of struck me. From where we first encountered them, when they cut us off with the U-turn until the Fossil Butte Visitor Center, was over 3 hours and close to about 120 miles. You don't follow someone that far unless you have some seriously sinister intentions. They also must have purposely followed us there, as there are many different routes that they could have taken that would have led them away from us. But we turned off the interstate and made about 2 or 3 other turns since leaving them on the area too. And that certainly made me lie awake for a few hours wondering just what their intentions were and what would have happened if that old couple with the camper didn't turn off.
Oh, for fuck's sakes. Well, now there's 2 bodies down there.
For some background,
Oops.
I'm in my late 20s, living in northern Canada. And last weekend, I got a call from a friend telling me that while on his ski-doo trip, he went on by my cabin as it was on his route, and that it looked like someone broke into it and smashed all of the windows. Devastated, I went out to my shed to load up my ski and sled with boards and tarps to repair the windows, hopeful to keep some of the snow out of my cabin until I could probably replace the windows in the spring. And just as I was about to leave, I got this, I don't know, gut feeling that something was wrong and that I should take a rifle just in case, because better to be safe than sorry. As I started my ride into the woods, I noticed the sky getting darker and I thought to myself, great, now I'll have a storm to deal with too. Luckily it wasn't a snowstorm, but just a thick fog that rolled in quickly. There's nothing more unsettling too than being alone in the woods like that, encased in a thick fog, especially with God knows what around you. But I finally get to my cabin, and sure enough all of my windows are smashed. I unload my gear and get to work, trying to get my cabin secure as fast as I can and get the heck out of there. At some point though, I feel like all of a sudden I'm being watched, which gives me a bit of a lump in my throat because I can't see anything in this fog. Then I hear something moving through the trees. I automatically grab my rifle and put my back to the cabin, hoping that if something comes out of the fog that I'll be ready for it. My first thought was that it was the terrible person who broke into my cabin, coming back under the cover of the fog to see what else they could take. But then I realized that no ski-doo approached me, as I would have heard one from miles away, as it was so quiet out there. After waiting a while and no more noises coming from the woods, I go back to work, get my windows fixed, and I return back to my skis to get the heck out of there. After a short ride, I notice something that looks like pot poles in the middle of the trail, and it turns out to be polar bear tracks leading towards my cabin. That creepy feeling of being watched and the noises from the woods was probably a polar bear stalking me, and was the actual culprit of the break-in at my cabin. And what disturbs me most is that, honestly, I would never have seen it coming with all that fog behind me. And my rifle, well, it would have been practically useless against such a huge animal like that. To this day, I genuinely feel lucky to be alive. This story happened a few years ago. I was in my early 20s and was studying in Paris, France. I was going home from uni. I usually took a short bus ride and walked the rest of the way. That day, I felt slightly uncomfortable though. I could sense some guy looking intensely at me. I was used to unpleasant, unsolicited gazes, but this time, his gaze felt sort of beastly. It's hard to explain why, but I felt like a prey being stalked. I decided to get off the bus a few stops early. I wanted to avoid him and didn't want him to see where I usually got off. Like I learned in the movies, I waited until someone else pressed the stop button and waited until the last moment to stand up and leave. I didn't notice him get off the bus though. Just as I was feeling the relief of having escaped an uncomfortable situation, I looked over my shoulder and there he was, a few meters behind me. I had the distressing feeling his eye had just looked away the moment that I turned. I walked into a shop quickly, took my phone and pretended to be taking a call, and when I couldn't see him anymore, I exited and made my way home as fast as I could. I kept looking back on the busy street. I zigzagged across the street at every crossing, and finally I believed that him getting off at the same stop as me was just a coincidence. When I reached my building, I looked back one last time, and there he was again, his alarming gaze on me, smirking. I ran up to my apartment, climbing the stairs 4 at a time. I reached the top floor, squeezed through my door, locked it, and froze. My intercom was now ringing. Don't ask me why I picked it up. I regretted it the moment I did. But I could hear the opposite flat intercom ring as well. He had pressed all the buttons, hoping this would open. Now he knew my name, Gabriel. I felt like a deer in the headlights, frozen. Open the door, please, said a pleading voice. I just want to talk to you. Somehow, I couldn't even move or speak. Come to the window, he yelled. But look at me. You'll see I'm not a bad guy. Something clicked. He wanted to locate my apartment in the building. I was not going to make that mistake, though. I hung up in shock. I waited by the door without moving for what seemed like hours. When I finally managed to calm myself, I called my long-distance boyfriend. Call the police, he said immediately. Why didn't I call the police? I don't know. Today, it would be the first thing that I would do. The fear of making a big deal out of something, perhaps. What an idiot I was, though. I called my best friend instead. I just didn't want to feel alone, I guess. I told her all about it, and after a while, I felt a bit safer. We started laughing. Suddenly, the intercom rang again. 2 hours had passed since I'd come home. I answered. Gabriel, said the voice. Open, please. I still remember the chills that I felt that day. He was still there. He was there all this time. I was silent, petrified. He was silent, but I could sense his trepidation. Let me in. Just give me a glass of water. This broke the tension. I hugged him. Curled up in a corner, literally in recovery position, terrified, I waited. I was scared to make a sound. I knew that he couldn't hear me from the hall, but I was scared to even breathe. The intercom rang again, and again. I didn't answer this time. Instead, I crouched to the sofa and just fell asleep in exhaustion. But I did hear the intercom ring one more time, in the middle of the night. I woke up in the morning, afraid to leave my apartment. I called my dad, who came to pick me up. There was no one in the hall, but there was a note in my mailbox. It said, Gabriel, I'm a nice guy. You should have opened to me. We immediately went to the nearest police station, and the police listened, and of course they told me that I should not hesitate to call them. My dad called a locksmith to install digicode on the building door the same day, and wrote a message to each of my neighbors asking to not open the door to anyone that they didn't expect. He sat in the cafe in front of my building with 2 friends every evening for more than a week, but I never saw the stalker again. After this episode, I use a different route to and from uni every day. I kept my phone tightly in my hand and looked back every few meters. Today, I'm still very observant of my surroundings. I never enter the door if I'm not expecting someone. So, people, if you ever find yourself in any kind of uncomfortable situation like this, trust me, call the police. Don't be an idiot like me. So this happened almost 10 years ago, but it still gives me the creeps whenever I think about it. I was finished college, living back with my parents in our sleepy little town, and had rekindled an old friendship from high school to pass my days. Madison was a chill girl, and I got along pretty well with her boyfriend and brothers, so I ended up spending a fair amount of time over there at her place. Madison's mum was a nurse, who enjoyed training for
Curzon! How are you, buddy?
He's a friend from work.
Went home every day, except for delivering the paper.
Welcome in.
At about 4 a.m. Through passing conversation with Madison, I learned that he had been a professor before going off work, but I didn't feel it was my place to inquire further than that. He was never anything but pleasant to me during our interactions, but I was always struck with the notion that he seemed to be more distracted.
Thank you for the raid.
He needed to
What's happening, buddy? How are you?
Parents are the type who always have questions about
We're gonna have to use
old college students. So I filled them in on what
fucking
where I had been spending my afternoons. My mum asked me if I knew what her dad was off on disability. I told her I didn't know.
I have come
it's just creepy stories from the internet.
and I'm all out of bubble.
It's not an audio book.
That he had responded to a 911 call with the volunteer.
Just creepy stories, creepy, scary shit.
Garage after a failed, attempt. Hearing that, my heart went out to everyone involved, and my questions surrounding the event were satisfied, I guess. But I continued hanging around with Madison and her family for the rest of the summer, never having any issues besides perhaps a hangover the next day. One night, though, we were all over at Madison's house celebrating someone's birthday, I think. Everyone was congregating in the kitchen, sharing snacks, drinking, dancing, having a good time with us. But her dad came over to me calmly with his drink and asked if he could speak to me in another room just off.
Who's that?
I agreed.
Boarhead? Wow, that's the first boarhead I've gotten.
When we got into the other room,
I've killed a whole bunch of boars.
and became a little bit worried. Hoping
Guess maybe I can make something with that, I guess. I don't know.
My paper route is through your
I still don't have nearly enough sinew.
While I was heading down your street,
Make
I noticed a man coming towards me on the other side of the road. I don't usually
bow
see
yet.
anybody else out there early, so I was a little bit surprised, but as he got closer, I noticed that he had no feet. He made eye contact with me as he said the last part, and I could tell that he was being serious. Look, I had no idea what to do, and I just froze, and he just sort of...
I need, what, 3 more?
It all passed, he said with a dramatic...
Oh, I need 1 more.
To shake his head as if saying no. Anyway,
Lame.
I think it's a Reaper, and I just thought that you should know, okay? He made eye contact with me again, but smiled sweetly.
Whoopin' Gundam style.
My jaw off the floor and managed to thank him for letting me know, and he nodded dutifully, and we went back into the other room.
Let's see. There's smoke.
I told
I need
Madison about it
to-
later on in the evening, just as she would want to know what was going on, I guess. With the dad.
Crocodile eggs.
She seemed embarrassed, but not surprised by this information, and told me to ignore her dad because he was crazy. Her dad carried on as usual around me after that, and never brought it up again. After I finished college and moved out, Madison and I sort of lost touch, and I really don't think about her that often, but I do, however, always check to make sure that people have feet when I'm out walking in the early morning hours. I don't know what it was about that story that got to me, but he seemed so genuine. I don't know. What do you guys think? I was at my aunt's house in 2003. Decided to spend the night and hang out with my cousins and all.
There we go. That's a
My
little
aunt
better.
lived in a house built around about the 1930s or thereabouts anyway.
December 9th.
It was normal.
Day birthday.
Movies, talking nonsense, all that cool teenage stuff that you do.
Or is that your stream anniversary?
We'll fast forward to nighttime and everybody goes off to bed. I was just hitting the couch that night and was still up watching TV and texting my girlfriend. The couch that I was sitting on was centered in the living room, so you could walk around it.
Dragon statues and Gundams.
I remember
The
my
game Indiana Jones and the Great Circle
while waiting for her to text me back.
is an RPG game made by Bethesda.
I woke up with what what seemed like minutes later.
Maybe Elder Scrolls in the Fallout games. Yeah.
A faint reflection.
Well, I know who Bethesda is, but
an old woman.
I didn't know they were making an Indiana Jones game.
Look,
Hopefully it's better than the old Indiana Jones games. It came out a long time ago.
My cousin's room and making up some lie about feeling sick and basically just crashing on the floor. I woke up the following morning and I thought that I must have been overtired or something and let my imagination get the better of me. I was still lying in my makeshift bed while everybody else was still asleep. I needed to use the toilet though. So
yeah, first-person RPG.
And in the corner of my eye,
that doesn't surprise me none.
Living room. I immediately turned to look, but this time I saw this lady sitting there in the armchair, staring blankly ahead, noticing me looking. I remember her clear as day as well. Old, 85 to 90 years old, I would guess. Short white hair and a cream-colored dressing gown.
We're gonna run this way.
Stare into just
I'm gonna turn left and run this way, all the way over here and jump off. We gotta figure out where that fucking lava dude is.
I went to look again. The lady was gone. About an hour or so passed. I heard my aunt awake, making coffee. I went and told her what I saw quickly, and she said that she had seen her too. My cousins had not though, but
so like kind of like Conan Exiles, or is it like Red Dead, or what?
Now, this is the part that gets really weird. Fast forward about 5 years, my aunt had moved out and she was living elsewhere, and that house became a distant memory. I was visiting my dad's place on the weekend, and we were talking about paranormal things. And
we need to go visit
about the lady that I saw. And
this dude.
She said that
hopefully this guy unlocks the bow for us.
She lived in Grove. I mentioned the suburb. She said the street. And yeah, it was the same house. My stepmother, her older brother.
Back to your base if you want to learn how to use your new tools.
But the creepy thing is that my aunt is my mother's sister and doesn't know my stepmother at all. I drove down that street recently, but the house has been knocked down since then. But I always wonder what happened to that lady, who she was, what was she after?
I'm going to use my new tools. What new tools?
Aunt said that she could feel someone brushing her gently while she
You're a ding dong.
Maybe
that dude's a ding dong.
She has white yellow fur, so I often see her in the dark, even in extremely low light. Last night at 3, I woke up for a drink, which is pretty rare for me. Usually my dog follows me everywhere, so I kinda didn't notice if she did in the middle of the night, but the room was occupied by me, my sister was sleeping on the other side of the room, and Kiki, my dog. When I turned from the kitchen, I saw
Kiki the dog
in my sister's bed, as she usually goes there to sleep anyway. I called for her and could see her eyes moving and staring at me. The dark eyes, a nose on all white fur, with dark background, so pretty visible in low light. I called for her a few times, but she didn't come out, but I could definitely see movement there, like she was moving her head towards me every time that I would call her, and then move it away after a while. After like 15 minutes, I noticed movement on the other side of the room's door from the small gap underneath, and it seemed like Kiki was trying to get my attention from behind the door without barking. She probably understands that everybody is sleeping, so she couldn't bark without it being an emergency. I don't know, but she was trying to get in from that gap. I got really confused though, and immediately opened the door, and found Kiki was in the hallway this whole time. So I went back to see what was under the bed. Now there was nothing. Absolutely nothing. And the window...
I get to bed. I worked all day and I'm tired as fuck.
I don't know what I saw that night, but there was definitely...
Alright, buddy. Yep, definitely go get your sleep on.
This is my first experience.
Especially if you've been working all day.
But I don't know. I'm in the room right now with Kiki next to me on my bed. Naturally, I've been glancing where I saw it yesterday repeatedly and hoping to not see anything. And I guess my prayers were heard because this time while cuddling, I heard a whisperish sort of ha right next to my ear. I usually always have my AirPods on at this time of night and would be listening to some random stuff, but I haven't been using them since the past 2 days, and now I wonder how many signs I might have missed in the past month that I've lived in this apartment. Anyway, like I said, I'm really not
Gotta
sure
be.
but
I know he's underneath here somewhere.
I just hope that
Just don't know where. Incoming!
I could do it for hours. One day I decided to go to the forest. It was near the village that I lived in. About a kilometer, around 40 meters away from it. I noticed there was something white in the grass on the left side of the road, or the rock. There was a piece of paper with a rock on it, and the paper was written with charcoal. Hello. As a dumb kid, I came back the next day. The piece of paper was still there, but when I got there, I also had a piece of paper with the word hi written on it. Then I came back the next day too, and it was written on it. I'm good.
Don't have time to deal with your bullshit.
Once I tried staying
Bacon.
previous dude was that was right. I sort of became really good friends. We would have these conversations.
Oh yeah!
I just came to the place less and less.
Dicking balls everywhere, dicking balls.
The person writing was I'm going to miss you. Now, around 20 years passed.
That's so weird. That's their symbol.
Written on paper with charcoal with a rock on top in front of my house. Missed me with a question mark. This just happened the other day, and this is my most sincere. What the heck? Nobody knows about this. And there's nobody that could play a prank on me. And I mean, what the heck, right? One day passed, I took the paper inside my house, left it inside my drawer, and to be honest, I'm really not sure what to feel about this. I'm sort of happy, I guess, that whoever this person is came back, but only if this person isn't some evil dude ready to, like, stalk and murder me. I don't think that they are, but what do you guys think? Plus, how did this person find me again? I'm an 18-year-old guy, and for countless years of my childhood, I experienced some, let's just say, really weird stuff that I still can't understand. It's been on my mind constantly, and I'm not claiming that I saw Casper the Ghost or anything, but man, let me just tell you everything. What I'm about to share with you guys is my full experiences in as much detail as I can. I've only shared this with my close family. I mean, imagine me telling my friends this. No, it's not a fictional story, and I swear that this is real. So ever since I was a child, I would feel like I was being watched. As a result, I really couldn't sleep alone in my room. I would cry, sleep in their bed. It was fine, but sometimes I was forced to sleep. I was next to me when I would sleep, so I didn't feel watched as much. My first encounter, though, came when I was probably 7 or 8 years old. I woke up in the middle of the night, which I always did anyway, strangely enough. I took the large body pillow that was next to me and tried to place it on the other side of me. When I lifted it, a woman sat next to my bed, a few meters away. It was really surreal, but I could sort of see through her, but I could still also see details. She was old, she had curly hair, she wore a shirt with buttons all the way down, and there were stripes on her shirt. I could see details all the way down to her waist. Just sort of cut off. I screamed, ran past her, where my dad came rushing out of their bedroom to see what had happened. After this, I wake up every single night for the next few years. I was so alert all the time that I think it's noteworthy to mention that. Now, I'm not sure about the timeline here, but a little after I got my next incident, an incident that would repeat itself for years on end too. I woke up like I always would at 2 or 3 in the night. This time, a white cloud kind of shaped like a human was standing at my door. It was stationary, but all of a sudden it moved a little. I would sit there staring at it for like 30 to 60 seconds. It would disappear into the roof. It would just kind of slowly float up. After it went away, I would just quietly go to my parents' bed and sleep with them. This would happen at least for a year straight as well. One time it was a little different though. I was sleeping in my own bed. I was probably 10 plus now, I would guess. I heard light. At first, I thought that it was my mother waking me up for school or something, so I'm pretty sure I said something like, "I'll get up soon." But something got me to open up my eyes, and I was standing there at my door, a cloud shaped like a human. I remember saying a few words, but I didn't say much because of fear. And after a minute, this thing floated up again, and it was gone. Just a lot of strange stuff would happen too when I was like 10 or 12. Things would sometimes fall down in my room from my shelf at night. It was so loud, in fact, that my parents would hear it from their bed and come in to check on me. I don't remember this one too clearly as well, but one summer night, me and my brother were in the living room when he spotted some weird stuff in the garden. It was a cloud sort of shaped like a human again, going back and forth. But this one was black and not white like I would have. We called my brother over and tried to point it out to him, but he couldn't see him. My brother still brings this up like 7+ years after this event. And at this point, I was so traumatized by this, to be honest, that when I was home alone, I would barricade myself into a room or something like that. One particular incident, though, just tops everything. I was sick at one point, home alone, because my mum was at the store. I was playing CSGO in my brother's room, the old nuke map, if anyone knows the game, and a sculpture fell onto my face from above the PC. And this wasn't too weird, but I got a little bit scared, so I left the room quickly. When I did, though, across the hallway in front of my room, I saw the cloud-shaped like person again. But it was really fast towards the kitchen this time. I had never seen it move like this. In fact, I'd never really seen it like this. So I slammed the door. Recent years, my oldest brother, who was very skeptical of my stories and would tease me, started talking about some weird experiences that he had too. He said that it was common to hear very heavy footsteps outside the bathroom when he was brushing his teeth at night. It was so heavy that he would feel the vibrations. When he would check, nothing was ever there, and it just stopped. Then started again a few minutes after. The bathroom was located outside the room, exactly where I would see this thing. In the beginning of all of this, my parents thought that I was lying just to be sleeping. But when I woke up every single morning to eat breakfast, I would be telling them what I saw. Now, my grandmother died a few years before I was born. She would always tell me how excited she was to meet her grandkids. But when I described the woman in my room, I was describing a large part of my grandmother, apparently. Curly hair, shirt with buttons and stripes on her shirt. Keep in mind, I'd never seen a picture of her when I was that age, so I had no idea what she looked like. But at this point, I was practically begging my parents to get some help. They eventually contacted a guy that claimed to be able to get this thing away. My parents weren't buying it 100%, but they did it for me. I was told that I was too young to participate in whatever they were going to do, so I couldn't be there. I was told that he claimed that an entity was living in the kitchen, my room, and the living room. And apparently they sat in a circle and did some ritual before being charged $60. But, amazingly enough, after it all changed for me. I never felt watched again, never saw it again. I could actually sleep in my own bed at night. I really don't know how to feel about this. I know what I saw countless times, but I just can't shrug it off. It's hard to live with me, and I have a lot of questions about what all of that was. But anyway, it's all over now. It seems to be. When I was a kid in the 90s, I would often sleep at my grandmother's house in the middle of a small village in the Jura. The bedroom that I would stay in was called the room in the back. As the name suggests, it was one of the last two rooms at the end of the main corridor shaped like that. There wasn't really anything special about that bedroom. Bed, shelves, books, and some basic furniture. For some reason, it always creeped me out. I felt an unwelcome presence, and I would always struggle to fall asleep, scared of whatever invisible forces might be lurking in the dark. One night, though, when I was around 8 years old, I woke up scared and confused because I found myself lying down on the floor in total darkness. I feel I need to make two things clear here, though. This is the only time in my entire life that I've waken outside of whatever bed or couch that I've been sleeping. The second thing to note is that, despite the fact that the house is located in a small village, it wasn't particularly isolated. The streetlights outside, they would always let a bit of light filter through the closed blinds at night. So, here I was, a child surrounded by total obscurity, struggling to understand why I wasn't in my bed. I tried my best to stay calm and touched around me, hoping to find the side of the bed nearby at least, so that I could climb back in. But I simply just couldn't find it. I tried for several minutes too, but it just didn't seem to be, which was extremely strange considering that the bedroom wasn't that big in the first place. I sort of therefore decided to move forward in a single direction to find a wall that I could then follow.
Aha! I evaded you, piggies.
But things got even stranger as I tried to find a wall. I would bump into furniture that I would not recognize, and despite all my efforts, I simply just couldn't find one. Everything around me was completely and utterly unfamiliar. I thought about calling for help. My grandmother was sleeping in the bedroom on the other side of the corridor, and my parents in the living room. However, I imagined them finding me screaming on the floor, and in the end I decided not to, not wanting to face that kind of embarrassment. Finally, I fell asleep on the floor, giving up on finding the bed. And I woke up the next morning in that bed and under the blankets. It was like the entire event had been nothing more than a really weird dream. Yet, it just didn't feel like a dream. I am a natural lucid dreamer, and even back then I was already very familiar with how dreams feel, and it just wasn't one, or at least I don't think it was. Anyway, a few years ago, a long time after this strange occurrence, I went to England to visit my aunt, who's from the other side of my family. She claims to be a witch and is into a lot of new age stuff. I've always been skeptical, but I have to admit that she's done and said a few strange things that got me to go from not believing her at all to being a bit more neutral about it, I guess. So we were talking about our respective families, and she went on about the only time when she had ever been in my grandmother's house when I was a baby. I thought that it was a good opportunity to see if she had sensed anything unusual there and asked her, making sure to keep the question open enough to not influence her. The first thing she said was, yes, the room in the back. She said it in English and had no idea that we called it that way in French. There's something wrong in that room, she said. I was spooked. But once I got back to France, I decided to confront my mother about it, since she'd spent her childhood in that house, and as soon as I asked her what the heck was that room in the back, she froze and her face. She explained to me that when she was little, she went in that bedroom with a few friends and they tried to invoke spirits for fun one time. They sat down on the floor in a circle, holding hands, and said, "Spirit, if you're there, knock 3 times." And apparently they immediately heard 3 very violent knocks and ran off screaming. She told me that the room is leaved. And that's it. Nowadays, the room is pretty different, but still used as I'd say a lot less than when I was a kid. I know my brothers who are 10 years younger have also complained about feeling uncomfortable there for some reason, but they never had any unusual experiences there. Well, none like mine, anyway. I haven't really told a lot of people about this story, but it's still one of the scariest things that I've ever experienced. Maybe someone here can shed some light on what you think this was. So, in 2018 to 2019, I was dating this guy and I would always sleep over at his place on the weekends. I would sleep on the right side of the bed and he would sleep on the left side. And one night I woke up because I guess I could feel something staring at me. I opened my eyes and my boyfriend was sitting on the edge of the bed to my right, just sort of staring at me and smiling, but the way he looked was so creepy. Nothing different about how he looked, but the only way that I can explain it is sort of, well, evil. Like super big smile and really wide eyes just sort of staring at me, but not saying anything. Now, this guy would always mess with me and joke around, so I thought he was just trying to freak me out. I was about to ask him what he was doing too, like the words were about to come out, when all of a sudden I felt his head down, asleep, heard him breathing deep. I immediately knew whether this thing staring at me was not my boyfriend. I stopped myself from saying anything or even looking at my actual boyfriend lying next to me. I was still looking right at whoever this thing was that I had thought was my boyfriend. And I had an overwhelming sense of just feeling like I was in danger, and if I said anything or looked at my boyfriend to my left, that it would know that I knew that it wasn't my boyfriend and something bad was about to happen. All of this was going through my mind super fast.
Bacon, give me all that tasty bacon.
That I just quickly
Ooh, we can make a bow now.
over my head while turning, grabbing hold of my real boyfriend, and I just stayed.
Can make a bow now.
Eventually from exhaustion. Now, I've had sleep paralysis before.
We'll have to figure out how to make some arrows as well.
This was definitely not sleep paralysis. And to this day, I have no idea what it was.
Yeah, we get some range going, and then we'll go shoot that lava wood dude. So I'm pretty sure we're going to need a bunch of flint for making arrows. Or maybe amethyst. Ziggy Piggy. And the little bee. Give me all your bacon. Give me all your bacon. Listen. Melee has gone up to level 5. Oh. Take all the loot off of bacon. Bacon the boar. Bacon the boar. Making bacon pancakes. Making bacon pancakes. Take the bacon in and put it in the pancakes. Ah, raw red crystal. Nice. I don't know what that does, but you can smelt and learn more about stuff like that. Okay. Paste. My dude's tripping, man. He keeps hearing shit over his right shoulder. Freaking out. I think he's a little paranoid.
used to be in a really, really bad place. I had struggled with mental health issues from the time I was in middle school, mostly depression and anxiety. You know, the usual culprits. I had been working in a Starbucks as a barista. The Starbucks was actually inside of a Target. You would think it would be bad, but it was pretty nice. Anyway, I dated this one guy who may have been an actual sociopath. He had some serious problems. I haven't spoken to him in a few years now, and I don't plan on reaching out anytime soon. Trust me, you'll see why in just a minute. He actually found me out back one day. I was behind the store. I said I was going on break, but I really just needed to go and cry for a little while. I was feeling really overwhelmed and depressed. I just didn't have anything to look forward to in my life at that time. I remember looking up at him. I could barely see him through the tears in my eyes. He started talking to me, and he really comforted me. I told him that I thought about ending my life and was severely depressed. At the time, I thought he was just a really sympathetic person, willing to help someone down on their luck. But now I know the truth. He saw a struggling person who would be easy to abuse, and that's exactly what he did to me. I vividly remember him wiping my tears away, right off of my cheek. I was so touched, and his name was Mike. He really got me. It wasn't long before we had exchanged numbers and
Check
started
it out.
dating.
Ooh, and a skilly.
That honeymoon part of a relationship was so great, but the honeymoon phase doesn't last forever. And when I started to see him for who he really was, I got afraid. I missed him. I don't mean like a costume. He would pretend to be someone that he wasn't. He literally faked a personality. There were a few times that I was at his apartment and he would just start acting really weird. It was like his true self came out, and it was horrifying. He was so mean that I honestly can't even put it into words. He really did enjoy making me suffer. I remember him telling me that I wasn't good enough and that I needed to lose weight and breathe and work harder and a million other things. He told me everyone in my life thought that I was pathetic. He said so many things like that, and I honestly couldn't stand it. It was like he found that negative voice in the back of my head and put it on speaker. The worst I ever felt about myself was when I was with him, and I totally let it all happen. Because no matter how mean he ever was to me, a part of me secretly believed that he would be the only person to ever be with me, that I wasn't worth anyone better than him. Yeah, it was a really dark time. It wasn't too long into our relationship that he convinced me to move in with him. He actually had a nice place, but it was kind of far from my job and my parents.
Oh,
Because of the
shit.
move, I had to drive almost half an hour one way to Starbucks. Of course he didn't care. He knew things like that. He gradually isolated me from everyone in my life. He did it one by one. He started with some of my friends, and I have to mention that I wasn't very close to them to begin with. But any contact with anyone other than him was a threat. So he would tell me that so person that I speak to once in a while actually hates me. But sometimes he was more abrasive about it. There was one time when he grabbed my phone right out of my hand and blocked my coworker's phone number. He was really threatening about it too. I knew that if I ever unblocked him, that he might actually do something to me. Things started escalating to the point that even I recognized that they were out of control. I knew if things continued down this path, he was going to kill me or I was going to end up taking my own life. It really was that bad. I won't bore you with every little horrible story, but he broke my stuff, cheated on me. He even joked about the fact that he cheated on me. Said I should be happy he's with me at all when there are so many other great women out there, and all kinds of stuff like that. The day I realized that I had to get out was really important. I didn't really have anywhere to go, though. Mike basically forced me to break off contact with everyone, and he regularly checked my phone to make sure I wasn't speaking with someone who I wasn't supposed to. I reached out to my mom while I was at work, borrowed one of my coworkers' phones, and gave her a call. It was really nice to hear her voice. I explained as much of the situation as I could, and she said she completely understood and that she was more than happy to let me move back home. That was a really touching moment for me. I walked out that night because Mike was out. I was able to pack my stuff and leave without ever having to say anything. He probably would have gotten me to stay somehow, said the right words, made me feel like everything was going to be okay, the way he always does. He didn't appreciate the fact that I was gone. He was mad. He started showing up in my job a few times a week. He would always try to talk to me, convince me that things could get better. He said that he would change and be nicer to me, but I knew that he was just lying to me. I knew he just wanted me back under his thumb. I ignored everything he said, and that seemed to work for a little while. It didn't stop him. There was no way that I was going with him again. This is where things get crazy, though. He really wanted me back. He showed up at my work one day. I actually happened to be on break. I was walking around Target and just killing time, honestly. As I was walking, I saw him looking through some of the glass near the Starbucks section of the store. My heart dropped. He looked livid, like really worked up and violently kind of mad. I stopped and just stood there for a moment. I didn't know what to do. He turned around and saw me, and we made eye contact. The only thing I could think to do was run. My body spun around faster than I ever had before. I ran as fast as I could in the opposite direction, and I knew that he was chasing me. It was actually weird how I got out of the situation. There is an employee door that you need a card key to get through. The Starbucks employees had them too, for some reason. I think there was a glitch in the system, but either way, I was far away enough from him that I got through it and closed the door behind me. One of the Target employees asked me if I was okay. As bad as the situation was, I honestly didn't want to make a scene. I told him I was fine and just needed a minute to take a break. I sat there for about 15 minutes and left. Mike was gone, and that was the last time I saw him. I'm not sure why he hasn't contacted me since. I'm just glad he hasn't, though. He was responsible for the worst part of my life. Honestly, I'm lucky to have gotten out of that situation alive. Wherever he is, I just hope he isn't doing the same thing to another poor girl out there. I had a seasonal job at Target last year. Every year, they bring in new people during the seasonal times to help with all of the chaos of this pending season. It's pretty standard. Just about everyone was doing this. It just happened by chance that I was doing it at Target. I think it's actually funny. I don't think I've ever actually been to Target until that job. But anyway, it was actually a night shift position. I would come in and start working at around 4 a.m. And that was one of the crucial times to get stocked up on stuff for the big shopping rush that day. Now, the way we did it was we would get a shipment off of a truck, and all the supplies would go into the back. We did that as fast as possible so the truck driver could get on with his next stop. Those guys were always in a rush. And once we got the stuff in the back, it was up to our team to get it all organized and stocked. And that was all fine and dandy, pretty standard procedure. Now, there was normally a good number of people who worked this shift with me, normally between 4 and 5 of us, with the manager somewhere else doing whatever else managers do. But here was the situation. The layout of the store was a little weird. We had so much room in the warehouse area for all the supplies, but sometimes it would be too much, like drastically overflowing. And we had this other room to put some of the stuff we just couldn't fit anywhere else. It was a weird situation because that overflow room was not very big. I think it used to be someone's office. I don't know what happened there, and I don't really care either. That was the job. It was a true nightmare to organize the stuff in that
Stone. Okay, we need some stone.
There would normally be 2 people in there doing that, and the rest of the team would be outside. This room was kind of secluded as well. It was just kind of out of the way and didn't make sense to be a storage spot. Again, not my decision, just what I was told to do. It was one of these early mornings that I had to work in that overflow room with a guy I didn't know that well. He never said very much, and he looked a little sketchy. I'd actually seen him walk off of the premises a few times after getting a text message. It was really weird. It was never for very long either. It was like he got a text message and went outside to take a smoke break or something. No one ever said anything, though, so he just continued to do it. Honestly, none of us really cared that much. I didn't mention we came in at 4 in the morning, right? Well, This one morning that we were working in the overflow room, something a little
Oh, I
strange
need 50.
He got a text message and went outside like usual.
Well,
I asked him where he was going, and he just said he'll be right back. He left before I could say anything else, but I noticed he dropped something as he went out. It fell on the floor, and I went over to pick it up. I could tell you exactly what it was, but it looked
need
like
more
some
oak.
lopsided herbs. Honestly, they probably weren't herbs at all, but being really tired and overworked, I assumed he was a gardener and he was carrying his herbs around. I know how stupid it sounds. I have a lot of friends that are really into gardening, and I guess I just assumed the best case scenario. When he came back, he seemed like he was in a rush. He was looking around frantically. I told him he dropped his herbs. I pointed to them on a table in the room, and that was when he got really aggressive with me. He asked me if I thought it was funny, and that was when it dawned on me that he wasn't walking around with lavender in his pocket all day. It also dawned on me that he was probably selling while he was working this shift. That would explain why he would randomly go outside every once in a while. He threatened to kill me if I said anything to anyone, and I was honestly scared to death. I didn't know what to do. Looking back, I probably should have told my manager and called the police right then, but I never really had to deal with anyone that was a criminal or anything of that sort. Of course, I didn't say anything to anyone, but
Oh, I need 2 pieces of oak.
he gave me a weird look. We'll just call him David for anonymity's sake. And that wasn't his real name, but it'll work. Over the next 2 or 3 weeks, I started to observe David a little more closely. I paid a lot more attention to what he was doing and what he was looking at and how he was behaving. And after that time, I realized a few things about him. Firstly, he was definitely a drug user himself. I couldn't tell you what, but my guess is that it was something pretty hardcore. He would talk to himself like a crazy guy once in a while, and other times he would just completely zone out like he was in a different planet. The other thing that I noticed about him was that he was very unstable. Sometimes he would get really upset over very minor stuff. There was one time he screamed at the top of his lungs because his shoe was untied, and other ridiculous things like that. Now, while all of this was going on, I was still living my life. I still went for runs at the local park, and I made YouTube videos in my free time, just for fun. I tried to forget about the whole situation with
Is
David.
it all birch up
It
here?
wasn't until I saw David at the park where I always ran.
It is,
He was
isn't
sitting
it?
on a bench
All
staring at
birch
me
up
head
here.
on. I stopped mid-step. That was the scariest realization ever, because it meant that he was stalking me, and I didn't know what his intentions were. I didn't know how long he'd been doing it or why. I just
Is
knew
he
that I
a
was
freak?
danger.
Super
I kept
freak?
running and played
He's
it off like
super
I didn't notice
freaky.
anything. But oh boy, how could I not? Then there was one morning when it all went down. I showed up a little earlier than usual. I was always on early bird, and I just hated being late. I was there about an hour before my shift started. Must have been about 3 or so. I was chilling in the parking lot listening to a podcast on my phone, and that was when I noticed someone pull up behind me. I parked kind of far away from the store to not take up parking for the customers throughout the day. I just thought it was unusual for someone to park so close to me when there were spots everywhere else. My heart sank. The person behind me turned on their brights, and that was when I knew it was David. My fight or flight kicked in. I turned my car off and sprinted to the store as fast as I possibly could. I knew the employee would be open and I would be able to get to safety there. David started driving after me, like trying to run me over. He probably would have gotten to me too, but there was the spot where it was a line of trees in the parking lot. I ran to the other side of the trees when I noticed that he was driving and he couldn't really do anything after that. I got inside and screamed that I needed help. Surprisingly enough, my manager was there. I explained the situation to her and we called the police. She locked the employee entrance and we waited until the police gave us the okay. Obviously, David had booked it. But the cops couldn't find him either. He wasn't at his apartment. Apparently he gave the wrong address when he applied to work there. I guess they don't check the seasonal workers very thoroughly at Target. Hopefully they do now. And that was the story of how I almost got messed up working at Target last year, and if you're wondering, I don't plan on applying again this year. Target was my favorite place to go shopping. I'm sad to say I don't think I can never go back there, though.
Creepy Target stores.
It will ruin the love you had for a place or a store altogether, and that's what happened to me. It all started when I graduated college. I was a psychology major and I struggled to find a job. It's a city and there just wasn't anything appealing to me. There weren't any
Okay,
jobs
fallen logs are oak logs. The
psychology
vertical growing
major.
trees
Only
are
10 years
birch
of experience.
trees.
So I had to take whatever job I could get. I ended up working at some funky call center. And I say funky because it really was a complete dumpster fire every single day. The managers had no idea what was going on. My coworkers were some of the weirdest people I'd ever seen. Most of them didn't have a college education either, which made me feel really bad about myself. I had some really low confidence during this time, and I felt like a failure. I still lived with my parents and had a massive amount of student debt, and I was working at a place making minimum wage. I had also let myself go during the last few months of my senior year in college. I was really stressed out trying to pass. I just didn't have time to make salad or go for runs anymore. I was feeling really down there for a bit. James comes in. He was a really weird guy that worked at the call center too. He had a goofy-looking mustache and was a bit of a creep. I definitely saw him checking me out a few times, and I even saw him look at other girls too. A little pervy, but I couldn't expect anything less from a place like this that I worked at. Oddly enough, James was the only guy at this place that was ever nice to me. Everyone else was so miserable to be there. James had been hired a couple of weeks before I got the job there, so I guess it just didn't have enough time to make me and James completely miserable yet. There was one time when I went out for a smoke break. James joined me and started flirting with me. He definitely had his problems, but there was something about getting a little bit of attention that did kind of make me feel special. I was always a very introverted person, and I hadn't had a boyfriend in over 2 years. It felt nice to be noticed. It wasn't long before we exchanged numbers and started talking a little bit outside of work. There were a few weeks there that I kept trying to get him to shave his mustache. I told him he would look a lot better. It took about 3 weeks to finally get through to him, but when he did, I was surprised. He was actually a really handsome guy under that caterpillar, and that was when I made up my mind. If he made a move on me, I wasn't going to say no. He never made a move on me though, and I was surprised because I was sending some pretty strong signals for him to do so. He just never did. Not even over text messages or anything. All he would ever do was flirt. It wasn't very long into that situation that I gave up on him. I figured he didn't like me. I mean, honestly, what else was I supposed to think?
Maybe he was
I
gay.
was on Tinder like everyone else. I knew my situation was bad, and I secretly fantasized about hooking up with some rich guy. I didn't find a buff millionaire, but I did find a really nice guy eventually. We went on a few dates and started going out together regularly, and I really liked him. We're still together, by the way. But this is where things got weird with James. He started acting differently. He started doing more and more inappropriate things. I was friends with James on Facebook, and when I changed my status to an in a relationship, he did one of those emoji reactions, and he put an angry face. I remember seeing it and rolling my eyes. Typical men, I thought. They don't want you until you have someone else. Now, something James would always do with me is send slightly naked pictures. It wasn't like full frontal or anything like that, but he would take racy photos of himself getting out of the shower or changing and things like that. That was okay when I was single, but he just didn't stop. And these new pics were much more revealing, if you know what I mean. And I kept telling him that I was in a relationship and he couldn't do this anymore. He just wouldn't listen. He always said that
Sending
God,
dick
and
pics.
I knew he was doing it intentionally. Things also got really awkward at work. There were quite a few things that he would do that were just freaky. For example, pens started disappearing from my desk. I didn't think anything of it at first, just that I was being clumsy.
Oh,
But one day
feathers.
I happened to walk by James's desk and noticed all of my pens. James
Feathers.
followed me outside every time I went on a smoke break. He always played it off like he wasn't doing anything, but it was so obvious to everyone. Well, it was around the 6-month mark of me working at that funky call center. I had my performance review and I got a raise. I got an extra $1 an hour, which I was pretty happy about. I had a few $100 in savings and decided to treat myself to my favorite store, Target. I remember making a self-congratulatory post on Facebook about it. I even mentioned that I was going to treat myself to some new sheets from Target. I remember getting comments from some of my friends and former classmates. They all congratulated me, and I was really excited. Sure, I had a stupid job, but I was making the best of my situation. I remember getting to Target at about 6 or 7 on a Friday night. I went alone. I walked into the store and went over to the bedding aisle. I really wanted to pick out the best sheets for me. I am a little OCD about fabric and how things feel, so I was running my hands across the sheets to find the one that I liked the best. That was when something unexpected happened. I felt a kiss on my neck. I had been so wrapped up in feeling sheets that I didn't even notice who was behind me. I immediately thought it was my boyfriend. I mean, who else would randomly kiss me in public, right? Well, you guessed it. It was James. I turned around after he kissed me, and I was smiling. But my giddiness turned to disgust when I saw that it was him. My stomach dropped, and I wanted to scream, but I just couldn't bring myself to do anything. More of me was in shock than anything else. I know I must have looked so repulsed, but that didn't stop him from pinning me up against the aisle rack and continuing to kiss me. He shoved his entire tongue down my throat. It was honestly disgusting. This probably went on for about 3 or 4 seconds before I finally snapped out of it. I pulled my head away and slapped him across the face as hard as I could. I told him that I never wanted to see him again. I fell down onto my back, and I just sat there telling him to please leave me alone. He stood there, though, looking down at me, smiling. James was a really freaky guy. He started getting on top of me and kissing me again, and that was when I finally screamed at the top of my lungs. Someone who must have been in an aisle over or two overheard and came running. It was a man who looked like he was in his 30s. He ripped James off of me and threw him against the wall. After that, James took off. The man was really nice to me. He helped me up and made sure I was okay. He asked if I wanted to call the police, and I was so shocked I just told him no in the moment. And that wouldn't be the last time that I saw James. We still work at the
This
same
James
call center,
is a creep.
my God, it's pretty awkward.
Super
I know he still
creep.
keeps on my Facebook, and he looks at me all the time. I'm honestly not sure what to do about it. I haven't even told my boyfriend what happened, and honestly, I'm kind of afraid to. But I seriously might have to, one of these days. I used to love Valentine's Day. I used to love all the cutesy displays and Valentine's-themed stock items we put out in the Walmart I worked at. And I used to love picking out something special for my boyfriend after planning a little date night with him. But we're not together anymore, and I'm not much of a romantic these days either. In fact, I dread February 14th coming around each year because it reminds me of one of the single worst moments in my entire life. So like I said, I worked at Walmart when this all happened, and it actually happened in the store too. I love the decorating and checking out the romantic stock that we'd gotten in that year, but I usually tried to get Valentine's Day off. Or if I was working it, I'd trade shifts with a coworker. But this one, I can't get off, and no one would trade with me, so I was stuck working 8 till 5 on Valentine's Day. But it's no big loss. I can wait for my presents, and me and my boyfriend arranged to do something after work anyway, so I took it on the chin. Right after I finished my lunch break, I happened to be walking by one of the Valentine's displays when I see this older guy staring at some of the items.
Good,
Not the
25
first thing I see.
bones.
This sweet older gentleman looking to pick his wife up something romantic. Or maybe he had his eye on someone in the nursing home he was at. Either way, it was super adorable to me. So I saddled up to the old guy and asked him who the lucky lady is. He's all startled for a moment, again, kind of super cute, and has to compose himself before he gives me his answer. There was no one special in his life. He was just something of an old romantic, and seeing cutesy displays like ours on Valentine's Day made him long for lost loves of his. I remember he said that. I then asked if he had his eye on anyone new, and he starts talking in a way I found kind of confusing at first. Like I thought I may have misunderstood, maybe lost the context a little, but after a minute of him just sort of babbling, I realize he's not making any sense at all. He keeps skipping from thought to thought, just like a stream of broken consciousness coming out of him. It was right about then that it hit me that he wasn't all there. That was also about the time that I realized he wasn't that old either. I mean, all his hair was gray. He had like an old man jumper on, but he was so animated when he talked. He seemed sort of spry.
Get out of here,
full of
dear.
nervous energy, and at a push, I'd say he was in his mid-50s. But something about him just seemed off, and I was starting to think that initiating conversation hadn't been the best idea on my part. I wish him luck with who
Morning, Will.
turns out to be, then slowly make a move to walk away. But he stops me, not with a word.
Goddamn deers.
I mean, he physically stops me from
Coming over here trying to
He didn't
eat
grab me
my
or anything at
fucking
first.
garden.
It was just his
Bastards.
fingers gently half wrapping around my wrist, but it was enough to really put me on edge. Then he asked me in just a way that seemed both extremely childlike and extremely sinister, both at the same time. Will you be my Valentine? It was so surreal that initially I thought he had to be joking. Like no sane person would ask anyone that in a serious way. Not like that, anyway. So I just sort of laughed it off before apologizing and letting him know that I was seeing someone, and right as I do, I try to pull my wrist out of his hand. He tightens it, wraps his entire fist around my wrist, and squeezes. I just froze for a moment. In almost 2 years of working at that Walmart, I've never had so much as an issue with a customer. Maybe it's because I'm short and blonde, maybe it's because I'm just lucky. And because that whole interaction went from 0 to 100 so fast, and given my total lack of experience in any kind of conflict management, I just had no idea what to do. So I froze. The guy starts turning red in the face, and he continues to squeeze my wrist as hard as he could. There are veins bulging out of his neck. He's trembling so hard his eyes are starting to water, and he is strong. Like really freaking strong. Then what he did next haunted me for months afterwards. He gets his face right in mine, while I'm absolutely frozen in terror, and starts singing. He tried to keep his voice down, but he couldn't get the words out without his words trembling from whatever weird rage fit he was going through. After 2 lines, I just
He's a
started
freak.
screeching for help.
Super freak.
But as soon as I start making any noise, one of his hands shoots up around my throat and pushes me back hard against a shelf. And when he starts squeezing, I stop being able to scream. Then, one of his other hands goes somewhere else, somewhere I really wish he hadn't put it. But when he did, I finally found the strength to really fight back. But it was over moments later. Some other customer had come barreling down the aisle when he heard my scream and tackled the guy so hard that he almost floored me too. And if the guy seemed crazy before he got tackled, afterward he turned into a full-blown lunatic. He actually bit the guy who first got him down, and if it wasn't for security showing up as quick as they did, I think he might have actually gotten free. He was legitimately frothing at the mouth by the time the cops showed up. I've never seen a person look like that before. Like I was more animal than man by that point. And the fallout was huge. Walmart sent me to some trauma management thing that didn't help at all, and sent emails around to the other associates promising they'd do better with security and stuff, but it was all just for show. I gave statements to the police too, and for a while, it looked like I'd have to go to court to testify against the guy that assaulted me. But as it turned out, he was found unfit to stand trial, and instead of going to real prison, he ended up in some state hospital somewhere else. When it was all said
That's
and done,
not a
I was
bad
trying to get
thing.
over it. It was one of the more horrific moments of my life, sure, but I refused to let it define me. And for a long while, I worked on my overall mental health, and particularly my sense of self-esteem. I thought I was good after that. I thought I was fixed, so there was no way of me anticipating what would happen when I met a friend at this 50s diner that was our favorite place to eat. We're just sitting there, conversation on hold while we eat, and this song comes on the old jukebox. Until the lyrics started, everything was fine, but then these two girls started singing some words that I thought I'd gotten out of my head completely. I know you belong to somebody new, but tonight you belong to me. I recognized it instantly from the weird little changes in pitch in the girls' voices, but it was the exact same song the guy in Walmart had sang before he grabbed me. I know I caused a bit of a scene when I got up and fast walked out of there, with my friend calling after me, but I honestly didn't care. I couldn't breathe while that song was in my ears. I just couldn't be there. I suppose trauma is weird like that. No matter how much you think you have it under control, it's still there, bubbling away just beneath the surface. But I do work at it, and I managed to neutralize how that creepy old song made me feel too. I mean, it took a while, but I managed it. Like I said, I'm not
This
going to
me
let what
goblin.
find me, and I'll wear my
I'm
wings
up
with
on the
pride.
roof cooking
But Valentine's Day is most definitely
out of your reach.
I used to love Valentine's Day. I used to love all the cutesy displays and Valentine's-themed stock items we put out in the Walmart I worked at. And I used to love picking out something special for my boyfriend after planning a little date night with him. But we're not together anymore, and I'm not much of a romantic these days either. In fact, I dread February 14th coming around each year because it reminds me of one of the single worst moments in my entire life. So like I said, I worked at Walmart when this all happened, and it actually happened in the store too. I loved the decorating and checking out the romantic stock that we'd gotten in that year, but I usually tried to get Valentine's Day off. Or if I was working it, I'd trade shifts with a coworker. But this one year, I can't get off, and no one would trade with me, so I was stuck working 8 till 5 on Valentine's Day. But it's no big loss. I can wait for my presents, and me and my boyfriend arranged to do something after work anyway, so I took it on the chin. Right after I finished my lunch break, I happened to be walking by one of the Valentine's displays when I see this older guy staring at some of the items. I thought it was the cutest thing ever. This sweet older gentleman looking to pick his wife up something romantic. Or maybe he had his eye on someone in the nursing home he was at. Either way, it was super adorable to me.
The fuck? You
So I
just did
sidled
this
up to
one.
the old guy and asked him who the lucky lady is. He's all startled for a moment and had passion for art. Where you think you have it under control, it's still there, bubbling away just beneath the surface. But I do work at it, and I managed to neutralize how that creepy old song made me feel too. I mean, it took a while, but I managed it. Like I said, I'm not going to let what happened define me, and I'll wear my wounds with pride. But Valentine's Day is most definitely ruined for me. Back when I was in my early 20s, I met a girl who set my entire world on fire. She was smart, beautiful, and had passion for art. We're gonna burn together, she'd say. Not in the literal sense, of course. It's just that romance that we got swept up in was without a doubt the most intense thing I'd ever been involved in with my entire life. It was like a wildfire just burning out of control. Nothing had topped it before, and nothing has topped it since. But let's just say that neither of us were in a particularly good place in our lives, and as passionate as the relationship was, it wasn't exactly healthy for the most part. She was very, very possessive, and I'm not going to lie, I thought that was kinda hot at first. But that got really old, really fast, and her behavior started to cause arguments between us. She would explode at the mention of any other girl. I once mentioned something to do with my sister, and she immediately interrupted to accuse me of being unfaithful. Even after I explained the girl I was talking about was my sister, she stayed mad. It just defied all logic, but I was in love, so I stayed with her. So we're together for 17.5 months, and that time included some of the best and worst moments of my life so far. But in the end, the bad started to outweigh the good, and faced with another Valentine's Day with her, I decided I couldn't do it anymore. I made the decision to break up with her, and as you might imagine, she did not take it very well at all. At first, she was in complete denial, saying that there was nothing wrong with our relationship and that she had no idea why I was trying to break up. Then she got angry, like really angry, started throwing around accusations and threats, none of which I thought that she was capable of acting on. Then came the tears and the final acceptance, by far the hardest part for me. She was crazy, but I didn't think she was a bad person, and it sucked to have to hurt her like that. She insisted on staying in touch, maybe staying friends or something, but I had to go no contact. It was the only way we'd really get over each other. I felt like a monster, but I did it anyway. About a month goes by and I'm sitting in my apartment, alone on Valentine's Day. I'm sort of over this girl, but I'm also sort of not, and with it being Valentine's Day, I'm thinking about her a whole lot. So when my phone buzzes and I see it's a text from her, I'm like rushing to see what it says. I deleted her number, but you know when you just always remember the last 4 digits of someone's number? Yeah, that. So all this message says is, we were supposed to burn together. And that just kind of broke my heart right there. I thought about calling her, maybe try and patch things up, and in retrospect, maybe that's exactly what I should have done. But in the moment, I just tried to stay strong and stick to the no contact rule. I tried to take my mind off stuff, stayed away from all the romantic movies and Valentine's episodes that the TV networks were trying to force down my throat. But still, I just couldn't shake the lonely feeling I had in me. So later that night, I'm kind of intoxicated, just sitting on the couch when my phone buzzes again. I just know it's her, like knew it in my gut, and surprise, surprise, it was. I debated just quickly clearing the notification and ignoring the message, but my curiosity got the better of me, and I found myself reading it. I knew the first line said, "We were supposed to burn together," again from the notification, but only when I opened up the whole thread did I see that underneath the first part, it just said, "But now, you're going to burn alone." Again, it hit me right in the feels. It was incredibly clinging, I know, but at the same time, you can't even deny how poetic that is. Poetry, that's all I thought it was. Just that old metaphor we used to share. I didn't think that she'd take it as far as she did. I didn't think she meant literally burn. Because sometime after that, I'm on my couch and I just started smelling smoke. I go through the stages.
'Cause she's
of
a freak.
I've drunkenly forgotten that I'm cooking, then thinking the neighbors are burning food on accident, then thinking someone is making a campfire outside or something. Just pure denialism, really. Not wanting to believe that the apartment building was actually on fire. Then the fire alarm starts going off. I rush downstairs in no shoes or socks, just a pair of shorts and a t-shirt, and run out the back of the building to the fire escape point. And on the way, I see smoke billowing out from under the door of the apartment below me. Minutes later, a fire truck is parked outside of the apartment building, spraying water into the apartment below me, which had been absolutely scorched. It was one of the more surreal experiences of my life. These firemen are asking me if I'm okay, if I needed one of those foil blankets. It was February and it was freezing outside. But all that could come out of my mouth is like, "I know who did this. I know who did this." One of them tells me to get in touch with the police if the cause of the fire was criminal, so I immediately do because, like I said, I had a good idea of who set that fire in the first place. Like I wasn't quite sure how'd she done it, but having my ex-girlfriend text me like, "Going to burn alone," and then all of a sudden there's a house fire? That was a no coincidence to me. No coincidence at all. And over the next couple of weeks, I had to go and stay in my mom's place while some renovation work was undertaken at my smoke-damaged apartment. But I did get in touch with the police, who thanked me for the tip and said that they'd get in touch with me if the cause of the fire was found to be arson. wasn't. They called a little while later to say that a fire department investigator had determined that some faulty wiring was to blame for the blaze, and so they wouldn't need any testimony from me. I brought up the text messages my ex had sent me, how her words seemed to precede the fire in a way that was just too apt to be coincidence. But again, they insisted that no arson was to blame. I even called her and texted her saying that I knew what she had done, and she wouldn't get away with it. But as you can imagine, she played dumb, saying things like, "I don't know what you're talking about. You shouldn't be contacting me." It's something that messes with me to this day, and there's so many unanswered questions that, frankly, I'm not sure I want to know the answers to. I just know that one moment she's texting me, telling me I'm going to burn, and the next, my apartment building's on fire. I'm not saying my ex broke into the apartment downstairs and did something to the wiring, but it's even crazier of me to suggest that she willed something like that to happen, or engineered it or something. I know how paranoid that sounds, so I tend not to put that theory out much, but it had such a profound effect on my mind that I still moved apartments not long after, just to be safe. Because to me, there's still something very frightening about that time in my life, something I can't quite explain. And now, when I remember that old, we're going to burn together, it doesn't set me alight anymore. All it does is make my blood run cold. Beginning on November 22nd, 1986, the life of Oscar Pistorius was unusual from the get-go. He was born missing the outsides of both feet and was also missing his fibula. The fibula are lower leg bones that extend from the knee to the outside of the ankle, parallel to the shin bone. Its job being to stabilize the ankle and support the lower leg muscles. Given that he was without such support, his feet were essentially useless. So at just 11 months old, doctors made the decision to remove Oscar's lower legs entirely. At that point, if you'd have speculated that the young amputee might grow up to be a professional runner, people might have called you crazy. But in fact, that's exactly what Oscar became, thanks to a piece of cutting-edge Paralympian technology that came to be known as running blades. Manufactured using carbon fiber reinforced polymer material, the curved design of these blades is intended to store kinetic energy like a spring, allowing the wearer to jump and run effectively. The blades were so effective that at the 2011 World Championships in Athletics, Oscar was the first amputee to win a non-disabled world track medal. And at the 2012 Summer Olympic Games, despite not winning anything, Pistorius was the first double-leg amputee participant, a titanic achievement, we can all agree. Naturally, these victories and appearances made Oscar an international sensation, and he received an incredible amount of fame, wealth, and attention. As a result, Oscar met South African model and paralegal Riva Steenkamp at a party in November of 2012. The pair hit it off and soon began dating pretty seriously. As for a while, it seems that Riva was phenomenally smitten with Oscar. Many of her more superficial friends would wonder aloud what Riva saw in him, but those close to her knew what it was. When Riva was in her early 20s, she had broken her back in a horse riding accident and was forced to essentially learn to walk all over again. It was one of the most debilitating and humbling experiences of her entire life, and she never forgot how much strength and willpower it took to conquer her temporary disability. She saw that same kind of fortitude in Oscar, and it made her love him for it. The pair spent Christmas of 2012 together, and after a few months more of steady dating, decided to spend Valentine's Day of 2013 together too. It was a perfect date to mark the blossoming of their new relationship, and both parties must have been feverishly excited at the prospect of such a romantic occasion. But what they didn't know was that an evening that would begin with love and affection would end in a nightmare of terror and violence that would set the world's media aflame. According to Oscar, his Valentine's date with Riva went marvelously well. The pair shared a romantic meal, watched a movie, and then after a little too much wine, spent some time in bed together before falling asleep. Then, in the early hours of the following morning, Oscar awoke to hear a noise coming from the ensuite bathroom, one that sounded an awful lot like the window sliding open. Oscar continued to lie there, listening in the darkness, and in the moments that followed, he swore he'd heard someone actually trying to climb in through the bathroom window. Moving as quietly as possible, he slid off of his bed to retrieve a loaded pistol that he had hidden nearby. And arguably, Oscar might be right to be so vigilant. Despite having a population 6 times smaller than the United States, South Africa has 23% more violent crime, and the wealthy Pretoria neighborhood that Oscar called home had been previously targeted by violent home invaders. Approaching the bathroom door with his pistol locked and loaded, Oscar was terrified. His new girlfriend was lying in bed just feet away, and there was potentially
okay, my glider's gone.
Prosthetic legs on. He was walking on his stumps. Later, Oscar would say this made him feel utterly defenseless. He then heard a noise that, to him, sounded like whoever was on the other side of the bathroom was about to rush into the bedroom to do God knows what with them. He panicked and fired 4 shots through the bathroom door. The first thing Oscar did was turn back towards his bed, where he had expected Riva to be scared out of her wits, having been woken up by the gunshots. But there was no Riva, only an empty bed.
Shot
It was
Riva.
then that Oscar realized who was behind the door. It wasn't some violent home invader. It was his girlfriend, Riva. He tried to open the bathroom door, but it was locked from the inside. Oscar then grabbed a cricket bat and began to smash down the door and succeeded in creating a large hole through which he was able to crawl. He then unlocked the door, grabbed the unconscious Riva, then actually carried her downstairs in preparation for the ambulance he had called. Riva was rushed to the hospital but was pronounced dead after attempts to revive her failed. For Oscar, it was a living nightmare. It seemed that he tried to defend the girl he loved, but in doing so, had ended up killing her instead. At his trial, Oscar seemed genuinely remorseful, admitting that he had shot Riva by accident and how doing so had destroyed his life completely. It was mostly established by witness testimony that Oscar and Riva had a very healthy relationship and were very much in love. Valentine's cards were presented as evidence, affectionate WhatsApp exchanges that were brought before the court as proof that there was nothing overly sinister about Riva's death, that it was nothing more than a tragic accident. But other evidence was submitted too, evidence that suggested that there was trouble in paradise. In one particular text message, sent less than 3 weeks before her death, Riva told Oscar that she was scared of him sometimes. She said that whenever Oscar snapped, she was terrified, and went on to describe his behavior as nasty. Riva's mother, June Steenkamp, also had doubts that her daughter's death was merely a tragic accident. She told a courtroom that she didn't believe Oscar's story at all, that none of his actions suggested that he felt protective of her. She believed that Riva and Oscar had a horrible fight or argument that evening, and that she'd fled to the bathroom because she was scared and had naturally locked the door behind her. I think he may have shot once, and then he had to go on and kill her because she would have been able to tell the world what really happened, what he's really like. She later told journalists, asserting that there was no doubt in her mind that Oscar had killed her daughter because she had wanted to break up. I believe their relationship was coming to an end, she said. In her heart of hearts, she didn't think it was making either of them happy. As the trial concluded, Oscar Pistorius was convicted of manslaughter, having escaped the murder charge that state prosecutors were hoping for. The conviction came with a prison sentence of just 5 years, but a combination of cooperating with law enforcement and good behavior in prison meant that Oscar was just released just 10 months into his sentence. He was still under house arrest and had community service to complete, but the fact remains that someone was able to take a life and see the inside of a jail cell for just 10 months. Even in light of the accidental nature of Riva's death, just 10 months seemed like an alarmingly light sentence. But over the course of years, successive appeals and mounting evidence all pointed towards the likelihood that Oscar's version of events was just pure spin, and that somehow he had actually known it was Riva in the bathroom that night before he opened fire. This assertion that Oscar Pistorius had deliberately murdered his girlfriend gained so much traction that by 2017, Oscar's sentence was upgraded to murder, and he was sent back to prison for an additional 13 years. It was a strange and drawn-out process, made even more bizarre by the fact that South African courts don't have juries, so any and all evidence was reviewed solely by a handful of prosecutors and judges before any fresh sentence was handed out. What exactly this new evidence showed isn't available to the public just yet, but whatever it did or did not prove, it led to a South African judge to throw the full weight of the judicial system behind one of their country's biggest sports stars. Whatever that evidence was, it must have been pretty damning indeed. And if the death of Reva Steenkamp wasn't simply some tragic accident, then the implications are horrifying. A young model went over to her sports star boyfriend's home, not for any Valentine's Day romance, but to break up with him. This person was so enraged by the rejection that she was forced to lock herself in his bathroom. He tried to smash the door down with a cricket bat, and when he realized she might use her cell phone to call for help, he fired 4 shots through the wood of the door, one of which struck her in the skull. On a day of the year when couples everywhere should be getting together, romancing each other and enjoying their companionship, Valentine's Day of 2013 became one of terror, pain, and death for young Reva Steenkamp, who died scared and alone in the bathroom of a man she barely knew. Every year, without fail, I get a Valentine's Day card. Now, I might be mistaken, but most people reading this are thinking, oh, lucky you, or why is that something to complain about? And 9 times out of 10, you might be right. But the thing is, I have no idea who sends them, and have actually spent a great deal of time trying to figure out who. It wasn't something that was creepy when it started off. In fact, getting a card from a secret admirer was a pretty awesome feeling. The first card came when I was 13 years old, right about the time I needed a little confidence boost. But then when they started arriving year in and year out, I got to thinking it was just my mom sending them or something. I confronted her about it on Valentine's Day when I was 16, and she insisted it wasn't her. I mean, really insisted, saying she'd tell me if she actually knew who it was. I ended up asking all my close family and friends, but none of them admitted to sending me an anonymous card. So, cut to me being in college. It's coming up to Valentine's Day, and I realized that for the first time in a long time, I might not actually get a card that year. Only, I did. Same style, same handwriting, same mystery person that must have sent it. But here's the thing. I had literally just moved dorms like a week prior because of a burst water pipe in my original dorm room. But the Valentine's card is addressed to the new dorm room, which was on the opposite side of campus. Literally the only person in the world who had my new address was my mom, so cue the second confrontation about the Valentine's card in like 2.5 years. One that again ends with her violently assuring me that she hadn't given my address to anyone. So, the question remained, who was sending me those cards? It really creeped me out for a while, but it was something that I grew to live with again. I mean, it seems like such a non-problem, right? I keep getting Valentine's Day cards. People would always just laugh. I'm 33 years old in May of this year. I've moved apartments 3 times in the past 6 years. After my mom died, it got to the point where I'd moved and not a single member of my family knew my address until I told them. So the second time I ran the whole experiment. I didn't tell a single person that I moved, only my new landlord. The utility companies and me knew I was living in this new place. I waited 2 months like that, having to pick up mail at the old apartment, keeping my address secret until one particular day rolled around, February 14th. Not a single other person knew my address, and I still found a Valentine's card in my mailbox.
Dun, dun, dun.
I'm not gonna lie to you, I'm a pretty strange guy. I've always been a loner, and I've always hated people for as long as I can remember. Which is why it's ironic that the scariest experiences in my life is associated with Valentine's Day. I was working after I graduated high school. I didn't want to go to college as I was really poor, and I didn't even know what I would want to do if I did go. My plan was to lay low for a little while and figure things out, maybe save up a little money. The gas station I worked at was the kind of place that goes out visiting truckers. I remember this one time when a trucker stopped in. He saw me looking at my phone while I was waiting for him to get ready to pay for his beer. He gave me a judgmental look and said I should take some responsibility for how bad the place looked. I didn't have the energy to explain that I wasn't the owner, so I just rang him out and asked if that was all he was going to order. He paid and left without another word. So yeah, it was one of those kinds of places. Anyway, it was Valentine's Day a couple of years back. I volunteered to work the night shift because I made a couple of dollars more on the hour, which was always nice. Plus, it's normally pretty slow and there isn't much to do. I normally amuse myself by looking at memes. But this particular night, the entire mood was different. What was, I had an ominous, foreboding feeling in my heart that night. And I'm not the kind of person who is evil paranormal. I must have gotten that feeling around 12 a.m. I tried to brush it off as best I could, but I felt oddly on edge. The strangest thing is that I had worked plenty of night shifts before. I never had a feeling like this. I was so busy trying to calm myself down and fighting my own fear that I didn't even notice him. A man at the gas station. Must have been about 1:15 a.m. or so. I remember his face so alien. His eyes were extremely off-putting. If you gazed into them for long enough, you would inevitably find yourself wondering about the guy's mental state. Suffice to say, he was a creepy man. He seemed to be in a rush, noticing how swiftly he moved through the aisles, and he instinctually knew exactly what he needed. He didn't have to stop once. Most people do. He came up to the register looking to buy a small gardening shovel, duct tape, and a rope. I remember looking down at the items and immediately wondering if this guy was some sort of serial killer. That was the exact moment I got out of my own head. I stuttered when I asked him if he wanted anything else. He didn't say a word. He just pointed directly at the cigarettes behind my head. I placed a pack of Marlboro Lights on the counter and looked back at the man. It was all with 2 fingers. It took me a second to figure out that he had wanted another pack of cigarettes. I rang everything up. I could hear his breathing increasing. It was as if he was annoyed that I wasn't rushing. I tried breaking the tension by making a joke. "You got a gardening day tonight, do you?" His facial expression didn't change at all. He made direct eye contact with me and simply shook his head up and down. I told him that his total would be $34. He slapped down 2 20s on the table, grabbed his items without a bag, and darted out of the gas station. I went outside to watch him leave.
Creepy.
I know I'm not supposed to do that, but I couldn't help myself. I was so curious by this point. What was he buying those things for? Did I seriously just meet an actual serial killer? All the wondering thoughts left my head immediately when I saw him slam on the brakes. He turned his truck around and began speeding back to the gas station. My body went into full panic mode. I ran back inside, closed the doors, locked them, put the close sign up, and I actually called the police. He pulled up outside of the gas station and put his truck in park. My heart was pounding in my chest. I screamed at the dispatch the address and then put the phone down on the counter. I mentally made peace with the fact that I might actually die, and I hoped that at least someone could hear me dying. I heard him start beating on the door trying to get in. The only weapon I had available was one of those shovels from the random utility aisles. I darted across the gas station and grabbed one, bracing myself. I screamed at him that the police were coming and he had no chance. I didn't believe the words as they left my mouth. The doors were made of some kind of fiber or plastic material. I think they were even bulletproof, so I knew I was safe for at least a little while. that was when he stopped pounding on the door. I thought he was going to drive his truck into the gas station to get inside, but thankfully the thought never struck his mind. He did, however, break one of the windows and throw a lit match inside. After that, he drove off into the night. I quickly put the fire out, and the police got there about 20 minutes after everything happened. One of the cops tried making a joke about this guy's attempt to burn the place down, and I was too dazed to hear it. I just remember the guy pity-laughed at his own joke before walking back to his police car. I explained to them the entire situation from beginning to end. I still have no clue why he suddenly decided that he just wanted to hurt me. Perhaps he wanted one less potential witness. Maybe he was just a random psychopath. Maybe it was because he saw me peering back at him, and that triggered him. And as dramatic as this experience may have been, I still get really anxious thinking about the items that he had purchased. I still wonder sometimes if he had purchased those things to torture someone he had kidnapped, because he was definitely capable. Even if I ever get a girlfriend at some point in the future, Valentine's Day will never be the same. We wanted to have a good time together, my girlfriend and I. You see, she's a nurse and has to work the night shift. The hospital she works at requires about 5 years of experience before you can even think of working on day shift. This wouldn't be such a problem, but I work as a marketer. I have a typical 9 to 5 in an office, and it's really tough finding time for each other. Our sleep schedules are chaotic, to say the least. So when Valentine's Day rolled around on a day and night that we were both working, we got really frustrated. It's really hard to explain how you feel like you're being cheated out of time, like there isn't going to be a moment you can sit down and truly enjoy your relationship for what it is. But we decided that we weren't going to let our lame schedules get the best of us. We decided that we'd visit a city for a weekend away. Valentine's Day fell on a Thursday, but we figured having a little trip that weekend would be the next best thing, maybe even better. She's been really adamant about visiting Oak Ridge in Tennessee. Her grandfather worked there back in the day, and it's always been of interest to her. She's always telling me these facts about how creepy it is and how she just has to go one day. It's roughly an 8-hour drive from where we live, so we made a deal about driving. I was going to drive the entire way there, and she was going to drive while we were actually in the city. She totally got the good deal of the bargain, but that's just what you do when you care for your girlfriend. But something strange happened. Something that has tainted my memory ever since that time. When I think back and remember that weekend away, I'm not thinking about us cuddling up on the couch, or any of the fun places we got to visit there either. We got there Friday night. She mostly slept in the car, but still felt really tired. She told me she'd be able to sleep that night we got there and be awake and normal for the next day, so that's just what we did. And it was a really great day. We got to visit a museum and learn about the Manhattan Project. Even got to visit the plant where her grandfather used to work. At least we're pretty sure. He's deceased now, but the tour guide said this was where the majority of the work on the bombs were done. And well, he worked on them, I guess. It was crazy. Anyway, the day was great, but it didn't last very long. By the time it was dark, we were out of ideas for things to do and, quite frankly, out of energy. We decided to visit our favorite fast food joint, Wendy's. Don't judge us. And she was driving as we made our way there. It was only
I
a
want
10
some
kilometer drive.
Wendy's.
She had her music on, and I was just kind of looking out the window. At one point, a blue Mustang was beside our car. We were stopped at a red light, and I looked out the window and peered into theirs. I saw a very old man. He looked unhappy, miserable even. His skin looked unnaturally pale. I'm not sure when he started, but he was staring at me. It wasn't until I looked into the car that I noticed it either. Not gonna lie, it kind of freaked me out. We made eye contact for about 5 seconds, and then, for the briefest of moments, he smiled. But it was so fast, it must have been a split second that his mouth went into a smile and then back into a frown. It was the strangest thing I've ever seen. I looked over at my girlfriend, and she hadn't noticed at all. She was jamming out to Bohemian Rhapsody. The light turned green, and we were in motion again. I didn't take my eyes off of that car for the rest of that ride, at least until they turned. That's not the craziest part. You see, it gets even weirder. We were planning on leaving Monday morning, and on Sunday night we went out to eat, but this time to an actual restaurant. We weren't feeling fast food again. We looked on Google and found a local restaurant that had pretty decent reviews. I had my favorite food, deep fried chicken, so off we went. I had completely forgotten about that strange man I saw in that car. But about halfway through my meal, I noticed him again. This time he was in the restaurant. He was staring at me. I know he was. And when I noticed, he did that exact same facial movement. Just the way I remembered. He went from a miserable frown to a split second. He was smiling at me for his face to be frowning again in just the next instant. I'm not sure my reaction was warranted. He hadn't actually done anything wrong to me, and I was enjoying a nice meal with my girlfriend, which is why it was so strange for my fight or flight to kick in, and I looked up and confronted him. He was sitting in a booth alone. I asked him why he was staring at us like that. To my absolute surprise, he never said a word, just sat there and frowned at me. I asked him what his problem was before my girlfriend told me it was time we head home. She knows I can get a little worked up and wanted to avoid a confrontation. It's not illegal to look at people, she said. Still, though, there was something about that man that made me feel so strange, so watched. Well, Monday morning came. We were about an hour into the car ride home, and she was asleep again. And you guessed it. You totally guessed it. I saw this freaky old man again. But this time it was way worse. For starters, he was driving a totally different car. I don't know what this guy's life is like, but I can just imagine what you have to do to be able to afford a Mustang and still have enough money to have a second car. And to make matters even worse, he had been in the left lane as he was going to pass me. But he didn't. He just paced me for about a mile. I noticed that there was a car next to me, and it wasn't until I looked over to flip the bird that I recognized him. He was a creepy old man, but he wasn't frowning anymore. That smile that he'd only been able to muster for a split second was now permanently stained on his aged face. It was the most horrifying thing I've ever seen in my life. Suddenly, he turns his head forward.
From above to bacon.
Reflexively, I slammed the brakes and swerved to the side of the road. My wife is immediately shaking awake.
Ow.
All I can see is his vehicle speeding off in the distance through a cloud of dirt. My heart was racing like crazy, and by the time I could process my girlfriend screaming, asking what's going on, I started to feel myself choke up. We discussed whether we should waste our time calling the police, but I was so scared that the best course of action seemed to get out of that godforsaken town as fast as possible. The rest of the ride home happened without incident, and I haven't seen him since. Needless to say, that was the least romantic and most insane Valentine's Day ever. This is probably the weirdest experience that has ever happened to me. One of these caused me a lot of trauma, and seriously has made it difficult to ever date like a normal person ever again. Let me give you some background. I'm a 23-year-old woman. I live in a small town in rural Mississippi. I know everyone in the town and they all know me. I never quite fit in with the small town scene. It wasn't that I was against it or anything, but there just wasn't anyone I really clicked with. I had lots of friends, but I was completely alone for as long as I can remember. A couple of years ago, I started dating a guy who I met on Tinder. He was from a couple of towns over and wasn't fast, but I don't let something like that stop me. I just wanted to know if he was nice and compatible with me. So we went out on a couple of dates. Reportedly, he was a perfect gentleman, and every time, He never pressured me into doing anything that I didn't feel comfortable with, which I really appreciated. So after about 2 months of dates here and there, we made the decision that we really had something here. We put our accounts together and spent time with each other. Honestly, I thought we had a real chance of having a lasting relationship. But as the time went by, I noticed that he was weird. And not the I watch conspiracy theory documentaries on Netflix kind of weird. I mean, I saw some real signs of various mental illnesses. Some of them included narcissistic personality disorder, bipolar disorder, with some extreme episodes of anxiety and depression. And he was actually very insane over some of these things that stressed him out. So one of the times he got into one of those episodes was when his uncle was going to visit. His parents asked him to sleep on the couch so his uncle could sleep in his bed, and he had a literal mental breakdown. I remember me and him texting back and forth, and he was asking me if it was a good idea to physically attack him or start a fight. A few more incidents like that, and I knew that I had to end this relationship quick. As much as I want to help people, I really don't want to sacrifice my own well-being for the sake of helping anyone else. It was probably 3 or 4 weeks into our relationship that I made the decision. I asked him if he wanted to get some coffee, and he agreed. We broke up, and he actually took it rather well, which surprised me. I wasn't expecting him to have some kind of breakdown, and while he did look sad, he didn't act inappropriately towards me at all. He had a solid frown on his face, and then he walked away. I felt bad for doing it, but that was the decision that I made. Now we get into the weird part. In the couple of weeks that we've been dating, he had never been to my house and had no idea where I lived. That's going to be important to remember a little later on.
Right.
We probably broke up around April or so. It seems to be somewhere in that time frame at least. So you can understand the terror that washed over me when I saw his car. It had been so long since I had last seen him. I didn't recognize his car at first. I can bet your rear end that I had my pistol with me to protect myself, especially with my parents. Remember, I live in rural Mississippi. People don't just randomly show up at your house who live 2 towns away. It just doesn't happen like that. He got out of his car holding flowers. I couldn't believe myself. What the heck is wrong with this guy, I thought. I walked up to him, making sure to keep my pistol out of sight. I didn't want to alarm him, but I was ready to use it if he had bad intentions. His face looked strange. He looked like he hadn't slept in days. He also looked like he was really struggling and uncomfortable. I asked him what he was doing here after we just kind of looked at each other for a minute, and then he said it. "Will you be my Valentine?" The moment he began to speak, I knew he was intoxicated, and it honestly frightened me. I had heard too many horror stories that start out exactly this way. I pulled my gun out and pointed at him. I screamed no, get away from my home and never come back. He genuinely seemed startled at the sight of the gun. Then he got going to his car and drove away. But as he ran, I noticed that he dropped something metal in a hurry. He must have just barely nudged out of his pocket. After he sped off, I waited a few minutes just to make sure he was gone, and then I walked over towards the object that he dropped on the floor. I didn't know it at first because of the darkness. I picked it up and put it under my phone mount. I was mortified. It was a pair of metal handcuffs. Just imagine how much he must have thought about me. That he waited all this time, building up the nerve to just randomly show up at my house with a pair of freaking handcuffs, ready to do God knows what to me. It was honestly quite horrifying. I called the police and reported him. They couldn't really do anything, seeing as he technically didn't commit a crime, so I made sure to tell my family and friends to watch out for him if they happened to see his vehicle around. I just imagined how different my life would be if I hadn't been armed that night. I was all alone, and my parents wouldn't have been home for hours. There was a solid chance of him kidnapping me and becoming someone you see on a true crime documentary. This has been a big reminder for me. And let it be a lesson for anyone listening right now. If you're defenseless and alone in the middle of nowhere, make sure that you have some way of protecting yourself. Because I'm sure that I'm not the only girl in the world he's ever going to try this stunt on again. A couple of years ago, me and my husband decided that we were sick of the pressures of Valentine's Day, the cards, the flowers, the last-minute bookings, and so on. Instead, decided that we'd make a whole week out of it. We thought if we could spread the romance over a period of 7 days, it wouldn't be as wearing, and we both wouldn't feel that stress every couple feels in the weeks leading up to it. So, living in the UK, we decided that it wouldn't be too hard to get to Lake Geneva, rent for the week, remote, with perhaps a little drive away and settle down. My husband spent some of his childhood there, and this gave him an opportunity to stop in on some of his old friends and family whilst we were there. It sounded like the perfect trip. We booked time off of work, scrolled some websites, and ended up finding this semi-resort. It was essentially a collection of cabins or lodges made for couples. They were all fairly far apart from each other, but were connected by small gravel paths to a central area, which had a restaurant owned by a fairly famous chef, a lodge that acted as reception, and a spa. There were some facilities dotted around, but all with appropriate architecture, so even though it was pretty much a resort, it would never feel like it. Sure, it was a little expensive, but we saw it as an opportunity to combine a holiday and expensive Valentine's dinner. In a weird way, we thought we were saving money. The staff there were all incredibly polite when we arrived. They knew our names instantly from our online booking and made sure to whisk our bags away almost instantly. Whilst they went through the process of booking us in, they gave us each a complimentary cocktail and sat us by this vast glass window that overlooked the lake. It was unbelievably stunning and so quiet. That was what we appreciated the most, I think. A break from city life, somewhere where we wouldn't have to worry about the crowded bus or getting a cab after one too many glasses of wine. We were coming to the end of our cocktails when a man came and sat down next to us. He introduced himself as Luca and had one of those funny European accents where you can't quite place it. The English accent was almost perfect, but a couple of clipped vowels and funny consonants meant you could instantly tell he wasn't actually, well, English. He seemed friendly enough, tall, athletic, wearing white tennis clothes. He asked us where we were from, and we said the UK. We chatted for a little while about that. I do remember him saying his wife. I remember that because he kept looking out for my doppelganger whenever we'd take walks around the resort, trying to see if I could spy curly blonde hair. We said that we were sure we'd catch him either in the restaurant or perhaps the spa, and were intrigued to meet his wife. He seemed a little odd in his own way. His eye contact was a little too intense, and he spoke a little too loudly, but being British, we felt that maybe this was just a cultural difference. Unfortunately, February isn't the best time for a trip to a resort in Switzerland. The weather there can be pretty up and down, and for a lot of our time there, we were pretty much rained out of doing anything outside. But we were a married couple, so we had things to do around Valentine's Day that required being inside. Lucas' cabin must have been close to ours because we could see him fairly often. On our walk to breakfast, passing through when we were having lunch, that sort of thing. I decided pretty quickly that I didn't like him. I decided that it wasn't a cultural difference. He was actually quite rude and would always try to steer the conversation back to himself whenever we'd have a quick chat. He'd make a point of humble bragging about whatever he was off to do, and it began to make me angry. I was, at the end of the day, trying to have a week with my husband, and it was kind of ruining it. My husband snores, loud, and so quite often in the middle of the night, I'll get up and move to the sofa. It's sort of become a habit, and I don't mind really doing it. I can usually fall asleep pretty quickly, if not instantly. Earplugs only go so far when you can genuinely feel the guy vibrating as he snores. Trust me. So the second night we're there, I get up and move to the couch in the front, which faces a huge glass panel overlooking the lake. I have to turn on the lamp to find my way around, not knowing the layout of the room off by heart like I do at home, and I see the window. The view is stunning, and even at night, if you sit and watch for a while and let your eyes adjust to the dark, you can make out lights across the water and begin to see the scenery. I was watching the view like this when I spotted something. It's funny how you can make out shapes in the dark, but I'd gotten used to the way the branches of the trees moved in the slight wind, which was why I noticed something so still, and in the shape of shoulders and a head. It was down the path a little way, the path that led into the resort, and it just stood there, watching something. I became very aware at that point of the lamp that was going on, and the fact that although this figure was just a dark shape to me, it could see right in and see me. I began to feel really, really scared. I didn't want to panic, but I started by saying my husband's name very quietly, and then a little louder, then louder until I could hear the slight panic in his voice. The figure didn't move. It must have been about 100 feet away because I couldn't make out any features, just a shape. I called again, and my husband came out of his room. He asked what was wrong, and when I tried to show him what I'd seen, the figure was gone. I guess it had seen someone else come into the house and had decided to leave. I explained what I'd seen, and although my husband was supportive, he said at that distance, at night it could have been anything. Could have just been a member of staff doing a nighttime check or a security guard. Whatever it was, despite his snoring, I slept in his room for the rest of the night. The next day we had breakfast as usual. Luca came past and chatted to us for a little while. I didn't say anything. I began to become a little convinced that it had been Luca who had been watching me that night. I hated the way he talked about his wife whilst looking at me, as if just because we looked the same we were somehow connected. Although there was still a little anxiety from last night, I managed to enjoy most of the day. That night we slept in the same bed, and I made sure to choose the side closest to the wall. Then, it was Valentine's Day. Since our plan was to have the whole week to do it, we took it easy, having a late brunch at the restaurant. Just when I thought that maybe Luca had left, he came past. I thought it was strange that he wasn't with his wife, but he said something about her going on ahead to get a good court for tennis. We said we were considering an afternoon game, and I remember him seeming a little concerned. He told us that they were all booked up, and that he thought that maybe we'd have better luck booking a day or two in advance. We were a little disappointed, but hey, it allowed us to have a Bloody Mary after brunch, so we weren't complaining. That night we got drunk after dinner, like, really drunk. I think we got a little carried away on their 2-for-1 Valentine's cocktails because we were giggling like school children. We chatted to a few of the other couples we'd met, ate some amazing food, watched the rain on the lake. Thankfully, Luca was nowhere to be seen. We stumbled back to our cabin, sharing an umbrella lent to us by
My
the
name
staff,
is Luca.
and after doing what couples would do on Valentine's Day, my husband fell asleep. I lay in bed a while, had a couple of glasses of water from the sink to try and prevent the hangover I knew was coming. After I stopped the tap running, I thought I heard the drain stutter for a second. I listened a little closer. No, it wasn't a stutter. It was a noise like knocking, only a little more frantic. In triplets, dum, dum, dum. I listened again. The same noise, louder. Then I realized what it was. Someone was trying to lock on the window. They were trying to see if it was locked. As I stood there trying to make as little noise as possible as I moved across the room to wake my husband, I heard footsteps moving around the cabin, and then the same noise, but louder. The same person was trying the door now, but they were more determined, really pushing and pulling. I didn't want to make a noise, but I shook my husband as violently as I could to wake him up, and whispered what I thought was happening. He was dead to the world, and as I tried to wake him with a hushed voice, I could hear whatever it was trying the door a few last times, but harder. Finally, he woke up and saw the panic in my eyes. He got straight to it, turned on every light in the cabin, and grabbed a broom as he made his way to the front door. There was nothing. No one. I was sure, though, and you could tell from how I was acting that I was serious. We called the resort's security, who came over and were extremely polite, and even the manager of the place came down to assure us that it was all fine. They said they'd look into it, that sometimes the wind made noises like that, and were even so kind as to make sure a security member sat outside our cabin for the rest of the night. There were no signs that anyone had been around, and so they said if we were sure we wanted to report something, they'd happily come with us in the morning. As we were talking the next morning, I felt like I wanted to mention Luca, but didn't want to seem paranoid. But I'd barely slept and my mouth seemed to run on its own. I mentioned that Luca had always acted strange to us and that I thought his cabin might have been near ours. They told me that whilst it wasn't their policy to report on guests, they could tell me that Luca's cabin was actually fairly far away from ours. His was in the singles area, for people on retreats, writers, artists, etc., and that the couple's area was the other side of the resort. I mentioned that his wife must have been staying near us then, or something like that, and I remember the woman behind the desk looking puzzled. She said Luca came alone, left after lunch on Valentine's Day, and that there had been no woman with him at any point during his stay. He'd come alone and left alone. They'd have known that visitors have to at least sign in at reception. When I mentioned looking into this further, I was really adamant with them. They said although they would flag it with local police, there wasn't much they could do. Luca wasn't a Swiss national, and they couldn't follow him just because a guest thought that he might have been stalking them or something of the sort. They asked if I'd even seen Luca during either of the encounters I'd had, and sadly, I had to say no. When they heard that, they shared a look that I could instantly tell that they didn't quite believe me. The resort offered all sorts of compensations, a free dinner the next night, and even offered me a discount on a week's stay another time. Despite the offer, I don't think we'll be going back anytime soon. I have never been a huge fan of Valentine's Day. I have always found the holiday to be kind of a drag and a waste, kind of like New Year's Eve. At the time of the story, I was 20 years old. I worked at a small convenience store that was open 24 hours. I told them that I would work the overnight shift on Valentine's Day because I didn't have any plans. The night started out just like any other night shifts I had worked in the past. Very slow and boring, so I was able to get most of the work done by about midnight. I usually spent the remainder of the shift just watching YouTube and Netflix. At about 1:30 a.m., the bell rang, alerting me that someone had entered the store. He was a tall, somewhat handsome man from what I could tell at a quick glance. I shouted, "Howdy tonight, sir," and he responded almost immediately. "Cassie, is that you?" I paused for a moment in disbelief that he recognized me, and then that's when it hit me. It was a guy named Rick that I went to high school with. We were never really close, but always very friendly. I immediately greeted him with a hug because that's just my personality. After a minute or two of catching up, I finally asked, "What are you doing in here so late?" He frowned slightly and said, "Well, I just broke up with my girlfriend about a week ago, and honestly, I've been a bit of an insomniac lately and just wandering around." I said I was sorry about the breakup and asked if he needed anything, and he responded in a very genuine voice. "Honestly, it's just really great to see an old friend, and if you wouldn't mind, if you're not too busy, I would love to just sit and talk for a while." I actually thought it was kind of sweet, and felt bad. I told him he could hang and we could just talk and catch up. The first 10 to 15 minutes were normal, even enjoyable. We laughed and joked about some old high school memories. After about 15 minutes, he asked to use the restroom, and of course I let him. This was when I started to think things through a little bit. This random guy showed up in the middle of the night and just happened to immediately recognize me and strike up a conversation with me. I was sure it was just a coincidence, but it did seem a little bit weird. While he was in the bathroom for a minute, I decided to search him on Facebook and noticed he had some mutual friends. The first thing I noticed was that he had some weird photos. Pictures of him with knives and lots of symbology stuff that almost looked like witchcraft or something. I don't know, I'm not much of a horror buff, but one of the pictures definitely had a pentagram in it. He came out of the bathroom a few moments later, and this is when things started getting really strange. I threw my phone back down and greeted him as if everything were normal. He said in a low, almost disturbing voice, "I'm so happy to see you again." I responded in a confused manner. Yeah, it's great seeing you too." He slammed both hands on the counter that I sat behind and said in a now aggressive voice, "You don't understand. I'm so happy I found you. I love you, Cassie. And we were meant to be together." Going from semi-creeped out to full-on terrified, I just responded nervously, not knowing what else to say. "Thanks, Ricky." Someone. Of course it was a lie, but I honestly didn't know what else to do. At this point, he tried to grab my arm from the other side of the counter, and I jumped back quickly and told him he needed to leave. He took a step away from the counter and looked at me with almost lifeless eyes and a smile that left my body paralyzed. He dropped his coat to the ground, took his shirt off. He was covered with tattoos, really creepy tattoos. Across his chest was the word "animal" in a crazy font. The rest of his torso was covered with strange symbols. I'm not sure actually what kind of symbols. Others like that was my name tattoo. It literally said Cassie in cursive. He then pulled a knife out of his pocket and pointed to the tattoo of my name to make a sinister smile and gaze. I know it's easy to say what you would do in this situation, but I was frozen. I felt lightheaded. It was a dream. I couldn't wake up. I was scared if I made a move, he would lunge at me or try to grab me again. He started to scream my name loudly. "Cassie! Cassie!" I started to cry. I couldn't even catch my breath, and that's when it happened. The big man walked into the store. Ricky didn't even flinch. He kept his gaze fixed on me and was slowly approaching me. Once the man saw what was happening and saw me cowering in fear, he ran over and pushed Ricky down. Ricky got up and ignored the man completely and still kept his crazy gaze on me. I picked up my phone to call the police, and that's when Ricky finally ran and tried to jump the counter, and the man took him down again, this time holding him down until the authorities showed up. Ricky was arrested with that blank stare across his face. That man who saved me just happened to be a passing truck driver wanting to grab a hot cup of coffee. I feel like I owe him my life. I have no idea what Ricky planned on doing, but he was charged and they used video footage from the store to help with the conviction. I'm so thankful for that truck driver, and I will never forget that evil, dead look in Ricky's eyes as he lunged for me. And what was that tattoo? Was it really my name? Or for someone else named Cassie? I don't work overnights anymore, and I actually moved far away from this town. I'm not sure if Ricky ever got help or is still in jail. I have no idea when or where this obsession he developed for me began. And honestly, I don't care. I just hope we never meet again. Valentine's Day is a time for love and showing emotion and gratitude to that very special person in your life. 4 years ago, my girlfriend and I decided
Dropping seeds.
Where we live, it is still fairly warm in February, so I decided to take my girlfriend on a picnic that we had been planning for about a week or so. My girlfriend and I love being outdoors, and I figured after the picnic, perhaps we could walk on a trail and perhaps take a quick hike. About a month ago, while I was hiking, I found this amazing spot where I thought we could have the picnic. From one of the main trails, it only took about 15 minutes to walk there, and it wasn't that hard of a walk either. You did have to go off of one of the main trails, around a semi-narrow bend, and leading to a small rock formation. The area overlooked our home. It was a beautiful view and enough flat land where we could sit and have a really nice picnic. I set up an entire area for us, chairs, tables, and a bunch of her favorite snack foods. On the rear side of this spot was more woods, and even in the daylight there were so many trees back there that it seemed dark. So when Valentine's Day finally came, we set off for our adventure. Thankfully, it was a beautiful sunny day. It was warm with a nice breeze and not a cloud in the sky. We held hands on the trail until we got to the spot where I went off the trail. I told her to trust me as we went off the path. She was hesitant, but was down for the journey. Just as I expected, the short trip was easy for her. We reached the spot in no time, and she was blown away. She just stopped and stared out at the horizon in awe. When she saw the spread of food I had, she was even more blown away. Today could not have gone better, and in almost a blink of an eye, that changed. While we were laughing and staring at the beautiful view, she stopped suddenly. I asked her what was wrong, and she said that she had heard something in the woods. I looked behind in the dark trees, but saw nothing. I told her she was crazy, just kidding around, obviously, and tried to go back to flirting with her, but she wasn't having it. She insisted that I check out the woods. So annoyed more than anything, I told her I would. I got right up to where the tree line started, and I peeked through some endless amounts of trees. I saw nothing. If I'm being honest, I had a really hard time making out anything in there, but I truly didn't see anything. She approached after a minute or two and said in a terrified voice, "Right there! You don't see that shape? It looks like a person." I squinted and tried to make out the shape. It just looked like a shadow to me. "Babe, I think that's just a shadow," I responded in an almost condescending voice. She was hysterical and asked me to please look at it. So I stepped into the dark forest, and to my absolute fear, the dark figure moved. It was very slight, almost like a shoulder shrug, but I saw it. At this moment, I felt intense anxiety and fear, but I didn't want to freak out my girlfriend, or even worse, alert this potentially dangerous person that I knew that they were there. After only a couple of steps, I told my girlfriend I needed something, and I turned around to where I was sitting. I grabbed my girlfriend and tried to tell her not to freak out, but then I looked back at the person in the tree. She was crying hysterically, and I was just trying to think of the best way to get out fast. I looked down over the lookout, but it was just too steep. The only way was the way we came, which was fine, but I just didn't want this lunatic to follow us. I decided to leave all the stuff behind and start walking down the rock formation. She went down first as I stared into the trees, and that's when I saw it clear as day. This shadow figure was definitely a man, and he was approaching us now. He was only about 45 or 50 feet away. I couldn't make out any specific details, but it looked like he had a beard. I finally started going down the rock formation, and I told my girl to run as fast as she could. We made it to the trail quickly. As we stopped to catch our breath, we heard the rustling of trees and the crack of sticks. This man was chasing us. She pulled out her phone to call the police, but apparently she didn't have a signal. Of course. We finally reached the parking lot of the park trails, and there were 2 police cars. The police were already looking for someone. Apparently, there was a woman jogging the trails early in the morning and found a man laying off to the side of one of the trails. She called the authorities right away, and the man reported being mugged and robbed. We told the cops everything, but by the time they got into the woods, they couldn't find the man. From what I understand, they never caught this crazy person in the woods, and I'm not sure he actually caught up to us. I still can't believe my girlfriend spotted him from so far away, and I'm so thankful she did. We both have a really hard time going on nature trails now, and I still have yet to return to that specific park. From now on, I decided it was best just to stay indoors, especially for Valentine's Day. This is a short story that happened to me last year on Valentine's Day. I recently bought a house with my soon-to-be husband. He works really hard and always spoils me when he can. While he was at work, I decided to run stuff to make him a romantic dinner. The store is literally 100 yards away from my house at most, so I quickly left around 1 p.m. and did not open the door. I live in a really safe area with hardly any crime, and a police station right around the block. I was going to be back in less than 10 minutes, so I didn't think it was a big deal to lock my door. I left and came back in just under 15 minutes. I waited in line longer than I thought. The rest of the afternoon was normal. I prepared dinner and got the table set with candles and everything along those lines. My afternoon was fairly normal and just like any other day. At about 4:30 p.m., I went to the bathroom and thought I could smell a funny smell, almost like cologne. My boyfriend didn't wear cologne, but I didn't think too much about it. Maybe it was my body wash from the shower or something along those lines. A little after 7, my boyfriend came home from work. He greeted me with Valentine's Day flowers and an amazing piece of cheesecake that I would be having for dessert. I was thrilled. He was also so thankful for the dinner I had prepared for him. We had a lovely evening. After we ate, he said he was going to go wash up and meet me on the couch for a movie and some cheesecake. As he walked upstairs where our bathroom was, he stopped talking mid-sentence and said in a voice that still haunts me, "What's that smell?" I came to the bottom of the stairs and asked if he smelled cologne too. He did and immediately mouthed the words, "Call 911" to me. I went into the other room and called. I tried to whisper as to not alert the potential intruder. What my boyfriend didn't tell me until later was that he saw muddy footprints on the bathroom floor. The shower curtain was open with 2 wet, dirty footprints inside. Next to the bathroom is a spare room that we don't use, and the door was shut. And that door is never shut. He grabbed the door slowly and tried to turn the handle, but it was being held from the other side. He kicked open the door, and to the horror of both of us was a small, dirty-looking man. He was dressed in all black, with brown work boots. My boyfriend, who is only an average build, slammed him down with ease and pushed him against the wall. After only a few moments, the police showed up and quickly ran upstairs. Luckily, nobody was hurt, and the intentions of this intruder were unknown. I was alone all afternoon with him, and he did nothing. I couldn't sleep well that night. I remembered that it was all my fault. I always locked the door, and this one time I forgot to. I began to freak out that the man was in the shower right next to me when I was going to the bathroom. I'm just thankful my boyfriend didn't get hurt, and the police station is literally right around the block. This year he took off Valentine's Day with me, and we're still trying to cope with the experience. The worst part is we still never got answers. We don't know why this man broke in. I'm not sure we ever will. So the events of this story happened to me 2 years ago on Valentine's Day. It was the first Valentine's Day I had celebrated with my now fiancée Dee. We decided it would be nice to go on a double date with a mutual couple we both knew. The evening was nice and relaxing. We went to their house for a lovely dinner and some games. None of us really were the type that liked going out drinking or partying, so this was an ideal night for us. After a couple of hours, we decided we were going to go home for the night and watch some movies in front of our electric fireplace. Now, the couple whose house we went to didn't really live too far away, but they did kind of live in the middle of nowhere. We live in a decent-sized town, but once you reach the outskirts of town, it's a lot of cornfields, farms, and huge open fields. So even though it was only about a 10-minute drive, it feels like you're in the middle of nowhere. When you leave our friend's house, you travel down a long road with no lights for about a mile or so, then take a left and travel down another even longer road in the pitch black until eventually you reach the outskirts of town. Well, about halfway down the road, we saw these flashing lights shining through the seemingly endless row of trees, until we finally saw it. After we passed all of the trees, we pulled over on the side of the road, and there, hovering over the field, was a massive craft of some kind. I'm not real good with measurements, but I would say about the size of a plane, but a very strange shape. It was long and kind of flat with a pointed edge. It was clearly hovering over the field, high enough that it was
Aliens!
above us but not moving.
Alien
There was
visitors!
lights all over the craft, and many of them were flashing in an erratic pattern. My then girlfriend and I sat in amazement and admittedly fear at this huge craft. And the most peculiar thing was that it was quiet. You couldn't hear any noise whatsoever coming from the craft. As I took out my
Quiet.
phone to try and
Too
record this,
quiet.
all the lights went off on the craft. I tried to snap a picture at this point, but it was just too dark, and the picture just looks black. The craft then started to make a very loud humming noise, and even though we could barely see it, it started to slowly approach the road where we were parked. At this point, scared and nervous, we decided to drive away. When we got to the end of the road, we saw the lights again poking through the trees. Once we got home, we tried calling our friends several times, but they didn't answer. Finally, about an hour later, she called back and said she was sorry and didn't even hear her phone ring, which we found strange because her phone was always on high. We told her about the events, and she seemed very skeptical. She said living over there her entire life, she has never seen or heard anything like that ever. We talked about the event for a while and eventually said goodbye and enjoyed the rest of Valentine's Day and really had a great rest of the evening. Shortly after that night, we found out that several people in the area had experienced seeing strange things like that. Apparently, there is a military base nearby, and some believe that they are testing some kind of new military equipment. Others think it's something perhaps extraterrestrial. I'm not sure what I saw that evening, but I know beyond a shadow of a doubt I saw something big and very close to me, something that I am unable to explain. Has anyone ever seen this craft I speak of? I'm just looking for answers. The last 2 years on Valentine's Day, we have gone back at the same time to see if we see anything, and we've seen nothing since that night. Though this was strange and terrifying, it has given us a Valentine's Day tradition and an event that we will never forget. The contents of this story have caused me to recently move back with my parents who live in another state. Last year, I was enjoying my first year of being a college grad and living in my own house. Well, a house I rented, but I still live alone.
Thank you for the
I wasn't
fireplace.
looking for a boyfriend or anything like that. Every morning I go down to the park, which is only about a 2-minute walk, and I jog before getting ready for work. On Valentine's Day, my routine was no different. As I was finishing my jog, I was approached by a pretty handsome-looking man. He was tall, looked in shape, styled hair, and super white teeth. My creep alarm was not going off at all. He said in a calming voice, "You're very pretty, and I just thought I wanted to tell you that, and hope you have a wonderful Valentine's Day." And then he just jogged off. Honestly, it kind of made me smile because that kind of stuff doesn't usually happen to me. After all that excitement, I just continued on with my day like I would any other day. At about 1 p.m., the secretary at my job told me I had a package. I thought this was very strange considering I had never gotten packages before. It was a huge, beautiful bouquet of roses. There was a note on the roses that said, "To the lovely lady I saw at the park, I hope this makes you smile." Now, it did make me smile, which is stupid, but I admittedly realized how weird and creepy it was. That night, I was cooking dinner and was going to do some work from my home computer. I thought I could hear a noise outside my window, but I just chalked it up to the wind or something. I got up a little after 8 to clean some dishes and take a break from the computer. I looked out my kitchen sink window and saw a car outside my house parked in the street. Now, I had no other reason to be freaked out other than just a bad feeling. There was no parking on my street after 7 p.m., and I had never seen this car before. Now again, there could have been dozens of explanations, but I just didn't feel good about the entire situation. It just felt really off. I sat back down at the computer trying to focus on my work, but I had this sickening feeling in my stomach. As I sat there in dead silence in my room is when I was sure I could hear something. I had a window that sat right next to my computer where I was sitting. I pulled back the curtain and exposed the man from the park trying to break into the window. We locked eyes, and he just stared at me like a deer in headlights. He did not have that same smile as before at the park. He looked mean, aggressive. After only a couple of seconds of eye contact, which seemed like an eternity, he started to bang on the window and screaming, "Let me in." I screamed and ran to the other room, calling the police. He must have heard me because I saw out of the kitchen window and run to the car in front of my house. I couldn't make out the license. All I knew was that it was a white Chevy of some kind, which describes about 1 billion people. I never forgot the look in his eyes. Almost immediately, I moved home. I never stayed in that house again. I was advised to stay at a hotel for a couple of nights, and then I drove home to my parents. I'll never forget that almost evil look he had as we locked eyes through the window, no more than inches apart. They never found the man I described, and many people think I made this story up. But I'll never forget the horror of that Valentine's Day. Have y'all been following all these Zoom and Skype dates that have been happening since the lockdown started? As you imagine, the use of dating apps have skyrocketed since the government had ordered us all inside for the foreseeable future. Those who would usually flaunt their game in the club or at the gym are now forced to use the same tactics as the less socially adept of us in dating apps. And although I'm not entirely happy with the increased competition, I'd be lying if I said my match count hasn't bumped up a little. Silver linings, right? Anyway, instead of using Tinder or Hinge, with their increased emphasis on physical appearances, definitely not my strong point given I'm about 30 pounds overweight right now, I opted for Reddit's R4R forum, which is full of posts from those who want to hook up for conversation, flirting, and occasionally even more. So, I put up this pretty dumb post, basically asking if there were any girls that wanted to have like a lockdown date or whatever. I listed a bunch of my interests, mainly horror movies and a few political issues close to my heart, and implored anyone who identified with them to get in touch. 1 or 2 girls did, and I feel mean admitting this, but they just didn't seem particularly engaging. Nice, yes, charming, one really was, but our talks didn't light a fire in me. Not like the message I got in the wee small hours of the morning when I was up way past my usual bedtime. The message from a girl named Amber who wrote eloquently and charmingly about how she too was looking for something of a lockdown bae herself. She was highly politically involved, as she put it, which definitely sparked my interest, in sharp comparison with the 2 other girls who wrote back to me who didn't seem interested in politics. She was also extremely intelligent. The way she was able to articulate her thoughts was something I had rarely encountered in online interactions, which is also why I was so shocked when I found out she was only 18, 11 years my junior. Only, when she described herself, I started to get suspicious. She seemed perfect. Too perfect. She told me she was 5'7", Asian American, fit, and toned from yoga and spin class. In her own words, she was pretty cute. Catfish was the first thought that came to my mind. There was absolutely no way a girl as cute sounding as that would be getting in contact with me. So I just made a joke that, well, a joke that wasn't really a joke. I basically called her out on it. How she didn't have to pretend to be some hot Asian girl just to get my attention. Not with the kind of conversational skills that she did. The next message was just a link to an Imgur photo. A risky click, if there was absolutely nothing in the way of the caption to clue me into what the picture was of. But I suppose curiosity just got the better of me, and I just clicked. For those that don't already know, a verification photo is when a person handwrites their username and other pertinent information on a piece of paper to prove that they are indeed who they say they are. And yep, you guessed it, the picture was verification. As it turned out, Amber was exactly who she claimed to be. Young, Asian, and impossibly gorgeous. I mean, I was literally stunned when I saw that picture of her. I just stopped and stared for what seemed like minutes. When it came to returning the favor, I was terrified. I'm not in the least bit confident about my appearance, as I've made clear, and the idea of trying to take a selfie, something I'd never even done before that evening, was almost too much to bear. But I did it anyway. I combed my hair, washed my face, then went over my beard with the barely used trimmer my mom bought me for my 28th birthday. Basically her way of telling me to get that stuff off my face. Then, when I was done, I found my angle, took the photo, and then sent it over. The suspense, the raw suspense, oh my god. I honestly think the last time I was that nervous was before my first date I ever went on as a 7. I'm talking that heart-racing, sweaty palm, time slowing down nervous that makes you feel sick to your stomach. I was convinced I'd never hear from her again, that she'd see how mismatched this whole thing was and just up and ghost me. Only, she didn't. She actually replied saying that I was cute. That was 3 weeks ago now. We've talked every single day since then, sometimes having multiple hour-long phone calls that run into the wee small hours of the morning. And the more we talked, the more serious things became. At one point, Amber asked where she saw this going after lockdown was over. She told me she was living in Portland, whereas I was all the way over in the greater Boston area, pretty much opposite ends of the country to one another. But she pretty much straight up raised the issue of chemistry that happened. I told her money was no object, that she was legit the most beautiful, charming young woman I'd ever met in my entire life. It was true. I meant every word of it, but I understood when she told me that she heard that kind of thing all the time, that they'd tell her just about anything to get a chance to sleep with her. And I believed that too. She asked me how far I'd be willing to prove myself to her. I told her she wanted me to go. At that, she just laughed, telling me how she doubted it. I was indignant. I'd do anything. Everything she asked just to make her believe it. That's when she told me to get a knife. I'm ashamed to say that there was barely any hesitation. I just trusted her. I trusted that she knew what was best for me. She already seemed to be able to read me like a book.
Get your pecker
She
off.
asked if I had an envelope handy. I told her yes, that I had a pack of about 100 crisp white envelopes. She told me to open it. I obeyed. She told me to place the blade of the knife onto my palm. I obeyed. And when she finally gave me the order, I pulled the blade across my flesh and let fresh blood flow onto the open envelope. It didn't even hurt. It was the strangest thing, but for the first few minutes there was no pain at all. Just this dull, hot feeling as I watched the blood flow from the open wound, staining the perfect white of the paper a deep crimson. I held everything up to the webcam, showing her exactly how far I was willing to go for her. And oh my god, the look on her face, the way her pretty almond eyes seemed to light up, it just filled me with joy. I don't really know why I'm telling you this. I know it's making me sound crazy just as much as it's making her sound toxic. But in that moment, it all just made so much sense. Words are cheap, actions count for something. There's no dearer currency than our own lifeblood. It seemed like the purest act of devotion imaginable, and for a while, I saw nothing wrong with it, and had zero regrets. When it was done, she told me to buy a larger plastic envelope, one that'll properly conceal the blood-filled paper one. Then I was to mail it to her. Again, it
Why?
made sense. It was possible to do
Why?
something like that, pretty easily. So the idea that she wanted to see for herself, to verify that I'd be true to her, it was just second nature. As instructed, I paid extra for next day delivery, a lot extra, but it would be worth it. I felt like every penny I spent on this girl was worth it. Money can't buy something like we shared, at least. That's the way it felt at the time. I remember being so excited at the prospect of her opening that envelope, of seeing her satisfaction at knowing what I'd done for her. And when she showed me her opening the thing with the webcam, it was every bit as disgustingly glorious as I imagined. Her eyes lit up in that same adorable way. she smiled in a way I'd never quite seen before. Such a wide, white smile. She giggled as she held it up, bringing a hand to her mouth, and in one fluid motion, she brought the blood-stained envelope to her lips and kissed it. Only, she didn't just kiss it. I watched transfixed as she began to lick at the dried bloodstains, spitting on them and lathering them with her tongue until the dried mess hydrated and formed a sticky crimson residue. Now, writing this now, it's really obviously disgusting, but at the time, it seemed like love. It was the purest act of acceptance of another living being I'd ever witnessed. She was purporting to adore the very blood that ran through my veins, that even in a dried-up, crusty state, she could invigorate it. It said so much with so little. The next day, we got into a conversation about cats. Amber loved kitties, as she put it. She had a bunch of clothes with cat designs on them, hair accessories that resembled cat girls. It was a whole theme for her. But since she was in college, living in a dorm room that she was basically trapped in due to lockdown, there was no way of her getting to own one. Now, for the first time being away, I confess that since my last girlfriend had broken up with me and moved out, I'd strongly been considering getting a pet to combat the crushing loneliness that came with a lifestyle such as mine. This revelation delighted her, and she asked if I would go get her one. I was confused at first, thinking we meant she wanted me to, send her a cat. I didn't think this was entirely out of the question. I mean, animal shelters would still need to run despite the COVID thing. There had to be a way I could find an animal shelter in her area and arrange for her to drop off. But obviously, that's not what she meant at all. She wanted me to get a cat. I acquiesced to the idea pretty quickly. It did suit my plans after all. But then the conversation. She asked me if I loved kitties, so I told her yes. The truth is, I don't like them as much as dogs, but I wasn't about to overcomplicate the situation by saying that. Then she asked me which I liked more, her or cats. Again, I said her. Then she asked if I loved enough to hurt something innocent. I hesitated, but again I said yes. Then came those fatal words that now don't seem so loving anymore. Prove it.
Kill the cat.
She told me, in no uncertain terms, that she wanted me to prove that I loved her more than any other living creature. She didn't want me to get into any trouble, to ruin my career by getting a criminal record or anything, but she still wanted proof. It was horrifying, listening to her talk. She had obviously thought this out, maybe even long in advance. She told me I could get a really old cat from a rescue center, one that was near the end of its life anyway, one that might well be suffering from joint pain or breathing trouble. She told me to look at it like an act of mercy, one that would prove I was the right man for her, one that could make difficult decisions and plans too. And I'm ashamed to admit, I agreed to every word. Shelters in my area were still indeed operating. I asked them a few questions regarding the adoption process and found it would be infinitely easier than I even expected. I could pay them a visit and leave with the cat the very same day. And then it came to asking my own rather tailored set of questions. I told her I wanted to give an older kitty a comfortable time in its twilight years, that I was something of a feline philanthropist and had been doing so for many years. It was heart-wrenching, hearing that rescue center worker telling me what a good person I was, how no one wanted to adopt the older cats, and how one would be so happy to have finally found someone to take care of them. I think that's what did it. The sobering moment that made me realize how stupid I'd been these past few weeks. How lust and desire and loneliness had driven me to the point where I was willing to relinquish my entire humanity. I had never hurt so much as a fly in my entire life, and there I was, planning to hurt an innocent...
You're gonna kill a fucking cat for
I
some chick who is never gonna do anything for you
thought about writing her
and lives all the way on the other side of the goddamn country.
Didn't hurt her feelings too much, but then she didn't really have feelings. Not like you or I might do. She had a fixation on what she could do. It all made sense in her context. She got off on power, on manipulation, and any way she could achieve that was justified. I blocked her on Discord, deleted the email account I'd used to send her long stream of consciousness letters from. It hurt. It hurt really, really bad at first, but once I told myself she'd easily find a new partner, a new victim, the decisions became much, much easier to deal with. So please, people, learn from my stupid, short-sighted mistakes. Don't let this lockdown loneliness get the better of you, because there are people out there, bad people, just waiting to exploit it. Back when I was about 17, I stayed behind after school with a few mates to use the 6 to get a big Counter-Strike game going. This was back before I had a decent enough internet connection or a decent enough computer to actually play online games at home. So, you can imagine, I had an absolute ball. I mean, we all did, and we stayed so late that the caretakers had to physically start switching all the computers off all the mains in order to get us to leave. Since it was like November, it was actually dark by the time we were all on our way home, and the only light I had to guide my way was the glow from the orange street lamps at the side of the road. But all of a sudden, as I'm walking down the old half-mile-long street I used to live on, all the lights in the street just go out at once. It literally stopped me in my tracks, and I found myself looking around to notice that all the lights in nearby houses were off too. The power grid in this city I live in is pretty reliable. It was the first time anything like that had happened, so naturally I'm a bit freaked out. I tried calling a friend of mine to see if the power is out in the neighborhood too, but my phone won't work. I just keep getting this robot voice saying, "Your call could not be connected. Please hang up and try again." So, the phones are out, the lights are out, my parents aren't home yet, and I've got a voice in the back of my head that says World War III is about to start. I am way too anxious just to sit at home in the dark, both literally and figuratively, so I go out into the street and start walking over to where my friend lived, the same one I tried to call. Other people have come out of the houses too, neighbors talking to one another, wondering what's going on. It's actually really freaky how dark it was outside. Like it's a thing that very few of us in the West ever get to see. An urban landscape completely plunged into darkness. There was a tension in the air. You could feel it. And without a working phone to get in touch with anyone and find out what was going on, that tension just got heavier and heavier. Literally nowhere had power. I walked like 30 minutes over to my mate's house with the only flickers of light being from hand torches and candles. You could see better around the roads thanks to car headlights, but it was chaos without traffic lights. And all the intersections were jammed up with cars trying to move around each other. I made it to my mate's house, and obviously there was no power there either. Only at a time it was much safer to do so. I didn't stay inside, and I've always thought it was weird how we gravitated back to the only real source of light. Pretty much everyone else did too, and in the course of walking up and down the car club nights, we just sort of bumped into the rest of our little friend group. And what started as quite an unnerving experience morphed into something supremely exciting. We had no idea when the power was coming back on, or why it had even gone out in the first place. And after a few hours of almost complete darkness, even the grown-ups around us started to openly wonder if it would come back anytime soon. Things started to take on a distinctly apocalyptic vibe. But we were teenage boys, and we were together. We had that youthful air of invincibility that made us think that we could take on anything. It was actually quite euphoric, but that feeling wasn't to last. You see, we weren't the only
Doubloons? Oh, we definitely need doubloons.
Others saw opportunity. The first hint of it came when we saw 3 rats bolting out of a corner shop, quickly followed by pursuing owner who barked at them that he called the police. Obviously, they'd taken advantage of the darkness to steal from him, and that was the first time it really registered with us just how vulnerable we all were at such a time. No power. also meant no alarm systems, no CCTV cameras, with the police being unable to respond to calls because of the terrible traffic. We started to see things like shop owners with baseball bats and iron bars in their hands, pulling down shutters over their windows, or drivers who'd have to be physically separated from one another to keep them from fighting. It was a bad scene, and it was foolish of us to stick around on the off chance that anything got particularly heated. To me, my mates decided to retreat to this primary school car park we used to skate on, one that was tucked away near the river and surrounded by trees. Maybe if it wasn't for the power cut, we'd have understood why that might be a bad idea, but whether it was the pitch darkness or just this general lack of awareness, we had no idea what was coming.
Oh, what the fuck is that?
Do I wish we had? So we were hanging around the car park, which was normally lit by a few lampposts dotted around, but obviously on at night it's near pitch darkness. The only light was coming from the moon, or from our phone screens, which in like 2005 were not particularly bright. Literally anything but snow was quiet. We had absolutely zero spatial awareness, which is what made the events that followed all the more terrifying. At first, one of us is all like, "Shh, did you hear that?" Everyone freezes, listening out for whatever our mate heard, but there's just silence. A little while later, this happens again, and that time our apparently paranoid friend was insistent that he heard something in the trees nearby, but we just dismiss his fears as nothing but an attempt at a prank. So when one of us was grabbed by someone looking to put them in a chokehold, we all just thought it was another one of our number messing around. And I'll never forget the fear in the air when we suddenly realized that we were not alone anymore. That whoever had done the grabbing was a total stranger who must have just materialized from basically nowhere. One of us tried to wrestle the stranger out of our friend, but they seemed to be thrown to the ground by some unseen force. It was hideously confusing. Where these people were coming from and why they were doing it was a complete mystery. But I knew one thing for definite. We were under attack. I'm not even entirely sure what happened after that. I'm pretty sure we were outnumbered because I can remember at least 2 people kicking me after I was floored by a punch to the face. It seemed to last for ages too, and it only stopped when I heard 2 voices near me saying something like, "Oh, I think he's dead. He's not moving. I think he died. God, let's get out of here, man." Then the kicking stops. I hear hurried footfalls, and then suddenly everything is quiet. I should have maybe felt some degree of relief that the attack had stopped, but that guy's words just rattled around my skull. He died. I look up from tucking my head into my chest and shielding it with my arms and see a few dark shapes either crawling or limping towards another dark shape that was lying motionless on the concrete. That was one of the worst moments of my life, thinking I was looking at the dead body of one of my closest friends. But thankfully, he wasn't dead. He wasn't exactly okay, but he wasn't dead. It must have taken a pretty heavy hit because he was completely knocked out cold. Like one of those bad knockouts too, when the person is groggy when they wake up. It was still really worrying, but Jesus, the pure relief I felt when he moved and blinked for the first time. None of this would hurt too bad.
Okay, I don't get the whole bow fucking movement thing.
We were concerned that the guy who got knocked out might have had a concussion. He didn't complain of feeling nauseous or dizzy over the next couple of days. In the end, we all just limped home, hoping the power would stay off so we wouldn't have to go to school the next day sporting black eyes and lip scabs. But the power did come back on, so we didn't even get the day off. My big takeaway from the night of the blackout wasn't so much how much it sucked being ambushed like that. It was something entirely more frightening. I had seen with my own eyes the brittle threads that hold society together don't need much pressure before they're stretching to breaking point. And all it takes is a little power damage before we're all feeling that pressure. But some of us feel something else too, and for some, the darkness brings out a predatory desire to hunt and victimize the same people we call neighbors. And it's those kinds of people, the monsters in human suits, that we fell victim to that night. a place called Bennington here in Maine. It's the least populated part of the state, which probably makes it one of the least populated areas in the country. And with a population of just over 50 people, we're the very
Grinchy.
of a one-stop light kind of town.
It's up on my screens forever while working on other things. It's just your stream. Yeah, it's very similar to Palia, Pal World, all that shit. Sorry, I didn't even see you posting anything.
One time it was only for about an hour. The second time, it must have been a serious fault down at whatever power station feeds us juice because the power was out all night. And I don't just remember that night because I couldn't watch the Pats play ball. It's burned in my memory for other reasons too. So like I said, second ever power cut, but thanks to the experience I gained from the first time around, I fare a little better that time. I have candles stored away. I have dynamo flashlights. I even got a battery-powered hot plate that would be good for a few uses, even if it did burn through the batteries. So
I don't even know if I can take this.
Just make myself comfortable, pick up a good book, and sit down to write it out on the couch. Now it's at this point that I
need a crystal pickaxe. Have I tried Rift?
And given his considerably
or Raft?
Senses, the power cuts never seemed to bother Teddy none. Teddy never bumped into furniture or got spooked at every
Mine, GTA, Red Dead.
Up by the log fire and warmed his bones.
Those are about all I've played in the past few years.
Ted gives me this look at one point as if to say, "See, now you get it, old man. Just relax and take a load off. Power will come back when it's good and ready to." But
I won't have audio though. That's all right. You don't have to have audio to watch.
I'm so engrossed by the book I was reading.
I haven't. I haven't played Rift.
You see, Teddy never barked at anything, even when he saw squirrels or raccoons.
Damn! I found a meteorite thingy and I can't fucking get it.
So to even hear him yapping like that in the first place was pretty unusual. Then that got me wondering what could possibly freak him out enough to make him bark. I'm all like, "Visible? What do you smell?" But Ted just gets up, walks over towards the door to the hallway, and starts growling all low in between barks. And as I'm sitting there watching him, I get this really bad feeling in the pit of my stomach. This is the first time I'd ever seen him acting like that, downright aggressive and territorial. Now, as much as I respect the Second Amendment, I don't really believe in keeping a gun in the house. I hate the things, always have. And long story short, I lost a relative in a shooting accident when I was a kid.
Oh, shit.
Around a pistol makes me
I can stab him through the... Ow! Butthole.
An old recurve bow I used for hunting. Not exactly ideal to stop a burglar, but it was better than nothing. I must have looked like an old, worn-out Comanche warrior creeping through my living room with a freaking bow and arrow with only fire, like, to see what was going on.
Ooh.
I sure didn't feel like
I got a sequoia bow.
I just turned 55. I was a grown
What could I drop?
That darkness and being so isolated made me feel like a scared kid. Best case scenario, Teddy picked up the smell of bear or lynx in the wild. One that was still way off in the distance. Worst case could be something considerably worse. When I take a peek out from the house through the window of my office, Teddy follows, jumping on the windowsill and barking a few times after sniffing the air. Whatever he was smelling, I sure wasn't seeing. So after peering into the darkness for a minute or so, I just take Ted back into the TV room where he stopped his barking. All was quiet again, so I carried on with my reading. About an hour later, the same thing happens all over again. Teddy jumps up from the road.
What the fuck? Oh, did my fucking...
More aggressive. He bounds over to the door of the TV room, scratching at the handle and growling in a way that actually kind of frightened me. Like I said, I've never seen Teddy act like that. Like he was a dog.
Outsmarted you, bacon.
Teddy ran through the open door of the kitchen and started barking and scratching at the back door. I mean, he was going back there, and there was no way I was about to let him go outside. The mood he was in.
Oh, my glider still works.
Good and get up getting himself lost. And besides that, I felt strangely safe with the around. He stopped barking for a second, sniffed the air, and then bolted back into the TV room.
Oh, yeah, we're getting rid of something.
I follow him all like, get him, boy, tear him up. But when I catch a glimpse of the sliding glass doors, I'd swear I saw something moving in the shadows outside. I couldn't even tell you what I saw. It was nothing more than a flash of movement. It was obvious enough for me to grab that recurve bow that I propped up against the couch. I was so scared that I could barely line the arrow up with the...
Well, we got some badass loot, so...
acting like he was fixing to smash.
And my inventory's like super full now.
And like I said, it might even have been just the way the firelight reflected on the glass, but I wasn't willing to roll the dice on something being out there.
And I got 3 potions.
Stops barking again. I figured it's because he's lost the scent or something, because he shut up entirely and stops pawing at the glass in the back doors. But then he did the weirdest thing. He backs off from the doors, stands in front of me, shaking on all fours, and takes a pee right there on the carpet. He hadn't done anything like that since he was a puppy. Ted was hardcore house-trained. It definitely wasn't out of fear of some black bear either. Ted's been in the same area as those ever since he was a pup, and unless he actually saw one, I can't imagine that he'd freak out the way he did. But the fact remains that animals like dogs have been known to just go to the bathroom on themselves whenever a much larger predator is in the area. Only I can't imagine how much larger it'd have been to make Ted forget his house training. After that, he almost was completely silent, just the occasional whimper while I stood there with the flashlight, just waiting for the mother of all black bears to come smashing through my back windows. At this time, Walker was not a black bear. I understand those animals, but I didn't understand what was going on during that power out at all. It just about scared the life out of me. But by far the worst part of the experience was when I actually heard something in the little side walkway to my house. See, there's a little gravel path where my wife used to grow vegetables, right around the side of my house, and I swear to the Almighty that I heard 2 distinct crunches on the gravel, right as I'm staring out into the darkness for like the 100th time. That's when I started to call out. I know you're there, and I'm armed. Now you better get out of here. I listened again, and for the next few minutes there was nothing but silence. And then just when I started to think that I'd just imagined the whole thing, I heard it again, clear as day. Footsteps in the gravel. That time I was closer, and I'd heard people walk up and down the gravel path 100 times over the years. So I'm telling you right now, whatever was outside my house that night was way, way bigger than a person. If it was a black bear, it must have been the biggest one on the entire East Coast. Now, I'm not saying it wasn't a bear or something. Maybe it was just a big old dog that got lost and took to wandering in the yard. But like I said, it was big.
Give me all your bacon.
I came shaking like a frightened dog as I heard its footsteps getting quieter and quieter as it made its way off my property. I didn't hear nothing for the rest of the night. Ted didn't bark again, but it seemed like he'd thrown in the towel with that line of defense anyway. But I didn't hear nothing outside, and evidently nothing broke into the house, otherwise I'd be rambling on about it. It's just kind of surreal to me that one of the scariest experiences in my life comes across like a second-rate campfire tale. I don't scare easy, and what happened during that blackout scared the living hell out of me. I just hope whatever that thing was, whether it was a bear or the Turner beast or something else entirely, stays well away from my property in the future, because it would take far more than just a few arrows to take down a beast as big as that. Just over a year ago in October 2019, some real scary stuff went down and I thought I was going to lose my life. I live with my mom in California, just out of Sacramento, and I love her a whole lot because she works really hard to take care of me. I'm much better right now, but A year ago, I really wasn't doing so good, and I was dependent on an oxygen mask for my breathing. It wasn't like a face mask or anything, it was pretty discreet. I wore what's called a nasal cannula, which is like the little clear plastic tube that runs up your nose. It was quite uncomfortable at first, but you get used to anything after a while. Anyway, so I spent most of my time hooked up to a PPAP machine. It was super important that it stayed switched on at all times, or I might suffocate.
Oh,
If they'd switch off or break for
he's
any reason,
already taking
I
it.
could just switch over to my battery-powered oxygen tank, and voila, tragic death avoided. The system was flawlessly safe, or so I was led to believe. Because what that system doesn't take into account is that, all of a sudden, PG&E might decide that it's going to switch the power off to my house. I wake up in the middle of the night feeling like I'm about to have a full-on anxiety attack, and it only takes me about a second before I realize that I can't breathe. I brought a hand to my face and felt that my nasal cannula was still in my nostrils, but when I rolled over in bed, I saw my PPAP machine was dark. Now, under any other circumstances, I could just unplug from the machine, walk into the spare bedroom, and plug into the battery-powered oxygen tank. But since I was so tired and whatever had happened to cut the power had happened when I was asleep, I'd lost vulnerable time to make the transition. So picture the scene. I feel like I'm about to pass out. I can't see a thing because it's dark, and
Okay,
I have to make
now
my
we
way across the
definitely
to the
have to
spare
go
room.
store some shit.
I feel like I can't make it 3 steps in front of me. It was the most scared I'd ever been in my life. I had a matter of seconds to get to the battery tank.
Oops.
I'm making all these
Wrong button.
sounds, and I can just feel
Wrong
myself as I
button.
get out of my bedroom and took my first steps into the hallway. I only make it a few paces before I just feel my knees buckling underneath me. I try to crawl, but I just can't. And that's about all I remember until the next thing I know, I'm sucking air through the cannula like a crazy person, coughing and sputtering with my mom's voice in my ear. I must have made a whole bunch of noise on the way out of my bedroom, and thank God, too, because it woke my mom up. She must have found me lying there, figured out what the deal was, then just dragged me far enough toward the spare bedroom that she could plug in my oxygen tube. I just remember lying there, taking these huge, deep breaths until I felt sort of okay again, but that only lasted a moment or two, until the memory of that fear came rushing back to me, and I just
Okay,
burst
I
into
need to
tears.
make a starter
I
bow,
to the hospital to get me looked over by a doctor.
and
You can get some nasty health complications if you're deprived
figure
of
out
oxygen like
exactly
that.
how to
It's not just
use
the obvious stuff either. Like it can cause
that
blood
shit,
clots in your arteries from the
because
strain, and those can
right
be
now
pretty
all I
dangerous.
can do
But
is
yeah,
act like
after
I'm
checking
some
over
kind
my
of
knee,
ninja
the
fucking
hospital
shooter
figured out
dude.
that I was otherwise okay. But then the whole thing comes out about
And I
me,
still gotta
that's when
figure
it
out
starts
how
to
to
get
use the
controversy.
unlock
For those who
scrolls.
don't know, here in California it was discovered that
Might have to have
a
those
bunch of
on
electrical companies
and
were
see if
targeting
I
voice
can
fires. There was this huge
unlock
fire where
shit
almost
with them.
100 people died, and the fire department found it was started by a power line that had fallen over. Then companies didn't catch a ton of crap from the federal government, and as a result, they basically made the decision to just cut power off to a bunch of people's homes during wildfire season. Unfortunately for us, our home was one of them. We got lucky though. Like one guy actually died because he was on home life support or something. The power went off and boom, massive organ failure. The power cuts affected other stuff too, like nebulizers, dialysis machines, refrigerators that kept insulin fresh. Power companies said they'd been warning people for months about it and they should make preparations. But I don't remember hearing anything about it. But yeah, scariest moment of my life right there. Straight up thinking that I was gonna die. But like so many times before in my life, my mom was there to stop me from slipping away.
Potatoes.
I started my new job at Will Rogers Airport. I say new job, but I was really just moved to a different airline and working on the same ramp agent position. Now I have to tell you that I have a crippling fear of heights.
The
My
balloons.
favorite part of being ramp agent
The
is
finest
when I
money
get to
money
fly
can buy.
or rear loading planes. because it's about 20 feet above the ground. The first thing is it was raining. Not just light raining, but pouring rain with a few scattered lightning flashes and random power surges. Every now and then, we have dead bodies transported in the cargo bins. This was one of those occasions, and tonight was my lucky night apparently because my manager told me I was throwing this plane. Throwing means I was pulling the cargo out of the bin. It was the last plane for the night and wasn't very much cargo besides the body. My coworker John pulled the ramp loader to the plane and raised it up so I can walk up to the conveyor belt to enter the bin. About 4 other coworkers come over with the baggage tug for the cargo. I say to everyone in a louder than normal tone because the rain was loudly smacking the metal shell of the airplane. I hope y'all are ready. I'm not trying to be out here all night. John laughed and said, "Don't worry about it. Maybe you can find a new friend in there," and referenced the bodies. I didn't think it was funny, but I chuckled and told him to shut up and let's get going. I climbed into the small and cramped space and sat in the bin as far from the human-sized white cardboard box as I could, and pulled my phone out of my pocket to select a playlist to listen to while I throw the bin. I find a good one, and I start working. The conveyor belt moves at a snail's pace, and you have to wait until they scan each individual package, so I can't just throw them as fast as I want to get out of there. About 10 minutes into it, I'm getting closer and closer to this box, and my music stops playing. I've had earbuds that short out when they get wet, so in the front of my mind, I automatically assumed that the rain somehow got on it, and I just needed to shake the little water out of them. But they were bone dry. I checked Spotify to see if it was a glitch or a problem with the app, and I see I have an unread text. Did I get a notification and forget in the midst of my rap through baggage handling? The way my phone is set up, when I get a message, it will tell you who it is from, but it won't display the message. You have to access them and read it. The message was from an unknown number, which was odd because very few people have my number. I clicked the notification and I read the message, and all it said was hi. I sent a text back and I said, who is this? My phone displayed that whoever sent the message saw mine immediately after it sent. I waited and no response. I started my playlist back up and got back to my job. Shortly after, a crash of thunder that was so loud the plane shook made me jump at first, but I quickly rationalized it and returned to work. I noticed the conveyor belt was no longer moving. I yelled to John, "What the hell is going on up there? Why did it stop?" He told me to sit tight. They're going to drop off this load. I think to myself, where else am I going to go? About 1 minute later, it got cold. Like I could see my breath cold. I wrote it off as just a cold front, and I reach over for some stranger's luggage to lean on while I wait. As I look over for a bag to grab, lightning went across the sky, and I saw a quick flash of a little boy, 11, maybe 12 years old, sitting on a white box, staring at me with this eerily happy smile, and his head turned slightly to the side. My heart sunk and I froze, never taking my eyes off that box for what felt like hours. I was startled by the replacement conveyor belt starting up right next to the plane. I darted to the moving conveyor, crawling as fast as I could, trying to keep my balance and panic at the same time. I hit the ground and looked at John and said, "Nope, I'm done. You're going to have to go in there." I didn't want to explain exactly what I saw, but John knew something scared me. So he asked me what was wrong and who was it. I stuttered a little bit, and I walked away before I could say anything. Then I got a new text message notification that I heard loud and clear this time. It responds from an unknown sender saying, "It's your new friend."
My neighbor Gary has lived across the street from our house ever since we moved in. He's a nice guy, like perennially nice. Never has a bad word to say about anyone. Always sees the best in people. He never fails to see things in a positive light and has been a welcome fixture at every barbecue or block party we've ever thrown. But this latest crisis has been pretty hard on Gary and his family. And over the past few weeks, I've noticed some pretty disturbing changes in his behavior.
Fortified
As you've heard him,
strip.
Gary went from being the Ned Flanders personality clone we loved so much
And
to being
The
something
pelt
that I'm
of
quite
frost. I
terrified
need
of.
30 frost
I
pelts.
remember when we first heard rumors
Oh
of
my
lockdown coming,
god.
Gary came over to talk about it. He was his
The
usual jolly
regular
self,
bears are
laughing
bad
at the
enough.
fear-mongering coming from the media. But as we talked about a shortage on food and hand sanitizer becoming a reality, I grew unsettled in a way I'd never really seen before. Gary has 2 young kids, but he also has his elderly mother living with him. He once told me he just didn't have the heart to put her in a home, how that seemed way too much like abandonment. Gary was just that kind of guy. At least he was that kind of guy. I only really started noticing the change when he came home one day with the trunk loaded with groceries. Not just the trunk either. The back seat of his SUV was overloaded
Polished
with paper
birch.
grocery bags.
Okay.
Some were loaded with meat and vegetables, some stacked entirely full of canned goods. But it was the box full of hand sanitizer that really made me take notice. Gary was the polar opposite of a germaphobe. Like, polar opposite. He routinely ignored the 5-second rule when it came to barbecue items dropped into lawn grass, and was very much of the opinion that letting kids play outside, letting them eat a little dirt from time to time, was just good for their immune system. It'd make them tough in a way that playing with screens just wouldn't. We actually used to laugh at people who kept those little Purell bottles in hip holsters, overly paranoid losers who would drive their cars off a bridge if they really knew how many microorganisms lived in their eyelashes alone. But here Gary was, unloading an entire pallet of hand sanitizer from his truck. "Got some to spare, huh, buddy?" I shouted over from my porch. "Not at the prices I just paid," he replied. It seems innocuous, I know, but if you knew Gary, you'd be just as interested to note that this reply didn't come with a smile or a chuckle. He barely even looked at me as he took the supplies inside. But things only really took a turn for the worse when one of Gary's kids took a tumble while playing in the street outside their house. They were playing on the new bike, riding around in circles when I guess they just lost their balance and fell hard onto the concrete. You could tell it was a bad fall from the way they let out this pained, shocked cry before bursting into tears. My wife was out on the porch at the time, sipping an iced tea, and saw the whole thing. I had heard the scream, but wasn't sure what happened until I saw my wife grabbing the first aid kit we keep in a kitchen cabinet. I followed her outside into the street, but as she approached Gary's kid, the man himself was stood in his front doorway. In the sternest voice I'd ever heard out of the man, he told my wife to get away from his kid. I guess she understood what he meant. As she stopped just short of the crying child, took a few steps back, and then slid the first aid kit across the concrete in her direction. Gary's other kid was old enough to know what that first aid kit was, but as he tried to pick it up off the ground, Gary erupted at him to not touch that frickin' thing and to get back inside the house. My wife apologized for her hastiness, but assured Gary she had the best of intentions. And for the first time in 4 or 5 years since we'd moved into the neighborhood, I actually found myself getting angry with him. He didn't even acknowledge my wife's apology, giving us both a contemptuous look as he closed and locked the front door behind him. A few days later, we saw the same kid who fell wearing a makeshift sling and looked pretty miserable. It took us a while to put 2 and 2 together, but we did, and we realized that Gary hadn't, nor had any intention of taking his kid to the hospital to get their arm looked at by a doctor. It was only then did it really hit me just how bad this whole pandemic thing was affecting him. He wasn't just taking precautions, as the rest of us were. He seemed to be going full-on survivalist, like the guy's entire personality had shifted over what was apparently just the course of a week or so. It was disconcerting, to say the least. Then, just a few nights ago, my wife shook me awake to tell me she could smell something burning. I literally fell out of bed, thinking she was telling me our house was on fire, but she assured me it wasn't, and that she could just smell something. As my senses came to life, I began to be able to smell it too, this acrid, smoky smell that was obviously something being burned. It only took me one look out of our bedroom window to tell me where it was coming from. an orange glow emanating from across the street. There was a fire in Gary's backyard. The smell wasn't just bothering us either. Almost every bedroom light of every house in the block was switched on, and I could see some similarly irritated neighbors floating by their windows, trying to find out where the stench was coming from. I decided to just suck it up, go over, and ask him to put the fire out. God knows what he was burning, but I knew from the smell that it wasn't healthy. But no sooner had I crossed onto Gary's half of the street, he appears from his backyard gate. At least I figured it was Gary. I couldn't see his face. It was covered up with one of those old Gulf War era gas masks, the kind with the big round glass eyes that made him look more simian than human. That, along with the 12-gauge shotgun that he had firmly in his grip, sent a shiver of fear running through me. "Get away from my house, Martin." His words were muffled by the mask, but it was clear what he said. "Gary, buddy, that fire's—" "Get away from my house, Martin." He never called me Martin, always Marty. It was the first time I'd ever heard him call me by my actual name. I just did the smart thing. I backed off, hands raised, slow enough to keep him from freaking out and shooting me dead right there in the street. I haven't talked to or seen Gary for the past few days, and I'm more than willing to give him the space he and his family need, if that's what it takes for him to stay sane. But please, if any of your neighbors are suffering right now, please reach out to see if they're okay, if they need anything at all, even if it is just for you to keep your distance. I'm sure Gary will be fine in time when all of this stuff is calmed down. I hope he returns to be the man I once knew and loved. Have y'all been following all these Zoom and Skype dates that have been happening since the lockdown started? As you imagine, the use of dating apps have skyrocketed since the government had ordered us all inside for the foreseeable future. Those who would usually flaunt their game in the club or at the gym are now forced to use the same tactics as the less socially adept of us in dating apps. And although I'm not entirely happy with the increased competition, I'd be lying if I said my match count hasn't bumped up a little. Silver linings, right? Anyway, instead of using Tinder or Hinge, with their increased emphasis on physical appearances, definitely not my strong point given I'm about 30 pounds overweight right now, I opted for Reddit's R for R forum,
it's a
which is
repeat.
full of posts from those who want to hook up for conversation, flirting, and occasionally even more. So, I put up this pretty dumb post, basically asking if there were any girls that wanted to have like a lockdown date or whatever. Humanity. Just waiting. Nice, normal guy, and when we agreed to meet, I was happy to do that. But then maybe 5 days or so before we were due to meet, he got really persistent and impatient. He would text me multiple times in a day, and if I didn't reply straight away, he would ask if something was wrong. And I thought it was weird that... So please, people, learn from my stupid, short-sighted mistakes. Don't let this lockdown loneliness get the better of you, because there are people out there, bad people, just waiting to exploit it. I live here in New Zealand, and late in 2018, I was feeling sort of lonely, so I decided to download the dating app Tinder to try and find myself a nice guy to go on a few dates with, maybe even find myself a long-term boyfriend out of it. I ended up matching with this guy who'd come over from Australia, and we chatted for 2 weeks before we finally met up. The conversation was quite light, nothing too heavy, and it was fun. Like I said, it was from Australia, so we talked about Aussie things, and I remember telling him how much I wanted to visit Melbourne. He said that he'd been there once or twice and started making recommendations for some great coffee shops that he knew of. He seemed like a nice, normal guy, and when we agreed to meet, I was happy to do that. But then maybe 5 days or so before we were due to meet, he got really persistent and impatient. He would text me multiple times in a day, and if I didn't reply straight away, he would ask if something was wrong. and I thought it was weird that he was being so clingy after starting off so confident. He kept trying to bring the date forward so we could meet up sooner and would totally forget if I had told him I was busy on a particular day, almost like he wasn't paying attention or didn't care about what I had to say. It was honestly really unusual for someone to be that persistent with me. I've had guys before who are maybe a bit persistent, but only out of a nervous excitement, a different kind of excited than this Aussie guy seemed to be. I just couldn't understand why it was that he could not possibly wait until the Sunday that we'd arranged to meet. It felt very narcissistic, and I should have seen it as the red flag that it was, and just not met up with him at all. I had the messages saved on my phone for a while, so I have a record of the exact dates and times that he sent some of his messages. So on the 2nd of December, he messaged me just after 9 a.m. saying, "Good morning, how is you?" And again about an hour and a half later. I didn't reply to the first message because I was asleep, and I think he took it the wrong way because he said it was fine if I'd changed my mind and didn't feel like going on the date. That was when I messaged him back and confirmed that I would meet him later on that day. We met up and went to a place called Revelry.
The
It's a very
fuck?
standard bar, very popular, and lots of people go there, but it's definitely more
Okay, that's
I never
just
drunk there during the
weird.
afternoon or the daytime, but it was open, seemed like it had a chill atmosphere, and he wanted to go there, so
And
that's
these
where we went.
bows don't seem to
I
have
figured
any
his profile
range.
showed, and it was obvious that he had put on a little bit of weight. He had big, distinctive eyes, and he was very, very clean cut. I mean, like his clothes looked freshly washed and ironed. He was also very well groomed. Obviously took good care of his skin and stuff like that. Like, he was really good looking. I remember asking him a lot of different questions, and he just sort of talked at me. He tried to ask me a few questions, but they weren't very in-depth ones. I thought he was a bit nervous, to be honest, but that's not unusual for a first date. But things started to sort of unravel at one point because he had said one thing in messages about where he worked and a different thing on the date. I started to feel a bit uneasy, like I wanted to trust him, but as soon as he started to put on some inconsistencies, I began to wonder if he was just lying about stuff to impress me. Because he was from Australia, I asked him the whereabouts that he had met his Kiwi friends, and he told me that all of his friends were police officers or somehow involved in law enforcement. He said how he had met with them while out drinking in various bars, how they gotten to know each other over time, and they regularly invited him back to their places for barbecues and stuff like that. He also mentioned that his best friend from Australia was coming over to be a Crown Court prosecutor. That's when I noticed that a lot of the stuff that he was talking about kind of had this running theme to it. It kind of seemed like he was obsessed with that sort of thing, which, in hindsight, explains an awful lot. I think he was sort of trying to process some of the things that he had been up to over the previous few days, and it came out in his conversation style. He obviously thought an awful lot about policemen, dead bodies, and ways people can be killed, prosecution, justice, and the court system, and it just came out in a very strange way like that on our first date. Like I said before, we talked quite a lot about him being friends with lots of different policemen, and
Yeah, okay, well, the bow
regarding the
sucks.
details of certain investigations that they'd apparently shared with him. He said they were having a really tough time around that time because of bodies going missing in the Waitakere Ranges. Police corpse-sniffing dogs can only detect decaying flesh about 4 feet deep under the soil, so if the bodies are buried any deeper than that, the police won't be able to find them. I thought it was a bit of a morbid thing to talk about on a first date, but it was an interesting fact nonetheless. We also got into a conversation about all the different kinds of poisonous snakes in Australia, and he became quite animated about that. He obviously had a passion for the natural world. It was quite out there, but I thought it was cute. I love animals too, so I was glad we had something in common, and it made me feel a bit more relaxed again. But then, right as I started feeling comfortable with him again, he started telling me this really bizarre and creepy story. He told me how crazy it is that a guy can make one little mistake and then go to jail for the rest of his life for it. He went on to tell me about this guy he knew back in Oz who had consensual intimacy involving choking with his girlfriend and had ended up accidentally killing her in the process. He assured me that the whole thing was a horrible, tragic accident, how things just went wrong suddenly and how the guy was really upset because he loved her and would never hurt her on purpose. But still, the guy got done for manslaughter and was sent to prison for a long, long time. What I know now is this could have been him testing out his story on me. When he was able to see that I was a bit uncomfortable with what he was saying, he tried to change the subject so we could talk about more mundane things. I didn't try to make a swift exit or anything. I am quite used to dealing with all sorts of people, and I'm not saying people who talk about dark things on the first date are like bad people or anything, but it was definitely weird. We hung out for a while, but after about 3 hours or so, I made some excuse as to why I had to leave, and we said goodbye. As we were parting ways, he said, "My car is this way," and pointed off down a particular road. My car was down that same road, but by that stage, I was feeling uneasy and my instincts had just kicked in, telling me to walk a different way. He was also a lot bigger than me, so if something went wrong, I knew I wouldn't be able to defend myself. In hindsight, it was a good decision. It was my intuition sense. My brain was saying, this was strange, that was strange. And looking back on it now, it is really strange to think who he actually was. I don't think it is in the realm of what normal human brains can comprehend. But just the day before we met up, the guy I was out on that first date with had murdered a girl in his hotel room. A British girl called Grace Mullane. The reason he brought up his friend accidentally strangling his girlfriend is because that's exactly how he killed her. Although whether or not it was on purpose is another question entirely. Also, the reason he mentioned the Waitakere mountain range is because that's where he ended up disposing of her body. And all that other stuff about sniffer dogs was research that he'd been doing the previous night that was still sort of consuming his mind. It is hard to look back and think that that had just happened to her. From what I understand, while we were on our date, her body was still in that hotel room of his, hidden under the bed or something, wrapped in a blanket. There's nothing I could have done, and I know that now, but it is still really hard to come to terms with that. I do think if it had been a date in the evening, potentially I could have been a victim. I take a lot of solace in the fact that I do have my wits about me and do take safety and online dating quite seriously, and that is nothing against any women who are willing to go home with someone on the first date, but I do want to say to young women to take one more step in your thinking when you're on a date to see how well you know this person actually. Since then, I have been on dates with lovely, trustworthy men, but think, how well do I really know them? It has made me go a little slower and divulge a little less personal information to them. I know in modern dating it is quite common to give people your Instagram handle, but you are giving people access to a lot of personal information. It is really dangerous, and I just want to encourage people to take a step back and think before they do that. There's nothing wrong with taking a step back, taking it slow and pacing yourself a bit. Alcohol has a big effect. It is a part of the social fabric of dating and part of life these days, but it still comes with a massive risk. Women need to be really aware of how much they are drinking on dates, and unfortunately drinks are sometimes spiked. We live in this world where people are still idealistic about how things should be on dates, but incidents like these take things back 10 or 20 years, where women are still having to grip their keys between their fingers or can't leave a drink on the table. We aren't as developed as we think we are in areas such as dating. Technology has got ahead of us. I think people are as they always are. I think with the advancement of technology, we thought we would become more refined, but we are just the same, but with new technology. I think the invention of dating apps is a wonderful thing, and I wouldn't want to live in a world without that, but I just wish for a world where women don't have to think about their safety all the time.
Not just women. Guys have to worry about that kind of crazy shit too. There's a lot of weirdo chicks out there as well. Oh, it's a hidey hole. Well, we're going to hide in the hidey hole. And I'm going to go use the restroom, and we will put on some more creepy weirdo stories. Get you some cryptid stories.
Well, howdy y'all, and welcome to Old Hillbilly Horror Podcast. Since my family has worked these woods, harvesting timber, trapping, and sometimes guiding the rare tourist who wanted a taste of the wild. But this
Okay,
story
I will
isn't
be
about me.
right back. I'm going to go
It's
use
about
the
something
restroom,
far darker,
stretch my
something that
legs,
still haunts me to this day.
and we'll
If you've ever been
jump
to
off of
Alaska,
this
you know how unforgiving it can be.
plateau.
The dense forests, icy rivers,
Hang
and
tight, chat.
snow-covered peaks stretch on for miles, hiding all kinds of secrets. But the most terrifying thing I've ever encountered out here isn't a bear or a wolf. It's something far worse, something I can't even put a name to. It was late September 2003 when I got the call. A logging company out of Anchorage had secured a contract to clear a section of forest near the Tongass National Forest. They were bringing in a crew of out-of-towners, but they needed a local guide, someone who knew the terrain and could handle the rough conditions. It wasn't the first time I'd done work like this, so I agreed. Good money, and I was between jobs anyway. When I arrived at the base camp, I met the crew. A mix of guys from all over, some from the lower 48, a couple from Canada. They were friendly enough, but they didn't really understand what they were getting into. Alaska isn't just another forest. It's a living, breathing thing, and if you don't respect it, it'll eat you alive. The first couple of days went smoothly. We set up camp, marked out the trees to be felled, and started the grueling process of cutting and hauling. It was hard work, but that's what we were there for. The weather held up, and even the black flies, usually unbearable this time of year, seemed to be giving us a break. Things started getting strange on the third night. We were sitting around the fire, having a few beers, when one of the guys, Frank, from Minnesota, mentioned he'd seen something odd earlier. He was out by the creek, taking a piss, when he thought he saw something moving in the trees. He didn't get a good look, but he said it was big, way bigger than any animal he'd ever seen. The rest of the guys laughed it off, saying he'd probably seen a moose or maybe just his own shadow. But Frank didn't seem convinced. I didn't say anything, but his story reminded me of some of the old Tlingit legends my grandfather used to tell me. Stories about spirits that lived in the forest, creatures that could take any form they wanted. I'd never believed in them, but I couldn't shake the feeling that there was something off. The next morning, I took a walk down to the creek to see if I could find any tracks. I didn't see anything unusual, but the forest was quiet, too quiet. No birds, no rustling of leaves, just an eerie, oppressive silence that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. On the fifth day, one of the loggers went missing. His name was Tommy, a kid from Alberta. He was supposed to be working on the north side of the site, but when lunchtime rolled around, he didn't show up. We figured he'd wandered off to take a break, or maybe got turned around in the woods, so we started searching for him. We spent hours combing the area, calling his name, but there was no sign of him. No footprints, no broken branches, nothing. It was like he'd just vanished. By the time the sun started to set, we had to call off the search and head back to camp.
Yeah,
That night,
the horny
everyone was on
beasts.
edge. We kept the fire going and took turns standing watch, but there was no sign of Tommy. The next morning, we found his hard hat. It was lying at the edge of the clearing, near a thick patch of underbrush. The strange thing was, there were deep scratches on it, like something had clawed at it.
Gonna
We didn't
head
have
towards
bears in that area,
this
even if we did,
island
they wouldn't
thing.
attack someone without leaving more of a mess. 2 days later, Frank found tracks. They were about half a mile from where we'd found Tommy's hat, deep in the forest. I've seen a lot of animal tracks in my life, but I'd never seen anything like these. They were huge, about the size of a man's hand, but elongated with 4 long, thin toes that ended in sharp points. They looked almost reptilian, but that didn't make any sense. There aren't any reptiles that big in Alaska, not even close. Frank was pale when he showed me the tracks. "What the hell made those, Danny?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "I don't know," I replied, but the truth was I had a feeling. I remembered those old stories, the ones my grandfather told me about creatures that roamed the forest, hunting anything that wandered too far from the safety of the village. We took pictures of the tracks and showed them to the foreman, but he just shrugged it off. Said it was probably just some weird bear tracks, maybe a deformed paw or something. He told us to get back to work, but I could see the worry in his eyes. That night, I was woken up by the sound of something moving outside my tent. It was a slow, deliberate shuffling, like something heavy was dragging itself through the dirt.
Okay, there's one of the orb things over there.
Into the darkness. For a moment, I didn't see it, but then I caught a glimpse of it, just at the edge of the light. It was tall, at least 7 feet, with long, spindly limbs and a hunched back. Its skin was dark, almost black, and it glistened in the light like it was
right
wet.
there.
But the worst part was its eyes large, round, and glowing, like a pair of lanterns in the dark. I froze, my mind struggling to process what I was seeing. It didn't move, just stood there, watching me. And then, without a sound, it slipped back into the shadows, disappearing into the trees. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. The next morning, I told the foreman what I'd seen, but he didn't believe me. He said I was tired, that my eyes were playing tricks on me. But I knew what I'd seen, and I wasn't the only one. Frank and a couple of the other guys admitted they'd seen it too, or at least caught glimpses of it. We decided to pack up and leave. The foreman was pissed, but he couldn't stop us. We weren't going to stick around and wait for whatever that thing was to pick us off one by one. We started tearing down the camp, loading up the trucks as fast as we could. But before we could finish, it attacked. It came out of the woods, moving faster than anything that size should be able to. It lunged at one of the trucks, slamming into it with enough force to dent the metal. The guys scattered, running to the vehicles, but it grabbed Frank, dragging him into the underbrush. We tried to help, but it was too fast, too strong. By the time we got there, it was gone, and so was Frank. We found a few scraps of his shirt, a boot, but nothing else. We left everything behind and sped out of there, not stopping until we were miles away. I've never been back to that part of the forest, and I don't plan to.
We'll take those sweet seeds, yeah.
I've talked to a few other loggers and hunters, and some of them have heard similar stories, but no one really wants to talk about it. The company sent in another crew to finish the job, but they didn't stay long. I've heard rumors that the area's been closed off now, something about a protected wildlife reserve. But I know the truth. There's something out there, something that doesn't want us in its territory. So if you're ever up near Tongass, be careful. Stick to the main roads, don't wander off alone. And if you hear something moving in the dark, don't try to find out what it is. Because there's something out there, something that isn't human, and it's still hunting. Not super bad, but long story short. I sold a car to a lady and her kids came with her. They were in their 20s. A few months later, I get a text from the daughter saying the woman passed away, and they never took it to get tags and needed a copy of the title and would pay for me to get it since by law, I had to be the one to get it. I met them and they gave me money. I got the title and signed it over again, technically. Then a few weeks later, the son texts me thanking me and shit, and then suddenly asks if my wife and I want to have a threesome. I nicely tell him to F off, and he calls me leaving me 5 voicemails, crying and apologizing, saying he's drunk and misses his mom.
Creepy weirdo shit.
In 1998, I was a senior in high school, taking a late-night ride with my friend near his house in Naperville, Lisle, Illinois. We were sneaking out to have a cigarette. As we were driving along the street, slowly with both windows completely down, had a Mustang and didn't want to wake the neighborhood with his loud exhaust, we heard a loud screech in the distance. We looked at each other and confirmed that we both had heard the same thing. He slowed down to a complete stop to listen. All of a sudden, coming from the left side of the driver's side of the front windshield appeared this gargoyle-like thing. It was about 4 feet in length, with wings, reptilian-like skin, and big glowing eyes. The color is hard to remember. It was almost transparent. As it flew in front of the windshield, literally over the hood of the car, it stopped suddenly and proceeded to scare the crap out of us both. Its eye protruded from its head, and it made a snarling-like gesture. It definitely was trying to scare us. It then flew off or disappeared. This happened so quickly. The adrenaline in our veins is pumped instantly from the fright. Immediately after the thing flew off, I looked to the left at my boyfriend, and every hair on both of his arms was standing straight up. Again, we both confirmed what we had seen and were bewildered. 20 years later, I still wonder what we had seen. I've researched on my own on the net. I have found that what I had witnessed has possibly been seen and maybe still out there. This sighting makes me a believer that there is another dimension that we cannot see. It sometimes may show its face. This entity was not nice. It was demonic. It used its power over us to scare us beyond anything that I've ever felt before. I drive by the location all the time. I live near it. The location is near a wooded area, a subdivision, and get this, an abbey and monastery. The land that we were traveling on, and also the wooded area perhaps it lived in, was once land owned by the abbey. Is there a connection? I'd love to know. I awoke one night in a state which I can only explain as a spasm. My body was rigid. I could not move a muscle and felt like something was on top of me. I fought to get movement back in my body. I could not turn my head or move at all. It was like I was having a fight to get control of my body. After a few panic-stricken moments, I could just barely move my fingers, only a little bit. I then felt that there was more than just a spasm. I felt dirty and touched. It was a horrible feeling from deep inside me. I could barely move my toes, again very slightly. My throat felt like it was being held. I could feel something was on top of me. My hands were by my side, but it felt like they were around my own throat, holding tightly. I was using all my might to break free from this spasmodic state. Then could feel something breathing into my left ear, the sound of a growl-like noise right next to my ear. I struggled to move my head to the left, like breaking free from a stranglehold. I could barely see the outline of a head, a big long head next to my own face. As the spasm-like feeling started to wear off, a tiny bit at a time, I could work out that this thing on top of me looked like a lizard-newt thing. It was like a blending together of all that was around it, or maybe invisible. I'm not very sure which, but I could see it clearly as the seconds passed. It was a reptilian. I growled at it, or I think I did. My mind and my body gave all it could to do so. I bared my teeth at it, and I could feel it could read my mind. I was swearing at it and shouting all sorts of obscenities at it. I felt violated and used. The next thing, it was quickly off of me and was standing to one side of the bottom of my bunk bed. A light came through the thin gap in the curtains. There were different shades of golden light, which also had very small particles inside it, like dust or small stars that moved around with little bright lights. This reptilian creature was about 6 feet tall. I could sense it was either proud or happy with itself, maybe both. I tried to step as best I could, and through my mind, I swore at it again. The creature beam. As it did, the feet and legs vanished into the light. The more the creature moved forward towards the window, the more of it vanished. After it was gone, I felt relaxed, but I could still feel where I was held around my throat. I felt I was physically violated by this horrendous monster. I awoke to a bright sunny day. I could hear my mother downstairs, washing up and doing housework. I lay in my bed and didn't move a muscle. I ran the incident through my mind again, and yes, I could still feel where I was held around my throat. I know this happened. My mind, heart, and soul know that this happened. For the life of me, I could not run downstairs to explain to my mother about this. Who would have believed it? How would my parents have handled such a thing? I did not know what to do. Since that night, my stepfather passed away. I asked my mother if she believed in aliens or UFOs. She replied that my stepfather said once that he saw a UFO near Brighton, East Sussex, while at sea in the 1960s, and he swore that it was a UFO, but only told my mother this. I never told my mother about my experience, as I thought it would be too harrowing for her to hear. What do I do about my experience? I would love to do something about it. It may help somebody, as I am being very honest. Things like this should be disclosed. An answer has to be found on why this is happening. I've struggled with this for several reasons as it regards the death of a close friend that is possibly tied to her very traumatic encounter with a large male Sasquatch. Attached, you will find a photo of my dear friend Pamela Pam Porter from Ohio. I first met Pam in March 2009. We instantly became best friends. There was such a strong connection. It was as if we had known each other forever. We were on an expedition at the time I met her, and it was immediately very apparent that not only was Pam a fearless researcher, she was very determined to have a direct encounter with Sasquatch. As we visited and got to know each other, she told me she would often go jogging alone late at night in the forests near her home, hoping for a face-to-face. She pushed the envelope in every possible way, and I fear that the encounter she had in 2007 in Honobia, Oklahoma, may have led to her death. There was a lot of buzz on that 29 trip about what had happened to her in Oklahoma, and she very graciously shared the details with the entire group. She was very matter-of-fact about all of it. I will do my best to recount it to you and in her own words. Pam's account. When I arrived at the expedition in Oklahoma, I learned that there was an area where there had been several encounters with a very aggressive male. I volunteered to spend the night camping alone in that area. 3 other members took me to the spot this male was known to frequent and helped me get my tent set up. We were waiting for MM to bring me a thermal camera and some recording equipment, and I asked them to move away about 150 yards as I could sense that the male was close. It was late afternoon nearing dusk. I became aware that the male was indeed very close. I was catching glimpses of him through the underbrush, and he began shaking trees and vocalizing. I held my ground and began talking calmly to him. His aggression grew, but I still held my ground, and before I knew it, I was being hit by what I believe was infrasound. My entire body began vibrating, and I was frozen in place, unable to move. Apparently, I keyed my radio a couple of times, but was unable to communicate with the guys. They were on the radio with MM relating to him what was happening, and he ordered them to run to me as quickly as they could and get on either side of me to block the infrasound if possible. I don't remember much about them running to me, but apparently they heard the male moving away as they arrived. It took a good while to regain my composure and be able to speak, but I still wanted to spend the night. MM offered to stay there with me. The rest of the night was uneventful, and the male did not return. The next morning I woke completely drained and exhausted. I was unable to participate in any of the activities of that day, and ended up leaving the expedition early on the following day and driving home. Over the next few weeks, I was so drained and exhausted that when I would go to work, I would end up sleeping in the conference room all day. I eventually saw my doctor, and as soon as they got the results of my blood work, he called and told me to come to the hospital immediately. I learned that half of my blood volume had mysteriously disappeared. They never could find out what had caused it. I had a blood transfusion that day, and they continued every 2 weeks for months until I was finally able to go to 1 transfusion a month. At the time I met Pam, she was still getting blood transfusions every month, and she was still fearless and pushing for another encounter. She was diagnosed with cancer later that year, and it had already spread when it was diagnosed. She died in July 2010 at 37 years old, and I'm still heartbroken over her loss, especially so because she was very afraid of death. It's so ironic that she was fearless in life, but afraid to die. I did a great deal of research on infrasound after being present when two different friends were hit by it. We had proof that it was indeed infrasound that incapacitated one of my friends as he was wearing a recorder with a mic on his hat when it happened, and the recorder picked up the top end of the infrasound range. It also picked up a buzz at the moment he was hit. His experience was brief, but it took him to the ground, and he had blood in his urine for 2 weeks after that event. I had a friend who was a former Navy pilot who had since retired and was a military contractor working for Leon Panetta. He shared a lot of information with me about infrasound, including the fact that the military not only uses it for crowd control, but they can target a single individual in the middle of a crowd and take them down. Here is a summary of what my research revealed. Infrasound is a very low-frequency sound below 20 Hz, which can travel long distances and easily penetrate most buildings and vehicles. Transmission of long wavelength sound creates biophysical effects such as nausea, loss of bowel control, disorientation, vomiting, potential internal organ damage, and in extreme instances death. Infrasound is in-band-end, meaning it does not lose its properties when it changes mediums such as from air to tissue. Infrasound induces stress and causes the body to secrete the hormone cortisol produced by the adrenal gland. Cortisol plays a vital role in preparing our body for stressful fight or flight episodes. During long-term stress, or if cortisol production has prolonged, its effects on the human body can be deadly. They include hypoglycemia, brain damage, weakening of the immune system, weight gain, diabetes, and high blood pressure. Infrasound waves hug the ground, travel for long distances without losing strength, and are unstoppable. Not much amplitude is needed to produce negative effects in the human body, and even mild exposure requires several hours or even days to reverse the symptoms. I personally believe
party?
sound is not the only weapon in the Sasquatch arsenal, but I do know it's one of them.
Oh, that's so creepy, dude.
At around 14 years old in 2009, I was sleeping in bed with my mom. My dad wasn't home and she didn't want to sleep alone. I hated the dark, so I pounced at the chance to have another human present while asleep. The house we lived in had a lot of paranormal activity that friends and family also saw, so it was a welcomed invitation. To give context to the location and experience, I want to explain the layout. The bedroom door led straight to a huge bed in the center. There was a bedside on either side of the bed. The bed was a king-size mattress that rested atop a tall bedboard. They didn't have a bed frame. Instead, the bedboard base was approximately the same height as a tall couch. You had to climb up onto it. The bedside was incredibly low next to the bed, and you had to half slide off the bed towards it to reach for a drink or phone. In my case, I had my hearing aid and phone at the bedside, and we said goodnight. Lights out. There was nothing to note about falling asleep, and no strange feelings. I was deep asleep and suddenly awoke with a huge jolt. I was so shocked and confused, and I leaned forward to check the time on my brick Nokia phone. Remember that I'm having to reach across the vast expanse of the bed and slide down towards the low bedside cabinet. I tapped the middle button on the phone, and the bluish-white glow lit up in a little bubble just above the phone and next to the bedside. I saw a huge being crouching next to me. It was directly across from my body and face while I had been sleeping. My arm passed its right shoulder to reach out and tap the phone on the bedside. I flung backward in horror, and the phone light started to dim. I could see it was a white or palish complexion with almost textured skin that clung to their body tightly and incredibly lean. The memory that has always haunted me was how unfathomably large it was. The arms were resting upon its knees as it crouched next to me, heaving with dark black eyes staring into my own. Its face did not move, and I could recognize in its eyes that it was registering that I was freaking out, but it did not move, blink, or react. I don't know why my awareness did not bother it. It just continued to bore into my eyes as the light faded out from the room, and it turned back into the blanket of darkness. I was petrified and froze for a few moments, trying not to breathe. My mom hadn't woken by my movements, and I didn't want to make a sound in case it suddenly advanced on me. I couldn't grab my hearing aid and phone to acquire more senses to deal with the situation. I didn't want to reach out and try my luck again. I was trying to process how horrifying it looked. I lay there trying to figure out how to respond. I knew it was still right there. I couldn't believe how it was tall enough, while in a crouched position, to be directly parallel to my face, lying on this highly stacked bed structure. I couldn't stand the fact that it was directly in line with my face, and I could still feel it watching. I didn't know what to do because its limbs were so long, and I felt like it could thrash toward me instantaneously. I couldn't figure out its intentions and why it had not advanced. Its torso was tight and slender as it had been raggedly breathing, but its appearance did not disguise the strength in its body. It looked like it was coiled to move at any moment. I slowly rolled over and prayed for sleep to come. I think I stared into the darkness behind my mother's back for a while, and then it all went blank as I somehow fell back to sleep. It's the one story out of all the encounters that I've had which still disturbs me. It's the one that is truly unexplainable and unknown. My wife recently showed me a picture of a crawler after listening to a podcast, and I was left with my mouth hanging agape. It was like being next to the bed. Crawler, you tell me. I had been watching television for some time when I glanced at the clock and noticed the time August 22nd, 1993 at 3:35 a.m., then back to the TV. It was at that moment that I noticed odd lights in front of the hill opposite my house. There was an object about 100 yards away at an altitude of roughly 150 feet. The object moved slowly. It had huge lighted windows, 13 in all, along its side that appeared to be 8 feet wide and 6 feet high. Each had round corners, and they were approximately 6 feet apart. The altitude of the object was lower than any plane that I had ever seen. I made my way to the bedroom and retrieved a pair of binoculars. The object moved parallel to my position and towards the ocean. It was impossible to see the outline and therefore the shape of the object, a fact that bothers me to this day. The windows were, however, highly visible due to a bright light that appeared to be coming from inside, though the source of the light could not be seen. I opened the living room window and discovered that the object did not emit any sound. Through the binoculars, I could see people on the left side of the object sitting at tables that were in every window. There were also 3 or 4 people walking abreast, to and from the front and rear of the object, sometimes passing as groups without having to make room. There were tables on the other side as well with people sitting at them, mostly 3 to 4 people at a table. Everyone was dressed in the same gray uniforms with high collars, which reminded me of something out of the medieval era. None of the people had any hair on their heads, and none wore hats or helmets of any sort. They all appeared to be very similar in size and slightly built. They were also very pale. Most of the people sitting seemed to be engaged in drinking from extra large white luminous cups. One group, however, was staring continuously down at the table, as if they were watching something that could not be seen by me. By now, I was sweating and shaking and having a hard time holding onto the binoculars. I was also having difficulty swallowing. The object then continued to move slowly out over the water.
Ow!
It then went towards Conception Bay, disappearing from view. I can't think of any while car camping. Usually you get your peace and quiet, and if not, it's usually a nice neighborly environment. Playing frisbee or sharing a campfire dessert come to mind, but never saw anything I thought was untoward in 20 years of camping at state parks in Indiana. Honestly, the only thing that comes close is in my local county park. There was a lady who was there all summer long. I run at least one morning there every week, sometimes more. I spend a ton of time there all year round. Snow showing, swimming, outdoor concerts, disc golf, etc. So from May until October, I'm probably out there 2 to 3 days a week. So this one summer, this lady who drove a big rig was camping there. She had the same campsite all summer long, and no matter what day or time I showed up there, she was. Eventually, she started making gumbo and selling bowls of it for $5. I thought this was weird as hell, but I bought a bowl and it was decent. I think pretty soon after the park told her she couldn't sell food, but she stayed a few more weeks after that, and eventually her semi was gone. That's literally the only abnormal story I can think of, and it's really not a big deal. She broke the park's rules, she stopped. End of story. I've only had one experience with someone that left me thinking something was very off. A few years ago, my wife and I were camping up at Gold Bluffs Beach Campground in Northern California. It's a really nice campground that sites pretty much right on the beach, fairly small too, I think 25 sites or so. It's also fairly remote. You need to drive about 8 miles of dirt road to get, but keep in mind it's still a state parks campground, so it's got all the amenities and such. Anyway, it was November, so the campground was fairly empty, just a couple other groups. Around midday, this guy shows up and grabs the site next to ours. He arrived in a normal 4-door sedan and had 0 camping supplies with him. Around sunset, he came by and was talking to us. He said he was a teacher on some break and flew into OR and was just driving south for a few days for a break. He said he bought a sleeping bag from Walmart and was just planning to sleep in his car. He seemed normal enough when we talked to him, just kind of odd circumstances, but figured whatever. He moved along, and we didn't really see him the rest of the night. So later that night, around 10:11, I'm walking back from the bathroom. I always brush my teeth in the bathroom if I'm camping. And I'm walking past this guy's site, and all of a sudden, he's behind me and says something. Scarred the shit out of me. I'm also fairly drunk at this point in the evening. So I start talking to him for a little bit, and I don't know what it was, but I just got an extremely bad feeling talking to this guy. Something about him seemed off and really sketchy. At one point he says, "Oh, I have something for you," and goes in the trunk of his car. I remember thinking this dude is gonna pull out an axe or some shit. He hands me a pack of toilet paper, go figure. So I wrap up the conversation, wish him good night, and head to my tent. Kept the knife right by my head that night. In the middle of the night, I get woken up by what I swear was something walking around our tent. There's a decent chance it could have been a critter too. There's plenty of skunks and foxes in the area. The next morning I wake up pretty early, like 6 a.m., and he's gone. I always think back and wonder, either he was really just a lonely guy who was out on a random trip and was just kind of weird, or dude was a serial killer or something and was looking for a victim. I've never got that vibe I got from that dude from anyone before. Never had another weird experience camping in my life aside from that one, but I always think about it when we're camping now and take a look around to see what kind of folks are nearby. Nowadays it's mostly families, though it seems. So this was a while back, but it just came back to me, and I saw this channel, and thought I'd see if anyone could help me figure this out. Some context. I live in Virginia and have my whole life, and I've heard stories about paranormal events here and experienced them in my small town. One night, driving home after work at about 3 a.m., I was very tired, and I saw something with bright yellow eyes and very dark fur. It looked like a wolf or something. Beautiful, my headlights were on it as it ran across the road and disappeared. It was not a normal animal. I know that. It moved faster than a wolf and didn't run like a deer would. Ever since then, I hate driving down that road, and when I think about it, I get the same feeling I did when I saw it. If anyone can help me understand what I saw or thinks it's a wind chill, please let me know. This story may just be one of Dad's silly stories.
Okay, the whole computer reading thing, that sucks. I hate it.
I'm a female, and the story naturally was sped up again. He didn't like this. He started running after us, and we started running away from him even faster. Like I said, there wasn't that many people on this street, so we started taking turns to get to a street that was much more populated and had businesses on it. He followed us every turn we made while running. I had started to lose stamina to keep running, as like I mentioned earlier, I wasn't very athletic at the time, and he then approached me very fast now. My best friend.
Oh yeah, we got some gold out of that one.
A street that was more populated.
Or some coal, I
He
mean.
simply turned around and began walking back to his car,
Which we
seeing that there
need
were people here.
all that stuff anyways,
this
but
a lot, because whatever he wanted with us, clearly he didn't want to.
it's always good to have on hand.
Really creepy. Thinking back, he also didn't lock his doors, which you had to do parking downtown where I live, as there was a lot of car robberies there, which also indicates to me that he wanted us to get into the car. It really scares me to think what he would have done to us if we hadn't gotten away. But we did, and we had a damn good dinner that night too. My best friend and I joined boxing classes after this incident, and I'm much more confident that if we were put in this situation again, we would be way more prepared to throw in a punch or two if need be. But let's hope that it never comes to that. This happened when I was about 13. I'm 22 now. I'm a female, by the way. When I was growing up, it was just my mom and I for the most part. My dad wasn't really involved. Sometimes he would send support checks from his job in a different country. Anyways, my mom took house sitting and cleaning jobs when she could, and I would often go with her. When we weren't traveling, we had stayed at our small apartment. We were in Georgia when this happened. We'd gotten a call from this older lady asking us to come by and clean the house a couple of times while she and her granddaughter were away on a trip. As usual, we had grabbed our cleaning stuff and got in our car, then drove to the address we were given. It was a pretty nice home, 2 stories and multiple bedrooms. The house was on a backcountry road, the closest neighbors being a few acres away on either side with the forest behind the house. The yard was well maintained and decorated. My mom and I realized that cleaning this house would take longer than we thought. It was already in the evening, so we'd be here after dark. We grabbed the hidden key from the log box that the old lady told us about, and then went inside, taking our cleaning supplies with us. Usually I would work on homework while she cleaned, but on that day I decided to help her clean so we wouldn't be there too late. I remember the house was pretty nice, and despite having a number of spare rooms, it looked like the only ones who lived there were the old lady and her granddaughter, who, judging from the bedroom and the photos around the house, was about my age. We were a couple of hours into the cleaning.
Hey, where's the archer at?
Heard a door shut downstairs. It had gotten dark, and we were in an upstairs room with a bathroom when we heard the door shut. We both froze and looked at each other. I remember my mom had a look of confusion on her face. "Did you shut and lock the door?" she asked, and I felt my blood run cold. I knew I had shut it, but I couldn't remember if I'd locked it. We stayed silent for a moment, listening for any other sounds. Something felt wrong. Maybe it was the wind that shut the door, but I could swear something felt bad. It was really quiet for what seemed like forever, and we just decided to blame it on the wind. Then a man's voice called from downstairs.
Blame it on the wind.
Where are you?
Yeah, yeah.
And we could hear his heavy footsteps start moving from room to room downstairs. I remember my mom looking startled. We stared at each other in silence. Savannah! It's Daddy! Where are you? I heard him call again. His voice sounded almost a bit frantic.
Oh,
I
fucker.
could hear his footsteps getting louder as he started slamming doors downstairs. I remember seeing the name Savannah marked on the things in the granddaughter's room from earlier. My mom grabbed my arm and pulled me over to the bathroom that was connected to the bedroom we were in. She shut the bedroom door and locked it before coming over to the bathroom and grabbing her phone. She crouched on the floor beside me and started dialing the police. I remember how scared I felt when she told me that the old lady had said that no one else lived at the house. Part of me thought to just tell them that Savannah and her grandma weren't there, and that it was just us to clean the place. But my gut told me that would be a big mistake. My mom was struggling to get through to the police. She had a crappy old flip phone at the time, and there wasn't much signal where we were. She did manage to get a hold of them though, and while she was explaining the situation to them, the man searching became more angry and frantic. We could hear him going from room to room, slamming doors and opening closets. When he finally got to our bedroom, he jiggled the doorknob angrily before shouting Savannah's name and slamming his fists into the door. My mom kept talking with the police, the dispatcher telling her that the police were on their way and to stay put. I was just frozen in the back corner of the bathroom, starting to tear up as I was scared. At some point, I had shouted, "Go away!" as I cried, but that only made him even more frantic, kicking the door hard as he kept shouting Savannah's name. I could hear the wood starting to splinter as my mom switched from shouting at the man that Savannah wasn't here and that we're just a cleaning service and then begging the police to hurry. It seemed like forever, but the sounds of the sirens and the flashing lights outside told us that the police were here now. We could hear the police fighting with the man and arresting him through the door. He wasn't listening to them. They had to tackle him and pin him down while they handcuffed him and then dragged him screaming away from the door. I ended up having a panic attack afterwards, and I don't really remember much about my interview with the police, but I ended up finding out what happened. My mom.
I can assure you that this event unfortunately is completely true. To give some context to my story, I live in a small country called New Zealand, in a pretty popular area called Papamoa. This all took place about 4 months ago during one of our high school breaks in September. My friends and I were planning on making big plans to travel across the country to make the most of our study leave, which was given to us before our final exams. However, none of us used this time for study, but rather to travel, drink, and get up to mischief. And I was honestly really looking forward to it. But just as all the plans we made were being finalized, for me, they were put on hold after one conversation with my parents. My parents told me they were going out of town for a few days and that I would need a house sit and that I couldn't go anywhere until they returned. Obviously, I was pretty bummed out, but I'm not the kind of person to dwell on the negatives, so instead I try to find positives out of the new situations, like how we now had more time to plan, I guess. When the time came for my parents to leave, it was around 1 p.m. on a Friday. I said my goodbyes and off they went. From that point on, I was now home alone. Instantly, I jumped back into my bed and I turned on my TV to watch some YouTube. If I was going to be home alone for 3 nights, you best believe I was going to be as lazy as possible before my parents returned. The first night came and went pretty fast, with zero dramas at all. The second night, however, is when my home alone experience really took a dark turn. I want to say it was about 7 p.m. I just started eating dinner while listening to music, much like the previous night. All of a sudden, during a pause between my music, I could have sworn I heard a footstep on the gravel outside. I immediately took my headphones off and just sat there in silence. To help picture my situation, I feel like a brief description is necessary. I was currently in the kitchen, which is located on the first floor. The kitchen is connected to the main lounge area and dining room. There is a small cupboard with a crawl space that is located in the living room near the kitchen. The stairs to the second floor are located in the hallway, which is immediately on the right as you leave the lounge room. My bedroom is located at the very end of the second floor hallway. From where I was in the kitchen, the footsteps sounded like it came from the pool area, which isn't fully complete, which is why I thought it was on gravel. The silence was deafening. I heard nothing for at least 2 minutes, so I thought I was just being paranoid. However, as soon as I reached for my headphones, I heard it again. It was that same noise as before. This time it happened at least 6 times before going back to complete silence. Now I was 100% sure that I had not just heard one, but 2 pairs of boots on the gravel. Immediately I went into survival mode and I quietly snuck over to turn off the kitchen and living room lights, which were the only 2 on in the entire house. I grabbed a kitchen knife and I made my way to the garage, which is on the opposite side of the property from where the pool was. The reason I went to the garage was to grab the compound bow I used for hunting. This decision may have saved my life. I was going to make my way up to the second floor when I started to hear loud bangs on the living room slide door, which thank God was locked. There was no way in hell I was going to open that door. I quietly made my way up the stairs to the second floor and then into my bedroom, all while I continued to hear bangs and footsteps around the property as whoever was out there tried to find an entrance. My bedroom had a small deck that I could access to gain a great overwatch view of the backyard. Quietly lifted the lock and jumped into the door open just enough for me to squeeze through. As soon as I stepped outside, I heard a deep voice say, "Hold here, I'm gonna check the other side." Now I knew there were at least 2 intruders. Rapid footsteps made their way to the other side of the property until I could no longer hear them. I waited a minute before I peered over the side of the deck, and there one of them was. A man completely covered in black clothing, standing at least 6'5", I would say, and he was cupping his hands on the living room window, trying to get a better look inside. This couldn't have been a prank by my mates, as none of them were that tall, nor did they have a voice that deep. Despite being only 18 years of age, I was very nervous about what to do next. As I was trying to come up with a plan, I heard the familiar deep voice call out, "Over here, I found something." My mind began racing, thinking could I have left anything unlocked. I snuck back into my bedroom and I closed the door before returning to the deck. It was silent. The silence lasted a long time, like 20 minutes of pure silence with nothing but crickets and a light breeze. I began wondering where they had gone, but out of nowhere, an ear-piercing, heart-dropping sound of glass shattering filled my ears. Now I was practically in full-on hunter mode. My first thought was to call the police, as any normal person would do. So I reached for my pockets, and I felt around, and I let out a silent, "Aw, shit," because stupidly, I had left my phone on the kitchen counter after I heard the original footsteps. So that plan was unfortunately gone. The next plan was to run to the neighbors. However, it was a 5-minute run to my nearest neighbor's house, and I was on my deck on the second floor with the intruders, clearly now in the house, blocking my only exit. All I could really do was wait. For what exactly, I didn't know. I crouched in my room and just listened as I heard heavy footsteps marching around the first floor of the house. Drawers and cupboards opened and slammed shut all throughout the house. My heart sank as I heard the very familiar sound of someone walking up the stairs. It was at this moment that I pinched myself to make sure this wasn't a dream. One by one, I heard door after door open, and 2 people march into each. If they were robbing the place, they wouldn't be marching through each room so fast, so they were looking for me. Then I heard the doorknob to my bedroom door turn before the lock did its job. I heard a different voice say, "In here." It was at this moment I knew these guys were going to come in, and for all I knew, they could have been armed. This was confirmed not even 10 seconds later as I heard a long scratching sound of a knife down my door. Don't get me wrong, I'm a pretty skilled archer, but the likelihood of me being able to draw 2 arrows in the time that it took the 2 men to grab me was very slim. So I decided to do something that most people wouldn't think to do. I climbed from my deck up to the roof by pulling myself up from a pipe going down the side of my house. The pipe let out a creak as it struggled with the weight I was putting on it. I was barely able to get myself and the compound bow up without making too much noise. I drew my first arrow and I waited with a slight angle onto the entrance to my deck, while hiding behind a slight dip in the roof. I was on the roof waiting for what felt like an eternity before I started to hear the sound of bodies banging on my bedroom door. There was nothing I could do but wait for the inevitable. I heard the bedroom door fall to the floor. My adrenaline was now through the roof. I heard my wardrobe door aggressively fly open and coat hangers being thrown around. One of the men and said, "Where the fuck could he have gone?" But the other replied, "Out there, look." Just then, one of the men stepped outside on my deck. I was frozen in place with an arrow aimed at this guy's chest, praying that they wouldn't see me and they would just leave after thinking I fled. I saw the man's eyes reflecting in the moonlight and scanned the area searching for me until he swiftly gazed up at the roof. I felt our eyes lock onto each other. And that's when I yelled, "There he is." The man was pointing straight at me with a small blade. I had no choice, so I released the arrow and I watched as it pierced the man's stomach. He let out a scream of pure agony as he fell to the ground of my deck. I watched as the tall man I had seen earlier run onto the deck, and he dragged his injured companion back into my bedroom. I want to say I bravely charged the other man down, but I didn't. I was frozen. I had never had to use a weapon on another human before, so I didn't know how to feel. I heard the man crying in agony, as he was what sounded like being dragged back down the stairs. I snapped back to reality, and I got down from the roof, as I knew my parents kept a spare phone in their bedroom. I silently made my way past my now broken door, down the hall to my parents' room, and I locked the door behind me. I immediately called the police, who said they would be there in 15 minutes, which I wasn't happy about, but at least they were coming. I listened as I heard crunching glass, closely followed by footsteps running away from the broken window, which I assumed was in the garage. I thought to myself, how could the guy shot with an arrow be running away from the house in the state he was just in before? But I didn't care as long as they were gone. I wasn't going to leave my parents' room until the police got here, though, as I wasn't willing to take any chances. Another 15 minutes passed until the relieving sound of sirens filled the air. I ran down to the front gate to let the officers in. The police searched the first and second floors of the house, with no sign of the intruder still being there. Given the state of my house, the police left 2 patrol cars outside for the night to make sure nobody would return, as I slept in my parents' room with the door locked. I called my parents, and they said they were going to cancel their trip and return home by tomorrow afternoon. I didn't get much sleep that night. I was too terrified to close my eyes, just expecting the intruders to be in the house again. I wish I could say this is where the story ended, but no, there was still more horror to come. After being able to muster up about 2 hours of sleep, I slowly got out of bed and I saw the time was exactly 6:38 a.m. I remember this time clear as day. I went downstairs and looked out the living room window and saw the patrol cars were still there. One of the officers gave me a wave as he noticed I was awake. I went down and told the officers my parents would be home by lunchtime. These officers were extremely nice, and they told me they would wait until they got home, as they saw how exhausted I was from my night of very little sleep. I thanked them greatly, and I returned to the kitchen area to make breakfast. And then I heard it. A very quiet groan. It was the type of groan that you would make when you first stretch after waking up. I was silent. I knew it couldn't have been me or the officers outside, so who or what was it? I grabbed 2 knives from the knife rack and I listened. That was when I heard the same groan again. But this time my ears were switched on and I was able to identify the sound to be coming from the cupboard where the towels and crawl space were located. I then made the stupidest decision I possibly could have. Instead of getting the officers literally outside of my house, I crouched up to the cupboard and waited. I could now clearly hear the sound of breathing. That, along with the sight of a few dark spots of what I could only think to be blood, confirmed it. There was something hiding in the crawl space. I tried to get back up as quickly as possible, but of course, one of my footsteps let out a freakish creaking sound. And just like out of a horror story, the man I had shot with an arrow from the previous night sprung out of the cupboard and lunged for me. We both hit the deck hard. The man reached for his pocket, probably for some sort of weapon. I swung as many punches at the man's wounded stomach as possible, and I tried to grab my arms, but I was able to push the guy off with my legs. The police must have heard everything that was going on, as I heard frantic banging on the door and the shouts of, "Is everything okay?" But like a child, I screamed for help. I also sprinted for the knives I had dropped as I was tackled to the ground. Then I dashed to the front door where I was met by the police. Guns were drawn, and they entered my living room. The man was in no state to fight off 4 police officers. As they brought him out of my house, I got a good look at the man. He was pale from blood loss, with short, messy hair, but he had a very revealing face tattoo that I didn't notice the previous night. As myself and the police checked the crawl space, they found the arrow I had shot at the man, as well as a box of bandages we kept in the kitchen. I was absolutely terrified, because this man was hiding inside my house throughout the entire night, without me or the police knowing. His taller friend must have not have been able to carry him out, so they probably decided to hide him in the crawl space. Why, I will never know. But what I do know is this man's intent. When the police searched the man, they found a small Swiss Army knife in his pocket, and that's what he was reaching for. This man wanted to kill me. The scariest part for me now is knowing that there is still someone out there with the same intent to kill me. And he knows the layout of my house. And scariest of all, he knows exactly where I sleep. I'm not going to let these fears drive me and my family out of this house, as I truly love this area. But I'd be lying if I said the possibility wasn't brought up multiple times by my parents. I hope this story can show others to always be on high alert when staying home alone and never wear headphones at high volume. If it wasn't for the small pause in my music, I would have never seen them coming. So the story is mainly about two people, not including myself. One of them is my friend's mom, who was 16 at the time, and the other being my friend's mom's friend, who was similar in age. It was rumored around school that her friend was a prostitute. I don't know how the rumor started, and I'm not actually sure it was even true, but every time anyone brought it up, he would get super angry and deny it. Anyway, he was the popular type of boy of the school, and he would always host parties. I would often go to them, and his mom was always wasted and hanging out drinking with the kids. And at the time we all thought she was cool because she would buy us drinks, but that obviously wasn't the case. She was a single mom, so his dad was never around. On this particular night, my parents wouldn't let me go because they said it was too late, but I was a dumb teenager, so I snuck out at like 3 a.m. and walked over there. He lived pretty close to me. When I got there weren't many people left, as it was already so late, but my best friend at the time was still there, and she was waiting for me, and we were going to come back to my place together. His mom had 3 friends over, all in their 50s or so, and all men. Pretty soon after getting there, though, there were only like 4 of us left. Jake's mom and one of the men, and then me and of course my friend, and the rest had left. I wasn't drinking much because it was late. This guy seemed to have taken a liking to me, and he offered me a shot, which I accepted, and not too long after that, I started to feel really drunk and out of it. At the time, I talked it down to not eating much that day, but likely he drugged me. This should have been a warning sign in itself that a man wanted to hang around with a bunch of kids, but everyone was drunk. I wasn't taking much notice of him. I'm pretty sure the adults were doing drugs too. Everything after this point I don't remember much of, but my friend told me at some point the man thought it was funny to pour water all over me, and he was laughing. Then he started to saying he wanted to touch my belly button, while I proceeded to try and lift up my shirt. Apparently at some point I pushed him away and I said something along the lines of, "Fuck off. Get away from me. My dad will beat you up, and he is double your size." Which made him super offended, and he was saying something like, "I thought she was supposed to be fun, and now she's ruining the party. How dare you say something like that?" Jake's mom was trying to get him to calm down. And at this point I was ready to go home, but I couldn't find my phone anywhere, and I really wanted to call my parents. My friend said that I was crying and said that I was saying how I want my mommy, which is something I would never have been caught dead saying in front of people at the time, so I can only imagine how scared I would have been. And this is when the man said he was going to take me home in the back of his truck. And my friend's mom proceeded to yell, saying, "Stop, stop, she's only 16. While he tried to pick me up and she was trying to fight him off. Thankfully he eventually gave up and he went home or to another room, I'm not exactly sure. We were too drunk to walk to my house, and I didn't have my phone to call an Uber. I ended up sleeping over on the couch, and his mom was looking after me. I don't think anything happened to me while I was sleeping, but there's really no way of knowing for sure. My friend was with me the whole time, but she was sleeping too. It's safe to say I never went back to his house ever again after that, or even ever talked to him. Not that it was really his fault his mom was so sketchy. Also, I'm from the UK, hence the drinking so young, for the Americans listening. It's super common here. I did tell my parents yes, and my dad wanted to go over to Jake's, probably to yell at his mom and wanted to get the man's info. I begged him not to because I was embarrassed for him to do that at the time, but looking back, I probably should have let him. My parents weren't really that angry at me for sneaking out, just super concerned obviously, and they banned me from going back there. Not that it would have been a problem. I've experienced some really weird things at Amazon while I've worked here for almost 3 years now. And to be honest, this story still takes the cake for one of the craziest experiences I've had there. This is my first ever job. The fact that I'm still working here is honestly insane. And as the things that I've seen here could have totally made me quit on the spot. Though the only reason why I still have this damn job is because it's an easy job, and I make good money for an 8-hour shift at this place. I both like it but absolutely hate it as well. But mostly hate. I don't know. But that's not really important to the story, so I'll get started. My name is Skylar. I'm a 22-year-old male, and this story happened around a year ago. I work in an Amazon warehouse that is about the size of roughly 2 football fields. To give some background about this place, working at Amazon, some people immediately think that I work as a driver who delivers packages to people's homes, or working the morning shift where I have to set up the packages for said drivers to take later. But no, actually I work a completely different job that not many people have heard of. I am known as an RTS associate. RTS standing for Return to Sender. Basically, RTS takes care of the packages that didn't get delivered because of a dumb reason, like the store was closed or the customer didn't open their gates to let the driver in, just small stuff like that. As an associate, though, I do something a little bit different. I'm basically like a knocked down version of a janitor, too, as we have to help prepare for the morning shift. We have to take tote bags that are specifically made for our warehouse and place them on these shelves, which you can stuff the packages into, and then they get taken on these gray silver carts, which we can drag around. It sounds pretty easy, but when you have to put 1,500 bags into place by hand, so it can get very tedious day after day if you've worked there for 3 years like me, and you want to start doing something else. Now, I'd like to note that the part of the warehouse I worked in is in the very back, so if I were wanting to leave at the end of the day, I had to walk from one end of the warehouse to the other, and it was usually a 2 to 3 minute walk, as I also had to do some turns here and there. I could just walk out the doors that the trucks used to make a faster walk, but we really weren't allowed to do that. Now that you know more about the warehouse I work in, let me explain everything that went down that night. I remember it being a Monday night. It was technically my Friday. So after tonight, it was the sweet freedom of staying up late and hanging out with some friends of mine. I was working with my coworker Steven, who we'll just call Steve, my manager and his personal assistants, or PAs as he likes to call them. It was a busy night that night, so we were on our feet at all times, making sure the place was cleaned up and taken care of. I happened to be taking a cart that was filled to the brim with tote bags, and I was setting it up in between the aisles where we set the other carts up, when I heard the huge door open. It was just another driver like usual doing his drop-off. I was walking back over to the launch pad talking to Steve when I heard the door starting to close. But almost immediately after being shot open, we both looked over and saw this woman at the machine that lets you keep the automatic door open until you push the button again to close it. I yelled out over to her, asking if she could close the door as we weren't really supposed to keep them open. But she yelled back, saying that she had to leave and didn't want to use the emergency exit. Note that one of the emergency exit doors has a broken arm, so we just use it as a regular door sometimes, so you can go in and out easier. I'd use it to walk to my car sometimes, but it's on the wrong side of the building, so I just take the normal route usually. Anyways, the lady left the door open and walked out. I was gonna go close it, but Steve stopped me. It's fine now, just leave it alone, he said. We'll have to close the doors later anyways. You might as well just leave them open. Yeah, I know, but... Yeah, I know your OCD is kicking in. It's fine, man, he said. He laughed it off while he walked away, and I ended up just listening to Steve, and I walked away with him, continuing our conversation of whatever anime it was that we were watching at the time. But for some reason, I just didn't feel right about leaving it open. Even my gut feeling wide open was just having me on edge. So as some time passed later, I want to say maybe half an hour. It was only an hour away until my shift ended at 9 p.m. I was in the middle of the launch pad, leaning on one of the carts, checking my phone.
Itsy.
One of my songs when I noticed out of the corner of my eye,
Stretch.
walking in the middle of the second launch pad. I thought it was one of the drivers coming inside to check in with his DSP, which was basically their manager. But when I did a double take, I noticed this person wasn't wearing a driver's vest like they should have been. After taking a better look at him, it didn't look like anyone I recognized at all that was supposed to be in the building. I've been working at this warehouse for 2 years now, and I knew the faces around here pretty well. I even would have known about any new driver's face, because I would have had to see them come into the building hours beforehand, helping them learn about how to talk to their DSP. And that also meant that they would have to check in with us personally. So whoever this guy was, I hadn't had a clue. I kind of regretted what I did next. For not having any security in this building, no one was stopping this random civilian from walking inside. The bad thing about having these doors open is that they're basically open to the public. Anyone could have just walked in, but they're not supposed to. So even though I didn't have to approach this guy, I did anyways because I was going to tell him to leave. I ended up walking towards the man and I started to notice more things about him. Like, he looked really young. Almost my age, actually. He had blonde hair that stuck up, as if he overused some hair gel. He had a backpack on, a button-up t-shirt with khakis and some black shoes. Honestly, he looked like some sort of college student, but there weren't any colleges nearby this warehouse, let alone any schools in this area, so it just seemed a bit off. As I got closer to him, we made eye contact, and he immediately shot his head down, as he was trying to not make eye contact anymore. And that's when I said, excuse me, sir, are you a driver here? He didn't answer me. I stopped where I was standing, but he kept walking towards me. Sir, if you don't work in this warehouse, I'm gonna have to ask you to leave. But he didn't say anything.
Did somebody say waffles?
To the ground
No.
and kept walking. I just said one last thing to him. Sir, is everything alright? He walked past me at that moment, and he never answered me. But I heard him say something under his breath. I'm not sure what it was, but it was something like, I don't care, shut up. Like I said, I'm not exactly sure, but I remember hearing the word shut up in his sentence. I decided to walk away, and I pulled out the radio I had on me at all times. There was some random dude in the warehouse who wouldn't answer me or leave. But I included that there was something about him that didn't sit right with me. I didn't feel safe being around this guy. My manager immediately radioed back and took control of the situation. He went up to the guy and introduced himself, and I got to talking with him. Our manager told us to go back to what we were doing, but honestly I couldn't focus as I just kept watching him. Steve soon ended up walking over to me asking if I knew anything about this guy. I didn't, so that's what I told him. I told him that he didn't answer me, let alone even look at me. But he was talking to my manager like it was nothing. It caught me off guard, so maybe he wanted to talk to the manager and he knew who I was. But a few minutes later, my manager radioed us, asking if I could meet him in the front of the building. I was with Steve and the PAs at the time, as I was telling them about what happened, and I went off on my own. Walking up there, I put away my earbuds and I started thinking to myself, what the hell my manager was talking about with him. I still didn't feel right about this guy, so when I walked through the double doors of the cafeteria to find my manager sitting with this guy, I really felt like something was off. The stranger was sitting in one of the chairs, but his backpack was on his lap now, and one of his hands was inside the bag, while his other was holding the bag close, as if he were hiding something. This immediately set off some red flags in my head. I decided to stay back behind my manager while he talked to me. My manager told me to sit with him for a few minutes while he takes a phone call, as he just wanted to make sure that he didn't go anywhere. But I really didn't want to. I did not want to be there with him. And it definitely was not part of my job to babysit. Yet, here I was, sitting a few chairs away from this guy, who kept a cold hard stare at me, while my manager started walking off with his phone in his hand. I didn't know at the time, but he was calling the police. It felt like a sacrifice having to sit there. Just a few feet away from him, it didn't make me any more comfortable. It was my Friday, and I just wanted to go home at this point. But while I was thinking about that, I heard him start to say something. It was really quiet at first, but he spoke up when I didn't answer him, apparently. I know you're just here to distract me, Kevin. I'm sorry, what? I said. My name was not Kevin, and I don't know where he came up with this, that my name was Kevin, but it caught me so off guard. Our badges are kept in these clear front pockets on our vests, so he could see my name if he just looked. But I decided to cover it with my hand just for my own safety. And that's when he said, "It's not going to work. I know this place doesn't have security. I could clearly see it when I was with Sam, which was my manager. No, we do have security. He's just on break right now smoking outside," I said. But that was a complete lie. We really didn't have security here, but I didn't want Tim to feel like he could just do anything. But everything that came out of this guy's mouth was just worse than the last. "Listen, Kevin, I don't have much time to be here right now, so listen closely. Your name's not Kevin, sir. Why do you keep saying that?" Yeah, whatever you say, Kevin." He just continued to call me Kevin, which was just very off-putting. What was he trying to get out of me by saying a name? Is he trying to scare me or something? I had no idea. "I'll be back again," he said. "I'll get my chance next time. You'll see. I'll remember you, Kevin." It felt like I was in a freaking horror movie at this point. Like he was some villain, and I was not in the mood to listen to the rest of his evil little plot. I immediately stood up and I walked out of the room, wanting to get the hell away from this guy. I went through the double doors, and I could see my manager, so I started to walk towards him as he was walking towards me at the same time. I told him I wasn't going to sit in that room any longer with this freak-ass guy, as he was scaring me and I wanted to go home early. He could tell I was scared by the way my voice sounded, I think. I honestly was a little shaky after hearing something like that. I mean, who wouldn't be after hearing, "I'll get my chance next time"? Like, what the hell does that even mean? He understood how I felt, and he let me go early, but not before I told him what the guy had said to me. My manager had an even more worried look on his face after that. He walked back inside and walked over to the back of the warehouse to grab my backpack. I was walking over to everyone, and Steve asked me what happened. I explained to him and the PAs what happened, and what that guy had told me, and all three of them said the same thing. What the fuck? Yeah, I would like to know what the hell he meant by all that too, but I told him I was leaving early. It bothered me because I had to walk all the way back to the front and clock out on the machine. As I walked back up, I could see bright flashing lights outside, blue and red to be specific. Seems like the police were here, and I suspected that was who my manager was calling when he was gone earlier. But all I could think about was just leaving for the night. I clocked out, walked out one of the side doors that led to the outside, and walked towards my car. I could see the police cars in the front of the building along with my manager, a policeman, and the guy. I could see that he was in cuffs, and that something serious was happening right now, but I didn't want any part of it. I just wanted to go home and relax. It would have been nice if it just ended there, but there's a bit more. After I drove home and I felt a lot safer in the comfort of my own room, I was laying in my bed on my phone, not really doing much, but mostly scrolling through Twitter. After finally calming down a bit and feeling better, I decided to text my manager since I had his number and I asked him what happened to the guy. My manager took a few minutes to reply as he was probably busy, but honestly it was for the better that I didn't get his message that night. Just by the morning I woke up to a few missed texts from him. Now my texts were overlapping with each other on my phone, so I knew there were multiple. It was what I didn't see at first. After opening the texts, I was reading through them, and I felt my heart sink, and I could feel a shiver go up my spine. My manager explained that at first, when the stranger entered, he explained that he was looking for a job. So my manager was showing him around and letting him look at the place, which sounds really bad after what that man told me last night. But after letting him sit in the cafeteria, that was when he decided to call the police. That was why he wanted me to sit in the room with him, so he could make sure that this guy wasn't going to leave and get away. After getting off the phone, he walked back over, and that's when I was asking to leave after not feeling okay. My manager, just like me, also just felt off about this guy. He didn't trust the dude that there was something off about him. He really couldn't put his finger on it, but he mentioned that the way he spoke and the way he behaved just wasn't sitting right, so that's why he called the police. After he walked outside with him, my manager talked with the police, and the policeman took his bag from him. He was a little resilient at first, but once they took the bag, they found something horrifying. It had a hunter's knife in it that was used for killing animals. The whole time this random ass guy, was just carrying a knife in his backpack, and was probably even holding it in his hand in the cafeteria at the time that he was talking to me. Self-protection or not, why the hell did this guy have a knife, walking to a warehouse, acting suspicious, and just having the weirdest conversation with me? And of course, I aimlessly just walked up to him the first time like it was nothing. If I had talked to him even more, who knows what would have happened to me. I'm just happy that nothing did happen to me that night, but I still can't forget what he said to me. This took place in the month of February of 1988, when I was just 8 years old. I'm now approaching my mid-40s, and I still have massive anxiety when I think back to that night. For context, I am a male and I have always been the shortest person in my class with a smaller body frame. I was living with my mom, my stepdad, and older sister. Because my parents were extremely poor, we found ourselves moving around quite a bit. At the time this story took place, we were renting a rundown duplex in Utah. I'm fairly confident this took place on a Wednesday evening, because that was the weekday my family would gather around the television, and we all watched America's Most Wanted. After the TV show had ended around 9 p.m., we said goodnight and we headed off to our own bedrooms. It was a school night, so I often went to bed around 9. Our duplex had 3 bedrooms, 2 on the main floor and 1 in the basement. My room was on the main floor down the hall from the living room, while my mom and stepdad's bedroom was adjacent to mine at the end of the hallway. My older sister had her room in the basement. At that age, I was fearful of the dark, so I often started the light on. We also had a false sense of security living in a small Utah town, so we never locked our front door. However, my mom and her husband always had a lock on their bedroom door, and they made sure to lock it every night so we kids wouldn't come in unexpectedly. I remember drifting off to sleep shortly after laying down. It must have been around 1 a.m. when I was abruptly awakened from a peculiar noise in my room. As I sat up in my bed responding to the noise, I was horrified to see that 2 grown men, sporting biker beards, easily towering 6 feet tall, standing in my bedroom door. Again, I was able to see every detail of these creepy men because my light had been left on. The men standing in the doorway were blocking me in my room, so I couldn't run past them. They both had the most evil stare directly into my eyes that I've ever seen. I was absolutely petrified. I didn't know why I did this, but in a moment of complete shock, I jumped up from my bed and onto my feet, but only then did it dawn on me that my little body was not going to be able to get past them. My parents' room was directly towards their backs. My first instinct was to run to my parents' room. Looking back now, I realize it would have done no good since how they slept securely and comfortably behind their locked door while this was all taking place. Once my body's motions caught up to my thought process, I instead ran to the corner of my room and crouched down. All the meanwhile, the 3 of us are awkwardly staring at each other. I tried to let out a scream to call for my parents, but this would be the only time in my life where I was paralyzed with fear. My vain attempts to scream mounted in silent desperation. I didn't know what these people wanted, and I could only imagine the worst. One of the men pushed his index finger to his lips in order to signal to me to remain quiet. As I trembled with fear, the second man reaches into his pocket and pulls out a 6-inch blade at least. My room is fairly small, and they are both standing within 4 feet of me. He makes sure to swivel the knife in the air to make a point that he's not afraid to gut me like a fish. I nearly pissed my pajamas. Another attempt to scream yields nothing. Shortly after, they close my bedroom door on me and I'm left alone. Instinctively, I thought they were robbing our house, but now that they were exposed and had threatened me, I was hoping they would now leave. But I was wrong. I waited a few minutes. Do I open the door and try to pound on my parents' bedroom? Or are they waiting for me behind that closed door? Who knows? But after a few minutes, I gathered what little courage I could and I decided to crawl back in my bed. And I placed the sheet over my entire body and I waited it out. Were they planning on killing my family? I asked myself. Did they leave yet? What do they want? My anxiety grew as the thoughts continued to race through my mind. As I lay there intently listening for any sounds, I could hear them moving about the house and opening and closing various kitchen drawers. The walls were paper thin in that cheap duplex, so every move was easily heard. Next, I heard them make their way down the stairs to the basement, where my sister is sleeping. And as I am listening to every frightening sound, I hoped with all my might that my stepdad would wake up. He was a fairly large man. These creeps weren't exactly super quiet. This goes on for nearly an hour. I'm running petrified in bed, listening to their every move. To my horror, my entire family is sleeping through the entire ordeal. After some time, I hear the front door shut, and the early winter sun is rising. My stepdad worked in a factory and usually woke up at 5 a.m. I couldn't wait to hear my parents unlock their bedroom door. As soon as I heard their alarm, I left my room. I was hysterical while trying to explain what just happened. Next, my sister woke up, and I desperately wanted her to tell me about her night by herself in the basement. My parents tried their best to calm me down, and tears were running down my face. I had been traumatized. To my disbelief, my parents chalked it up to having a bad dream. In fact, I was told this was not possible because if anything like that would ever happen, surely that they'd wake up. My sister saw the desperation in my eyes, and she knew this was serious. Her and I went through our entire house to look for items that might have been stolen. We came across her dresser drawers left half open, and many personal items out of place. This was enough evidence for her to become just as frightened. Because nothing was missing from our house, my parents didn't bother calling the police. I was made to go to school as though nothing ever happened. Fast forward a couple weeks, we were watching TV, and an update comes on about a criminal being captured that was featured in Most Wanted. My heart sank when I recognized the mugshot on TV as one of the men in my room. Of course, disclosing this to my parents only made them believe me less. To this day, I still hold some resentment towards my parents. While they slept peacefully behind a locked bedroom door, I was being tortured. Needless to say, I never slept without locking my door. When I was a kid, no older than 10, I was walking to the mailbox to get the mail from my parents. I was fully dressed in my baseball uniform, ready to go to practice. A car pulled over and an elderly woman urged me to get into her car, like immediately. I knew something was off. "Come on, we're going to be late," she insisted. She went on to say things like my bat and glove were in the trunk, telling me that my dad had given it to them. She said my dad couldn't take me anymore, so he asked him to take me and that they lived nearby. I honestly don't remember what I did right away. I just remember the anxiety of piecing together what was happening. I would like to say I booked it and ran to the house for help, but as I've gotten older, I don't even remember anymore. All I remember is being back at the house and the creepy old lady ended up ringing the doorbell. When my dad answered the door, he was obviously confused, and she told him that they were testing me to see if I'd jump in the car. The most unsettling thing to me is I don't remember if I actually got into their car. I'm not particularly old, but the experience pumped so much adrenaline in me that I don't remember it well. When I try to remember, I can picture both outcomes of me running home and me getting in their car. I don't remember getting a scolding, so I tend to assume the former occurred, but I'm still not sure. Testing children or not, that's kind of a fucked up thing to do in your free time. It makes me wonder if this couple actually had the intentions they spoke of. I remember getting home and not saying a word to my parents. The shock was still fresh, and I had no time to process what had just happened. Was ringing the doorbell afterwards some kind of cover-up for a failed attempt to avoid being reported to the police? Has anyone ever encountered something similar? I just find the whole situation extremely off-putting. You don't really find too many kids walking around alone in baseball uniforms, and coming up with that stuff on the fly gives me the impression that it was not that lady's first time trying to coax a kid into her car. This happened when I was 17. I was still in my senior year of high school. Now, this is probably not as creepy as some of the stories on here, but I just wanted to share my experience. My boyfriend at the time texted me saying he had been hanging out at his friend's house, who lived pretty close to me. He asked if I wanted to hang out with him for a little bit, so I agreed. picked me up around 8 p.m. and we drove a couple miles away from my house to a mobile home park. He parked in front of a pretty large-sized mobile home. I felt a little uneasy because this mobile home park wasn't in the safest neighborhood. The place itself looked a little run down, just like the rest of the homes here. We entered through the right side door up the small stairs in the carport. Directly in front of you, when you first walk in, there's a kitchen and a dining room. If you look towards the left, there's the living room that's located in front of the home. If you look towards the right, there were doors to the bedrooms and bathroom. This was probably the biggest mobile home I've been in. It was a little messy. There were some dishes. The kitchen table piled up with junk and beer bottles everywhere. The living room had a coffee table full of weed, pipes, bongs, and pill bottles. Just a bit of a backstory. My boyfriend at the time had a bit of a drug problem that later on became worse.
That dude just died
I wasn't aware of this
to the bees.
I thought he occasionally partied and had experimented, which is sadly really common in the small town I grew up in. Little did I know, he was doing a lot more than I knew of behind my back. So this problem he had led to me meeting a lot of his friends who were also in the same, let's say, things as he. I was introduced to his friend who was sitting on the living room couch. I don't even remember his name, but I'm going to call him Jake. Jake seemed alright, like he was pretty friendly. He was also about our age. I quickly learned he lived with his aunt and uncle, who I was also introduced to. His aunt wasn't very social at all, and she was in the kitchen, and at some point she left to go to one of the bedrooms and she closed the door. There was something strange about Jake's uncle. Something seemed off to me, but he was really friendly to me, so I brushed it off. He was probably in his mid-50s, thin, kind of tall, maybe like 5'10"-ish, and he had blondish gray hair that was receding. Jake's uncle started packing a bowl for everyone. I'm not sure if this is allowed to say here, but he sprinkled a little white substance on top. I sat down on the couch while they all passed the piece around. I obviously declined. Weed was still illegal at this time, and I've never been a social smoker. I remember his uncle asking why I'm not smoking, and I just told him I didn't want to. I really forgot how this part got brought up, but Jake's uncle overheard my boyfriend and I talking about cats. He looked over at me and said, "Oh, you like cats? Want to see mine?" Being the cat lover that I am, I kind of got excited and said, "Oh, you have a cat?" He was like, "Yeah, you want to see her?" Now, I was assuming he was going to bring her out, so I said sure. And he got up to lead me down the hall, motioning me to follow, saying, "Come on, this way." I looked at my boyfriend kind of puzzled and asked if he wanted to come with me, but I guess he didn't feel like getting up. I really didn't want to come off as being rude if I didn't follow, so I got up and followed him down the hall to the very last door, located at the end of the hallway. He opened the door for me and I walked inside the bedroom. I noticed a shotgun next to the bed leaning against the wall. I got the vibe that this was possibly Jake's uncle's room. Jake seemed to be too young to own a gun, and this room didn't look like his style. It looked like a guest bedroom or a room for someone older. I wondered why his aunt went inside the other room. I'm not so sure what was going on in their personal life. Maybe they slept in separate beds. It definitely could have been a possibility. Anyways, to the right of the bed was a beautiful white long-haired cat on her scratching post inside the room. I went over to say hi and to pet her. And that's when Jake's uncle walked in, and I heard the door quietly close behind him, almost as if he wanted to be discreet with what he was doing. I jumped up and I looked over at the door, and then to him. I think he must have noticed how scared I looked, because that's when he said, "Oh, this is just so the cat won't get out." He then came and kneeled down next to me, and he started petting the cat. My gut feeling told me something wasn't right, and I felt sick to my stomach. I went back towards the door, and he yelled out, "No, the cat's going to get out, wait." But I didn't care, I just ignored him. And that's when I realized it was actually locked and not just closed. I immediately unlocked it and I swung it open. The cat did run out, so he wasn't making that up. But regardless, I just met this man, so why did he lock a 17-year-old girl alone in this room? Why couldn't he ask my boyfriend to come with us too? This room is located on the side of the living room where no one would hear us. I went back to the living room and I asked my boyfriend if he could take me home, which I would never do considering he wasn't sober, but I was desperate. He was pretty hesitant, and he asked, "Right now?" I lied and I told him that my dad wanted me home right now, turning to look at a text on my phone. When we were alone, I was so relieved to be out of there. In the car, I told him how Jake's uncle closed us in that room together, and I felt really uncomfortable. He told me that I was overthinking the situation, and that his uncle was a good person. So I always thought that maybe I was overthinking it, but it never changed how uncomfortable I felt about it. Please just always trust your gut feeling regardless of what anyone says about it. I never saw Jake or his uncle again, and I never wanted to go back there. Over 10 years later, I still get creeped out when I think about it. This took place in 2019. One night coming home from a friend's party, it was me, my girlfriend, my brother, his girlfriend, and her friend. We had an extra seat, and she was staying with us. We were making our way home, and we decided to take a road that would cut our travel time down. It was close, my brother wanted to stop at the gas station to get gas, to get food. We arrived at the gas station and decided to go in and get some food. I'd say with the rules. Everything was going normal. This big black 18-wheeler semi-truck pulled into the station. Thought nothing of it. I wasn't paying much attention to him until he got out of the truck and stared at us. When I say staring, I mean staring, like he was looking into our souls. Now I was worried, and my brother was still in the store. We couldn't see his face, as he had a hoodie covering his entire face. I was very skeptical, and so were the girls. He's being very suspicious, like going behind the trailer and peeking his head around, and even walked on the other side of our car and just stood there. We locked the doors, and I immediately called my brother, who held the door for him. The two bumped into one another. My brother had food, and he got into the car. We immediately sped off, heading towards the highway. There was this long stretch of road before getting back on the main highway. We were talking about the truck and how weird he was acting. And a little time goes by, and that same truck had followed us, but he passed us at like a fast speed, nearly taking us off the road. I couldn't make anything out or see the license plate because it was a white trailer with no company labels, and it was really dark. Long story short, we got back to our house, and we parked our car in the garage. We were all settling down and all chilling in the living room. We saw bright lights outside of our house. And sure as shit, it was that same truck just passing through. It was scary because trucks never pass on our road. We were kind of scared that he followed us. We turned the lights off and we waited for the whole night to see if he'd return, but he never returned and we never saw him again. It was truly one of the creepiest experiences that I've ever been through. None of us knew what to make of it at all. I'm a 23-year-old woman, and it takes me about 4.5 hours to drive home from visiting my family. I have 2 hours left. My gas tank is around half full, so I like to stop to get gas at the rest stop. This time I really had to use the restroom, and so I just wanted to quickly pull into the first pump that I saw available, pump gas, go to the restroom, and be on my way. When I pulled up, there was a car at the pump in front of me, and a man was getting gas. Now he was staring at me when I pulled up behind him, which I never gave a second thought to because I find it to be pretty common. Sometimes I do the same thing when a car pulls up behind me. But here's the thing. As I was doing my thing with putting my card in, opening the gas cap, etc., I noticed that he was still staring at me through my peripheral vision. When I looked over, he would look away. When I get gas, my parents always told me to be aware of my surroundings. As I pump, I do a routine of looking to my left, right, in front, and then behind. This man was still watching me. So at this point, I'm just staring back at him. His, who I assume to be, because they look identical, son gets out of the car, says something to him in his ear, and switches places with him. Now this man is walking towards me, grips his body to the passenger side of my car, and gets close to look in as he walks by. Great, he's trying to rob me now. Well, good luck, because my door is locked. He was walking around my car pretty closely while staring at me, paused for a second, and then he quickly goes inside the convenience store. I will say it did look like he wanted to say something, but I was more focused on finishing up at the pump, so I could do my thing inside and quickly leave. I had my pet with me on the passenger side in his carrier, so when I grabbed him, I noticed a pump attendant, which was never common, standing at the trash can across from me. I told him, "Hey, I'm just heading inside for a second, but I'll be right back out." He smiled and told me not to worry. Now you're probably wondering, why didn't you go somewhere else? 1. I purposely grabbed the attention of the pump attendant to show I was traveling alone as a female. 2. I really had to use the restroom, okay, so please cut me some slack if you think I'm going to let some guy prevent me from tending to my needs. 3. In all seriousness, I'm a woman, and I'm used to men staring at me and being creepy around me, so I figured I could handle it. When I got into the store, I noticed him heading to the men's room. I purposely waited a little longer so I wouldn't run into him. This man came right up against me to get me as well. I quickly walked away. I thought he was gone, but I realized he was waiting for me. I dodged him a few more times and he left. I paid and walked out after the man was already in his car. But when I walked to my car door, my heart sank. My paper was slipped in the handle and my mind went straight to it. Because I remembered a girl with a similar story of how she found a paper in her handle and it made her sick when she removed it. I thought, damn, it finally reached this point for me. My first thought was to immediately go inside to grab an attendant. Why didn't I quickly get in the car and drive off? Because the man's car was still parked in front of mine. I didn't want him following me and possibly forcing me into something. Causing me to be alone with him, since the highway was pretty easy to get, until we waited for the police to show up. But I noticed the pump attendant who was standing on the other side was now at the trash can next to my car. He handed me some napkins and I took the paper off my door handle. The man and his son then drove off as I went to throw it away, but I noticed that he wrote his name, phone number, and car type on the paper. In those few seconds, I thought I was about to be trafficked. Instead, I found out that the man was just too shy to give me his phone number. Many years ago, I used to work the night shift at a hotel in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. During the season, it wasn't so bad, mostly families and stuff. We had on-site security then too. However, in the off-season, the winter months were different. The cheap weekly rates we'd offered attracted a lot of creepy people. The idea was supposed to be able to make money in the off-season by renting to what is known as snowbirds. Older retired people who came to the beach for a month or more through the winter. It didn't always work out that way though. Cheap rates made it possible for a less than desirable person to become long-term residents. I've discovered more than my fair share of meth labs, broken up physical assaults, and more during the winter months. Working third shift, I would meet some interesting people.
Giant panda.
Come in and get warm and grab a cup of free coffee. I wasn't supposed to let them, but it's not in me to be cruel. I'll let them grab a cup of coffee. Don't be cruel. As long as it didn't cause trouble. As you can see, the night shift in the winter made for some crazy and sometimes creepy stories. I have a lot, but this is the one that stands out because it didn't end well for me. I had a great night up until this point. I went to an indie wrestling show with my best friend before work. In fact, I had agreed to come in an hour early the next night for the young lady that worked second shift in exchange for her to work an hour late for me on this night, so that way I could enjoy the wrestling show. Ironically enough, I actually got to meet Terry Funk that night, who was a wrestling legend known for his hardcore and bloody matches. Little did I know I was about to experience this kind of violence for real. I was supposed to be there at midnight due to her working over an hour for me. I normally came in at 11 p.m. I counted the register and she briefed me on her shift as to what happened as per usual. As she was leaving, my friend, we will call him Andrew, pulled up. He worked second shift maintenance at this hotel and the other two hotels the company owns. He would regularly stop by after work to go grab me some food, play World of Warcraft on his laptops after eating for a while since business was so slow sometimes. I was just getting my money and he ordered my food and we were getting ready to leave. wrestling show. I was showing him my Terry Funk t-shirt that I was proud of. I was just walking back into the office to put the shirt up when I heard the doorbell indicating a customer had entered. I had turned around.
Oh, he seems reliquary.
I closed the
Nice.
doorway when I saw Andrew just fall down in front of me. The very next thing I know, a guy walks around the corner and punches me in the head with a short steel pipe in his hand. It staggered me and I went onto one knee. The next thing I know, he hits me in the head with his pipe. And the next thing I know after that, I hear the other guy who I hadn't noticed at this moment say to run, and then those men left out the door. I was finally able to get to my feet. I tried to call the police from the phone in my back office, but it was having issues. I slammed it in frustration.
Bouncy mushroom.
I was really freaking out. I realized that they could come back, so I ran and locked the door. I didn't know where Andrew had gone, and that worried me. I called 911 about this time, and blood had started pouring down my head. I told the operator I had been attacked and that I needed an officer and an ambulance. I then called the other hotel we ran to let the night manager named Travis know what had happened. I thought I was messing with him at first, because when we got bored we would prank each other. I finally convinced him I wasn't joking. He was going to lock up and come down to get me. Cops and ambulance pulled up and I opened the door for them. It was at this time I found out that they had sucker punched him and knocked him down, and Andrew was able to amazingly jump over the desk and escape, just as a cop was driving by, which he ran to flag down for help. I ended up in the hospital ER where I had to have 10 staples in my scalp and they gave me morphine for pain. I also had no way to get home after being treated, but the doctor and nurses took pity on me and paid for a cab. My plan was to go back to work ASAP, because this was December and Christmas was coming. I had 3 kids and I needed all the hours I could get. When I got back to the hotel, this guy Ted was there with his wife, who also worked at the front desk. She was shocked to see me. She thought I would still be in the hospital. Thought I had only been hit in the head like once after being punched. The video which Ted was pulling for the police showed a different story though. After I went to one knee, the guy had hit me, not just one time, but 10 total times. I kept trying to grab the pipe and get up for some reason. I did not remember that, as I guess I had some kind of memory loss. He kept punching me and hitting me with his pipe, until his friend tells him that Andrew got away and they knew the cops were coming. The 2 of them then ran out. I was given a room at the other hotel we owned, and Ted and Barbara gave me a lift there as I was in no condition to drive due to the morphine. They also gave me a paid week off to heal. They switched me over to the other hotel on night shift for a month, just in case they were after me in particular. We never found out why they chose to attack me. The police thought it might be a failed armed robbery, due to Andrew getting away and the man not killing me, but it really shook me up to not know. Even though I was at our other hotel, when I came back to work the night shift, I was still very nervous. Every time the door chimed up, I tensed up. I couldn't afford to quit though, as I said I have 3 kids I was supporting. I never caught the guys as far as I know. A detective stopped by about 2 months later when I was working second shift. He showed me several mug shots, and he asked me if any of them looked familiar. I never got a great look at them as it all happened so fast. I had seen a video which wasn't the best quality. Even so, 2 of them looked very similar to them. I pointed them out and he asked me how sure I was. I told him that I was only like 85% sure. He then yelled at me and asked me if I wanted someone to go to jail for attempted murder on 85%. I was stunned into silence, because I was the victim. I was attacked for no reason, and here he is yelling at me like it's my fault. I was too busy being attacked to get a good look at them. I no longer work at that hotel or night shift, and I am glad, because it's just too dangerous in that area. Recently, I moved out of my apartment. I simply had to because I didn't feel safe with my landlords. I lived in this really nice apartment in Brooklyn for a few months with my roommate, who paid for most of our rent since her parents were super rich. Our landlords were actually this seemingly really nice, sweet couple who lived a few floors above with their kids. The first few weeks were somewhat normal except for the fact that every time I saw their kids in the elevator, they would scream at me before they got off and then just ran away. I thought it was funny and cute at first, But then their eldest son came to visit and started doing the same thing, and he looked about my age. I didn't really think much of it, since maybe he was just playing with his younger siblings. But shit got really weird when I bumped into all of them together and we talked for a bit. Out of nowhere, while we were having a pleasant conversation, the dad apologized to me, saying that his son might act strange because he's, a retard. I was pretty shocked with him just saying that out of the blue. I paused for a bit and I can't really remember what I said, but I remember just wanting to get the hell out of this conversation now. A few days later, I bump into the dad again in the elevator. I was pretty standoffish, and he was just talking about how great my apartment is, and how much of a generous guy he is for giving it to us for such a low rate. Then he asked if I could babysit his kids, as he and his wife and his eldest son would be at dinner. I said no at first, but he counter-offered by saying he'd pay $150 an hour. And being the greedy idiot that I am, I agreed, and this is where I fucked up. When I got to his place, I was speechless. His apartment wrapped around the entire first floor of the building. It was the nicest apartment I will ever see, that's for sure. About an hour in, everything was normal. I was playing some fighting game with his kids when we suddenly heard the front door slam. I told him to stay there as I peeked to see what was going on, and I saw the dad falling all over the place, clearly drunk. He started walking toward me, and at the last minute he fell face first onto his couch. I must have popped a blood vessel trying to hold in my laughter. I asked if he was okay, and I walked over to assist him. He then turned around, looked at me, and said, "My wife will let us, please." And I tried asking him what he meant. His wife walked up to me, thanked me, paid me, and told me to come back another time. I just kind of went back to my apartment in shock, wondering what the fuck just happened, and I definitely wasn't going back. I told my roommate, and she told me that she also bumped into the dad, and he told her that my wife is cool, just so you know. With no explanation, and just left. At this point, we knew that we sure as hell were not renewing our lease. We didn't see our landlords until our final month. Kinda joked to our friends about how our landlords were creepy cucks. The next time I saw them, I was actually with my boyfriend, who was well aware of what they were trying to do. It was an intensely awkward elevator ride, as when they saw us there, they just went quiet and smiled and nodded at us repeatedly. As we stepped out the elevator, the dad shouted "hey" to us and winks at me as the doors closed. After that, I asked my boyfriend to stay with us for the remainder of our lease, because at this point my roommate and I were freaked the fuck out. Our final and creepiest encounter was a few days before moving out. My roommate walked the apartment and both the landlords were sitting in front of the elevators. They were just waiting for us. She said they started sobbing when they saw her, and they begged us to stay. They apparently apologized for making us uncomfortable and said that they thought we were the pretty young girls they were waiting for. She didn't say a word to them and got on the elevator and called me to warn me they were outside, and then they started to knock. My boyfriend answered the door and said when the guys saw him, they asked if I was there. Of course, my boyfriend said no, but they tried walking in anyway. I walked out of my room saying that I'll call the police if they don't leave, and they begged me not to, and they ran out of the apartment. Just a few days ago, we get a text from a random number saying that we could live there 6 months for free if we just gave them a few nights. Of course, I blocked and deleted them. The whole thing was such an uncomfortable experience living there all those months, especially knowing they had keys to our apartment. My girlfriend's mother is a longtime heroin user and has been in and out of jail for my girlfriend's whole life. When she lived with her mother and her mother's husband, she witnessed physical abuse and drug activity. She was forced to move out at a very young age in order to stay alive. She thought her mother was finally clean when her mother announced her pregnancy. After getting over the initial shock, my girlfriend decided to be supportive of her mother since she thought she was clean. That was until her mother overdosed while pregnant. She decided to cut all contact at that point. My girlfriend is also a mandated reporter, and last year reported her mother and her mother's husband to the state since she knew it wasn't a safe situation for the baby. The baby actually died in their house not even a month after birth due to an overdose with signs of physical abuse. My girlfriend's mother was arrested for the murder of her baby and other charges. Her husband was arrested for child endangerment and other charges. First, the judge did not grant either of them bail. Eventually, her husband was granted bail, in which he posted. We did not know this until recently, which helped us put some of the pieces together. My girlfriend and I like to sit outside her house in the car and just chat or listen to music. Recently, there have been black cars around my girlfriend's house. She also is frequently followed by black cars when she drives me home. It's the same couple of black cars that do this. They're not just random ones. At first, we thought we were just paranoid since everyone was still in jail. But when we found out that the husband was out of jail, we began to doubt our insanity. First major thing happened after my girlfriend and I went on a dinner date. We got home after dark and we sat in her car for about 45 minutes before we noticed the same black car passing by us every few minutes. After 10 minutes of that, a different car drove towards us, flicking its high beams on when it got close enough for us to see who was inside. They swerved into the oncoming lane and I genuinely thought it was going to hit the passenger side of the car. They sped away and we ran inside. After that, we started noticing the black cars more and more. This past Wednesday morning, around 3 a.m.-ish, the same distinct black van that we had been seeing pulled up outside of my house. This was weird because my girlfriend and I live about 30 minutes from each other in two separate cities. A man got out of the van and shined a flashlight through my yard, scanning it almost. He shined the flashlight up at the window I was sitting at, kept it there for a second, and then walked 30 feet to an empty driveway. Scanned around there for 20 seconds before getting in the van and peeling away. The windows were ice covered and frozen, so I couldn't make out the specifics of the van, but it was very strange. A few nights later, my girlfriend and I spent some time hanging out in their car when we spotted a black van, hiding behind another parked car further up the street. We could only see one headlight, but it creaked by us as we sat in the car. My girlfriend lives between the two dead-end streets, so think of a very blocky shaped U. She lives right in the middle. The van went up the first dead end, 4 ways on, and sat for a few minutes before turning around and driving almost into the other lane of traffic to get close to us. It then went up the other dead end and stayed put. We thought it was weird that the van didn't just back out of the first dead end, instead opting to drive all the way up the narrow street and turn around. After a few minutes, we call a friend and recount the story just to get an extra opinion. While my girlfriend was talking to our friend, I got out of the car to get a cigarette, to see how far away the van was. I walked up the dead end that the van was on for about 15 feet before getting the worst gut feeling I've ever gotten. Across the street from me was a black mass, which was darker than the darkness around it. I decided to just turn around and rush my girlfriend into the house. Later that night, we heard a bang coming from downstairs, followed by what sounded like a boot on wooden stairs. We locked the bedroom door and I sat against the door with a baseball bat, hopeful to make a barricade for it. A few minutes later, we heard a car door slam before the sound of tires squeezing and a car driving away. Our initial idea was maybe that it came from the TV, but we had paused it and the TV in the next room was never loud enough to feel real. When I went downstairs an hour later to get water, there was nothing damaged or missing. We theorized that maybe it was the sound of the front door trying to be opened, even though it was deadbolted. My girlfriend's exterior wall doesn't face the road, and we've never heard car sounds before. It is, however, next to a private driveway, and sometimes we'll hear her grandparents' car door close or the neighbors backing out. The next day I was shoveling the sidewalks at my girlfriend's house, an activity that takes me about 20 minutes, and I saw the same black Chevy Silverado with mud streaks on the tailgate. We circled the block about 4 times. I was able to see the silhouette of the man driving through the passenger side window, and each time it was the same man and same truck. My girlfriend lives in a very small town, and we were able to catalog the neighborhood cars. The black van and truck are abnormal. Our theory is that someone is trying to scare my girlfriend into not testifying or flat out making sure neither of us ever have the ability to testify. We really just need some more opinions. Are we just paranoid, or is this something we should actually be worried about? Do you think these are just weird coincidences? Almost a year ago, I was an opener at a resort, clocking in before 5 a.m. each day. The resort is located inside of an affluent neighborhood in a very wealthy town or suburb. Employees had to park in one of two parking lots at either ends of the property, and the lot I chose was adjacent to a long and windy road outside the resort, which led to the rest of the neighborhood. The road and resort were separated by a short range of brush and trees that no one ever walked through. I had arrived one morning per usual and put the car into park, with my headlights still on. The lights in the parking lot were never on in the morning, since no one ever else really showed up before 6 a.m. The sun was never out at this time either, so it was usually always dark at the start of my walk. I was one of the first employees to arrive on the property each morning and was usually completely alone in this particular parking lot at this time, and this morning didn't seem any different. I had my hand on my keys, literally, and my brain in the process to turn off my car, when I noticed a young girl, maybe like 14 or 15 years old, come scampering to me. Her body language was the exact definition of run with quick, light steps, especially through fear or excitement, through the span of trees that separates the resort from the outside road. She was directly in front of my car, and my headlights illuminated a clear view of her in the pitch black. She looked like she was in high school, had long hair, and was blonde. She was wearing a jacket with pajamas maybe, like she'd just walked out of a house. One thing about her that bothered me was that she wouldn't stop laughing and smiling. I couldn't hear her laughing from outside the car, but she was visually giggling at something I wasn't aware of or could see. It was so unnatural. She occasionally glanced behind her as if someone else were there waiting. She then waved at me like it were a normal gesture at this time, and then immediately ran to my passenger side door. This all happened in a matter of seconds, and I wasn't really sure what was even happening besides my anxiety spiking. I know I simultaneously yanked the aux from my phone to shut whatever song had been playing off while grabbing for the lock button. I remember feeling panic for never remembering if it was up or down to lock, when the girl began pulling violently on the door handle on the passenger side. She began pounding on the window, and I was screaming at the top of my lungs for her to leave before pressing on my horn. I could see her laughing outside like this were some type of game, and as if I were a silly friend for not letting her in as a joke. After a few seconds, she stopped the pounding and tried to open my driver's side door. Her face fell flat like I disappointed her, and she started to walk away from my car back the way she came. She waved at me again before squeezing through the trees, out of the view of my headlights. This whole encounter just confused me almost as much as it scared me. Most people I told the story to just chalked it up to her being on drugs, but that narrative hasn't felt right to me despite her behavior. Maybe she was just being an extremely out-of-touch teenager whose parents need a firmer grip on her. My first thought was possibly human trafficking. I'm not sure if that would fit this scenario, as I'm not the most well-versed with that subject. I told someone when I made it into work, but they didn't seem to care much, and I didn't call the police, and I still regret that. I'll never get out of my brain how fucking off that feeling was, watching a stranger, seemingly alone, pop out from the trees in the darkness, laughing and trying to violently enter my car in an empty parking lot. I do think the possibility of someone else being present the whole time is a lot more scary, and I wonder who else was there, and where exactly.
Creepy. Those are the creepy. Mm. Yeah. I need a bunch of wood. Oh. There we go. That's a little better. Oh, you motherfucker. Oh. Oops. Oh. Oh, fucker. Hmm. Could use some updating with their placement shit. Make it a little more desirable, so to speak. Now fuck off my goddamn porch. Fucking deers. That deers? I think that is deers. Not quite sure. Not quite sure. Quite sure. Not quite sure about that. Anyway. I am gonna send everybody over to TP. He's playing some 7 days. Enjoy your time with him on this Monday morning. I gotta go take out the trash. Yeah, I will be back Thursday as per normal. I have no idea what I'm gonna be playing then, but if nothing else, we can keep playing this. It's a lot of fun. You know, I like to build shit. Till Thursday, I love y'all. Thank you for the subs, resubs, new follows, hanging out, listening to spooky, weird shit. Even though Halloween's come and gone, I like to listen to spooky shit year round. So I will see you all again around in other people's chats and live next Thursday. Love y'all. Peace out. Remember, at the end of the day, it's just a game. Have fun with it. Good night, everybody. Bye.